I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
Who would true valor see? Let him Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Deus tu
As I was going over Kilgarry Mountain, I met with Colonel Farrell and his money he was counting. First I drew my pistol and produced my rapier, saying, "Stand and deliver, for I am a bold deceiver." Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. The gold and silver coins, they did make a pretty penny, so I took the money home and I gave it to my Jenny. She bowed and she sighed, she never would deceive me, but the devil's in the women, for they never can go easy. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Next morning I arose between the hours of 6 and 7. The guards were standing o'er me and their numbers are uneven. So I flew to my pistols, but again I was mistaken. She'd filled them up with water and the prisoner I was taken. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. They took me to the jailhouse and summons me in writing for robbing Colonel Farrell down on Kilgarry Mountain. But they couldn't take my fists, so I knocked down the sentry and bid upon farewell to the captain and the gentry. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in a fishing and a bowling, and others take delight in a carriage fine and rolling. But I take delight in the juice of the barley and courting pretty maidens in the morning bright and early. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering da-ma-doo-da-ma-da, whack for my daddy-o, whack for my daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar.
Ship ahoy!
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old granddad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where Grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I...
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
And very good morning to everyone. I hope you had a really good day yesterday. I had a really good day yesterday. Yesterday was the first day where we had the best of threes, and we already saw the increase in quality in matches. And today will be even better, especially because of the PogChamp Pandas. I'm very excited for today, and I know that the people that I'm sitting on the couch with and on the chairs with are as well. I am joined by ODPixel and Denkis and Gunnar. Owen, how you doing? Are you excited for today?
No, I am. We had a really nice, a meaty day yesterday.
We really
nice
did.
and long. Went into the early hours of this morning. In fact, I believe
Yes.
the last game finished at 12:20 or something, past midnight.
Yep.
It was a crazy day, and it's only going to get even more crazier because yesterday we didn't even have all the series go 3 games right.
True.
So there's potential for today to be even longer.
But we did have like an hour and a half break in between series 3 and 4.
Yeah,
So it won't be that much later.
but it could. If we get
could.
all 4 series going 3 games, and all
1
3
hour
games are
long.
like
1 hour long.
60, 70 minutes.
We can just
Yeah.
basically, when we come in, we say goodbye to the evening shift and like see you in 12 hours, and then
And
we
keep
just
it like a
continuous.
24-hour show.
Yeah,
Yep. Subathon.
yeah. Subathon, but then pro
subscribe
pro
now. I think they
Subscribe to
can.
the channel.
Yeah,
ESL
you get like a cool panda
DreamLeague.
emote. I saw it.
That's not the channel.
I think it's ESL_Dota 2.
That is the channel.
ESL_Dota 2.
Is it?
Yes.
Hit up that sub button, hit that like button, throw a subscribe in chat. One in chat if you're going to subscribe.
Don't forget about Twitch Primes.
Yeah, Twitch Primes.
Are
there
you
go.
guys
Love Twitch
saying that you're
Primes.
gonna be on longer the more people subscribe? Because that's what
No,
the
we're not
subathon
going. We're
is.
going
No,
to
no.
make the second shift for
For
that.
every one
We're outta
subscriber, Effie and Tsunami will host a live streaming Dota 2
Yeah.
for 1 hour for every one subscriber.
They said they were totally down for
They
this.
signed a
Yeah,
document.
they signed it.
I gave them a document and I said, "This if you're going to get breakfast if you sign this." But in reality, the contract said that if you subscribe, they're going to stream for an hour. This is illegal
This
in
is
Sweden.
yeah.
It's legally binding.
Yeah, sure.
In Sweden, it is. You can do anything here.
I think someone actually subscribed.
That's why everybody's blonde.
Yeah.
with their prime, maybe.
Maybe they did.
We won't know
Thank
until
you.
5 minutes from now.
No. We'll check.
That's because we're from the future.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now we know.
There we go.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
that's how it
subscribing.
works.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. Glad we got this sorted. How are we all doing? Gunnar, you doing good as well?
I'm good. I'm
Yeah?
excited for the games today.
You woken
There's-
up to some patch
Yeah, a little,
fixes as well?
little bug fixes. I think it was like Dazzle and Dragonite were the most changed in the bug fixes. So hopefully Dragonite's not 75% win rate still.
And then Dazzle, I don't know. No one's picked it, I think.
No one's picked it.
Which I'm pretty surprised about.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I think it's broken.
Well, I think so. I guess they just don't know.
It's too weird, I think.
Yeah,
too new?
it's different.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and who would be most likely to play it in terms of the position? Is it the
Insania.
offlane? Is it the mid?
DM.
Maybe an
Offlane or
offlane
mid.
Dazzle.
You
I
still
think-
wouldn't go for 5? Still
I
Dazzle.
mean, you can.
No, I don't. I think having like an invulnerable guy is the more items you have, the more annoying that is.
Especially if you're going to attack. You can right-click.
Yeah,
So-
just hitting and with like a desolator and getting the desolator got fixed. You now get charges of it,
Yes.
so that's better. And the Aghanim Scepter, like this is really annoying. You, like the more items this guy has, the more value it is. Like having to find the real dude and go get him. For anybody that doesn't know what happened with Dazzle in the patch, for like the 3 people,
We
Yeah,
can
well, this
check
guy
with our
watching
tech analyst.
Yeah,
He
let's
has it
have a
on the
look.
screen.
Let's have a look at the old Dazzy D.
he was not expecting.
Are we looking at
the light to
the
go on
bug
him.
fixes or specifically what they
We
did
just
to
want
Dazzle
to
in the
inform our
patch?
viewers
The
on how.
bug fixes
what-
of the patch or the Dazzle
Well, the
patch?
Dazzle. We just want to
Dazzle.
show the
What does
Dazzle.
Dazzle do right now?
Yeah, what does
Brian?
he do, Brian? Explain.
Well, I don't have. Okay, well, basically they gave Muerta's parting shot to
Yeah.
Dazzle's ultimate, but he's using it on himself, so his actual body stays in place while he has his projection of his soul doing everything that a Dazzle normally does. And the patch yesterday fixed where when you were doing this, you weren't getting Urn charges, you weren't getting Deso charges, your like buffs from your shard and everything you were buying basically wasn't working. And we all thought it was broken from playing it a few times before those bug fixes. So now that you're getting all of those buffs from your items, it could be insanely powerful, because I feel like Dazzle's always been a squishy hero, right? So he's always been based on his aggression was limited by his vulnerability, and now like you're just immune. Is it like invulnerable entirely? Like you
Fully
can't even
invulnerable,
invulnerable.
untargetable,
you
unstunnable.
You can't even really see it. It's like a purple like blur.
Yeah, it's like a ghost.
Jakiro
Yeah.
Ice Path on the ground, Fissure from
Nothing.
Black hole.
Shaker, Black
Nothing.
Hole, nothing works.
You
Nothing
have to get his body, and it is floating around somewhere, and there is a line saying
There it
where
is.
it is, so you can find it.
But then
you
his
do have to
body-
go for it, and obviously
Yeah.
the ghost can be healed up. Whatever, rather the body can be healed up by the ghost and graved by the
And
ghost and
graved.
everything. So it's pretty cool.
And Grave heals for like friggin' 800 when it finishes.
Yeah.
On a certain level.
It's on a certain level. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Because
strong.
it heals for like 375 or something. And at first, I don't think the heal amp was working on that heal, but then I think they changed it so that the heal amp does work on that heal. So you just heal to like half HP in the early game when you grave the main guy.
For the fixes for the Dragonite, though, I feel like we glanced over that because Dragonite's been first phase banned every single game. And I wonder if the fixes are... well, it's not really a nerf, but are nerfing him enough to not first phase ban it?
I just saw the green changes, which looked like buffs.
Brian, can you tell us because there were like 4 fixes that had to do with Dragonite.
Absolutely, as I pull up the right tab here. So the green dragon was changed completely to physical damage, but it seems like the oversight was that all of his spells that are now physical damage, his breathe fire, his stun, were actually being blocked by damage block. So when you look in here, where I'm looking through...
Brian, can we get a zoom quickly? Can we get a control and then mouse wheel?
Control scroll.
Control scroll.
Yeah, give it a
No, control scroll.
Control scroll.
Hold control.
Hold
Control scroll.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. I am smart.
Oh, there we go.
So apparently, like, am I looking at the wrong one or something?
You're correct.
no.
there.
Your mouse is on it.
This
It's
one's
right
talking
there.
about Fire Dragon doing too much damage to towers. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Corrosive Dragon spells and damage over time effects getting blocked by physical block. So the fact that Corrosive is a damage over time for 20 damage, that would effectively do 0 damage. So we were theory crafting that maybe Green Dragon's also broken. We just weren't seeing it or feeling it because he was effectively doing no damage to melee heroes or any heroes with Vanguard. So we're going to have to check that out today. I mean, we're probably going to see DK banned every game, but...
So we're just saying
we're
this
not gonna
green
check it out
dragon
today.
got stronger.
Yes, very much stronger. And there's bugs like this that when a new patch comes out in the past have historically like blanketed or masked the fact that a hero is broken. So I wouldn't be surprised if they nerf the red facet in the next like week, that suddenly the green dragon becomes a meta hero.
Yeah, so we don't think this fix is a nerf.
No.
Like it will still be a
No,
nerf.
it's still going to be the
It's a
same.
buff.
Okay.
I mean, to the green dragon. The red dragon, I think it was doing double damage.
Yeah.
Or something with
The towers?
the towers, yeah. And
Yeah.
something about... There was a couple changes with the red one that are nerfs. And the red one was the 75% win rate facet.
So now he'll be to 70.
Maybe 72.
75 is so high.
Isn't it such an insane number?
When you said it, I just laughed because
it's true.
Has there ever been a hero that has a 75% win rate on something?
I don't know. I feel like closest would have probably been Monkey King at release.
On
Wasn't
release,
that pretty
Centaur had
busted?
like 68%. I remember
68.
that.
I feel like that was same for Monkey King at release.
But the 68 is still not it's so far away from 75.
I think that double damage to towers probably was a big deal.
Probably.
Because
you'd win a fight in the game with that.
It's like magic damage too, right?
So it doesn't get reduced with the armor.
Like that's crazy, dude. You're just like two-shotting towers. Even if the guy's losing, he just takes all your towers.
Yeah.
Like, of course you're gonna win a game of Dota. It's called Defense of the Ancients. The Ancient is a tower.
Well, based on the wording, it was also on heroes. So the ability itself gives you 40 magic damage per attack, but when you're an ult, it's 60. So if you had been maxing it out, level 7, you would be hitting for 120 magic damage with the bug per hit on Dragonite. So at that stage of the game, you suddenly do what, 250 damage with right clicks? So
okay.
that explains that explains 72% win rate.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
But that got fixed.
Yeah, that's fixed.
It did.
So maybe someone lets it through in a game number 2 if they're ahead or something. I feel like it's worth to try it. If it's everybody's giving me a look like no.
You want to go into a game and it starts and you're like, all right, guys, we got a 30% chance approximately to win this game.
Yeah, that's a bold move, right?
I don't know. Maybe this fix is enough. Were there any other fixes that stood out other than the DK and the Dazzle? Because we had the Ninja Gear bug that's been in the game for a little while. It's finally fixed where you can't re-smoke your team with the Ninja Gear. So that's a good one to have. Any other things?
I heard about that one like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, "Geez, I wish I had known." This thing is insane. I mean, in Dota, it's hard to determine what's a feature, what's a bug, but that one is like Ninja Gear already is really, really good.
That's
Like,
good. That's good.
That's a crazy one, but yeah, that one has had to be nerfed since who knows how long it's been in the game for. There was the one where it would literally crash if you use that blade mail item on each other. That's like reflecting.
Cloak.
Yeah, that's reflecting damage to like a single unit. So you would reflect damage to one guy, that guy would reflect damage to you, and then it would just infinitely recurse on a single frame where you'd be reflecting infinite damage to each other, and the server would crash. So
Which it sounds like that's a good thing to have happen. The nerf, that is. Or
it's
the
really
fix.
funny.
Yeah, it is, but
It's pretty funny.
people would abuse that to crash games if they're losing MMR,
Well, you'd have to
etc.
do it with an enemy.
Oh, that's never been a problem in Dota, to have your friend on the enemy team. You want to queue up later, brother? Just kidding. They nerfed Pierre Cloak.
Okay.
They did nerf it. We can also talk a little bit about yesterday's games because, as Owen said, we had some ET games yesterday. We started the day. I mean, we're slightly biased on this panel, I would imagine, for the games that we were most privy to, as in we were in the studio for. And the first series of the day yesterday, I think, and most people I think, was the best one, Owen.
Yeah, it was a very entertaining one. We got the full 3 games back and
side
forth.
blades.
We had cute stuff going on like there with Pure, and we got to see some Tide Hunter, which we just didn't really get to see that much last patch. And it came in. This was the first game of the day, and Saberlight, he crushed it.
Apart from this one,
But this one was we already won.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
they
blow my
won
second
that
ravage
one.
on you guys. Like the rest of the game was fantastic from him, but outside of that. Very much I felt the GPK show. Obviously, Pure on the PA. It's a PA. Whoop-de-doo. But GPK on his quap looked fantastic. Every single team fight, he was in the right spot. I think with his game 2 was great, but the game 3 was even better from him. They had this lovely little moment there, Liquid, when they got like the fatal bonds, the Fade Bolt kind of connecting together. But kind of from that point onwards, it was downhill for them. And this was the first signs of us seeing PA getting beaten, which of course later in the day we did end up seeing happen multiple times.
Yeah.
We are seeing PA not always winning.
No, Tundra seemed to think that Lifestealer was the answer. They beat Spirit's PA twice with Lifestealer. And Spirit even tried to Slardar them as well, like Slardar the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
And they picked Lifestealer into Slardar.
And they picked Lifestealer into Slardar because honestly, this is like what happens in Dota, where you have so many patches pass, and you have this old counter, like this old lane counter. And I think Slardar PA is still good for like the fundamental reasons that it was good before. It's like minus armor with some huge damage, burst hero, right? But the thing is, like, Lifestealer doesn't play the same as he used to play. Like you're building into an armlet, so you can go for like phase boots into the armor component of the armlet. So Slaughter doesn't do as much damage in lane. Also, bash damage got nerfed, so it doesn't look as much of a like, got you. You have a lifestealer, we have a Slaughter. Like also in fights, lifestealer doesn't play
the same way.
Yeah, it doesn't play to like stick on somebody with rage. He infests them. He's gone. Like he has radiance. It's hard. Like Slaughter never really builds anything that's
He
gonna
also
help
buys
him.
Manta now.
He buys Manta. Yeah,
so you purge the ult.
Yep.
A lot of good things.
So we see the PA a little bit figured out, or is Lifestealer just very strong?
Lifestealer is definitely strong, but I think
He's good.
I think it is a good answer to PA.
Okay, we'll see where the teams go with things today, because we have hopefully another meet today coming our way today. We have 4 best of 3s, and of course you're watching DreamLeague Season 25. I hope I said that at the very start of the show. I might have forgotten, but I think you know by now anyway. That's why you tune in. And it is also the 3rd stop for the EPT. The 8 teams that are still in today, they are fighting for obviously a lot of money, but also a lot of points. These are the current up-to-date leaderboards. The 8 teams that are in are here. I think it's important to note that right now, Heroic is in 11th place. And I think yesterday somebody said top 8 goes to Riyadh, to the Esports World Cup. And they're nowhere near. Well, they're somewhat near, but they're not near yet. They need to get a lot more points out of this. Keep in mind that Nigma Galaxy, Shopify Rebellion, and Avalus, all 3 of those are not able to gain more points. So you would imagine that Heroic gets enough points to at least be in the top 8. But it's not even the top 8 that people care about. It's maybe even more so the top 6, or even better, the top 4, because that gets you invited to DreamLeague Season 26. I believe, and that will be, I believe, including Rally, so there's still more chances to get more points on board there. But right now, I think maybe Gunner Tundra is the one that is the one that we should keep our eyes on, see how far they can rise, considering all the teams above them are still in as well.
Yep, I think Tundra is probably expecting a top 3 at least at this point. I think they would be disappointed with 3rd place, to be honest. So I'm impressed with Tundra. I thought this roster was really strong. I think going into this, they 2-0'd yesterday, right?
Yeah, they did.
They looked really good while doing it.
They looked incredibly strong. I mean, obviously, they were maybe a little bit of a step ahead in terms of the Lifestealer idea.
Yep.
They came up with that first. People will probably copy them.
Well, we did see what the others. Mosquito tried it before, right?
Yeah, but he lost.
And it didn't look good.
It was the same thing. They picked Lifestealer versus Phantom Assassin. I think they did different builds. So Dyrachyo went just straight Radiance. He didn't even go Armlet.
Yeah.
And he went Manta. Yeah. And then I believe Skeeter went Armlet into Radiance and SNY?
No, he was going Armlet into Radiance. He had SNY queued up, but then because the game was hard, he just bought Ags,
right? Yeah.
Because he couldn't have the time to get both.
I thought the Armlet was okay, but I think just how fast the game is, the Radiance Rush kind of feels better with Manta, especially versus PA. It lets you farm more. It lets you actually take these fights. And the Armlet is not really a strong timing, I think.
Can you dispel the PA's stacks on you?
I don't
Does
think
that work?
so. I think it's like Monkey King.
Yeah, I think it's like Jingu Mastery.
Where they're just there. They exist. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see. I mean, still, it's very disruptive for PA. I mean, definitely the Radiance earlier is disruptive for PA. She doesn't like playing into mischance, ironically, as the hero that's missed all the time.
Sure.
Yeah, and with when you're saying that Skeeter didn't have as much success with it as Dyrachyo did later that day, it's because Falcons had a tough series yesterday. We can take a look at the results so far. There was only one day so far, so it's pretty easy to see the teams that won versus the teams that lost. It was Falcons that lost 0-2 to Paravision. They looked good in that series, and I mean, it looks a little bit stupid because it's only one.
Yeah, it's just one
series,
isn't it? Plenty of time for things to change. I mean, yeah, I guess looking back at the series yesterday, what would you consider an upset?
I don't know. Chimera versus Hero.
Chimera, maybe.
Well,
maybe Chimera
I would have said Chimera to win the
know.
after Chimera, because Chimera went 12-2 in the Group 1 or something.
9-5.
9-5. It was a pretty solid
I
score.
think.
So if you go from Group Stage 1 performances, I think Chimera was expected to win that series. And Tundra versus Spirit Shore. I guess Paravision versus Falcons, because Falcons, sure, they were like rough at the beginning of Group Stage 1, but then they kind of cleaned up their act. And then coming into this, I would have at least expected that one to go to 3 games.
Yeah, that's
so
definitely, it's supposed to be closer.
Yeah.
Sure.
Paravision made that one look pretty easy.
They did, yeah.
Let's see everybody's opponents for today. 4 best of 3s are going to be on your screen on this very stream. You don't have to switch to any other stream. We're just sticking with one. And we're going to end the day with Paravision. They're going to go up against Tundra. I think that's going to be a very interesting match, considering, well, either it's an interesting match or it's a clean 2-0 for Tundra. It's like one or the other.
I think
like close game or Tundra 2-0 sweeps.
Like Paravision really did show off yesterday against Falcons.
Yeah.
Sure, Tundra at the moment is a bit of a different beast to Falcons, but no, I think Paravision definitely the ones to watch.
Yeah. What are we thinking of Heroic versus Falcons, Gunny?
I'm hoping Falcons kind of steps up from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you know, I like Heroic a lot as a team, but I think we all expect more from Falcons. So if they lose that series versus Heroic, I think it feels really bad for them going.
But they are playing with the stand-in, and I know it's Sumail,
sure,
and I know they've played with Sumail before, but it's still not the same.
Yep. They've had success with stand-ins though before with 9, right?
That's true.
They had 9 and they got second, I believe, at a LAN.
Yeah.
So they've played with Sumail before, haven't they? Used them as a stand in the past. So
that's why we have the content piece.
Yeah, the content piece.
So it's not a brand new thing, I would say. So.
True.
I still think that their expectation should be to make it at minimum in like the top 4 playoff bracket.
Yep. Fair enough. Liquid versus Chimera, Jenkins. What do you think about that one?
Oh man, that's a close one. I mean, it's going to be really interesting. Like, I think Liquid is the type of team that can play to the skill of their opponent sometimes, where it's like if I see Liquid and they're bottom in groups and they play against the top of groups, it's like still Liquid can win the series.
Yeah. But if you think that they should win, they're like, nah, no chance.
Yeah, I think people would expect Liquid to be able to win this one, but also Chimera, I think, has surprised people and will surprise people.
Yeah.
This is, it seems like one of those typical teams of like rejects, where these are the players that kind of got lost from other big rosters, but they all were on really big rosters, and now they're all coming together. I mean, TA2000, like, people were calling him the best carry for quite some time when he was on Quest. It's like this guy's the next big thing. So I do think that and Lornoff, of course, on Tundra, you know, he's got that vengeance arc coming in. So I do think that team has some crazy potential.
Yeah, it should be. I think it should be a good series, and of course we're going to start the day with a great series as well. Spirit versus Bedboom. I know you guys are going to commentate that, but any initial takes on the series?
I mean, I think it's going to be a tough one for Bedboom. I think, you know, Spirit, sure, they lost yesterday, but, you know, sure, Tundra, they can take games.
And Bedboom won.
They did, but I do think that was also a series where, like, they beat a Liquid that was kind of rough. Like, Liquid's performance was not their best. So I think when it comes to Spirit against any other team, they're probably going to get the 2-0s pretty easy.
I think, so, in the first series of the day yesterday, I want to say their macro wasn't, just the overall macro, I think, wasn't the best for the patch. Tormentors were kind of being ignored by Bedboom.
Yeah.
And then I think if you watch all the games from the very first game yesterday to the last, you can see the teams are watching and like the macro's getting better. By the end, Tundra's 15 minutes on the dot. They're 5-manning the Tormentor, and the enemy team is also contesting the Tormentor. So I'm hoping that Bedboom kind of plays the map a little bit better and they're more acclimated to the patch, because I think even Liquid, I think in that series versus him was a little shaky.
No,
they were better doing Tormentors, and they got, I think, like 6 out of 7 Tormentors. They got every Tormentor. So, and Bedboom won. Yeah. And so it's kind of this thing that if Bedboom actually is contesting these Tormentors, which are so much gold, it's so much advantage, I think it gives them a better chance for Spirit.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see the evolution of how serious and how important that Tormentor is, which we'll find out, because we're going to dive into that first series. Let's get ready for Spirit versus Bedboom. And for that, we are joined by Lacoste. Hey, Lacoste, how you doing?
Doing good, doing great today. I had a very good sleep, I had a breakfast. I'm ready to watch some good Dota.
What'd you have for breakfast?
The classic. The hotel doesn't have much variety, so a couple of sandwiches, some vanilla yogurt as well, you know, some pineapple. Not bad. You skipped the breakfast, didn't you?
I did skip the breakfast today. Yeah.
You always skip it.
It's fine, I'm sure that Brian hasn't skipped breakfast and can tell us exactly what to expect from this series.
Absolutely, Sheaves. These two teams that we're about to watch, turns out they're both pretty good. As I was browsing through the stats yesterday, and I noticed that almost all of their players are topping the charts in some crucial categories, so I'd love to pull up the first one here, as when we're looking at the carries for this team, or these two teams so far, looking at GPM, XPM, and last hits per minute, all these very crucial efficiency categories, Pure is #1 across the board, while Radon is #2, #3, and #2. And so these two players have been playing 11 different heroes so far this event each. The only heroes they've overlapped on multiple games are Bloodseeker, who got nerfed, so we shouldn't be expecting to see him too much moving forward, and actually the carry Beastmaster. So I'm kind of looking forward to some curveballs that either of these two players could be throwing at us in the series today. And in our next slide, we've got the rest of the team, excluding the offlaners for some reason. They don't have the good stats. But for the mids, GPK has the #1 KDA of the event so far, and Laurel actually with last night's series got bumped up to #2, so you can just see how big of a difference there is between how GPK is performing and the rest of the field for the entire event. But Laurel's still #2 in KDA. And then when we're looking at the supports, Kataomi has the #1 assist for the entire tournament so far. Savim Aposhka tied for 4th, and Rune really not that far behind at #5. So I mean, you can tell both these teams topping the charts in efficiency, kill participation, KDA. I mean, I'm feeling like this is kind of indicating that this could be a spoiler for DreamLeague Season 25 finals. I feel like I'm looking forward to the meta that these two teams are developing as we're only a few days into the patch. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what we got today.
Yeah, it sounds like we're up for a bloodbath.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, that should be a good one. I'm also, one thing that Brian mentioned just now was the Beastmaster carry, and we talked about that yesterday because there's the Ancient camp got moved a little bit, and now we have the safe lane being better for stacking Ancients, and therefore Beastmaster taking his own Ancients, and therefore him as a carry, fully back / never left, but extra strong maybe. Are we thinking we're going to see some Beastmaster carry? Because we saw yesterday, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, most likely. This hero definitely going to be contested because he has a lot to offer. Not much has been changed around the hero. His Aghanim Scepter is still the big key. Stacking hasn't been nerfed in the previous patch, in the new patch, that is. So we are going to see Beastmaster probably get highly contested. And the flex potential for this hero feels really strong because you can play him from different roles. There's no support Beastmaster, but position 1 and position 3 does feel really strong.
Do we think Beast is a better carry now than it is an offlaner because of the Ancient moving?
I don't know.
Okay, let's say safe lane Radiant.
Safe lane Radiant compared to Dire safe lane.
Yeah.
I also don't think
the
safe lane is not a safe lane anymore. It doesn't definitely feel safe in terms of the angles that you have, how you can approach it, and how easy you can gank the safe lane. But yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards more, I would say, towards that Beastmaster carry. Like 55, 45.
I'm too.
I think one part of the carry role has always been, okay, if your lane doesn't go the best, what now? And in the previous patch, it was not only that the easy camps behind you, but the twin gate was literally right there. So you could even be a support on the enemy team, go through the twin gate, place a ward right there, and you know if the carry was farming there. But it feels much more difficult to invade the camp now that it's an Ancient camp, and also the placement of everything. So not only is it that you don't have safe camps, but anyone who can farm Ancients, though, is safer than they were in the previous patch. So if you're thinking about lowering the variance of carry, then any hero that can farm stacks, I think is like off the charts.
Yeah, it's not even just Beastmaster in that case. Yeah.
Okay, so we're still on this train of like, let's see some tide carries, let's see some Beastmaster carries.
And it has to be early because this is like usually you're leaving away like 5 minutes.
Time with his carry tide. He knew what was coming.
He's a beta tester.
also said we should be looking out for Jakiro carry. It's an option
with Macropyre, you could probably clear Ancient stacks.
You could. People are doing it in pubs. Speaking of pubs and things, I think Lacoste, you have prepared something for us.
Yeah, I've been looking into what these two carry players have been playing. The one that stands out the most to me is Bloodseeker with the Blood Rush facet, because now, while it's active, it doubles the healing. So that's a big one. And also, bonus move speed, while it's on cooldown, went from 0 to 50%. So I have to disagree with you here, Brian. I think this hero is going to be very popular. Shard overheal into barrier, so you get it for 1400 gold, up to 50%. Aghanim Scepter, 30% lifesteal from pure damage. Blood Right is pure damage as well. Blood Rage, Aghanim Scepter, so it gives two things. Gives you 3% of the target's max HP as a pure damage. You're going to be lifestealing a lot. Troll Warlord with the bad influence, I think also going to be relatively popular, not just because of the change to his facets, it's also about Revenant's Brooch. The facet gives you 50% of the bonuses to allies, no attack speed limit, so we're gonna see some troll go like real quick. Wraith King is also the interesting one.
Well, what's he gonna do?
He's gonna use the ulti, give everybody attack speed, and Spectral Blade has been buffed. Level 10 and level 20 talent has been replaced so that you get more damage, less cooldown. Tiny with Insurmountable. We're not gonna be seeing the old Tiny with the crash landing facet.
By the way?
Those are the win rates, yeah.
There was only one lost game the entire time.
These are their most successful heroes in the last 2 days ever since the patch dropped, because they are playing different heroes. These are the ones that I wanted to make sure that people are going to be, looking into, because Tiny with the SNY build, status resistance, his Insurmountable also gives him slow resistance to attack
Yeah, Tiny
speed.
is better. Tiny is actually better.
And he also buys into Revenant's Brooch. I think mixed damage is definitely going to be key.
Yeah.
And we also saw Pure, who's playing a bit of a different things. The CK is definitely the one. He talked about it in an interview, that it has a lot of potential with the new facet.
I would love to see it.
I do want to say with the Wraith King also, one of the most frustrating things about playing this hero was when you went for the Skeletons facet and there were no talents for Skeletons. It's like...
It has been changed.
What is this? Yeah, thank goodness. Like, this got changed. Like, there's actually... We get the massive summons army Wraith King back, which... I do remember when Wraith King was popular, you would choose between these two facets. Do you want damage or do you want to be like a summons annoying guy? Because then you could also potentially play it as an offlaner. You're getting more skeletons for kills as well. So yeah, Wraith King I definitely agree with.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of time left, less than a minute to talk about. What I want to talk about is the mid laners, because I feel like yesterday we saw a lot of emphasis on that. We obviously had Queen of Pain pop off in the hands of GPK. Laurel had some great moments. I know they didn't win, but he had some great moments on his Storm Spirit as well. And I kind of feel at the moment, Brian, the mid lane doesn't get much help from support. So we're kind of left to the 1v1 on an island, which is very fun to watch.
Yeah, I know they ended up losing yesterday, but I was talking about that with Sumail. It was clearly impacting the way he was building and his playstyle. We even been seeing some co-ops go for Dagger as like a way to bully out of lane rather than play for the farm trade that we've been historically seeing. And I'm looking at Doju Pro Tracker mid laner win rates.
Yeah.
Huskar, 56% in the Immortal bracket. And I know GPK loves to whip a good Huskar out, so I'm definitely ready for that cheese at any given moment. And I also think at this point, if that hero's win rate is that high, that if you let it through, it's almost an oversight on the other team.
And they've been looking to whip that out later phase, because every single team has been banning Huskar. I think we even saw a first phase ban Huskar yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, because they first picked Ember on Liquid, so then they banned Huskar. They were afraid of it being first picked in response.
Right. It's funny
I think you need to remove Marcy here. IO Betboom has been a team that started playing IO recently during Fisher Playground. They were playing IO Abaddon from the offlane, which hasn't been really seen before. They've been playing IO Marcy. This hero feels really strong. They also did play Pudge as well, so it's going to get banned out. There are multiple combos that they love to run with the hero.
Tiny's banned, but they can also run the CK that you pointed out for Pure.
Yes.
So that's probably why they're first facing the IO, because they know that there's so many strong combos with it that they like to run already.
In the past, people were banning the IO second phase as opposed to banning the Pudge, as well as all these other combos.
Yeah. This might actually, if this is looking really far ahead, but this is one of those things where if it works out, teams all of a sudden have to start first phase banning IO against you.
Yep.
Not because of the IO, but because of all the heroes that can be played with the IO.
You don't have enough bans to cover the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the question is, did they ban the CK or did they ban the Marcy? Both are good. Both got buffed.
You think IO CK is as potent as it used to be, or is it even more potent with the new patch?
Maybe. So I think like the new CK, if he's going for the facet that's giving him the items, then your illusions aren't as important. You're playing around the hero.
That's
so
true.
I think
So IO would be better for that.
Yeah, I think IO's better for that. So in a way, like relatively speaking, it is better.
I just feel like the Marcy facets make her so much stronger all the time. Meaning, most people I think are taking your rebound gives you 3 extra attacks.
Yeah, the fleeting fury facet.
Yeah, which is just so nice, and it also extends the duration of your ulti. So I would personally take out, like they did take out Marcy. I think Marcy's terrifying.
I agree with this just because they've proven themselves with IO Marcy many times. So.
And it's also a flex pick for them because they will run it from the off lane and they will play it from the safe lane. The big one that we didn't talk about too much is this Night Stalker. They did run it yesterday 2 times. Miero was the one, because Pure also plays it. We didn't get the chance to see it. Pure loves to play the hero, but we saw different facets because he was playing, Miero talked about it in an interview, he was playing against Lycan, so needed to make an adjustment where he doesn't go for the Night Rain facet, so it's not going to be as effective during the first nighttime. This is the hero that I really like in this current patch. I love the synergy between these 2 heroes. You have something that can provide you with the save, with the healing, and you also have good ways of taking Roche. Shadow Shaman is super good in the lane with the chicken fingers facet, where you can get those extra trades because of the 1-second hex.
But it does mean that they are allowing Team Spirit, if they really want to counter or deny pick something else that would be paired up with the IO.
I think once again, there's
so many combos. There's also Gyrocopter available. Gyro seems like really strong right now, even though he got some of the nerfs. Some of the other heroes also don't feel as strong, so I feel like there is definitely a potential to go for IO Gyro if it's a good game for it.
I think Bet Boom there's definitely angling for the IO CK. It's just you don't want to second pick the CK because then you have the 2 counters from Spirit. But they also know that if Spirit deny picks it, then they have a CK on their team.
So we've been speaking about, I'm thinking CK as an aggressive carry, right? We've been also talking about ancient stacks. You know what hero's also getting picked a lot in pro-level pubs is Sven. What about the IO Sven? That's a hero we've seen as a classic combo, and it clears ancients. I think you'd have a bit of a sustain issue super early, but with IO, that might be like a level 7 ancient stack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We're theory crafting here. I'm a big fan of Bloodseeker. I've tested this hero out. It feels like the numbers are so high. It feels like it's even better than it was before. It's just a bit of a different item, but you're still going to get that Aghanim Scepter. You're going to get Shard, BKB. Maelstrom's going to be your core item for farming instead of Radiance because you're not going to get that spell Lifesteal. But there is potential with the IO and the Bloodseeker, the amount of the healing that he's getting, they might run it.
Spirit just used 1.5 minutes of their reserve time for second pick. They're theory crafting just as much as we are. It's just, the thing is with the IO coming out first pick and then the Shadow Shaman revealing nothing, they have to consider so much. And I think
that was the cover CK, right?
Sand
Like
King actually covers CK, yeah. They're looking at the pub data just like we are, and they're seeing the CK, and Sand King.
So what was changed for Sand King? Because I think this is the first time I see Sand King in the last couple of days.
I'll scroll through.
Was he changed? I mean,
was he changed?
I don't think he was significant.
I will say that the Bloodstone nerf definitely hurts him. He liked going for the Bloodstone.
Lightning or Sand King?
Yeah, honestly, no. I'm not sure what the build would be. Probably just going for like Veil Shivas and doing the old build, but skipping the Bloodstone.
So all the universal heroes obviously lost damage once they get items, but most of them got a lot of stat gains to compensate. Sand King didn't really get
anything.
Yeah, barely got anything to compensate. So I would argue that he's probably just strictly worse than before, but only in the sense that he does less right-click damage.
We have the combo. We have anti-combo as well. I really like that they picked up Grimstroke because it's going to be good against IO. You will always have target for the Soulbind to hit. Shadow Shaman doesn't like to play into any kind of silence. Fatal Bonds with Grimstroke. This was the first thing that people kind of tested out when Grimstroke was released. People always talk about the Double Doom, Lich with the Chain Frost. This is insane amount of damage that you can do. I would maybe even want to see for Bet Boom Miero hero that can build into some kind of a pipe, maybe Dawnbreaker to be able to mitigate some of that, to have some kind of an extra heal. But in the end, they will go with the Gyrocopter, something that we did mention, because if it's going to be a good game for it, and it does look, for now, at least a good Gyrocopter game.
I agree with the pipe hero. I think that, I mean, all these Spirit heroes do magic damage right now. And to be honest, like I feel like Bet Boom's like giga out-drafting them right now, because if I'm playing a Sand King and I'm getting picked as the cover for the CK and they just pick Gyro, Sand King literally stands in a circle. This is what the hero does, Sandstorm, right? Gyro loves if you just stand completely still and tank his damage. Like, nobody will survive through that. Gyro is one of the most annoying carries to play against as a Sand King.
Hear me out, Jenkins.
Okay.
Think about if Sand King maybe goes mid and they go like collapse Mars to mitigate this Gyro damage in the team fight. Like he has got this flak but doesn't go outside the arena.
It does.
Wait, Flak goes out of the
if
arena?
you have Aghanim Scepter, if you have Side Gunner, you can put it in the arena, and you can still like you can still see and deal damage inside of the arena.
Gunner's not over there. I was
no,
gonna ask him to confirm.
we can ask the real Side Gunner once he gets here.
Okay.
I like this hero. I mean, you can run it offlane. You can eventually build a pipe, but
What I'm saying is you need to be close to the walls of the arena to be able to deal the damage. Not like, you can attack 100% of the time. Back to you, Jenkins.
Blade Mail hero. I love if you're Primal Beast running into all of this, like Warlock, Fatal Bonds, Upheaval, Magic Damage, Grimstroke, all of this untargeted damage, Sand King, like, you're going to do a ton with the Primal Beast Blade Mail right here. And it's a BKB piercing disable for Lifestealer as well. I know Lifestealer.
Such a good Lifestealer game. Like, we saw Lifestealers becoming super tanky with the changes to the facet where you're getting more HP from the hero kills. I don't see any kind of burst damage. Io doesn't provide you with the burst damage. Sure, you have control with the Primal Beast that goes through magic debuff immunity. You have Shadow Shaman, but that's not really a damage that Lifestealer is afraid of. Plus, also, you have a Dispel mechanic from Grimstroke, which is a soft dispel now. Plus, you also have Warlock sitting behind you. So the counter initiation is going to be there. And I want to see some aggressive damage that can kill the Lifestealer. Also, these heroes, they don't build into any kind of silence or anything. So, yeah, I really like this Lifestealer pick that came out from Team Spirit.
Yeah, and I think we still need the mid laners for both. Bedboom will have overall last pick, so they have a slight edge there. We already have Huskar that you mentioned removed.
Yeah, I'm really wondering where this Sand King ends up. I mean, I think based on these bans, BB team's assuming it's going to be an offlane Sand King, but I'm thinking Io Gyro is going to destroy Sand King Grimstroke. And I don't know if there's actually a pick Collapse could have that would make the Sand King worth flexing, but I think it's definitely worth considering at this point.
5 seconds remaining.
Would you need to ban Queen of Pain at this point also if you're on the side of Spirit?
What are you thinking about picking for them to ban Queen of Pain, or you just think because we've been seeing Queen of Pain owning?
Because you guys have been saying how good it is against BKB targets, and I would imagine that includes rage targets.
Sure.
So if you want to have Lifestealer be pushed away from his target, the Sonic Wave will do the trick.
True. They definitely want some burst to follow up the Shaman Hex, because at this point, the most reliable way to win fights, I think, is to burst Lifestealer. And right now, they have the disable, but not really significant damage until late game with Gyro, and at that point, it might be too little too late.
I mean, Puck is also not so bad. Okay, well, now the Queen of Pain seems like quite an obvious ban. Puck is one of the hardest counters. You dodge any of the Quap spells and you gain a ton of mana. Yeah, I like the Quap. I mean, Quap against Grimstroke can kind of go both ways, where if he gets the bug on you, it's a little annoying dealing with the silence. You don't have that great of... I mean, you'll go Tread, so you'll be able to right-click it a couple of times. But it also goes the other way, where you have these two backline supports that are very squishy, and Quap in an ult and a Scream can legit, like, full to zero these guys.
Yeah, I also to point out the Primal Beast, whenever you see two supports who don't have any kind of ways of stopping you from getting in, it does feel like a good Primal Beast game, because sure, you're playing into Lifestealer, but you can't really slow him. You're not going to be able to kill him with Warlock, so Primal Beast is going to have a good time. Also, if you decide to creep skip, this is the best hero in the game to do so, and Warlock can't really threaten a kill on you. It's not like you're playing against some Dark Willow, Crystal Maiden, or anything that can stop you from using your trample.
You know what we should hire? We should hire a person that can lip read in multiple languages.
That would be important.
That would be very cool. Yeah. Leshrek coming out, though. We liked the Leshrek yesterday when it was picked up in the hands of Sumail. It didn't end up winning.
In that game, I thought the issue with the Leshpack pick for Sumail was a lack of reliable lockdown as the game progressed, and this time they've got the point-click stun from Sand King, so I think it's a very different story. I also don't love Lesh against heroes like Gyro that you need to single target kind of just man fight. I usually like him against melee illusion heroes is the ideal. So now to find out, is Leshrac good enough to blind pick? Because he also traditionally has pretty bad lane matchups in the mid lane. The Invokers, the Linas, Queen of Pain that they banned. I'm curious if Leshrac was buffed enough to just ignore bad matchups like those. Wouldn't mind like a Death Prophet either.
I'm mostly looking towards Lina, maybe Viper, but Death Prophet, she's been changed. She's a universal hero right now. Kind of fits her profile, I would say, in what she wants to do. Gonna be Pango in the end. Pango into Grimstroke as well. Pango into Lesh. This one could be tricky. Like Leshrac, you're rolling on top of Leshrac or close to him. You just might straight up die. Also playing into Golem, not something that you like to play into. I haven't seen this matchup in quite some time, considering that Lesh was not that popular, but Pango also does win some of the matchups, like at least get even. I'm not saying that he's going to be winning this one, but yeah, looking at both of these drafts, I kind of like what Team Spirit drafted for themselves.
Be honest with me here. Do you guys think the Pango was a blunder? You think that was your mid player just makes a call? It wasn't. It was like an ego call or something like that, and you're just like, you get it for him because you just you want to trust your teammate.
I don't think it was an ego call, but I do want to point out that they were out of bonus time completely.
Okay. So then in that case, maybe just have your finger on Pango ready to go. If we can't think of anything else, we'll pick Pango.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Leshrac, whenever he's in meta, he's just such a snowballing mid in terms of his farm speed and his damage output that if you're not focused on shutting him down, I think he always wins against Pango, or at least goes even. That he can kind of be a terror in the mid game, and when you think of Shadow Shaman, you're disabling this guy, but Leshrac does all of his damage while disabled.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely leaning towards Team Spirit.
Do you know a lot about mid matchups?
No, I think we have somebody that might though. Should we zoom in on him?
We could go ahead and get a zoom in, yeah.
Who do you want to zoom in? Because they both play mid.
Just zoom in on both of them. Just zoom in on both of them. Just
Both?
just
Take
go
away,
between them.
Me?
Can you guys go
That's
close?
spacing
Oh, look at
between
that. We got the
together.
technology.
Go close together. And both answer at the same time. Who wins mid out of Leshrac or Pango? And tell me why.
3, 2, 1.
Pango.
We're supposed to be on the same page. I like the
We'll
Pango.
workshop it.
I
We'll
like the
workshop
Pango.
it.
I'm still confused.
I like the Pango.
You like the Pango?
Yeah. I do like Betboom draft.
Okay. And Owen, you like Spirit's draft?
I do like Spirit's draft overall, but I will say the fact that BetBoom have a gyro IO, I think we can't forget just how strong that combo has been like throughout Dota 2 and still is.
We
like,
have to
gyro
ask
IO
Gunner.
can pop off.
Mars Arena Gunner with the side gunner inside, you can still deal the damage if you're hitting the walls of it, right?
No.
Well,
We'll workshop that as well. We gotta go
We'll
into this
test
game,
it out.
guys. First game of the day, Spirit versus BetBoom via the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the action we're about to get into here between BetBoom team and Team Spirit. Gunner, what do you make of it? I'm seeing two lineups, one from Spirit that looks very, very high on the damage. You know, I think sometimes we look at lineups, it's like, where's the damage going to come from? But Spirits, it looks like it's going to come from everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
all 5 heroes kind of provide a really high amount of damage.
Yeah.
What you need versus IO. You can actually, they can kill the gyro pretty easily. I also like the Warlock versus the gyro IO specifically because there's always at least 2 heroes that are together, and that's what Warlock, excels at. Also the Grimstroke. I would say both supports are super good versus IO gyro. But for BetBoom team, I do like their draft. I know the Pango specifically in the mid matchup is not, like a strict 1-to-1 counter versus Leshrac, but we saw no one yesterday also pick the Pango in a kind of quote-unquote rough matchup, and I think a lot of the time, especially with mid, it's okay to pick heroes that are bad in the lane and you kind of play more for a gameplay. And I think their draft really needed a hero that goes in first. They have the Primal Beast, but it's really awkward for him to like start fights purely by himself, and usually it's way easier when you have like two guys that can start a fight.
Sure.
And so I like the Pango for the game.
Because I guess the thing is, when you look at BetBoom team's lineup, when these, this sort of inevitable 15-minute team fight kicks in,
yep.
Would you consider BetBoom team's lineup having enough damage themselves at that point of the game with their heroes? Because it's not quite the same as Spirits, right?
Yeah, it's not. Spirits 50 minutes is way stronger.
It's pretty scary, right?
Yeah, if they have all their buttons, all their ults, it's so funny that it's now like, how strong are you at this 15-minute mark to play the game? But I think BetBoom team definitely has a really strong mid to late game, probably around a BKB timing. They're going to hit double BKBs on the gyro and the primal, and then Pango's ult is kind of like a BKB. I think when they hit that timing, they're good. And they scale probably slightly better than Spirit at this, this like 5-6 item timing. But I think Spirit gets off good lanes, good early game. Even if the game is completely even, I would say Spirit has a much better 15 to 25 minutes. And I think in the past we've seen that sometimes that's all that matters. You have this like strong 15-minute timing, you get this Tormentor, and the rest of the game kind of falls into place.
So far with the lanes, mid is indeed as you expected. As the expert in the mid matchups, 11-4 for Lal against the 7-1. So indeed a rough start for GPK in this matchup.
Yep. It's not the worst. I'm also interested to see what Laurel does. I think pretty much every Lush has kind of got a different build. We've seen some Bloodstone, we see some Gleipnirs, just some Glimmer Capes too. I don't know what's the best in the new patch.
Kataomi, is he gonna have this?
No.
Nah.
No. No.
I mean, sure, yeah, Ruse.
No, nah.
Oh, he's still going for it, Kato. I mean, he's a couple more clicks in, but
Walks in the tower. This is like a perfect lane positioning for a Gyro IO, is being behind the tower. You have to kind of cut the wave, shove it behind, and usually when they pull, they want to like deny every single creep. But now Team Spirit's pulling, well, denies that. That's a big deny actually on the flag. But overall, still a really big win for Bepham team. Pure is top of the net worth, and it lets them look to dive if they really want to. Gyro does have the Moon Seed facet, so if he sticks onto a target, he goes faster. He's an IO, so the IO also will go faster. It's a really nice facet when you pair it together. And this is the type of game that if Pure gets off to a really good start and has kind of like the items and the tools to survive the initial fight, he'll kill everyone. Because I think Spirit's damage is very front-loaded in team fights. It's Leshrac and Sand King kind of have their two like big, between like Edict and Epicenter, and then Warlock has the Fatal Bonds timing. If you can survive all of that, maybe he gets a Satanic, a BKB, and he just sits there and keeps fighting, he'll win the fight with all the IO damage.
Collapse. Trying to get a little bit aggressive there.
Top room.
Meanwhile, yeah, Ruse headed over towards the mid to back
If
up
he
Lal.
hits a stun?
That doesn't want to quite go for a hit.
He got the rune though, and so outclicks GPK a bit. He didn't even stun him, so
Collapse. Again, feels pretty safe. It's got 12-1 charges. Knows that these two can't really threaten him. So does open up this lane for Root to kind of make these moves elsewhere. Doesn't need to babysit Collapse all the time.
yeah, it basically Collapse got past the hardest part of the laning stage on Sand King, which is its level 1, level 2 timing. So now being level 4, you have 2 points in Sandstorm. You kind of have a point in everything. You can always shove the lane in, have a pretty peaceful lane. And if they want to commit onto him, they have to commit into a Sandstorm, into a stun. The Grimstroke can push Inkswell and turn around. So at this point for Pure, his best bet is going to just be denying Collapse farm wherever he can, but not really as much as pushing Collapse out of the full lane.
And do you think, are we going to continue to see more and more offlaners go for this route where you're picking this offlaner to buy the Vanguard Halberd build up?
Yeah, the Vanguard's been looking really good into Halberd. I like it a lot, especially versus these range carries, such as the Gyrocopter. It completely shuts him down. You press a Halberd on him when he has the Flak Head in, and that gives you like half the fight to just 0 impact on Gyro. Especially if you time it with the overcharge, it's just a really big impact item. It makes you really tanky. I think it also makes the Vanguard stronger. It's just overall very cheap of an item. It's concerning because there was definitely that meta of Vanguard Rush offlaners that felt a bit hard to deal with, just because the offlaners would get Vanguard and nothing you could do could kick them out. I think Vanguard's been nerfed since then as like an individual item, so it's probably not as strong, but it's still definitely good.
Collapse. And he's got backup on the way, so he's sort of baiting these two into some action, and here's the backup. Imposture and Root turn up. They're going to try and run down Pure with a Blood Grenade. The Inkswell not quite able to stay in range, and now Pure's able to turn. Collapse. Gonna have a missile heading his way. Pure underneath the tower will end up dying. Collapse will survive as Team Spirit, they look to be able to get Kataomi as well. The final few right clicks, not enough. The Kataomi will live, but they got what they came for, taking down Pure. As Collapse perfectly baits the two of them in.
Yeah, very fortunate. So they have a sentry on this high ground next to the Watcher, and it was actually it gave Collapse enough time to kill the sentry. I think if he didn't kill that sentry, the fight's a bit different. He's not able to kind of man up to Pure and survive. I don't know, Katayomi. Does he tick out to the Shadow? No.
It's going to be close, actually.
It's okay.
Last
Last
tick.
tick.
Just
that
enough.
was the last tick. Mahush can also probably TP out of it with the Ravage.
Bottom lane. Boom. They're not going to find Radana. I mean, Radana's coming in with the Dukes. Same time up top, Pure. He's looking to chase down Miposhka, who's also looking to juke him. And Miposhka will get eventually found. And at the same time, Radana, he's still on the retreat. He's going to be able to get the Shrine of Wisdom. He's not going to be able to get the TP out, though. Rage is now there. Looks to deny to neutrals, and he gets it. All right, there you go.
Okay.
Gets the Shrine of Wisdom.
Super big one.
Denies himself to neutrals.
That is so unfortunate for BetBoom team. It's a bit sad because he did TP. So now his TP's cooldown. He can't get to the lane super quickly. But I think that's double wisdoms for Team Spirit, which, again, it's the same as last patch. I think they're the same XP values, and getting the double wisdom stolen at 7 minutes hurts just the progression of the game so much, especially for, I would say, the Katayomi, because Wisp generally just sticks to your carry, so his XP is a bit low just because he's constantly sapping XP from your carry. It also means your carry's XP is low, so every bit of experience that kind of gets taken away from the team hurts a lot. Compared to Miposhka, Warlock has it's the facet where you get this like Black Grimoire, gives you bonus XP, he'll get ult super quickly whenever he wants it, and there might just be this big fight around 9-10 minutes, maybe for the power rune, that the level 6 supports are going to come out for Team Spirit, and BetBoom team is not going to be able to contest it.
Now we're going to see Collapse. But move on with these stacks, get the money for the Vanguard. We'll see down bottom, save. Trying to get the opening. Mira will get the grab on towards him. It's enough.
No deny.
A very nice move there from BetBoom to take Radan out of the game once more. Slow down his farm. But indeed, yeah, on the other side of the map, Collapse, he cleared up these stacks that Rue had prepared for him. And that is, of course, that very fast halberd timing here online at 8 minutes.
Yep.
Bottom. The setup slow onto Mira, but he's able to charge away. GPK comes in with the Rolling Thunder, taking, of course, still a lot of damage from Lal. He'll have to roll away from this. BetBoom, they don't want to fight, they want to get out, save. He's out with the TP just in time, so good disengage there from BetBoom as Team Spirit turned up with the majority of them.
I was so confused for a second where when Yatoro just first got caught, because the Ancients, it's still such an interesting position where the Ancients are near the safe lane that not everyone is kind of used to this whole area of the map. There's also the river that gives you movement speed, so it's this entire thing. There's also the Prowlers. So Prowlers are back.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those.
You can't farm those as a lifesteal easily compared to any other Ancient pretty much. I think the Spellcasters farm it pretty fast because they have low magic resistance. So like Storm Carry would be happy. It should be fine. So the other big thing so Grim's Choke got changed to ult. So much damage.
I mean, look at it. Safe steps close. It just immediately gets destroyed by Lal. They've got the cooldown coming in. Is it going to connect onto Lal? Not quite. Missile heading his way, but Lal's already back under the safety of his tower. Support's here to back him up.
There's so much damage from the Edict. I honestly, I like the change a lot with that facet, that it gives Leshrac even more fighting damage, even more power, and it nerfs the ability to push towers.
Let's see what they can do it.
Look at this halberd.
They've gone with the dust. Pures at the ready.
He's so tanky, though.
To try and bring him down, but indeed it's going to take a lot. They'll bring in Mira, and with the 4 of them, the job will be successful. Takes a lot, but they do get Collapse down. They needed to. Collapse, as you can see on the net worth, I was having a completely free time on this top lane.
Yeah, I think they had to bring Primal Beast there. It feels like he doesn't take any physical damage with the halberd. It's 60% chance to block 60 damage. That's so much. Wow. Also something interesting, so Pyrrhic still goes for the drums. So drums got changed in the last patch. It doesn't use charges anymore. It's kind of like Boots of Bearing, that it all has is a cooldown. And so the gyro meme used to be you disassemble it constantly for infinite charges. But now I guess you don't need to do that anymore. So I think maybe it's just like, it's good with IO. Because you give you're always with one other person. I think the movement speed kind of stacks in a very positive way between the gyro and the IO. Because you move faster, then you get a buff, which moves both of you faster. So it's interesting.
I mean, it's still nice, right, for disassembling into S and Y.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So in
You can
terms of
still
like
disassemble it.
efficiency, going for this over like the instead of like the Falcon Blade, you're being more efficient with the gold.
Yeah.
You can.
I love theory crafting the gyro innate.
Because not a lot of gyros do this. I think it's pure. Maybe Duracho's the other gyro that does this.
Yeah. It might get Radon. Ooh, that was close.
Because you lose very little, right? Because the belt of strength from the drums goes into the S and Y. The band of elven skin from your treads goes into the S and Y.
Yep.
And then the robe of the Magi from your drums goes back into your treads.
Yeah, and you just rebuild the treads.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love doing all the theory crafting with the gyro, and every single carry player I've talked to was like, oh, that's too much work to plan out. You can plan out an entire item build that just like disassembles and you recreate all these new items, and yeah, it's hard to find people that are willing to put in that much effort into an item build.
Oh, they're going to get the catch here onto Poro Katsuomi. No save for him. The IO will fall.
Tanks the gang. Pure is able to push out the wave, get out as well. Realistically, that's kind of the best case scenario for Bepim team, just for their IO to tank the gank. And so, it's okay. Pretty close game so far. I would say both top laners are doing super good for themselves between Pure and Collapse. Collapse is going back for a Blink Dagger, and I think the Blink Daggers are go timing. I don't think Bepim team has a solution for this amount of damage. You see every single fight Collapse goes in, insane damage. Laurel goes in, insane damage. So you combine it, you have a Fatal Bonds from the Poshka.
Yep.
I think GPK will die during a roll. If he tries to roll into the left track and the Sand King,
just so much damage being pumped out around the heroes. Yeah, it's not going to be a clean cut for him to enter into the fight.
It's hard for Bepim team to take a good fight right now.
Yeah.
And this jump bot is actually really scary. Maposha's already set up behind him with the Chaotic Offering.
I mean, are they going to try?
This is a bait.
Yeah, I mean, see Miro hold off on the charge. He's like, yeah, we don't really want to be doing this. I mean, it's still...
Collapse is here too.
Yeah, backup comes in. Look at the Rolling Thunder over towards Maposhka. He's not able to lay down the golem, but he doesn't even need to. I mean, you felt how much they sort of doubted themselves with that move.
Yeah.
They should have doubted themselves a bit more because it's ended up costing Miro his life.
Yeah, I think they maybe got a glimpse of the Warlock when he was charging in. Oh, wait, did he?
Katsuomi, he tried to go for the relocate to steal the Shrine of Wisdom. Not as easy as it was in the past.
It's harder now.
We could just go grab it. You got to sit there for a little bit this time in the new patch. And yeah, doesn't get away with it as they're ready to punish him.
I like the change still. I think after watching these games, it feels better that it's not as cheesy.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I know Soxa said he wasn't a fan of it.
He wasn't, but then again, Saxa was the guy that was playing the bounties, sitting there grabbing it in the old patch. You know, for Saxa's sort of style of stealing the wisdoms, of course he's not going to like it.
But Don's still alive?
He is. He survives through the initial burst. Miro will finish him off with the ultimate.
Look at this Fatal Bonds damage.
Save. He should die. Collapse is going to be able to find him in the corner. I mean, this is the problem, right? They can kill the Lifestealer, but still taking the fight afterwards is not easy. GPK jumps in with the swashbuckle. He's caught by the silence, the stun.
That was
They've
aggressive.
got the soulbind onto the both of them. He gets the shield crash off, but it doesn't matter. He still dies. I mean, they signed themselves up for that, Bet Boom.
60 health.
GPK, he just wanted to go in. Completely didn't respect the fact that Spirit still had the means to control him.
Yeah, and that was the Fatal Bonds with Grimstruggle. The Soul Bind, it was double applications of Fatal Bonds on all of them, and look at the amount of damage. So, at the start of the fight, Radon just barely survives, so he gets some good damage out. So this is the first Fatal Bonds. So it does a good amount of damage between all these cores, and then I think GPK goes in, gets Fatal Bonds.
Because at this point, right, they're clear. Miro and Pure are very low, but GPK, he wants in.
Yep. And then so there's gonna be a Soul Bind right now into another Fatal Bonds, and look how much damage is getting applied to everyone. Kataomi has 2 stacks on him. I don't think Miro even took a single point of like his own damage. He just purely died to random AoE and Fatal Bonds. And that's just the damage, right, of Spirit that we talked about. That all 5 of their heroes provide a very high amount of damage to team fights.
5k lead now for Spirit.
I think Hold
They're
up.
going to make the jump here. I mean, look at the damage coming. This was the concern, right? When we looked at the drafts, I felt this 15-minute onwards, the damage, the team fight, just the amount the Spirit can do, it's going to be tough for BetBoom to survive through and get to the point of the game where this Gyro can carry.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be tough.
It almost feels like they should get a pipe on BetBoom team just because there's so much damage from Spirit. That's magic. But then on the other side, you don't want... Who do you want to buy a pipe? It has to be a core because the supports will take too long. So you're telling Mir to buy a pipe, but then he can't play the fights without a BKB. So it's just this really awkward position of, do you want Mir to actually be able to have impact in the fights? Or do you want to buy a pipe?
I'm going to try and fight this.
Soulbound.
Soulbound's going to put a stop to their initiation. Collapse. Doesn't want to quite go in onto them under the tier 2s. They'll head back and actually find safe instead. Lal has been caught in the Serpent Ward. So BetBoom, they'll be able to find one. Should have a good chance of getting Ru as well. So this time Spirit a little too far in behind the tier 1.
He's looking for Collapse.
They do get punished. Collapse out into the trees with the TP. He'll escape. A BetBoom finding a bit of something and maybe start to try and take over this bottom half of the map now.
Yep. It's definitely... So, in terms of BetBoom team, they still have good damage. I think it's more... Spirit has to overcommit, I believe, for BetBoom team to win the fight. Like, they smoke, they kind of press some spells, but they're in this really awkward position between the towers. And that's when BetBoom team kind of surrounds and can click all their buttons. Whereas I feel like Spirit, if they just walk in, 5 heroes on the same page, they'll win the fight. It just is... It's simpler for Spirit as of now in the game.
Collapse. It's the opening burrow strike.
There's no roll.
A little too far for the rest of the team to catch up to Collapse. So GPK is going to get the freedom to walk. I mean, they're still looking to push on here, Team Spirit. So BetBoom have to be careful whilst Collapse is on the hunt for them. BetBoom not going to get caught this time. Radan, next fight, the Radiance is online, so more damage that the 5-man Team Spirit's going to be kicking out.
Yeah, and even honestly, that last fight around the Tormentor, it kind of showed Radan was actually fairly tanky. They used everything on him. He got the Rage. He lived for another like 4 or 5 seconds, and that was without the Infest. So now maybe you take this fight again. When he gets that Rage off, gets that little extra time to fight, and he presses Infest on his team, he will also knock her down in the fight, and that guy Infest will also knock her down. So it's a bit concerning for BetBoom team in terms of just their damage. I feel it's a bit lackluster, and it's definitely based on these BKBs. Miro needs a BKB, Pyr needs a BKB, and I think until then they should try to dodge Team Spirit to the best they can.
Collapse. He's in. Finds Katsuomi. They get the quick jump. Is he able to tether away in time? He's going to try. The Embrace is upon him. They'll take it off. Radan's moving in. The Radiance burn. Bringing Katsuomi slowly down.
Oh no, now Pyr.
Now Lal. He's got the setup on a Pyr as well. They move over towards the Gyro. Is there any backup for Pyr? There isn't. Sage trying to come across, but he's also ending up getting caught by the Burrow Striker Collapse. They kill off all 3. As Radan gets involved, gets the double kill as he arrives with the Radiance.
He was trying to save his friend. he stays with the tether, then turns around to hit the bug to make sure he doesn't pop. I think here, you gotta let Katsuomi die as Pyr. You see, he keeps kind of like sticking around as best he can, and at that point, he just barely gets caught from the Atos, and then now Save's like, oh no, my carry's dying. I gotta help him, guys. And Save's now in a bad position. You can't really kind of chain die like this over and over when you're playing for a BKB timing. You need to just kind of stop the bleeding. It's okay if your supports die, like Katsuomi. It's an okay sacrifice for him to die for Gyro to get the farm, but when the Drow's dying for it, when the Save is dying for it, then also Save's not getting his Aether lands, he's not getting these stuns out. And I would say the cores aren't even getting too much space like the other ones between Miro and GPK. Good news though, they're about to hit, I think, a really big timing between all 3 cores. So about 1,000 gold for all 3 cores to hit their big timings, which is BKB on Gyro, BKB on the Primal Beast, and also Ags on the Pango. And Pango was lucky enough to get a Brigand's Blade. So if there's a good time for them to fight, it's going to be soon. There's also no Aegis yet on Team Spirit. They just are constantly looking for jumps on the waves. I think if they're able to bait a hero, maybe Gyrocopter with an IO to save him, and he needs a BKB for that too. But if they can bait these fights in, and then allow the other 2 cores to do the damage on the fight, that's what BetBoom team needs to win. It is still a bit away though. It's still about 300 gold each for their items. They'll just give up this tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just avoiding them for now here, Baboom. As you said, whilst they get this next set of items online. I mean, once that's there, are they then going to actively look for action, or are they just going to be happy to continue farming and just feel that they're better prepared for action?
I think they should look for it passively, which basically means instead of being all split up, they should be grouped up, try to kind of set traps, maybe hold high grounds, push waves together, plan their wards. They shouldn't be, I don't think they should be in the position where they're like smoking and, you know, we're going to run at you guys and take any fight that you give us. It's more of change their mentality from now. Right now they're in this like little fish mentality where they're like, we're going to split up, push out the lanes, try not to die, do this thing, and now they can be kind of a bigger fish. No, they're still scared of a shark or something, but they're strong enough that they can fight them if they take it in the right way. Now, you know those actual team comps used? Those little fish mode and big fish? Yeah. Little fish is when you split up, and big fish is when you fight them.
I mean, I guess it makes sense to have kind of like very shortened down ways of expressing what sort of moves you need to be doing as a team.
Yeah, a lot of...
Clears the comms.
A lot of teams I've been on have kind of...
Collapse.
So here's the bait with the BKB.
Okay. They're not going to fall for it. No BKB's pressed yet. Lal. Look at the opening with the root, but now save. Turns with the Hex.
It's a bit awkward.
I mean, GPK wants to get in. Miro stepped up. He's just getting focused, and Miro's just dead. He barely gets the chance to get the BKB off, and it's just too late. He's dead. Pure's going to try and stand his ground over the BKB and fight back, but Pure, he has to TP out with the rest of the BKB. They killed the two supports, the Spirit, but Spirit, they are going to end up getting, by the looks of it, the three of them, two of them being the cause. GPK trying to fight back, but he cannot withstand the amount that Lal is pumping out. I mean, they attempted to go for it with these BKBs, but Miro just gets caught and only gets to press the BKB in his last moments.
Yeah, I think if he was able to get his BKB off at the start of the fight, like before all those stuns, maybe he ults Radon, I think Bepboom team actually wins that fight.
I think they might have. You know, Pure was doing good damage.
GPK kills both the supports in the back. There was no Golem, there was no Soulbind either. It definitely, this Brigand's Blade Pango makes him come back a bit to just finish these heroes, and now it looks like it's just going to be a Roshan for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's super hard for Bepboom team to do anything about that, especially with the BKBs now on cooldown. They're going to have to let this one go to Spirit.
They'll give it up.
Spirit.
A lot of teams, I think, that I've been on, and probably a couple teams, your comms kind of develop through the team that you have kind of code words, I guess, for things. So stuff we would do is we would have names for smokes. Or so if we
in terms of like the direction or like what the goal of the smoke is,
just kind of like a whole concept of a smoke. It would either be we would watch a team do a smoke consistently, and we would call it like let's do the team Liquid Smoke.
Ah, yeah.
There was always I think it was Liquid, and they would always smoke for the 14-minute XP rune. At some time we were watching the replays, we were like, guys, we're doing the Liquid Smoke. Or there's the Arteezy Smoke, which was you would smoke and try to catch their carry outside the tier 3, because I think Arteezy would often smoke like that. So I think it's just a good thing to fix the comms, and you kind of, when everyone's on the same page with what something means, it's just like a fun thing too, because when you kind of say something funny a bit, everyone knows exactly what you're talking about. It's kind of like a meme, and it's really easy to remember those.
What's Save's plan here?
Chilling.
Oh, there we go.
It's better plan than GPK.
He's on. Tumblr's toy will do it. It's looking rough.
It's looking a bit rough.
It's looking rough. There's still a bit of a chance and hope for Bepboom team around the fact they have Pure in the top spot. Jara IO.
Yep.
And it's closer and closer to being to the point where it's going to be looking towards, can he get his Ags? Can he get the Satanic? Can he get the Rapier? Then can he carry the game? But that's a lot of cans.
Yeah, and I want to say a bit of this catch on GPK is kind of going to what I was saying about Bepboom yesterday, that they're not really respecting the Tormentors. So he's farming bot this Ancient next to Tormentor at 25 minutes.
Collapse trying to get the blind catch there onto Miro. Miro goes
for
the
TP out. He didn't BKB.
He didn't respect the fact they probably had the vision. Put the BKB now. He is threatening Lar, but Lar has the Aegis. He'll get through. But can he get out?
He shouldn't be able to get out.
Stun catches him. And indeed, they will get him. But
that's still really good.
Yeah, it takes the Aegis away from the pretty early in the Aegis' lifetime.
And he gets Rue. So
he takes that.
I mean, you definitely take that.
He takes that.
I mean, I think probably in his head it's better that he BKB TPs there and just gets out fully. But wow.
Yeah, now you don't have to worry about the Aegis push. And what's that going to do? That's going to give you more time for your Gyro to keep on hitting the creeps. Keep on trying his best to stay ahead here, Pure. As the Aghanim's now on top of the BKB, Dragonlance, Drums, Chrysalis.
Pure's, I think he needs the full Daedalus. Even maybe an MKV. I guess Halberd doesn't give you mischance anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. So it would just be an MKB for the Lifestealer Radiance. So maybe he doesn't need it as much. Yeah, I think he should just go even Daedalus Scotty.
Daedalus sounds good.
Yeah.
Scotty, I don't know. I feel like Scotty can be a bait quite a lot of the times.
Yeah.
I feel like if you get Scotty, then you're going to regret like not going like Satanic into
more
Rapier.
damage or something. Sure. I'm just trying to think. He definitely needs damage.
He does, yeah. Daedalus, I think, is a must buy.
Just Daedalus Rapier.
I think Pure will get
Just
Daedalus.
Just
Daedalus Rapier, I mean, sure, go for it.
He's not going to survive anyway.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I like the Gleipnir Lush a lot, actually. After watching it a few games.
Mira. This time, BKB immediately makes the jump in over the walls. Collapse, they get the grab, they're able to kill him. A clean entrance into the fight there from Betboom, and now they can look to turn it in for more as they go to Rue.
Okay.
I mean, this is what they got to do. You know, Mira is not holding back this time. Anytime he sees the chance to go, he's popping that BKB first before going in.
Yeah, I definitely think, again, they had the damage the second Team Spirit split. I think in a strict 5 heroes versus 5 heroes all on the same screen, it's really easy for Team Spirit to execute, but, you know, they still have Shadow Shaman for catch, they have Primal Beast ult for catch. I think Pango ult is super good at these kind of scrappy engagements where they're kind of all split and they're, you know, everyone's looking on their own and like what their impact can be. I think Pango excels in those fights, so even down at what, 11,000 gold just about, I think Betboom team is still pretty much fine to take these fights.
And we're going to see Pure stick with kind of the basics, go for that S and Y, still really wants to have that as part of his kit. I mean, just goes to show how strong S and Y still is.
Oh, he's doing the super disassemble.
What's the super disassemble?
He's disassembling.
Oh, the Dragonlance.
Dragonlance, yeah.
Yes,
and then,
yes, there we go.
And then also
then the drums.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, and
he's cooking.
Also going to be able to disassemble those treads.
Yep. Okay.
Get that Band of Elven skin. Wait.
Okay. No.
There we go. There's the treads. Get the Band of Elven skin picked up. Has he got the Yasha? He hasn't got the Yasha recipe. He didn't order the Yasha recipe.
No,
right?
He did.
Oh,
it's on the floor.
He did. Okay, we're good.
Okay, and then now he's going to rebuild
the boots
treads.
Back together.
Which ones do you want to? Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because he's got the Belt of Strength also from the Dragonlance. So he had a spare Belt of Strength, uses that. So now he's got a spare Robe of Magic. I know Boss has got the item slot. Might as well keep it. But that was some top tier crafting there from Pure.
Wouldn't
Very
it have been, you know, actually, wouldn't it have been better if he built the robe into his treads and then kept the Belt of Strength?
Oh, because you're saying you'd rather have the additional strength rather than the additional int. That is fair. Well, there we go. 9 out of 10. Better luck next time, Pure.
Yeah, 8.5, 9. Or even the Windlace. Because he sold the Windlace from Drums.
Well, you would rather keep the Windlace in that slot and then sell the Belt of Strength. Yeah, that's true. Okay. There's room for improvement.
Yep.
Room for
I like
9 out of 10.
I actually like it though. I think stuff like that is so cool, and it's definitely what Valve wanted with this innate.
Well, and I said that's the thing is, there's a lot of carry gyros that don't do this. They still go like the Falcon Blade, and they don't do the drums into this kind of rebuild kind of stuff. Especially with the Dragonlance added into it, it makes a lot of sense. It's good stuff. It's great efficiency, and it's keeping him 2k ahead here still of Radan's Lifestealer with these little moves.
And he gets a full Sanjin Yasha. Yep. He went from he just finished the Chrysalis. He's kind of going towards the Daedalus, maybe, and then just bam, 4,000 gold.
Yep, still
in inventory.
Well on the way to his next time, which Satanic. You get Satanic, you get Daedalus, and then you start considering if it's Rapier territory.
I honestly think as of now he doesn't even need the Rapier.
You think Daedalus should be enough?
I think a Daedalus Satanic is probably enough. Again, it's all about surviving this initial wave of damage.
Yep.
If you survive, especially the Rage, I would say if you survive this Rage duration, it feels a lot better. Also, the worry about a Rapier is so there's Halberd on the Sand King. There's also an oh wait. He just wasted Infest.
He just jumped in and out.
That's actually really bad. No Infest for 50 seconds.
Okay, they're still going to look to take the fight, though. It's a great stun here with a Burrow Strike. Pure, he's getting
Okay,
completely
doesn't matter.
focused. He's dead. Miro tries to stand his ground here with the ultimate, but he's gone as well. As Betboom team, I mean, they've used the buyback here on Kataomi, but I don't think there's anything for him to turn up towards. GPK's trying to find Lol. He's got the roll-up GPK Lol into the tree lines. Lol will die, but GPK is not going to get out for this. They lose him as well, effectively losing 4 there on Betboom team. 3 of them being all 3 of Betboom team's cores.
They did not survive the initial wave of damage.
And Radahn didn't need the Infest after all.
Nope.
You know, that's why he blew it before the fight.
Yeah,
it's like, you know what, I don't need this. In I go, out I go. Now let's take a team fight.
Could it have been something with Ags? Like he got Ags delivered when he infested and kind of messed up the Infest? It shouldn't.
Wait, what do you mean? Because what was he trying to do?
Like he
if
infested and then the Ags delivered to like push him out of the hero.
Oh, maybe we get a replay. Can we get a replay of the Ags delivery? It would be funny if that does that when you get the Ags assembled whilst you're infested. But
Or is a misclick?
Yeah.
Radahn would never misclick though.
No,
not
that's
my
the thing,
Radahn.
right? Didn't matter. Easy
Yeah.
fight still for Radahn. And out they go. They'll back off now with the respawns coming in. More than happy with the amount they've managed to push this game more so in their advantage. And Radahn scored up completely to the level of farm that Pure's been gaining on the Gyrocopter.
Which feels bad. Gyrocopter always wants to be ahead, kind of just stomping the other carry in terms of, especially with the IO. It's like you think these 2 heroes combine and they're not able to do their job to some extent, which is just more so I would say for all of Team Spirit is doing a really good job at just constantly killing Betboom team and using the I would say like to map to their advantage. It feels like they always know where Betboom team is, at least one hero, and they're always killing that one hero or starting good fights. They had that one kind of misplay around bot where they kind of dove and Miro got a good jump, but I say besides that, Team Spirit's been playing a lot cleaner than Betboom.
I've got a really dumb question to ask, but I feel
Okay.
like I'm allowed to ask dumb
You're allowed
questions
to.
with the new patch.
Yes,
So
yes.
why again has Collapse now longer no got the Halberd and he's gone back to Vanguard? Is that a dumb question?
No.
No? I guess he wants the Crimson, sure. But he's not queuing up the Crimson. Unless is it on a dead Courier or something? Or has he got it on a Courier?
No, his Courier's alive.
What is this tech gonna? Figure it out.
Okay,
Figure out the tech.
Why? I don't know.
Like-
I didn't even know you could disassemble Howard. That's so...
Figure out the tech. Somebody in Twitch chat is screaming at us right now. They're like, you idiots! This is why he did this.
It's 900 gold, so at most he's making 450 gold back from like selling all the components.
Sure, so maybe he did it because he needed money in the moment to get like
For,
one
like,
of
a
these other
Lotus
item pickups.
or something. Yeah, but then just rebuy it. It's 900 gold. It's a good Halberd game versus Gyrocopter.
I don't, maybe his Halberd was broken. He's like, you know what, I don't want this anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Well, we'll figure it out.
Maybe it was misclick. Maybe he just sold the whole Halberd and then felt embarrassed and just rebought only the Vanguard.
Anyway, Collapse.
He misses the stun.
He's in. He's going to get caught with a Hex and Mirror's in with a grab. They'll drop the Soulbind in onto the 2 of them. Lal already stepping with his own BKB. Look at the damage here coming out from Lal.
There's a Satanic for
As
Pure.
Miro, he's going to try and charge away in the last moment. Will get out. But in the midst of the fight,
so much
Pure and
damage.
Kataomi just can't stand toe-to-toe here with Radahn. Radahn's just full HP. Cleaning them up. Looks over towards GPK. As GPK opts for the TP out. Is there any cancel? There is. The Glyton is there. Another fight taken here for Spirit. As, Radahn, he just goes untouched. He's just full HP throughout the entire fight.
Yeah, it feels so hard to take him down. He has 4,000 health, just kind of casually. And 640 health from Feast as well. Just all the kills he's getting. This new facet just gives him... Right now, it's giving him 55 every time he gets a kill. So, I definitely think he's in his unkillable territory, and that, that not needing a rapier for Gyro that was about 4 or 5 minutes ago, he might need it.
I know what it is.
Okay, what is it?
Maybe he just wants to have it because he wants to disassemble the Vanguard to get the VIP booster for his Bloodstone.
Oh, no, there's... Yeah?
Dire's middle tower
Is there some efficiency means in doing that? Getting rid of that,
Yeah. He could disassemble it, but why would you do it so early? Like, why would
Maybe,
you just have a...
it's collapsed. He was like, I'm about to get a rampage and I'll be 1,000 gold short, so let's set up
Sure.
the VIP booster.
Interesting.
He just, because he was buying up bits of the Bloodstone, but now he's selling them. So he's kind of second guessing actually if he even wants to go the Bloodstone. Do you think he will? Like, you still do just go for the Bloodstone at this point?
Yeah. Bloodstone's still good on tanking.
Yep.
I guess the Dispel part of it doesn't matter, but just all of Bloodstone itself is very good. So Roshan. You're right. It has to be for the disassemble on Bloodstone. I think he just sold his halberd early. He could have waited. Maybe he just calculated the gold wrong, the amount that he would get back. He's smart, guys. I trust Collapse.
No, I do. I mean, his plays so far have been fantastic. 2, 3, and 19. Been involved. Actually, who has been involved in the most kills? Is it Collapse? It's actually... it's actually Lyle. Lyle, 10, 2, and 12 right now, and 22 of the 28 kills that Spirit's found.
Yeah, I think Laurel's just been putting in a lot of work.
Yep.
I think it's just... Leshrac seems to be a very solid hero. A lot of buffs he's been getting over the patch. It feels like his mana is a bit better than what it used to be. I think in the past it was you literally can't play the game until you have Bloodstone Kaya. But I think they've just kind of buffed him. People also are, I think, farming a bit more efficiently, just with with ult rather. And I genuinely really like the new Gleipnir on him, paired with the innate ability that's been getting buffed.
Yep.
So he just has massive AoE on his spells. I think right now, I think he has like 450 just default radius on his Q, and stuff like that matters. Just hitting your Qs consistently in the team fights. If you buy a shard, which he hasn't yet, but if you buy a shard, it gets massive. The high ground push.
Boom team's got to do something soon. Radahn with his AC tearing through the barracks takes out the range.
All right, so if Pure goes Daedalus, he can disassemble the Daedalus for a Rapier if they win a fight. And that you sell the recipe.
Yep.
That's another.
Get the full money back for the recipe.
Yep. Basically half a Rapier.
No creeps at the moment. Radahn turns towards Pure. Mira tries to get the jump in, but he's a little short on the blink forward. Can't get him ranged for the grab onto Radahn, and that's a BKB pop for that. And now they're just going to make the jump back in over towards Pure. Pure has to put the BKB. I mean, GPK stuck. Okay, he's able to jump out with a shield crash, but it's a bit awkward. He'll find his way over towards Miposhka.
His ult's almost over.
He's going to put the refresh and look to go again. He really wants Miposhka. Again, it's not really an angle that he can commit for. So that's the refresher or pop and nothing to be shown for it. Team Spirit, they're ready to keep going.
Yeah, Gyro BKB, Primal BKB, refresher, 2 ults on GPK. And I think... What was clicked for? Did Team Spirit click a button?
They've got everything right.
They used Soulbind.
I think there was like Rage.
Oh yeah,
Rage.
Rage.
A Soulbind. Rage and a Soulbind, that's
Rage.
it.
I hate that 17-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's a heavy cooldown. They just got to look to end the game. One of the tier 4s here, Spirit. They're like, Pepin, what are you going to do? One of the tier 4s taken.
Hey guys, your base is kind of dying.
Got to do something, Pepin.
Knock, knock. All right, they're looking for the backline.
Daedalus is delivered. Okay, let's see what they got. Stun from Lyle out onto the 2 of them. As that's a dead save, he'll buy back immediately. Mira's in trouble. BKB, of course, still on cooldown. He's gone. He'll have to buy back immediately. GPK's going to look for Miposhka, but they can't kill Miposhka. He's back up to pretty much full HP. Mira's in with the grab onto Radahn, but it's immediately put to a stop by the Hex out onto the both of them. Spirit, they can just look to continue to clean this one up and close up this game. Triple kill for Miposhka. That's what you get for trying to kill him.
Yeah, they don't even kill him in the end. I think Team Spirit just played better than them this game. I don't think Betboom team really made that many mistakes. You could argue, no, Mira not pressing BKB that one time mid, but I think there's just so many other moments that I feel like Team Spirit just played a lot of things better than them, just based on map movement, objective taking. Even I think their draft was a little bit better.
I like the draft. It was damaged, the draft, right? It just made sense, right? You had these 3 cores, all of them, which loved being set up and buffed up by Rue, right? You know, you've got these heroes that just going in. The Life Stealer, the Lesh, the Sand King, and just having the Warlock on top of it, it's just a cherry on top. Because not only, as we saw, does it synergize great, the Fatal Bonds, the Soulbind, it also just provides this big no in the middle of the fight with the Golem that stops any attempt that Mira's like trying to make with these BKBs and these grabs. Just made it all too hard for Betboom team.
Yeah, I think Warlock is super consistent versus these BKB cores, which is kind of very popular in this patch. And I don't really know what BetBoom team needs to do for like. What do you look back on?
I think you changed it up in the draft.
Okay.
I think you do. I think we'll see them do that. And we did get a little ending to a story because indeed at the end, Collapse, he did disassemble the Vanguard and used the Vit booster to build his Bloodstone.
So he did it. Okay.
So I imagine just earlier on, he must have disassembled the Halberd to sell the bits because he needed the money.
Yeah.
Or he did the maths wrong. Maybe the maths didn't work out. But either way, Team Spirit, they're going to take this game 1 against BetBoom.
Yeah, smooth sailing for Team Spirit, where BetBoom was a little bit blown out of the water for what their strategy was supposed to do. It just didn't work out the way they wanted to, Lacoste. I want to start with positive things, though, because the fighting from Team Spirit was very on point. They made very good decisions.
They did. There was like one fight from BetBoom where GPK did kill 2 of the supports in the backlines. This is the fight where Team Spirit did lose, but other than that, it looked pretty damn strong from Team Spirit. There's so much to talk about with the itemization, disassembling, how they approached it, a bit of a counter-picking as well, coming out for themselves inside of BetBoom. This is Pango into Warlock, Pango into Grimstroke and Lesh, so he's not gonna have that good of a time. They also, like, 2 supports are not as good what they're playing into, so I think BetBoom, this one is definitely on the draft. I think Jenkins had a really good point talking about Pango being a bit of a, we have to pick something right now in these 10 seconds, and it wasn't like the greatest pick that they could have gotten.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what they're going to go back to is like, GG guys, we just couldn't think of a hero in time because, I mean, we were, obviously, there's 4 of us were sitting there theory crafting the entire time. We had some ideas, but there's a lot that has to be factored in for like what your mid laner feels like playing. In the end of the day, you want to trust your teammates, and if GPK just says like, "Oh, give me Pango," you're gonna assume that he's gonna do fine with that. Now he did actually like GPK. I'm always really impressed with him, even in games where BetBoom loses. Like I look at this guy and I'm like, okay, I see why they picked him up. Like he's consistently good. Like you mentioned that fight where he kills the 2 supports in the backline. However, it was such an uphill battle for him because of the pick. I do want to talk about the disassembling Vanguard thing.
Let's go.
Because it does feel like something that is very strong.
There it is. Pure is disassembling his items. So he's disassembling his treads, drums, Dragonlance, getting all the components. So he's going to get new power treads. He's going to get SNY from it. And he's going to be able to get treads SNY and sell the other things.
Yeah.
But also disassembling of Heaven's Halberd is because he rushed it on a sinking. The reason why this item is so strong is it has Ring of Region. Every single time there is Ring of Region as a component from the offlane item, it looks a bit OP. It also comes from the crown. Recipe is only 275 gold, which means that he can disassemble it. He can get the crown for Veil/Shivas. He can disassemble his Vanguard, get the component for his Bloodstone. If he did it slightly earlier, because he had Lotus Orb as well, he could have disassembled and got that Ring of Health for the Lotus Orb. So there's a lot of things that you can do right now. At the end of the day, I think Halberd has to be like one of the stronger items from the offlane. I don't think it should be disassemblable.
Now, there's one thing that I also noticed that we talked about yesterday a lot, and we talked about today, and we will talk about it the rest of the week as well, because the Tormentor, minute 15, very strong. Everybody needs to be on point to try and get the Tormentor. Minute 15, you got yourself an Io Gyro, is not really ready to fight just yet. You got a Shadow Shaman, which is obviously nice, but you compare it to a Grimstroke and to a Warlock, and you don't really care about what's paired with that. It's just so much stronger. Look at these fatal bonds that are about to come out from Aposhka. It's like, you can't fight into that. BetBoom at this point is just, they're just out-timing.
Yeah, this is the fight that happened before 15-minute mark, where they dropped a rock, but they were all, like 4 of them did have fatal bonds on them, and then Grimstroke's gonna pop the ulti, keep them together. The heroes are gonna disappear. The shared damage coming out from Sanking and Leshrac is way too high.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is just a nasty combo. Looking at the draft, like I really thought, Gyro IO laning and up until the Pango, I really liked BetBoom's draft, but I think one thing that I was definitely neglecting looking at the drafts was, once again, 10 to 15 minutes. Like, what are the strongest heroes in the game right now? So you almost don't even want to consider the late game scenarios.
Yeah, the rest how it went.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter because
it was
you're never
over.
going to get there. You're going to have
Yeah.
such a gold lead at that point that it's all about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it really is. And that also means that every fight leading up to those 10 to 15 minutes is incredibly important. And that's when we're heading over to Brian, who will talk about his Kitty Award of the game.
Yeah, you read my mind, Shiva. As for the Kadee award of the game, I want to talk about the award that led to what I believe to be the turning point for Yatoro in this game, as he was receiving a lot of pressure on the end of BetBoom team in the bottom lane. But you see on the Radiant side of the map, south side, you see the Primal Beast as well as the Shadow Shaman walking through this ward that was placed several minutes earlier. They have the Invis GPK thinking that they've got the favorable engagement, but this allows Miposhka to set up the way that he did. And Radon is effectively baiting, and you see that BetBoom had a narrow lead going into this fight, and I think the biggest part about this was how open the map was for Yatoro afterwards, allowing him to get that Radiance, hit his timings, and come back with a strong KDD of 7-3 and 15, and it felt like it was smooth sailing for Team Spirit, and that's the Kadee award of the game.
So it all comes back to the draft, I think. We heard our commentary team say, well, that's the solution to how BetBoom got smashed. Just change up the draft. We're saying like the timing just didn't line up. Just go back to the draft. It seems pretty straightforward, Lacoste.
It definitely does. I did favor Team Spirit's draft. It did look strong pretty much in every aspect of the game. They had the good timings. They had the strong lanes as well. Sanking did much better than I expected. I didn't think he was going to do that good. He didn't have to fall back for
It's
the
the
stacks.
Heaven's Halberd.
It's the build.
Unironically, I think it's the build. We're looking at the hero. We're like, this didn't get changed positively. It's the build. I actually think if you ask Collapse after this, like he's going to say, well, maybe he won't, but I think the point is...
Doesn't want to reveal it.
He doesn't want to reveal it. I
the
think
strat.
the point is, a lot of the time in Dota, it's items that are broken, and then you just find the best heroes for that item build, and then those are the broken heroes.
And speaking of those items, Leshrac, I've been really impressed by Road of Athos into Blink into Gleipnir. Gleipnir is now a spellcasting item, which gives you really good stat. It gives you 75 AoE, gives you 450 HP, gives you good amount of intelligence as well. Synergizes nicely with Leshrac, because he's also getting AoE from his intelligence, and his innate ability has been buffed for 0.4 to 0.7, which is a huge buff for Lesh. So those spells are going to hit in bigger AoE.
I mean, I think there's a lot of takeaways from a game like this. There were so many issues and so many things that BetBoom will have to think about for game number 2. We have no idea where they might go, but you'll have an idea if you stick around, because game 2 is right around the corner.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock. His life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock. But it stopped Many hours had he spent while a boy, and in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great store. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Put me hand in me pocket for that sovereign's prize, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wine to the best, and the words that I spoke you, don't be
Boom and Team Spirit are going head-to-head here in the first series of the day, and Team Spirit took game one pretty smoothly. They had a good draft, they executed well, and Bet Boom was left fighting for scraps, and they got nothing. Let's see what they get this time around. We have changed positions. We have got Bet Boom on the Radiant side this time around, Spirit on the Dire side. First pick still going to Team Spirit. They were that last game as well. And we need some changes, but okay.
They're instantly drafting.
Quick.
They theory crafted this. I will say, I did think that Warlock was very strong, and I'm sure we're going to see it more often, but overall, first pick, once again, I mean, why not? It worked out so well.
Yeah, let's see if they remove Lifestealer as a counter to Phantom Assassin, because Lifestealer did look good in most of the games when he was playing against PA, where you are building into Radiance. That mischance is something that PA doesn't like to play into. You have Infest as well with the Aghanim Scepter. This is your natural item progression. This Aghanim Scepter on Lifestealer, ever since we added it to the game, it feels like a lot of these bad matchups for Lifestealer are now feeling completely fine.
Yeah, he just doesn't have bad matchups, really. I would be very shocked if Bet Boom does not ban it. You know Spirit wants to pick it. They just got Lifestealer countered by Tundra. They just picked Lifestealer in the previous game and won. It seems very obvious.
We were talking about all the approaches to safe lane, and one thing that I thought about is if you don't have the ability to retreat to Ancients, the other thing your carry would want is aggression, or the ability to like punish the offlaner, because their retreat to the Ancients also isn't nearly as powerful as it was last patch. So PA, I think that's part of the reason that she's still in the meta. And I was also thinking about Warlock. I view him as like the modern Undying, the 5 position that just says my carry won't lose his lane.
Yeah.
And I think if, with all we're talking about how there's just not reliable farming patterns behind you, if I'm just imagining the carry hero pool, Lifestealer is actually pretty weak in lane. A lot of the Lifestealers are getting pressured / at best going even. And I'd imagine that the situation for Yatoro would have been even worse last game if he didn't have a Warlock 5.
Yeah, I want to see Bloodseeker as well. Maybe as a counter to Phantom Assassin. We did see the stats coming into the series where Yatoro did play it 3 times in the last 2 days. You're building into Mjolnir, which means that you're going to be proccing through that evasion. Phantom Assassin doesn't have as much evasion as she did in the previous patch, so that's better for old like the carry-to-carry matchups. And I think this hero is underrated. I just want to see the hero being picked because I feel like it's super strong right now. The reason why it's good also against Phantom Assassin, you rupture her, she wants to go in and out of the fights, and you're kind of removing that from her.
Yeah, I was a big believer of Bloodseeker on the previous patch. The bias that I'm trying to get past is that the pub win rate has gone. It's the 3rd biggest dip that we've seen in terms of pub win rate.
Because they're building the same items, probably. They didn't even read the patch notes.
That's why.
Probably. It's just, and like I said, I understand it's a bias for me, but also like usually if there's something like that where people are building old items or there's some sort of discrepancy, it's not a 6% win rate loss. But I think when you bring in facets, things change as well. Because like this Dota patch, it is confusing. Like, I feel like it took a very long time to break down the facets patch, and we are finding broken facets that were entirely unchanged like a year later. And like nobody knew Glimmer Cape was broken until like 2 weeks ago. So yeah, it is hard to read into the stats.
They didn't ban out the Lifestealer though. They banned out the Sand King instead.
I mean, the Sand King Warlock did look extremely strong. And once again, I want to go back to the Tormentor talk, which 10-15 minutes, like Sand King's biggest strength for a long time was around the 10 to 15 minute mark, maybe a little before that, sitting in the safe lane and defending the tower forever. This was back when towers were incredibly important to keep, which now maybe you can argue that is actually true if you're on Radiant, to keep that Radiant safe lane tower. But you know, he's always been good at fighting at that time, and now it's about the Tormentor, not the tower so much. And then with the Warlock Fatal Bonds, like the amount of magic damage that these 2 heroes shit out is insane.
Gatro's really letting that yawn out there. It's contagious. I yawned myself.
He's like, well, then let Lifestealer through. I'll have to play that.
Why does that actually work? Like you're talking to somebody on the phone, they yawn, and suddenly it's the sound that triggers it, right?
You think so?
It has to be if it's over the phone.
I think it's like
I do think it's a sound because
bacteria through the phone. Yeah, that makes
I didn't
sense.
just get the need to yawn. Did you guys?
Not
get
this time because I was not watching at the screen.
Yeah, but maybe it's because you didn't hear it.
Maybe. True. Can we play the sound production?
Yeah, do you have
Yatoro's microphone?
Did you guys know cats don't yawn, and also cats are about 700 grams of protein?
Also, I have seen a cat yawn.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have. I literally have a picture of it.
Can you also
No, you
confirm the
don't.
second statistic that he
Speaking
gets?
of cats, do you know
Cats
that
have 700.
tigers,
Can you
they,
confirm that?
they also like close their eyes when they feel comfortable because they're always on alert, and that's their way of showing like
How many
the expression
grams
that
of
they believe
protein?
you and they feel safe.
How many grams of protein do you think is in a tiger?
Oh, probably like
That's
10,
so many.
10K.
How much was a human again? You know this.
You shouldn't know
A
this.
human is.
Was it
a
70,000?
I know how many calories are in a human.
Oh, that's what I mean.
A human has about 70,000 to 100,000 calories. A cat
Okay.
has 10,000 calories.
So then a tiger, way heavier than a human, probably 3 humans.
I can tell you,
worth.
Taiga has about 70,000 calories.
He's a human.
Yeah.
Bounty Hunter! Yay!
Gotta
Dota
laugh at Lacoste for that
one.
So back to the draft. So Bedlam, they did pick up the Marcy. Now Marcy is a hero that can be run from different roles. They play it from the off lane. Kataomi and Save also play it from position 4 and 5 with the new facet. It does feel good where you're getting those extra pumps in, extra hits. So having an extra bit of a damage, something that Marcy has been lacking, is she's always been too reliant on her ulti.
Another hero that got facet reworks. I personally, I don't know how you guys feel because I know we've talked about it. I like that they're making a lot of the heroes more defined as you're a core or you're a support. I think in theory it was cool that Dota's roles are like fluid and you can be creative, but I like Dawnbreaker so much more when I'm like, I'm getting in there, I'm using my Starbreaker, I'm dealing out some serious damage. The new facet that makes it so every time you hit a hero with any charge of the Starbreaker, and it's additive if you hit them with multiple, you and your allies receive an attack speed buff for, I believe, 4 seconds. So, I don't know, that's just much more interesting than Ag's heal bot.
Yeah, all reducing the cooldown. I think this also makes her laning stronger, especially if she's paired up with a strong partner who is relying on physical damage, which is going to be Bounty Hunter in this one, and his right clicks, they do hurt. So quite a lot of healing coming out from both of these heroes, a lot of counter initiation as well, so it's going to be very hard for Bedboom to make the move. They're going to need to bring in an extra hero as well to be able to kill heroes inside of Spirit.
Oh, now they've got their own counter initiation.
There was a fix with this. I don't know, but there was something wrong with it. Now it's not as strong. I've seen it in the thing.
Patch notes from yesterday, you're saying?
Yes. I remember seeing Winter Wyvern and thinking like, oh, maybe that's why she was so strong. Something with her Winter's Curse not behaving correctly. So I would imagine it has to do with the curse facet.
I don't see it in here.
It's at the bottom, is Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, but the W is only Wind Ranger.
No, there's more. I know that there was Winter's Curse mentioned.
Okay, we can just read that there.
Thank you.
Well, weren't there 2 changes yesterday or 2 patches? So it might have been in the other one.
Yeah, this was the second one. Oh no, this was this one. But I definitely there you go.
Maybe it's up here. Oh,
Fix
yeah.
various issues.
Oh, okay.
Various issues.
They bothered to list out Dragonite's 9 changes and Dazzle's 9 changes, but for Wyvern, various issues.
I don't know if were there issues. Now I don't know what's an issue.
Was it intended to reoccur like multiple times? Was that intended?
Oh, okay, that's cool. Into Wyvern. Jinx, you owe me a soda.
But what you build with Troll is you're building into Revenant's Brooch. So some of your damage is being dealt as
that's
magic
still not
damage.
like full magic
it's not
damage,
full
though.
magic damage compared to the old Revenant's Brooch where you could kit during the Cold Embrace, but it does feel better overall. And the mischance, you can dispel yourself, which is going to be great against all of them, plus Aghanim Scepter, such a valuable item for Troll in this
Against
game.
Darkseer especially?
Against Darkseer, against Marcy, Phantom Assassin as well. Like there's so many things you can dispel.
Let's just think about it. If you have 14 attacks per second, like Troll can theoretically hit with a couple Moon Shards, how much damage are you doing with just Revenant's Brooch crits? With 14 attacks per second, Jenkins, you got the numbers for us?
3,000.
That's a lot of damage, Jenkins.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, having played with about 1,000 Big L Darkseers against Trolls, Troll is not a counter to Darkseer. It works the other way around. You drop a wall on Troll.
You get your own Troll.
He kills the illusion.
No,
the illusion spawns. He kills the illusion. The illusion spawns. He kills the illusion. It's one of the biggest buzz kills that exist within Dota. It's a recursive loop. Speaking of Winter Wyvern causing recursive loops.
Yeah, that was a great point, Jenkins. But I also want to point out that this could potentially be a grief if they use Bad Influence, which is a better overall facet for Troll right now. This is the one that has been reworked. So Max increased max forward stacks and no attack speed limit. Plus, Battle Trance grants allied heroes 50% of the attack.
So he can kill his own teammates faster.
Yeah, like if you see somebody who you don't like on your own team, you see a curse, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna kill that guy.
True.
But overall, I
great
think
point, Lacoste.
it definitely is. Counter picking, but I do like Troll here overall. I think this is going to be very good for the game, and it's such a strong lane. Plus, also, they're going to round up the draft with the Queen of Pain. Every single time I watch Queen of Pain in the last couple of days, the hero just completely owns.
And they have like no hard lockdown on the side of that Boom team.
And they just
for Queen
banned
of
out the
Pain.
counters, no?
In lane, so yeah,
In lane.
yeah. Because Queen of Pain mid game, I don't think there's a single hero you can pick that isn't Puck that's already banned to shut down Queen of Pain's ability to navigate fights, plus have enough damage, because PA is going to need time, Marcy's going to be a support, Darkseer's more of an enabler. There's no single-handed mid that is going to do that,
I feel like you're supposed to just invoke her here, but GBK is going to ask for, just given the last
Give him
game,
the Pango.
he's going to be Pango or something.
I think some Shaker. I think they might need to have some kind of a stun, something. It's not good in the lane against Queen of Pain, but they might take an L.
Void Spirit.
What did get changed with him? I'm
Well,
sure he got
he's
buffed
a
bit.
universal hero, so like he got the effect of being a right clicker that gets less damage from items. But I think he
Yeah.
also got a stat buff for it.
He should have, because he was not very good before.
I know his Remnant does more damage. So he has more strength gain, significantly more int gain,
Okay.
and his Remnant does 20 more damage. So
Not terrible.
Wait, was he chained? No, he's still universal.
yeah, I'm saying that universal. He's a universal
he's
right
affected by the
clicker
universal change.
that does
yeah, okay,
significantly
got
less
you.
damage if he buys like
Yeah.
Aggro Saber.
No,
and
I
stuff.
actually like the Void Spirit this time. I feel like this is not the same as the last draft where they actually had a pretty good hero cooked up.
Yeah.
And they weren't just like picking like, okay, have your finger on Pango. Like Void Spirit does very well against Pango or against the Queen of Pain. And then you also can buy Yule Scepter and Kite Troll, which is nice.
That is nice. I'm gonna say that they have higher chances of winning this game on side of Bet Boom, but I still don't think it's enough because I really like Team Spirit's draft one more time.
Let's check in with our commentary team and see if they're on the same page. Odie Pixel.
Hello.
Game 3, yay or nay?
I think my gut says yes. Yeah, I think game 3. I still doubt the troll. It's been a while since I've seen a good troll performance. I know there's been some changes, some buffs, but I just don't know if it's enough. And on the other side, there is a PA. And even though that did lose a few games yesterday, I feel overall PA is still very strong.
Yep. I don't think I've really seen Troll beat Winter Wyvern, so.
Troll doubters. Troll doubters. Even with the Revenant's Brooch, now maybe Troll can get through the Cold Embrace. They're still Troll doubters. We're going to find out. Will we have a game 3 to this series? Let's find out with some Puck and Pandas.
Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 here between BetBoom Team and Team Spirit. We're getting the PA on one side of things on BetBoom Team's draft, and then indeed on Team Spirit's side, we're going to get to see what Redan can do with the Troll.
Moonshards?
I hope so. I want to see that crazy attack speed, of course, while they're here with a bad influence. You now get no attack speed limit during the battle trance. We'll see if that, like in a normal game, do you feel that on the Troll? Like, are you breaking this limit when you're battle trancing with a few items?
A bit, definitely, because so the ult also increases the max stacks of your battle trance.
Yep.
So you in a normal game, you're still going to get a bit of extra attack speed than you would last patch. Right? So you're not going to get the 2,000 attack speed you possibly can get, but
Team Spirit.
He's dead.
And it's going to be a first blood here for Lal. Oh, no, for Rue. Was that the blood grenade damage getting that last hit?
Yeah, he sticked to survive the Laurel last hit.
Yeah, they did try here. They tried to give it a Lal, but yeah, Rue won't be too upset with that. They're like, all right, well, I guess I'll take that first blood bounty. Now let's have a look. And this mid lane, of course, I'm going to talk about. We're getting GPK, bringing in the Void Spirit. We didn't see this here a lot last patch.
Yeah, I think, and for a decently good reason, I think his damage, his farming speed, I guess, to put it the best way, is pretty bad. His spells don't really do that much damage to creeps. They've been constantly nerfed. And so it's all about his killing power, which I think the patch slightly buffed him with the new Remnant damage, and people were maxing Remnant a lot. It just doesn't feel that good. Also, Universal Heroes did get nerfed, and he's a Universal Hero. So, just like overall, his damage is going to be worse than last patch, and it was already struggling a bit.
We'll see how well he does in the lane. I mean, how should the matchup be? How has this matchup been in the past when it comes to just hitting the creeps between Void Spirit and Quap?
Slightly Quap favorite. I think he got a 3 damage level 1 on Void Spirit-ish. So, like, level 1, level 2 should be Void Spirit. Also, with Laurel getting Dagger level 1, that definitely puts the advantage into GPK's hand. But again, I think this lane should be fairly even, unless, you know, anything crazy happens. I'm just interested to see what GPK does. I think there's definitely an argument that the old Void Spirit, that he was an intelligence hero, is just better. Because you could go Witchblade was good damage for you, or you could go Kaya, stuff like that. And now it does feel like you're still kind of forced into this right-click build. It's just strictly worse than it was in the past. Top, though, I like BetBoom's draft for top. They have the Darkseer, Marcy. Marcy's really cool. I like her new facets. She has the one where basically when she jumps on an ally, she has a choice to bring them with her.
No, this one's super good.
It's super
This is
cool.
the most fun.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Also, they're all melee cores, so she can't do the OD Pixel and kind of grief your ranged carries by jumping them into the fight.
Hey, come on, it was a Luna with a moon shield. You know, I'm sure Fear wasn't too upset when I threw him into the middle of the fight.
Maybe your Discord was muted.
Yeah. But no, you're right. This game, most of the heroes will be pretty happy to go in. Yeah. Apart from the Wyvern. You know, Katomi's going to be like, whatever you do not rebound me.
It's definitely a very good facet just for chasing, even in the laning stage, just going in. And Darkseer as well, surprisingly, insanely high win rate. I believe so. He was a Universal Hero. He got changed to Intelligence. And then also, I think that was the biggest change, if I'm not mistaken. The Innate got changed a bit as well.
Yep.
But also, it probably has to do with the Vanguard.
Yeah, the
change.
items, right?
The new Halberd feels really good. It used to be a mech rush most of the time that they would go, or a pipe. I think Vanguard just is cheaper than both of those and feels better for like the individual. You would get mech and it wouldn't let you be tanky, and you'd get pipe and it just was so expensive.
Who has to leave first? Katomi or Ryu? Okay, it's going to be Katomi. He's got Pure coming in to help out. Sentry down. They'll make sure that they get the Lotus. They might even get the chance for the kill.
He's just out of sentry range.
He is just out of range. W. Always going to live. And now Katomi, he's in trouble. Collapse pulls themselves in with the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker, and he'll actually be the one to get the kill. Same time, though, Troll goes down.
Yep. So that's actually funny that there's no True Sight on the objectives. I wonder if that's... So they just went in with double Iron Shells.
This is
easy.
The strength of that lane that you talked about, right? The fact that these two, they can go for these sort of plays.
Yeah. It's also really nice with the jump, right? So you don't have to go search on Darkseer because you basically get thrown in there onto the enemy carry with double Iron Shells. And then when the Troll starts running away, you pull him back. And then when he starts running away again, you vacuum him in.
That's true.
They're basically just on him for like 7-8 seconds straight, and there's nothing that Miposhka can do to protect him. Oh, just like this.
Yep, and they go again.
There's the first pullback. Vacuum, no vacuum for 5, so just a harass.
And back down bottom. Collapse. Got pretty low, but he is now okay under the tower.
I think they might look to go again top. They're pinging. They want to see when the creeps.
Yeah, Radan's got to be careful. Bottom lane, Collapse. Gonna pull himself in. Turns with the Starbreaker, in fact, over towards Pure, which does mean the Katomi's actually going to be okay this time. And now can turn, poking back. Won't have enough to bring down Ruin Return, but yeah, either side could lose heroes on this bottom lane. Collapse stepping in again. Trying to get Kataomi. Starbreaker not quite reaching in for him.
That is a bit deep.
And same time up top, we're seeing Radan in trouble. And this time, with the Iron Shells, he's trying his best to survive under the tower, but the Iron Shell's too strong. They bring the Troll down once more. Back down bottom. Splinter Blast on towards Collapse. Pure, good dodge to the side. Avoids the Hammer and the Starbreaker. Katomi does get caught though. Pure runs forward and will manage to find the trade, taking out Collapse. At the end of it all, Pure is still going to be very happy with the outcome of this trade down bottom. Whereas obviously Radan up top, struggling that little bit more in the carry position because of the fact that BetBoom are able to kill the Troll.
Yeah, I think this Darkseer Marcy lane is definitely really scary. Troll is usually, I would say, a very good hero versus Darkseer, especially in the laning stage. and just throughout the game you can go Ags, you can dispel all his buttons, but I think this new Darkseer is looking to be really strong as well. Even the innate giving him a little more health, a little more mana to keep doing these dives.
We're going to make a go for Kataomi again. Yeah.
He has nothing.
Trying to keep Ruin collapse off him. We'll get one more Splinter Blast off Kataomi, but he's dead once more. Has to be careful in this lane. A couple of times now, Collapse has just easily found the angle to close the gap on him with the hammer. And Kataomi can't survive through it.
Yeah, these lanes are pretty intense. Both the off lanes are, I would say, going fairly well. Pure is happy though, for the record. He's 1-0. Hasn't really been contested too much. So his game is fine. Just Collapse's game is even better. I would say he's about to hit level 6 soon, maybe after 1.5 more waves. And they can look to make plays. You know, maybe they force out some jumps. I think even if there's a dive on top and Collapse's ult, he's going to look to rotate.
Yeah, Lal's going to come in and shut them down here. They try for the aggressive move again, but Lal is able to get one of them. They haven't got any TP cancel for Miro, so he'll get away. Same time down bottom, they're able to get Collapse with the rotation of GPK. So both mids, to make a move. And GPK is going to see if he can get here. Here's Rue. So he was able to force Who off first.
All right, so it's literally impossible for GPK to get it.
Because Rue's just going to sit here invis.
Yes.
He's got a bit of AoE damage, of course, GPK.
I think if he W's again, Rue might just take it.
No, it's not. Is it long enough that he's off the map? He's trying to hit him blindly. Okay, now they've got the sentry, they've got the backup. Pure and Save head over to
Collapse
help
is
out.
here.
They'll be able to take down Rue. Can they take down Collapse? Collapse has got Miposhka by his side.
This is awkward.
Collapse.
Oh, he got cancelled.
Immediately, the ult gets cancelled straight away. And now Collapse has to run. Pure's going to try and chase. Dagger in to stimulate from GPK.
Radon
They
is
get
here.
the kill as well. Radon will clean up Save by the looks of it. Save tries to deny to neutrals, won't be able to get the aggro. The rest of Boom, they don't want to try and fight Radon.
Pure is no TP.
Oh,
and
Radon. He knows
smells
where
him.
he is. He's going to be able to find him in the trees. Turns up, picks himself up a double kill.
Okay, there's no way you watch this and then you look me in the eyes and say, the XP rune change is bad. Like, this was so good. This is so much more fun than the old experience. In the old one,
Someone
Rune
just
probably
picks it up and that's it.
He goes invis,
Yep.
he clicks it.
But this whole sort of battle for this area does
I
definitely
think
add this extra
Collapse
element of fun.
maybe should have just ulted instead of kind of committing it first. Like, if he presses ult here and gets it off to help Rue, I think it goes a lot better for them. Because he goes down, they lose 2. At least Radon TPs and kind of saves the day. I don't even know who wins that trade.
Oh, mid Lal. He's going to get jumped.
Okay.
GPK with the gap close of his Astral Steps.
A really aggressive game.
Yeah, close start though. 7-7.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Less than 1k goal between them.
I think in these kind of scrappy games, it will eventually favor Spirit with the bounty. As of now, probably Beppoom team, just because Darkseer is really good at these fights in the early game. And again, Void Spirit doesn't farm super quickly. So the fact that GPK is able to be 4-0 and kind of get a bunch of gold from kills rather than having to farm it all is really going to help them.
Kataomi.
He has Curse.
Let's see if he wants to use it or if he just accepts his death. He's got the Cold Embrace.
Radon has no ult.
He's going down here. He's actually going to use the
he's so
curse,
close.
but not quite in range of catching Radon
Radon no
still
ult.
though. Hey, he can't survive. So, Kataomi, he got the job done there. Keeps them interested long enough for the rest of Beppoom to turn up and get these kills. He dies, Kataomi, but it's absolutely worth it as they get the both of them, one being the big old troll warlord.
That was just so deep. For a Wyvern, you don't really dive Wyvern in the safe lane just because of that like reason right there. He can save himself for what, 4 seconds with the Cold Embrace. You can get cursed for another like 2 to 4 seconds. TPs are 3 seconds long. So if the Wyvern's going to survive for 8 seconds, you know, his whole team will be there. They're going to Power Ranger TP in, save the day. And yeah, especially with, I guess Radon ult wouldn't have saved him there. He probably still goes down.
I'm sure it would have still been dead, yeah, if he had it skilled. But it was just very deep.
Yeah.
And he's got to be careful, Radon, because this is not going to be an easy game, right? Because of the fact there is the Wyvern that they picked the troll into, which they didn't really care about, but also the fact that it is a game and a meta where there's offlane hero rushing a Halberd. Now, Halberd's online. There's a lot of ways to mess with Radon in these mid-game team fights, so he might just have to focus up, hit the jungle, and try and stay away from the next bit of action, because it's not going to be easy for him to casually turn up and play a part of this.
Yeah, he definitely... I think he should eventually get an Ags on the Troll, just to help deal with the Darkseer. Darkseer's game is going to be super good. Even like just removing slows on himself from the Wyvern and the Marcy will be really nice. Yeah, as of now, I think it's pretty hard for Team Spirit to have the damage over Ion Shells. Ion Shells are just so strong at this point in the game that, like, Rue literally just almost died. He went to half health by sitting next to the Void Spirit.
They got the curse. Is it going to be enough to kill off Rue with the Splinter Blast? Not quite. Katomil couldn't brace himself. Okay, that doesn't work.
He was stunned by himself.
So they've tried to get him out of there. Well, I think if you're stunned, you do still move them. It's
So
only
was
if
it
they're
the root?
rooted.
Was he rooted by Troll?
No, I think he was rooted by himself, the Cold Embrace.
Okay.
I think because I imagine that the way that spell works is it's essential kind of self-root. I guess it's classed at.
Interesting.
Because it looked like he was only Cold Embraced when he... to be fair as well, there's also a world where he didn't have rebound on alt cast. But I think he did. I think it must just be when you're Cold Embraced, you can't drag him with you.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know, actually.
You think you should...
I think he might have been rooted by Troll.
You think he got rooted by Troll? Maybe we see the replay. We might be able to. I don't know. It was something.
Something stopped it.
It's either, I said, maybe got rooted or, yeah. If they're Cold Embraced,
Oh,
you
he's
can't
so
move
low.
him.
They can fight this on Team Spirit now. GPK is too low HP, too low
It's
mana.
good wall from Mira, though. Rebound in over towards Lal. Lal, he's getting thrown back into the wall. Punched up as well. Lal will still get the Sonic Wave off. They get the job done, get the two of them, and nobody to fall on Spirit.
That was close, but those are really big kills. Getting the Darkseer, getting Laura.
Oh, here we go. We'll see.
So he gets the curse.
Did he get rooted by Troll as well? Is that what it was? Oh, you're right.
He
You're
was
100%
rooted. He was
right.
rooted.
100% right. It was the Troll route that stopped him from being dragged out.
Rooting caught again. Was just trying to get XP for his level 6. Isn't able to get it. That's like the only timing you need is just...
Yeah.
You really want this track. So Rue's struggling a bit. Overall, the game is very close, but I would say the game state is just favoring Bepum team a bit more.
I think so. I mean, well, the Battle Fury is now online for Pure.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, same to be said for... Wait, Radan's got his full Battle Fury coming out right as well. So it's pretty similar timings here from the two of them.
Yeah.
So the two Battle Furies online. Difference, obviously, in terms of... I mean, again, it's close even between the mids. It's 3-1 and 2. It's just the fact that GPK's managed to get the last touch on all of his kills. It's 6-0-0 on this mid Void Spirit. Very impressive so far from him. And we did see him pop off twice yesterday.
Yeah, he's
the
been
mid.
having a good group stage number 2 so
Yeah.
far. He's still going for Echo, so I think you probably have to buy the same items that you were in the past on the Void Spirit, but it's weaker. It will scale. I think at level 30, it said he lost like 50 damage.
That's quite a lot.
Which, just based off the base stats, yeah, it's 47 damage that he's losing just to get to level 30, and then you have to include that's with all the items as well that you're buying. So you're gonna be losing, I would say, like about 15 to 20% of your damage just based off the item stats. So maybe that makes people lean more towards Daedalus, right? Daedalus damage is gonna be the exact same, ag, spell damage, rather than just going for this tanky stats. I think we were seeing the last patch was a lot of mantas. And so probably a bit less of just the pure all stats and more focused on either raw damage or... I think people are even going like Dagon at some point. So maybe back to Dagon eventually. All right, so tracks online for Rue. Both teams kind of have everything right now. It's just a matter of finding a good fight. I also think Bepum team, both teams are actually good on farming. I was gonna say Bepum team's a bit happier, but even Yatoro's really happy to farm, and Collapse is always gonna be farming on the opposite side of the map by himself. Laurel, Queen of Pain farms fast, so it's kind of like all 6 cores in the game farm extremely fast, and it's just about making efficient map movements, taking the objectives that you need. And this Tormentor is the biggest objective for both teams.
Indeed, 15 minutes in, both teams looking towards it. All ultimate's going to be at the ready for this.
This is going to be a 5v5.
And well, yeah, Radan does have a skill point held. If he does wish to pop the ult. Collapse the opening with the Starbreaker onto Miro, but Miro's pretty tanky. Who makes the move first? Vision advantage for Bepum right now around this point.
I think. Betboom should be the ones trying to go first.
Iron Shell and amplified damage on GPK. Team Spirit, they're looking for the long wraparound.
Yeah, Team Spirit got a good wrap. They have a Warlock. They see everything with Rue right now.
And Rue's going to try and set things up. They want to get Katomi first. Jump forward from GPK. Katomi's going to survive the initial burst. They return, take out Lal. He's dead immediately. Collapse brings himself over towards Katomi, but the cold embrace is out. Katomi survives through this. Now the ult comes out from Radahn. He's looking towards Mira, but Mira's able to kite him out. Stay away from Radahn. They jump in with the rebound. Pure's in with the damage. Radahn's battle trance comes to an end, and so does his life as he dies. Lal, he'll buy back for this. Collapse tries to pull himself over towards Pure, but Pure's able to jump up to the high ground to Miro. Lal, with this buyback, will be able to cut off Pure's escape and get the cleanup kill. And we get more here. They'll look towards GPK. As to simulate. That was his last astral step now for 20 seconds. Further buybacks coming into play now from Betboom. Sonic Wave, a big one from Lal. Down the middle of GPK and Miro, enough to bring GPK down. Miro should fall. They'll lose their collapsed Stormbreaker, but Lal stays alive.
There's no way he blinks in. Don't blink in,
He's only got a little. He's gonna do it. Surely you want to blink.
Oh no,
in.
you see Mapocho.
Yeah, you've got backup. In he goes for save. I mean, this was absolutely Lal crushing the fight off the back of this buyback. Clutch play from him, a great call. Make sure the Team Spirit, they're the ones that come out on top.
What a weird fight. I think at the very start, Lyro he picked a bad angle to blink in. So he blinks in, Pure just bursts him down at the start of the fight. But I think the buyback from Lyro, if he doesn't use that buyback there, he doesn't have the gold. It's just a complete stomp for Betboom's team.
Absolutely, yeah, it was top buyback from Lal. And Team Spirit, they're going to still try and look to make something happen here.
No troll.
Radahn's got to be a little bit careful. Lal's going to jump over towards Katomi, but the cold embrace is out. Team Spirit,
heal?
Can they get away with this? Oh, they can. The burst, it tears through Katomi. Jump forward for Lal. He wants to keep going. I mean, Mira's got the surge away, and GPK will have mobility available to escape, so they won't chase on for the two of them, but they're able to take the tower, push them back, as Lal continues to just dominate with his aggressiveness, which initially, as you said, jumps in, dies, but everything after that was fantastic there from the quad.
It was super close. The margins for all these plays, he's like blinking in. They're going on him because they're saying, oh, quad blink, guys, just kill him. And he's barely blinking out, surviving. He Dagon's the creep there, which gives him, it's a massive heal if you Dagon a creep in the creep wave. That's the only reason he lives there. So just like individual good plays from Lyro. It's like super impressive. It's so scary. Watching it feels like he's going to die at any point in the fight.
Got a lot of XP out there as well right now in terms of the difference between the mids. You got Lal halfway through level 14. GPK is only halfway through level 12. It's kind of balanced out in the fact that when you look at the carries, Pure, he's about to hit level 14, whereas Radahn is still level 11. So the difference in XP balance between those two different core positions, but overall down to the fact that Spirit were able to get the Tormentor, have managed to grow that little bit of gold lead. 5k advantage for Spirit now.
Yep, and I think it's so fun to watch these Tormentor fights. I think it's a lot of fun when it's not... Usually you only really get 5v5s in the past, at the 20-30 minute mark, and everyone has way more items. It's a lot less of these long engagements. Heroes just die quicker, but now at 15 minutes, heroes are level 10, 11. You got to press 3 rounds of spells, and it's a lot more about... I would say it's a more individual play at this point rather than team play, at least as far as team fights goes, and I think it's really cool to see the players actually have the ability to make small plays into the fights, right? If you watch Lyro, that kind of impact wouldn't happen in a later game fight, because when he does that blink in and does the kite, he's going to die just to the burst. And all of his damage is going to be kind of one-shotting heroes back to back, but I think it's like a dance now at this point in the game. All right, so Sanjayasha finished for Pure. Radahn is also just about finishing his. It's going to be on Corey in a second, and he does have the Ags queued up on Radahn, so good timing's coming out. Big one is Ags on GPK, so he disassembled his Echo, actually, for his Ags. No one really disassembles Echo anymore, just because it's such an awkward other two items. You're going to get a Broadsword and a Void Stone, so he's probably just going to rebuy the Echo. But that's also a really big timing. So both teams really need to kill the position 5. The Winter Wyvern and the Warlock, I would say, are almost the most important heroes in terms of how the team fight plays out. In the last one, you saw Mapochka got jumped. He didn't really get many spells off his first life. And Mapochka kind of did, which delayed the fight long enough that Lyro was able to kind of buy back and respawn. And so GPK, amazing at jumping the backline. I would say Spirit kind of have a little rougher time at killing Mapochka or Kadeomi before he gets spells off.
Mirror and save. They're thinking about making a go for Radan. They're going to drop the wall. As soon as they see Ru underneath the sentry, they'll just settle for him instead. They're going to get the vacuum dragged back onto Radan, but backups in from Lal and Miposhka. It's not easy for Mirror to set anything further up here.
Poor Ru. I think he's had a pretty hard game. Just to get moves. His level 6 was slow, but still even then, I think just the scouting that he's been doing has been helpful. Like Radan gets smoked on, doesn't die.
Let's see if they can try and find some more here. That boom team, they'll get themselves the wisdom.
It's a lot harder to also take those defensively. In the past, you know, you could have something where your Quap is on the XP rune, and then he grabs it, instantly blinks out. But now you have to sit there for, what is it, I think 3.5 seconds it takes to channel? And so if the enemy smokes there, as long as they're there within a second or two of it spawning, they're always going to contest you. Fortunately for Betboom team, it was a 30-second delay, so Collapse actually does get the other Shrine of the Wisdom.
Ru, ready to get some info. One more. They're just going to drop the Golem and the Sonic Wave straight down on a Pure. They burst him. There we go. This time round, you know, Ru has just been having a hard time with the ways they found him, but he gets the clean sort of setup there, the vision that's required, and there's no hesitation from Miposhka and Lal. Very, very quick with that, and absolutely necessary as it gets the job done, gets the PA out of there.
Yeah, if they use every button on PA and burst at the start of the fight, I think Betboom team will start to eventually struggle with damage. The Ion Shell timing is kind of falling off. The heroes are just getting tankier and tankier. If you don't burst Radan, he's going to ult. If you don't burst Laura, he'll blink out. Collapse has there with a heal as well from his ult. And also, if there's a Roshan,
GPK, and they get for the steal. Then with the rebound, actually get the stone pretty much onto the three of them, I think. In fact, they get the dispose as well onto Collapse. Mirror and GPK will look over towards Miposhka. Miposhka trying to heal up with the Shadow Word. He'll finally die. And can Betboom get anything more here as they're still heavily outnumbered? Chase over towards GPK at the side. Radan's in on top of him. The Remnant will control Radan for now, but he's still closing in on the GPK. They've got him with the stun. They've got him with the root. The root follow-up as well. Not a chance for GPK to jump out. As they tried for some sort of steal interrupt around this Roche attempt, Betboom team, it doesn't work out for them. Spirit, they're able to continue to hold the position and finish the Roche.
That was a bit risky. The fight's 4v5, you're missing your carry. Pure's probably their strongest hero. Again, you know, their damage without Pure doesn't have the kind of the longevity in the fight to burst through this amount of HP. I would say specifically versus Radan and versus Collapse. They're at 2.5k HP on Collapse, 2k HP on Radan, and it Pure's that like last little bit that they need. And yeah, now it's a 10k gold lead for Spirit.
That's quite the lead. Radan in that top spot.
Yep. And he's almost done with his Ags, which is also going to cause more issues, right? So a lot of Betboom team's damage was based off of Wyvern Q doing percentage damage, Ion Shell doing damage. And so now the fact that he can purge all the Ion Shells and he can purge off the Wyvern Q from himself, it just means that there's way more pressure, again, on Pure to actually kind of stand and deliver in these fights.
He's going to jump forward for the creep wave.
He's no ult.
They were there already and waiting for him. Save tries to get him out, but you can't save him. It was rooted by Radan. Ends up with the both of them dying. They just did not expect Spirit to be set up on that wave at all.
They might just be able to go high ground if they want. That's a big kill. I think he just wasn't expecting them to all be set up on that wave. Nice by Ru, kind of scouting out so Team Spirit knows exactly where he's headed, and 13k gold lead. They have all top 3 net worth cores. All 3 of their cores are now, at this point, having amazing games. They're all extremely tanky versus all the damage. Lauro has his Shivas finished. Collapses. He's going to Brooch on Dawn, which is interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. I haven't seen it. It's a cool idea.
Yeah, I guess what, because he's got the... Oh.
Going on a bot.
Yeah, they're going to get the jump on him.
He's pretty tanky. He might get a kill
coming in. They'll be able to kill him. Nope. Collapse is gone.
There's a curse.
And we'll hold back at least Ru, but it won't catch on to Radan. So Radan's still able to close it onto Katsuomi. He'll get the rest of the team of Betboom chance to TP out, but Katsuomi's left behind. Lal still managed to stay on top of Mirror, but the TP out's there. Nothing for Lal to do about that one. So Betboom, they'll get the majority of them out and losing their support, getting that kill on Collapse. They'll take that, especially whilst they're down.
It's good.
Okay, in the mid though, Pure.
He
He
still
jumps
no
forward for the
BKB.
creep wave. Radahn finds him. He's going to be able to jump over towards Mirror, but again, another slow comes into place.
They can permanently chase
They're
him.
chasing
He can
him
purge
down.
it in one.
There's the Sonic Wave pushback. Pure, he's got nowhere to jump. Rooted again.
Okay.
A second time there where...
And they might get Miro too.
They
Again, Radahn can purge the Surge.
There it is. The Surge is indeed purged. The ult is popped by Radahn. Get that attack speed up. There we go. Yeah, they're finding it tough to find the spots to farm here, Pure.
Yeah.
Couple of times, couple of waves he stepped out into. Not expected Spirit to be in the neighborhood. They were both times.
I think even if he has BKB, these kind of wave deaths are so bad for him because he's still going, I think, probably die with a BKB. Just if Radahn gets on top of him. I think it's just a bit not respecting the bounty hunter. Oh no, save.
No. He's just trying to farm some ancients, bless him. Well, they got him. Same time, over in the mid, they might just have Kataomi as well. Radahn's in. And Kataomi, he's out.
It's okay, but you know, when Kataomi's up, they're all going to be up, right? No one's going to chain feed
there we go.
in the next 40 seconds.
And he's what? He did get the Blink Dagger gold. He's level 12.
Yes.
So they've got the curse plays. These have got to be some phenomenal curses, though, as this game's starting to look kind of rough for Beboom.
Yeah, it's almost felt, I think the last 3 minutes or so, one person on Beboom team's been dead. So they haven't felt, okay, guys, we're 5 alive. Let's go fight them. It's, oh wait, guys, Pure died. Let's go wait for him. Oh no, now Kataomi's dead. Pure's dead again. Kataomi's dead again. Save is dead. It's a lot of these kind of back and forth deaths because usually the mentality is when one hero dies, you don't want to 5v5. So you kind of split up.
Miro?
And they're still not 5 heroes. Okay, they're 5 heroes alive.
Okay, Miro's going to live, I think.
Yeah,
Radahn's still trying to go for him. He's going to be fine.
All right, they did it.
That was a bit scary, though.
They did it. 5 heroes alive at the same time. Miro needs to heal a bit, but...
Radahn's got 40 seconds left on the Aegis.
They might take him down the once.
He's going to get the ult off.
That's actually scary.
Okay.
He's not going to lifesteal off from creeps, so it got nerfed, and...
But it does save by looks. Meanwhile, Pure, he's in trouble. Lal and Rue have found Pure down bottom.
He's BKB.
They've killed him. And back in the mid, can't Beboom find anything here. They'll get Maposhka.
Okay.
So support to be found, but I mean, yeah, Pure, he just can't catch a break, whether it's in the top lane, the mid lane, or in the deepest, safest part of his jungle on his side of the map on the bottom half. They'll find him, and they'll kill him.
Yeah, I think Beboom team was a bit distracted over Radahn. And again, all they got from that was an Aegis. Sure, they gave him a Maposhka kind of near the end, which was even super close to killing him, but Radahn loses nothing. They kill Pure again. Thankfully, he was able to buy the BKB out. So maybe we're going to see Beboom team try to take an actual fight when they're 5 up, but it's felt a lot of just kind of chain, I don't want to say chain feeding, but kind of chain pickoffs from Spirit.
Beboom, they're walking up here. I mean, Radahn, he is in the neighborhood. And yeah, as soon as that track comes out from Rue, they're like, well, maybe we shouldn't go up here again.
It's a bit scary.
Let's not do this one again. As Radahn will kill pretty much any of them right now. Let's go put full MKB, just 300 gold away.
And that's scary for a Phantom Assassin because, again, Root goes through BKB. And they don't really have any Dispel, I believe. So if Pure gets rooted a single time by Yatoro, I think he's just dead. Like, he's going to get chain rooted until death. Tormentor is up. So Team Spirit probably just going to go take it for free. It's another 3k gold in the bank. That's going to be about, what, 20,000 gold lead for Team Spirit. It is rough. Probably Rue gets it. Nice, he's lucky.
And now it's going to make it even more difficult for Beboom to try and find farm of the waves because there's multiple heroes being shadow walked up, setting up for the counterplay. Beboom, they're going to try and smoke. See if they can catch anyone from Team Spirit on their own.
They need to get a good jump. Maposhka is the most important target, but he's like completely surrounded by his entire team. So the only guy split is Collapse, which I guess this is the target of their smoke. It's going to be Collapse, but look how safe he's farming. He's farming just directly outside his base. It's nowhere that Beboom can kind of catch him.
Spirit coming straight for them with their own smoke.
Yep. I think Spirit knows exactly where they are. Radahn just running in, no fear. He's going to walk into Miero.
Let's see what Miro's plan is to get out of this one. He's going to get quickly the Surge, Purge, jump forward for GPK. They're going to try and turn so they can blow through Radahn. He's dead. They're able to take him out. He's not able to get the chance to get his ultimate off. Now they'll look over towards Lal. Pure himself getting kind of low. Collapse will jump away. Gets caught immediately by the Remnant. Pure's BKB is about to come to an end. We'll see if Pure feels he can get back in the fight. They've got Dust out onto Rue, but Pure, he wants to play it careful. Doesn't want to fully commit. GPK, however, on the backlines with Katomi and Save, they're able to deal with Collapse. They get 2 big kills. Maybe even more here. Miro trying to search through the tree line. They've still got the Dust on towards Miposhka. Has the vision. It's got the Ghost Step to give him a bit of safety. But they'll slowly but surely take him down as well. So BetBoom able to come out on top of that fight, just with the way that they caught Radan right. Radan not getting the chance to pop that battle trance this time round. They were able to 100-0 him, BetBoom.
So again, to not forget, he doesn't have a BKB on Radan. So far in the game, he's had a very kind of chill. Besides the early game, he's been able to play the fights really easily. Just even in the base, he's diving tier 4s with ult. Everything's going fine. But this first time he gets caught, no BKB, there's double silence. And this is another one.
Yeah, Root tried to show himself. He saw kind of the rest of BetBoom back off, but there were still a couple of heroes waiting for him, and they'll be ready to dive in and take him out underneath his own tier 3. BetBoom with a pretty good strike back. I mean, Radan's coming in on the action. He does not have the full team with him. He's going to pop the battle trance. Catch over there. He's got the Winter's Curse.
All right, the troll ult with Wyvern ult? Okay. So I guess when he's troll ulted, he's not going to hit his allies. So it's actually not...
Wait, is that what?
Yeah, he didn't hit the Quap at all.
I was going to say, the Lal didn't take any damage, right? Sonic Wave there on a GPK and Miro. Miro might just have to be left behind on this one. GPK indeed instantly TP out. They'll get the rest out of there. So Spirit back in action, get the kill on Miro. The rest of BetBoom will manage to retreat though.
Yeah, that was definitely a strange interaction.
So because he was caught in the curse, he was looking at Lal. Yeah, it looked like he was attacking, but Lal just was not taking any damage, right?
So he was looking at both.
Because he was like
people. Yeah. So you're gonna see him. He kind of gets stunned. The troll brain, it's like he just wants to run at one guy, so he's gonna ult, and he's gonna basically turn between both targets. He's like, I want to kill GBK, I want to kill my teammate. I want to kill GBK, I want to kill my teammate.
Is that how battle trance and curses always worked?
I think it might just because of how close GPK was to him with the cold embrace.
Sure, I see what you're saying.
That if he was like, they were both like the same distance.
Yeah.
And so maybe if he was like slightly further away, he would have just killed Laurel. But now, okay, they got Aegis.
All right, there we go. Radan's going to be ready and set for the next fight.
So even with all those kills, that massive team fight from BetBoom team, they're still down 14k gold.
GPK.
Still down. Oh, no.
Oh,
one root.
And that's enough.
Okay, 70 seconds.
It's a long time. And that really has sort of been what set Spirit ahead this game, right? So many times, Spirit finding these pickoffs. Now, BetBoom, they've had sort of some chances to give a good solid fight back in the team fights. When it comes to making the map moves, catching each other off guard, it's Spirit catching BetBoom off guard. BetBoom have very rarely been able to go for a smoke play and find a pick off themselves. It's always been a kind of a smoke into a team fight.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of pickoffs if you look for Spirit, especially on Pure. I think this game, it's what really is hurting BetBoom team. Because again, they fought them down 20,000 gold, and it wasn't too difficult. Sure, they had to play the fight extremely well, but it wasn't an unrealistic fight that couldn't happen again. But it's hard to take those fights into the Aegis, because their whole kind of fight plan, the linchpin of it was, we're going to burst the troll before he presses any button. And if you do that once perfectly, yeah, but doing it twice to an Aegis while his whole team's kind of surrounding him is not realistic.
There's going to be another catch here. Spirit, pick off after pick off after pick off they're finding.
I think Spirit might... They can go. It's this position of the game where you're definitely strong enough to go, but there's a chance you lose the game if you go high ground. Always. Oh, no. Pure. Oh,
Radan!
No. If he gets rooted again...
The root is not going to come through.
Now Radan's in.
Pure's still hovering around. Right?
Oh, no. Pure.
Yeah, it's risky. Okay, they want to try and fight Radan. Pure. Can they kill him? I mean, Radan's getting low. They can't, and he's got the Aegis.
He has no buyback.
Oh, well... Let's see if they can do it 4 versus 5 here, BetBoom. Save, he's going to be dead as well, so it's going to have to be 3 versus 5. As that was a dieback from Kataomi. That might just be game.
That might just be game.
Oh, Miro, vacuum.
They're just going to go throne.
One.
They're not even going to go melee Rex.
Yeah, they know. Team Spirit know that they've got what it takes now to potentially close this one up. They're going to jump in here with a rebound. Miro trying to get back to the fountain, but he dies on the way back. 2 versus 5. There's no stopping them.
GG.
And there it is. GG's called. Spirit with that. This series is theirs. 2-0. The pickoffs, they were just too much right up until the end, Gunner.
Yeah, I think, especially Pure, I think was having a pretty rough game. Just struggling to find the space to farm. And it just what, like it was 5 pickoffs I think on him, just back to back, always getting caught alone. Which
yeah, it was rough. Having the finger guns there from Radahn. Yeah, in that last moment, I mean, you saw Pure was sort of hesitating on the retreat.
Yep.
And then obviously did it. We got a bit of a comical grief play, maybe. You know, Save's like, get in there, my son. You know, the rebound back into Radahn. They wanted to try and see if they could blow him up. They could not. And as a troll, Radahn was able to stand his ground and clean up. And refreshing for me, we get to see a troll victory, which I feel like I've not got to cast in quite some time. You know, if anyone was going to do it, it was, of course, going to be Radahn. And he does it very well here today. The build's perfect. And again, it does feel like it was fueled up by the fact that the mid laner, these Queen of Pain players, this time Lal, just game after game after game of Quap, it's just popping off every time here, Gunnar.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels like the sleeper hero, I think, because she's consistently getting through the drafts, not really getting banned.
Yep.
And then always having super high impact, super high depth. Her KD is insane every game. I think dying maximum twice, pretty much every game we've seen her. And I think the buffs are just maybe a bit too much. She does so much damage every single time we see her.
Yeah. There was GPK yesterday crushing on the Quap, and today it was Lal. Yeah, 12-2-12, and indeed GPK getting crushed. And one of those games for Pure ends up with 8.8k hero damage, less than Rue on the Bounty Hunter on the other side, the lowest in the game. It was a rough one for him. This series is going to be all Team Spirits as they take this game too.
We really thought this was going to be a lot more even than what it turned out to be, but credit goes to Spirit. A 2-0 here over Betboom, a clean victory, and they make the Troll look like a completely different hero, a good hero, Jenkins.
Yeah, I was not expecting this coming into today. I honestly thought Betboom was going to put up a bigger fight, but yeah, I mean, it just looks like Spirit understands the patch, picking some of the old heroes that are still good. You know, between the Dawnbreaker, the BH, and the Warlock, Queen of Pain was not seeing that much play before. She was good, but she was a late pick. And Troll, just nothing at all. But we can see in this fight the interaction between the Troll ult and the Winter's Curse.
Where he's having a seizure, trying to attack his allies, teammates at the same time.
It doesn't seem that bad against Wyvern, actually, with the
if you can use it
works.
before, yeah. So maybe this one is on Kataomi, but overall, great performance from Team Spirit. I really like that 15 minutes in, there was a standoff near their Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
Where they try to go from behind. You're like, the team doesn't want to engage. We have to do something. We're not getting any kind of a farm. So they go completely around, and they do get one big kill. Not just one big kill, they get multiple kills as well, but they get buyback from Kataomi, and the one who buys back on their side is Larl on Queen of Pain, and getting a triple kill afterwards was what kind of set the tempo for the game.
Yeah, it kind of made Spirit snowball out of control.
Do we agree with the casters that the sleeper hero kind of this patch is looking like to be Queen of Pain? I still don't understand.
First of all, it's not a sleeper. Everybody is aware of it. We seem to be banned. We saw it be very strong yesterday as well. So I don't think sleeper hero is the right
But there's
word.
a different word for it, because we're not like, this is not DK tier, right? But it just, it keeps getting through and people keep getting it.
Yeah, but for last phase. And then it's not, I think this was 2 times in a row. Spirit first picking, overall first picking, Warlock.
Warlock, yeah, this is the hero that we need to talk about, because it gives you that good laning. It secures your carry with a good amount of farm. It also gives you the team fight, and we also seen Warlocks being more active with his facet, so you want to get involved as early as possible. Even if your carry dies, it doesn't matter that much, because if you're getting a return kill, you're getting that charge on Black Grimoire, so you're getting that level 6 relatively early on, which makes your impact in the game so much stronger.
And if you're smart about it, that means at minute 15, you can use your Black Grimoire, then maybe you don't use it for your 6, you use it for your 12 at minute 15. And that's very strong.
Oh, you know who else is very strong? Yatoro, Big Y, good to see you. Oh, should I call you Big R now? Are you Yatoro or Radahn right now?
Radahn yet.
You're Radahn, okay. So I gotta ask you about a lot of carry things, because I'm not a carry player, don't understand it. We don't get a lot of carries on here, because carries don't like to talk to us. It's just a kind of personality type thing going on there. Phantom Assassin. Is this hero still as broken as it was on the previous patch, or more? And if so, why?
I think it's a good hero now, but it's not so good like in previous patch. But under some of bans, you can pick him at 8, like they did, and we did yesterday. But it's not like super imba of this patch.
Not a first phase. Okay, and I know a lot of carries were going for the Glimmer Cape on these different carry heroes. Do you still think that this is a viable thing that you can do? Go for the Glimmer?
I think in some fights it's gonna be help for you, because on minute 15 you cannot get BKB when enemies get magic, a lot of magic, but you can just buy Glimmer Cape and fight for Tormentor, what is important now. So I think in some of drafts it's could be good, but in some drafts it's bad. So it's like a very situate item.
Okay. Yeah, I really wanted to ask you about the Tormentor, actually. Do you think right now you just have to pick all heroes to take that brawl at the 15-minute mark? Is that like the most important thing in Dota right now?
I think it's just like 50-50. If you feel yourself strong and you can win fight, you can fight at minute 15. If you cannot fight, you just split. You're not gonna lose game because of Tormentor. It's not the third Roshan. It's just gold for your supports, for your poor supports, so they feel themselves alive. But it's not a big deal if you're gonna lose it.
Okay, I want to run one theory by you that we've been talking about. Breaking down the patch, and then I'll throw you over to BSJ. We have this theory that maybe Dota becomes like League of Legends, and the Radiant safe lane, so the bottom lane, just becomes where offlaners go. And then the carries all go top, because that's where the Tormentor is, and you want the guy that's like really strong at that point to either defend the tower or take the tower. Do you think that's a good theory?
It's good theory. It's good theory. Yeah.
Okay.
It's maybe we will go in this way in Dota. Maybe not, because we have a Night Stalker who let Tormentor spawn at the top side. So who knows?
Yeah, that does make it really weird. Okay, thank you, Yatoro. Or Radon, sorry. I'll pass you over to BSJ. He's got some smart guy questions for you.
Yeah. Hey, Radon. I was wondering about the camps behind the safe lane. In the previous patch, it was a small camp and a medium camp, and now it's an ancient camp. And it felt like last patch, whenever carries had a rough lane, they would just retreat to those small camps. But this last game, where you died a few times in lane, we found you fighting in the bottom lane a lot. And we're wondering, is that perhaps a nature of these camps not being available, or is that a game-specific thing? Or talk us through that a bit.
Like I was level 4, and I saw some couple of heroes low HP, so I decided to TP bomb, because I just grab much money. Like at level 5, it's not very valuable to farm the ancients on the troll. You can farm like level 7, 8, but in the first, you can't go wood if you lose lane. You can just go on the side lane and farm the ancients. It's but if you win in lane and you can stay alive at lane a lot of time, you just get so much experience and gold because you have ancients. Right? Yeah.
I know you don't want to reveal like too much of your strategy or anything, but do you think we'll see more ancient-based carries because of that, or is that not like a big enough change?
I think some of teams, and me especially, when we pick in hero, I also think about he's gonna farm ancients or no, but it's not like the big deal. If you can't, you can't, and it doesn't matter. It's not gonna change your gameplay at all.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Big R. You're a legend, man. It's great to have you back, and good luck in your future games.
Bye-bye.
What a great, fantastic fellow he is. What a great guy. Great to have him back. What cost?
Absolutely. Always been a fan, this guy. Always brings fresh ideas to the table. New heroes as well. Always ready to experiment with the new stuff. And in this game as well, Troll into Winter Wyvern, where they're like, you know what? We're going to show that it's going to work because it's that good of a game for Troll. And Brian did have the stats the other day when we were having content where he has 69% win rate on his Troll Warlord. So, yeah,
but it went up
pretty
a little
good.
bit.
Maybe. We don't know how many games
Too
that
bad.
was. Maybe. I hope it didn't get up to 70. We want to keep this number. So the next game that he plays, We wish that he loses. Just kidding.
I think there needs to be a lot more happening before it gets. If he loses now one more game, it won't be 69.
Because he plays a lot of
He
troll.
does. He does.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into the 69% win rate.
Let's change the topic a little bit. We are still going to listen to Brian and his statistics, and this time it's about his Ace Predator head-to-head.
Super important before the Acer Predator head-to-head. Yaturo's win rate is now 70.18%. Lacoste, I'm so sorry. But for our Acer Predator head-to-head, I've done the supports for this game as it felt like both of them had so much impact in team fights, but we're just going to see the difference that the Warlock from Aposhka is dissing out. We have double the net worth. A lot of that to do with that early Tormentor, the track kills from the snowballing team fights, the hero damage also doubling Kateomi up. It felt like Kateomi should have done more damage if that Troll Warlord ulti wasn't so bugged in that one fight, and both healing-centric supports. You're just seeing the power of that Shadow Word all throughout the course of the game. Maposhka stats off the charts for that game. It feels like Warlock we're going to see more and more, not just because of the lane, but also because of the Tormentor, and Maposhka showed us just why.
Yeah, it might be moving into first phase ban material, but then begs the question, who are you going to let through? I guess you got to choose one.
I think I'd rather play against Warlock than some of the bullshit that's available on this patch, to be honest. Like, Warlock is good.
I'm just looking at the first phase bans, and this is the last game we had. DK, Mag, Monkey, Tiny, Night Stalker, Ember, Abaddon. I'm like, yeah, let's get Warlock through.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a rough
playing
one.
against Abaddon is fine. I don't
Or Monkey, maybe.
Monkey as well. Some of the Pure has been playing a lot of Monkey in the last couple of days. He's been playing like 5 games or something.
Not DK.
No
that's
Dragonite though. But I still feel that we're gonna be 2 weeks after this. Be like, how did we not figure this out? Like, what are the heroes that are first ban right now? Well, we had it available. I think Queen of Pain's definitely gonna go up in priority.
Yeah, I agree.
Problem is, it's very hard to pick this hero like in the second phase, for example. But the hero does feel strong in terms of what she brings to the table. Needs a specific ban set as well. You need to remove that. Puck, because it is just super easy to play. You get leashed, forces you to build into different items, something that Queen of Pain doesn't like. But every single time I watch this hero play, completely owns.
Yeah, very strong.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if it can be like early phase is the one problem. That's the only issue with it.
Somebody's gonna theory craft something, some position for Queen of Pain.
Maybe,
that's gonna come
if
out.
you can flex it, sure.
If it's a bad game for it.
Maybe Ember as well. We'll see some iteration on that meta.
And I'm sure that the more we see the hero pop off, the higher priority she gets. Where at some point someone will first phase pick her, realize, well, actually this is kind of poop.
You know who's gonna theory craft the position for Queen of Pain? 9 class. That's the type of thing that 9 class likes to do. These weird ass 4s, Morphling 4, that sort of thing.
I'm sure there's going to be more. There's also going to be more Dota, and we'll have to wait a little bit. Liquid and Chimera is our next series. We have a little bit of time before that, but that's okay because we got a quiz coming your way. Yay! We need 3 minutes to set it up. 3 minutes. Don't be late.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
for this one, we have a little bit of a classic, I think, coming your way. It's going to be the...
guess the MMR.
Guess the rank.
Of course.
Guess the rank.
Guess the medal, if we want to be precise. We want the medal. You don't have to give the tier of the medal. So, of course, you lads and ladies at home can play along as well. And you can see how you compare against our beautiful lineup of experts and analysts.
Yep. We also will be accompanied by the PogChamp Pandas, or you get a pen as well, who will be having some S-tier quiz music.
No. Immortal tier quiz music.
Well said, well said.
I do think this is nice.
This is good. This is good.
Nice quiz music. We have 10 clips. We have 10 questions, 10 ranks, 10 medals that people have to guess. And we're gonna look at a clip, and we're just gonna start. Gunnar, have you ever played this game before? Name all ranks.
Yeah, can you give us all the medals in order?
An update.
I got Herald, Guardian, Legend, Ancient.
No, you missed one. You missed one.
This is like when they asked Bill Gates how much macaroni and cheese costs.
You
and he's
can't
like,
have that.
He's like $20.
Close this.
No, we can.
No,
that's
I
allowed.
need to have this.
That's allowed. That's allowed.
Okay, but
they're looking at what MMR the medals are. They can see that.
Yeah, but they have not got that.
You can have it. I don't need that.
one for over here. Like, put it between us.
To be fair, he does coaching.
I was divine when they released ranks, so I've never had to go through the ranks. So I feel like that's a valid excuse to not know the ranks.
No, because I also...
Okay.
Brian, I've seen your videos. You've gone through the ranks, haven't you?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When I saw his videos,
it was crypto things. Some sort of crypto. He was doing a smurfing joke. I was doing a hacking joke.
All right, I think we're about ready to play the first clip.
There we go. They have the ranks right there. Look at that. Perfect. Lads and ladies
Quality
at
of life.
Some of our viewers as well are also
And now it's
immortal.
gone.
Yep.
We'll bring it back up. This is the first clip. We are looking
Watch
at
the Void Spirit. I want to know what rank the Void Spirit is here. Dead center of your screen. What's he doing? Nice little astral step.
Ooh, 6 and 9.
He's got decent items.
Good items.
Yeah,
nice
Mana Boot's really good item on voice.
Is this 19 minutes into the game? This is turbo.
This is turbo.
Okay, so if it's turbo, he's definitely not immortal. Immortals don't play turbo.
Isn't
Or
Purge
maybe
immortal?
they will with the recent Immortal draft.
Okay,
but why Mana Boot?
The Ringmaster had no idea how long that familiar was in the ground for, so he missed 2 daggers. That's important.
I like the items, everything except
Isn't this a
Mana
competition,
Boots.
guys? You guys are giving me all the info.
Well,
Oh, no.
That might actually be GPK in the turbo game. What do you guys think?
What do I think? I know what I think, Brian. You can't copy off me.
I feel like that guy wasn't that bad. And just getting hit by Roche, like this is a new patch. Can't do much about that.
Write down
those
your
divine
answers,
players,
please.
they don't read patch notes, do they?
No, they don't.
They don't.
Yeah. Mana Boots is the big question mark for me.
Yep.
But it's a turbo. I never played a game with
Jenkins,
turbo. in
Jenkins,
my
wait
life.
a minute.
Can I ask a question about the scoring system? Is this an all or nothing thing, or is it like 3-2-1 where
No,
based
but
on
you get a point if you're right. Doesn't matter how close you are
Yes.
if you don't get it right.
I love that all of you went for something different. Can we please
Show
turn
the
our-
camera.
has to be
turn
right.
our things around?
Let's have a look what
we
we
got
got
an
here.
Archon, a Crusader, and on the other side, we have ourselves a Legend and a Divine.
Okay.
Divine?
Yeah, this guy has multiple
Divine buys
silences.
arcade
He
root- or
also
arcade
has, he has clickable items, which I really like. That's a sign of very high MMR.
What are we thinking, Owen? What is it?
I
What's
can
the
tell
answer?
you, one of you did get it correct.
Well, we did guess every rank almost.
That's true. Unfortunately, for Lacoste, it was not a high-ranked player. It
No.
was indeed Crusader.
Oh, my
So-
God. This guy's
God.
clean, guys. Clean right there.
100% win rate right now.
He is a professional player.
Of course.
so-
All right, let's keep it going. Let's roll the next clip.
Roll
I'm one of the
clip number
people.
2.
Yep.
Too good.
Clip number 2, we're going to be looking at some Invoker games.
That's a very classic go.
This is old school. This guy
Bill.
might have been like, 4K, 5K more back. Ooh,
Yeah.
I like the look away from the Sunstrike.
I think that's Jenkins.
skill.
I think I was in this game.
He's
Wait,
not.
I like the camera movement. This is good so far. Wait,
Oh, yeah, the classic
that's a
combo.
thick
The classic.
I like this movement.
Yules into Ice Wall? Oh, he
Yep.
Ice Wall. Okay, this guy's good.
Oh, this guy's good.
Oh, there
This
you
guy's
go.
good.
That's good. Wait, he has Cold Snap soon? I think in like 2 seconds. Sunstrike.
No.
If he Sunstrikes the Magnus?
There's no way.
No way.
No
He
way.
knows.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, the Force Spirit.
Oh my
God.
God.
Wait, this
Is that a new part of his
fantastic.
fantastic?
It's the shard. It's the
Call
shard.
him up.
Oh my God.
Call him up.
I think we all know this one.
So is Immortal a rank? We can pick Immortal, right?
Yes.
I mean,
I think it's a bait. I think this is like
the question.
He's not immortal yet, but he's getting there. This is like maybe a new prodigy that
that guy's better than like my pubs.
It's true.
His spellcasting was good.
Yeah, I think this is a question of do you think it's a bait or not? I think that's the question.
I don't know.
I don't think this is a bait. I don't think.
I gotta catch Gunner, so I can't do the same rank as Gunner.
Yeah. Well, that's a very gambling type attitude, and I respect that.
Thank you.
I really respect that.
Damn.
Ooh.
Right, Gunner.
Let's
with
go
a
then.
unique rank answer.
Show us your answers.
Show us your
What have we
answers.
got here?
Top 100
He's got a red rank.
We got ourselves an Ancient.
Ancient?
And
I
a
think that's
Divine.
a Smurf.
And an Immortal.
I have a theory.
Oh, we'll let you have your theory
My
first.
theory is that that's a very classic Invoker build. So that at one point this guy was immortal and then hasn't played Dota all that much, but he's still like an Invoker specialist.
I think his is
which
good
would land
too.
him at Ancient.
It's a Smurf because everybody grouped up like idiots, and then he did really cool shit. So he might be. An
Yeah, the
Invoker
rest,
Smurf.
the other team wasn't really good, but he was good.
We have our answer, though.
One of you is correct again.
Yeah.
And indeed, I don't know about the Smurfing bit, but the rest of your logic's probably on point because it was Divine. So it was
Was he Divine 5? Do I get an extra point?
I don't have that information,
We'll
but
give
for you,
you-
we'll say it was Divine 5.
All right, 2 points.
There we
Not
go.
too bad.
2 points.
No. 1 point.
1 point.
We got some good rules here. Let's go into clip number 3.
Clip number 3.
We're on the VT.
Who are you following, Owen?
We're looking at Ringmaster on this one.
He's got a lot of blue items.
Okay, Kez catches it.
He dusted. Okay, there's a dust for the Kez, and he used it after the ult.
This is some nice item usage. And preventing the Legion duel.
Oh, and he's using the new thing.
Oh, he hits a tree, but still.
And the region. Oh, no.
Doesn't
He doesn't need that.
He's
Can
so
you Tumblr
fast.
story during this?
Wait, the unicycle's sick, actually.
Yeah, the unicycle's sick.
So long lasting.
And he's going Helm of the Dominator
that was
against
it?
Lycan.
Okay, I have my opinions.
Okay.
I need to see the ranks again, sorry.
We can pull the ranks
Pull
back
the
on
ranks
screen
up?
Yeah, we can get
for
the
a
overlay up.
second. We have that technology.
Tell your boys and girls at home as well. I know most of you watching are Immortals, so
like
you're
I'm
not
gonna
too
be
familiar
one
as well
off
with these
again.
lower ranks, but here they go. Which one was he?
I think I got my answer. I need to catch up, so I'm not giving you guys my valuable insight. Into
I can give you guys my insight.
What's your insight?
I didn't like that his camera movement didn't go back to the fight after it was over. So I think that he's like good at kind of clicking, but he's got some map
He's more
awareness issues.
focused because he didn't see the unicycle. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna focus on this.
Yeah.
Look at me
He's got some map awareness issues. So
He was just like thinking, I'm so sick right now.
Yeah.
Look at my unicycle.
He also doesn't have magic wand. I don't think you can play Dota without magic
Yeah, 2
wand.
open
That's just
slots.
the
I was
norm.
doing something similar.
Reveal your
What have we got?
answers, team.
What have we got?
ancient.
Legend and Ancient, and on the other side, we got an Immortal and an Ancient.
Immortal?
Yeah.
Jenkins?
No way.
Explain your
Jenkins with
logic,
a Hail
Jenkins.
Mary.
Well, I just think I could never imagine anybody other than Immortal building Helm Dom against the Lycan Wolves, other than Herald, and that didn't look like Herald.
No, it was getting picked in pro games. I feel like there's a bunch of people around like Legend Ancient that just copy pro players exactly. They're not as good, but they
my
try to
gut
copy
says
players.
you're thinking like 2 to 3 years ago, and with the inflation, those players are all Immortal now.
Well, one of you guys was correct again.
And it was not Jenkins, it was Brian with
Yes!
the legend. Point to BSJ. Jenkins, you're the only one now
Legend.
lagging behind.
That means I'll win the next one.
We'll
Was
see.
it not 4?
Yep, we're on to clip number 4 now. Let's get it. Let's get it up on the telly.
Oh, that was 3. My bad.
Here we go. Let's have a look at the Undying.
Oh, love the item
Oh
build.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look at him go.
Okay,
Boots tangos.
I can already tell you what this is.
Kill number 1.
Jenkins has casted many of these.
I can already tell you. I've seen these fights.
Where's Shadowfiend going?
Shadow kill the tombstone.
Oh, this is not. No, they don't.
No, he got it. He
They don't do
almost
that.
got it.
They don't do that in Herald, dude.
Rampage!
He didn't
Okay,
even do anything.
what medal was this?
Yeah, okay. Let's just get this
medal
one
was
over.
this?
Let's get this one
I mean, I
over.
want to play Herald, but there's no way.
Dude, it's.
You don't think it's
either-
even Guardian?
No, well, the thing is, I would depend on what you consider the average, because maybe there's a few Guardians in the game, but this is like predominantly
What's
Herald.
the average rank of Dota?
That's
It's like
pretty-
2,000
I have to-
MMR.
I think it's like 2K.
I think it's like Archon somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking at the Undying. So the Undying could
Undying.
be. Actually, I'm gonna. Okay, I'll just say my logic, because I feel like we're all gonna guess Herald, and it'll be Herald. I have seen Boots First Undying with Tombstone get a rampage like 5 times.
In your Herald
I'm
replays?
not even. That's not even exaggerating. Actually, 5 times.
Maybe that's the bait. They
If
know
I
this.
see an Undying, the inventory is either Boots, Blood Grenade, or Boots Tango.
Well, we have that.
You guys know
We
the Herald
have
build?
3 Heralds and 1 Guardian.
Will
The cost
Lacoste
for
get
the
points?
Yep.
3 of you were correct. It was Harold. So Jenkins got an BSJ, gets the point.
We all have our expertise, and this is where Jenkins is. I
The,
will
rune-
follow me.
the 5v5 rune fights for literally no reason are just such a classic.
Okay. The 5th clip now. We're going to look at some more support gameplay. We're going to get the Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor.
What is he doing? Which medal is he?
He's got a Meepo in his game.
Anyone can play Meepo if they try hard enough.
Okay.
Sven just decided to stun dead hero instead of killing Witch Doctor
Dude,
immediately.
they died.
All right.
Wait, which Doctor got? Oh, he killed somebody with Maledict.
He's gonna kill the Magnus. Oh,
that was a tough clip.
Okay,
I was like, kind of just.
that was like nothing.
That was
I think
kind of
that's
just an average clip, you know.
I think I got this one, and I'm going to tell you my logic after.
Okay.
Once
Where are
again,
the ranks again? There they are.
I'm fairly
Then
sure about this one.
We can
Pull
have
up
the
the
ranks on
ranks.
screen.
Pull up the
once more.
ranks.
Hey, where'd my background go? Hey, give me my background back.
what background?
My nameplate didn't have a background on it.
Okay.
Can you go back to the production? Can you go back to his nameplate, please?
Without a background, please.
Yep.
No, they're pulling this thing up first.
That's your background there, Jenkins.
There
I'm
you
ready. Gunner trying to steal my answer.
go. Herald, Guardian, Crusader, Archon, Legend, Ancient, Divine, Immortal.
Which was it? Let's have a look. I think everyone's got something down. What do we got? Show us your answers.
We got
I can't win against
ourselves.
Can I change it? I meant to go for the 3rd
No,
rank.
you can't.
We have 3
Time's up.
Archons.
All
3.
Archon.
All Archons.
All Archons.
Wait, all
All Archons.
4 Archons.
All right, guys. We win together.
Okay, I want to say for the record, I was going to go Crusader. I just forgot which the 3rd rank up was. Just for
Well,
the record.
I can tell you would have been wrong anyway.
Stay
And
together,
you're,
slate together.
you're
You're
wrong as
all
it is.
wrong.
No,
it
we're
was
all right.
ancient, so a little higher than you
That was
guys
pretty
expected.
That's
Yeah.
way better.
That
than
is shockingly high. I looked at the Dota Plus levels.
Yep.
Because I remembered watching the Undying clip. I saw all bronze tier.
So they don't have Dota Plus.
That's. Well, no, they're all just new as well. It's like
Ah,
either they're new or they don't have Dota Plus. So it's like bronze and silver tier.
Okay.
And also, Heralds don't give a shit. They just pick whatever fucking hero they want to play.
I wish I was Herald.
We are
I
at
saw
the
platinum in that
at
one.
the halfway
The
point.
halfway
guys.
point. So at the moment, pretty close still. 2-2-1-1 between BSJ Gunner, Jenkins, and Lacoste. Let's bring
Jenkins, we
up
gotta
clip
step it
number
up, dude.
6. We're looking at some Magnus gameplay here. Let's see what he's got in store for us.
What's happened to his abilities? Where are they?
He doesn't need them.
Doesn't need them.
Okay.
I think it's last patch.
Giga Chad build. Giga Chad build for sure.
There is a high chance that this is last.
Oh, that would
patch.
definitely bug it out since they reworked his stuff.
Yeah, and you can see the neutral items.
Hope
as
it's
well.
I like
gonna
the
be
camera movement.
RRP.
I like the items. He's probably a support Magnus. Yeah, he's a support Magnus. I like this. This is looking
Here
good.
it comes.
Oh,
See this?
Oh, there you go. And the cancel
And
the skewer. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
This is good. The only downside is he didn't turn immediately as Magnus, so he didn't RP them on the like closer to the team. So he didn't turn mid.
Oh, he didn't do the mid-turn.
Yeah, but he also waited until full Skywrath Mage damage was done, and he also did see what Shadowfin was doing. So I think this is pretty high. I want to see the rank. Pull up the ranks again.
Yep.
For the viewers, of course.
Yeah. Not
we
for
know.
Jenkins.
Everybody has an answer apart from Lacoste. He really needs to see the rank system in order to select. So
Yeah, show us your answers, boys. What do we got?
Whoa.
He's put them at the top.
He couldn't remember how it was written. So
Okay,
Top 100 NA. Oh,
Gunner's got them all as well.
I
we got 2 immortals, top 100
NA.
Top 5,000 EU.
And the Jenkins
Crusader.
all the way down at Crusader.
Yeah.
I almost went Divine, but
Yeah?
I don't know. The cancel on the skewer made it. I
Yeah,
think
that
it
was
too
a bit
good.
too convincing.
Well, I'll tell you what. Jenkins was correct. This was Crusader.
Okay,
That guy's
Crusader.
Crusader.
Yeah, listen to my logic. Listen to my logic. This sort of dumb shit, typing wombo combo in chat, is something. And the Skywrath Mage used like his ult. He used it on 5 guys. Does no damage. And he types
What else are you supposed to do?
Not use it at all. Wait until 3 guards die.
I'm just saying, what sort of immortal what sort of immortal who's not the Magnus types wombo combo after that?
Bro, I played a game with the Crystallis.
Maybe they
and
were
I got,
toxic before.
I played it with Crystallis.
Is that
And I got a 4-man RP, and he just started howling in the mic.
Yeah, but that's not typing Wombo combo. This
Someone else
guy's
typed like
And where is he now?
yeah, big streamer.
My only defense is that it's not Immortal players is in an Immortal game. I feel like that would have been paused. Like
That's
you get
true.
the 5
It would be way more toxic.
There would be a pause coming in.
Like
yeah.
that guy. That thing is that guy was
Would
just.
you see that in the replay though?
He was like happy.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
pause.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's the thing. That guy was genuinely enjoying Dota. That's what
No
low
way
rank
is Immortal,
players
that's a
do.
good point.
That's the
If it's Immortal, it's like, oh yeah, that's expected from my mag. Yeah, my mag's supposed to do that.
I got
like,
the 5-man
Alright,
call. I set
All
him
right,
up.
gentlemen.
Let's
it's
give us
time
the
for our
next clip. Next clip,
Can't believe
please.
Jenkins got
Clip
that
number
right.
I can't believe
7.
he got that right.
It's an enigma. What this guy's rank is, and I want you to tell me what it is.
The fact that it's an Enigma with no Eidolons.
Yeah, he's a 101 skill build.
Kind of
What-
Giga Shad though.
Going for null talisman.
How's
Let's
he
see
gonna
what he
get him
does
here?
here.
Dude, is he gonna just dive?
He's gonna like
the
snipe
full
him with
wrap
no
around.
Look at him go.
Nice.
He better just go.
Supporter core.
With the ward. I feel like he's gonna die to the tower. He's gonna like dagger and then die to tower damage.
He right clicked.
Nah, he's the one killing people, I think. Yeah, keep chasing.
He's got Midnight Pulse level 2.
He's got the circlet in the backpack. Oh, he
there you
recognized
go.
it.
Oh,
The bait?
Uh-oh.
It's a bait. It's a bait.
Midnight Pulse. Look at the turn plate. Oh.
The Madden
Buyback.
set up to
This is where you usually buy back.
Oh, and that was
the
it.
clip.
That
That
was
was
So
the
it's
clip.
not immortal.
okay.
It might be maybe like top 20 NA.
Can we bring up the ranks again, please?
Is that still an Immortal? Is that count as Immortal?
I don't know. I think that might be Guardian. That was a rough one to watch, to witness.
All right, I got my answer. This one, I have a feeling in the left nut. That's what I have.
I could be wrong, but I have good logic.
Logic is important.
I'm just gonna go different than other people.
Okay.
I know what Gunnar was gonna put.
Right, give us your answers, boys.
Give
What
us
we
your
got?
answers. We got 2 Guardians, 1 Herald, 1 Archon, I
Yes.
think it says.
Yeah, Archon,
It
yep.
doesn't get worse than
Just
this.
quickly lock that shit in, brother.
Like, imagine
Guardian
queuing up
brothers.
Dota. You're like, yeah, I want to have some fun right now, and then you get to play with this guy. I guess that's a support Enigma.
Well, I can tell you that someone did have to play with that poor lad, and indeed, he was down there. He was Herald.
I know my boys are Herald.
All right, this is such a tight race, guys. We are
Are we all
2-2
2-2?
and 3.
This is close.
I think
We got
Lacrosse
3
will
more to
get
go
3.
through.
Yeah.
So
Anyone
clutch
can
up.
still win.
Yeah.
I can clutch up.
Yeah, we were close.
let's go. Let's go with
was
clip
closer.
number 8, please.
Clip number 8.
Were you?
No.
Here we go. The Central. Let's have a look at him.
Soul Ring.
What's he doing? What's his
Aghanims.
rank?
He's gonna like put the Shadow Shaman in, and the Shadow Shaman's gonna shackle him.
Yeah, that's it. That's
He's gonna
the
ride him like a
combo.
chariot.
We're gladiators now.
This is a party queue for sure. They're next to each other
Oh,
at
yeah.
the top.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And since they're party queuing next to each other at the top, there's no way they're an Immortal because they wouldn't be put on the same team.
That's a sick build.
This is a good build. This Soul Ring might actually be good because he's playing against Anti-Mage.
Yeah,
so
it's true,
he
it's
might be
against
pretty
Anti-Mage.
high.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. There is Immortal always Immortal draft?
It's 6,500, I believe it starts. Owen, is that true?
There is indeed a bit of. I think when you get to 5,600, you are still in just Immortal, and then there's like 500 or 600
so you're
MMR
saying
until you hit.
They
Immortal
could be
draft.
Immortal
That's it,
while
yeah.
in normal
There
draft.
is indeed a window where you're
You
Immortal
can.
without
Think so?
Immortal draft.
Yeah.
You guys better not be colluding over there.
We're not. We
I
just
think
did
they're
this-
colluding.
We just did the same. I mean, for what?
But get your answers down.
You can have 2 of my points if I can have 2 of your points.
Sure.
Production, can we swap points? Lacoste and I?
There,
Deal.
even points. Look, you're swapped.
Hey, they swapped
No,
them.
thank you.
Well done, guys.
Well, let's have a look. What do we got? What's your answers,
We
boys?
got 2 Divines. But
3
we got
Divines.
4 divines.
4 Divines.
4 Divines.
Wow.
Jenkins, you somehow lost your points, and so did Lacoste. Oh no, they're
Oh,
coming
no, I
back.
got mine.
Okay, there we
We're
go.
swapping
Never
them.
mind.
They swap them, yeah.
Never mind. Okay, there we go. Well, I can tell you, you're going to continue to be on the same level as it's. You're correct. It's Divine.
Easy,
Wow.
guys.
Not bad, boys.
Not bad at all.
I feel like this is the most successful guess the rank we've had.
Yes.
It's
We've
hard.
definitely
There's
had
like 10 ranks.
Yeah.
We have had guess the ranks where some people didn't get any correct. So there's those.
Okay.
We have 2 more.
2 more. It's all important now, so you can break ahead of the rest of you.
Yep.
There's clip number 9 coming up for you right here. And of course, continue to guess along at home, boys and girls. We're looking at the Kez. What rank is he?
It's the new patch, so he's still picking Kez. Kind of sus.
He's wicked sick though.
Can you go Blightstone and?
No.
No, it
No,
does not
it
stack.
doesn't work. But we saw that in a pro game as well,
Yeah,
where they
Satanic
go
did it.
Corrosion and
And Deso.
What was it, Deso? Yeah.
He's doing the same thing here with the Deso queued up.
I hate Kez.
I feel like the
Ultra
Invoker
kill?
gave up on the game there. Actually, no, that's like an offlane Invoker or something because they have Storm.
Oh, is it gonna be a rampage? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Pull up the ranks.
Was it a bit of a
Easy,
chat
easy, easy.
Easy.
That gives a little bit of insight.
That gives a little context, right?
That was well timed.
Oh yeah, we're playing a game. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah, we have to write something down.
Let's see. The build is not that bad. He's gonna go Deso.
Yeah, this is for all the marbles, guys.
I need this for the win.
I'm really thinking about
You're
this
all
one.
tied.
This is the win right here.
Let's have a look.
Wait.
Jenkins, get your answer down.
Jenkins, write an answer down, please.
Lock it in right now.
Lock it in?
You guys are stressing. You want to lock that shit in, brother? Let's lock that shit in.
All right.
What
do we got?
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
We got a Crusader and a Legend.
I'm the
on
only
one
Archon,
side,
so I have a chance at this.
and a Legend and an Archon.
I think we're right, Gunner.
I think we're right.
Don't do it, Owen.
One of you's getting ahead. It's Archon.
Yes!
BSJ, get on the point.
Nice.
Gunner.
Very good, very good.
I like to
We were
thank the
not
people
right.
at home.
I need a tie with BSJ. I can't lose to BSJ.
Do we...
First time winning
this
on
is a
land.
question for Owen.
First
for the
left.
10th questions...
Me too.
Question. Do we add a
Double
first
the
come,
points.
first serve? As in you can't pick the same as someone else?
Wait, was
unless
that not the
you're
10th
first?
question?
No,
there's
we have
one
one.
Oh,
There's
I
one
thought
more.
I had it locked
No,
in.
there's one
No,
more.
one more. Do you think that's a good rule or nah?
We'll just go.
I have the answer already. If
Oh,
this
we
is the rule.
pre-guessed.
Yeah.
We have to pre-move. It's like chess.
No,
let's not
pre-guessing,
pre-guess.
no
Let's not
pre-guess.
It will still be 1 point. If it ends up a draw, we'll find out a way to sort it out.
We
Okay,
can-
so
we-
for now,
Okay.
the last question, as normal, what rank is this lad or lady? Let's have a look at the clip. It is a Lich performance we're looking
Nice
at.
neutral
Look at
item.
this neutral item.
It could have men or HP.
Down by 10k.
This is rough game.
Guys, Lich is gonna die in like 3.
Wait, AA also got the Orb of Corruption.
What about PA? Does he have Orb of Corruption? There's
That's
a Chen
it?
in this game.
Are we looking at Lich?
We're looking at Lich.
Looking at Lich.
Pull up the ranks immediately.
Hold.
Oh, this is a hard one.
That's it?
What rank is
That's
the
it?
Lich? What rank are
There's the ranks. It was not me, Brian.
Well, you're the one complaining about the neutral items, none of them being good for Lich, so I'm like, maybe that's the
No,
right.
because I still wouldn't choose that one.
Another
I
one.
also
Jenkins.
wouldn't have
Yeah,
my
you can
camera that far dragged
don't think
behind
so?
me, I think.
Oh, he's copying. He looked at mine and then changed
No, I
his.
didn't.
He did.
Give me a
Hold this
second
for me,
here. This
please.
is for everything.
I don't even know what you put. Wait, let me see what you put. Yeah, that's not what I put.
Just waiting for Brian to put his answer down.
For Brian.
I have to be different than
The
Brian.
rest of you have
He
got
looked
yours?
at mine and then changed his away from mine.
No,
That's what he did.
Okay.
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 No.
Let's have a look what you got.
Let's have a look
What's
at
the
what you
answer?
got.
I
What
went
rank
for it all.
was this Lich?
Absolute highest.
We got 2 Guardians, 1 Immortal, and 1 Herald. You guys went to both opposite ends of the spectrum. I think that's quite impressive.
Please tell me it's not Crusader. I risked Crusader. If it's Crusader.
There is a correct answer amongst you.
Oh, it's not me then.
And we got
And
it.
it's a correct answer amongst 2 of you. It's Guardian.
A three-way tie.
He was better than Herald because of his items. He had Tranquil Boots, Magic Stick, didn't even
The ladder
upgrade
went
it,
slipping
but
away.
the neutral item gave him up, and also the way he moved.
I just didn't think there'd be a Chen in low MMR. That's why I
Guys,
refused to believe it. I thought it was
He
a
ran,
bait.
that's the one guy that randoms.
You know what makes me really happy about
True.
this is the fact that we all won, but more importantly,
Oh,
Jenkins lost.
That's really good.
There is a potential.
Oh, we have more.
It's a
For one
tiebreaker. Can I
clip
just be?
for a
Can I just be
tiebreaker.
included
my
in
pen.
the tiebreaker?
No.
No.
This
Okay,
is
we have
bullshit.
to,
This is-
for
this
the
is
tiebreaker clip, do we know the exact MMR? Do we know?
That's a good question. We do not.
We do not.
Can we at least just do whoever gets
Wait, just-
closest to the rank then?
Yep.
Can I see
Yeah,
the
but if-
answer
But
if
if
I'm
you
not
choose
if I'm not
the
doing
same,
it?
then we're still.
I don't have the answer.
They're off the
This is the
tiebreaker.
bonus question.
Oh, the next one is Shiver.
No, this. Let's run the bonus question. We'll sort out the scores after. Put the bonus video on.
Bonus video.
Bonus video.
And we're looking at
some punch.
Mid punch.
With a ball.
Well, you don't know. This
for
could
sure,
be
yeah.
Herald with the bottle. Good. Nice try.
Yep, you gotta walk up.
Ooh,
and,
the fast hit though.
Walk up and bite him.
Oh, he walked up and bit him.
That's really good. Is he gonna get silenced and die to his own rod or something?
No.
I like that he bought the item immediately, even though I would buy chainmail
This is
instead.
like, bro, this is one of us. This is what they're doing. This is like you. Did you play Pudge?
No, I don't buy a bottle.
I'm telling you, this is a normal clip. Production is messing with
us.
with someone here.
That was my initial thought, but
It's not
this
me.
is not you. This
It's not
is
me.
you.
I haven't.
You know how to play.
I haven't played Pudge.
And Jenkins doesn't get to play anyway. It's a tiebreaker. You're lost already.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can play along anyway.
This is
You
someone.
can play along if you,
You can
want.
play along like the chat's playing along.
That's like Purge or something. Purge wouldn't play Pudge.
Would I?
All the people here are immortal, mostly. So you should
We
just guess
have
immortal.
all three of them have an answer.
Oh. What do we have?
We have 3 different answers. So we got an immortal, and an ancient, and an archon.
The tip was way too fast to not be immortal. Like, the Pudge missed hook and he instantly got tipped. And voice
They're
line.
so ready for that. I
There's
mean,
no
yeah.
one. I don't think anyone voice lines and tips as much as immortals.
I will be
All right.
spoiling one. It's not an immortal. Gunnar.
It's not. Gunnar, you're out. And the other 2 of you,
one is correct.
you're both wrong, but it's the rank right between you. It was legend.
So
Do
now
we
do we
have
have a
another
tiebreaker
one?
between me and
Tiebreaker.
Lacoste?
Disappointing.
They're checking in the books.
We're getting it. We're getting a tiebreaker. So it's now between Brian and Lacoste here. We're getting a clip fresh off the press.
Okay.
We have
tried our
one.
best.
We have a
I liked
clip.
your logic. That was a genuinely
We
good
have
logic.
a clip, and we're ready to show it. Brian and Lacoste, what rank is this?
Nature's prophet.
Ooh, naked heroes.
With
All
boots
naked heroes.
and teleport, that's really good. He's telling me
Wait, so many naked heroes.
Tiny carry.
Yeah, you guys are gonna tie.
Lotus doesn't even click it. Okay,
Bro.
was way too busy.
Bro, he has
microing
he has the Ironwood Treant facet
with
without
no
a Treant.
Yeah.
What rank was this prophet?
I think you guys are gonna tie on this one.
What rank was the prophet?
Oh,
Yeah, this is a great question.
Can we pull up the
somebody
ranks,
you
please?
tell me what rank the prophet was?
You cover BSJ with the ranks, please. Put it on the other side.
I don't know if we have the technology for that.
I think they do. You
I'm
can,
on the
you can ask them
advanced.
for anything. Can we get Owie 2000 up on the screen real quick, please?
Any type of owie?
Any Owie. Let's
Any
get an
Owie?
Owie.
Okay.
Any Owie up there.
I mean, I don't want to go.
I'll go
Oh,
first.
he's behind us.
We still don't know what it is.
Owen?
Oh,
We can show your answers first.
Another herald.
As a herald,
This was
He's in jail.
a herald
What'd he
and a
do?
crusader.
zoom in.
So what do we got?
This is
Zoom
Dane.
in. I'm getting extra points. The crusader from
USAID.
NA. Yeah,
How much is herald to you?
USA.
Well, we don't have the answer yet, but we do have a drum roll until the answer takes place.
All
I
right.
hope, if that's okay, Jens.
Crusader versus
Here
Herald.
we go. Crusader versus Herald.
Which one was it? Chat, what
Go,
do you
Dandy.
reckon?
I need to have an answer in my ear. I don't know it.
We're waiting for production.
Nobody is actually.
What?
I have the answer. It is. I can tell you, Owen, so you can do the thing. It is that one.
You're both wrong. It was Guardian. So it's in the middle of us.
It's in the middle of you,
Run the
yeah.
net. We need another bonus. We need a bonus. Give us the bonus.
In the middle of us.
Can we get the
We're
bonus?
close, though.
bonus?
We're guessing the ranks like relatively close, but can't get it correctly.
There is another one
There's a
coming up.
bonus. And get the next one after the next one. Ready?
We,
We might keep going with these
I
two.
play. I'm missing out.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, it's
Undying.
Undying again.
With the double
Long's
burst.
What is he
fail.
doing?
Oh.
Tombstone turn. Why doesn't he tombstone?
Doesn't do anything.
There's
Takes him
tombstone.
like 3 seconds to cast a spell.
Lets his Crystal Maiden die. I love that.
a Sand King support.
Yeah, the Tombstone's gonna.
Is it gonna kill the PA?
No way.
Oh, that's the clip.
That's the
What
clip.
rank
Where
was
are
the
we getting
Undying?
these clips from?
That
I
was
do not know.
For the championship title.
Well, that one was. They're getting it.
Can we
I
put
think
the
they're
ranks over Lacoste?
They're
please?
intentionally ambiguous. That was an ambiguous one.
Over the.
There's a lot going on in these. Do you want help? Can I be on his team? You're on his team?
Yeah, bake teams
You
if
can
you
give us
want
some
to.
tips.
Point
Give
You
us
think
some
so?
rank
Why?
recommendations.
Did you look at the
That
Dota
one
Plus
was-
levels?
No, but I looked
Like
at what
here?
he was doing. Like, it took him 3 seconds to drop a Tombstone, and it's
not
taking
good.
Position 5.
Yeah.
I think I would lean
Yanking
more
pause
towards
5
this
is.
one.
It's,
Like,
it's the
Yeah,
new
yeah,
meta.
sure.
And I think they were both farming.
it's
by the
also
way.
his
I think the Sand
proximity,
King and the
you
PA
know?
were farming.
Beefing.
Yeah.
Remember, if you're like
Maybe-
one off and he's 2 off,
Yeah.
that's
It's
W
what
right
we
there.
need to do. We need to
Like,
at least
You just gotta lock it in.
We are close.
Don't show him. Don't show him.
Oh,
Right? That's true.
Very
Just in
important.
case.
Did you look at my answer? I was showing it.
Yeah. Lacoste was cheating.
Lacoste?
No, we have the strat.
we have
And
a strat.
at least solve it, because there's no other time.
You're doing the thing where I guess 30 and you guess 31 out of 100. You know, that's what he's doing.
All right, we're ready.
We are.
Okay, let's have a look at the results. Let's have a look at the results.
Let's have a look at the results.
We have the Guardian and we have
We're not gonna tie.
Crusader.
Okay,
We
so
got this
indeed,
one.
this time there's
Lock
not a
that
rank
shit in, brother.
in between you guys. You
Yeah.
guys are next to each other on the predictions with the ranks. And one of you is correct.
Oh, God.
Drum roll, please, again, Jens.
We won, Jenkins.
And with the answer of Crusader, Brian, you lost. It was Guardian.
What the strat was, we had to change it because we went with Herald
were gonna go
immediately,
Herald, but then it
we
would be
realized if it's
between
gonna be
again.
another tiebreaker, we better put it up to the Guardian.
You metagamed it.
We didn't want a tiebreaker.
Well done, everybody.
Sorry,
You
Brian.
actually got me with that, Owen.
We started celebrating.
Brian,
He
this
was
is
already
We
out.
locked it in and everything.
this is
We
like
did lock
Fart
it in.
Studios disqualification 3 times all
That
over
is
again.
exactly how it went. Yeah,
Yeah.
we win the game and then get disqualified.
Yeah, right. Gotta win first. What a rush. Lock that shit in, brother.
That was a good
07.
Did you win this last time?
You guys tried.
Let me
I
guess
did
the
win a
rank.
couple of times.
That was a
yeah.
guess the rank
Yeah.
you did before. I remember.
I know my boys from Herald.
Yeah.
They always
Very
get
good.
me points.
You have a winner's speech.
Thank you guys for providing us with the clips. Maybe next time we should do something amongst us. Like we should definitely put in a couple of clips from our gameplay.
We'll sort
It's
that
gonna
out.
make it so much funnier. You see the guy, you're like, yeah, this guy's pretty bad, and then it's like, yeah, it's actually Gunner. Last TI performance. I'm not saying that you did great, Gunner. It's just that one of those games we're gonna find the clip
But it
where
wasn't
it's
your
gonna
top
look
8.
pretty
The top
bad.
8 was
No,
much
no, no.
better. You've really been down.
Gunner, one of my favorite ones.
Nice save.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, those were the good days.
That was so
Wow.
Can you show my reaction when I found out I didn't win?
There you go, Brian's reaction.
Do we have?
Oh, there it is.
That's my reaction. My hairline was
That was Laurel. I think that was Laurel.
Laurel's has a receding
His
hairline.
hairline looks great. I don't know.
That's
good.
pretty good.
Thank you for playing. Congratulations to our champion. And
Champions.
There's a team.
Sure, there you are, team
We
effort.
teamed up.
Team
We did.
effort champions. We are going to move on to the next thing, and if you want to know what that is, you better stick around. We'll be back.
Waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire at the close of each week.
Welcome back. You're still watching DreamLeague, and we're still having a little bit of time before our next series, Liquid and Chimera. So we thought, why not do an episode of Secret Shop? And we got two teams formed here already, as per our previous quiz. We got Lacoste and Jenkins, victors of the quiz, versus Connor and VSJ, who did end up losing the quiz in the end after many, many tiebreakers. To explain the Secret Shop game, I have here Jenkins, who's going to tell you.
Yeah, okay, so this is both for GunDaddy and for anybody in the audience that doesn't know the game. This game is called Secret Shop. The idea is that we have two teams, and we're going to have a prompt, which is going to come out of the chest. where you have some sort of animal, and that animal has some sort of illness or problem with it. Now, the people that are owning the secret shop don't know what animal they've sold the 2 people who come in. In fact, nobody knows. And your job is to improvise and be funny and guess eventually what animal we're actually bringing in based on what we're improvising. That's the whole game. You guys are the shop owners?
No.
We're the shop, we're the shop owners.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so you guys...
We have to go
I
get our
believe
animal?
you can go to the chest and you can grab your prompt.
Okay.
And we are on the sidelines to potential advise in case required. Right?
Do you want to be the owner, or is there any?
Yeah,
like...
I'm the owner.
Oh,
I'm not going to do anything.
I got something.
Okay. I'm the CEO of the company. That's what they do.
I'm just stealing your chair real quick here.
If you don't guess it correctly, Jenkins, I'm lowering your pay.
There you go. Okay, so I'll be at the counter.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. That's okay.
What sort of CEO just sits behind like this, watching?
Okay.
Okay, so where do we start?
You're the Elon Musk.
Is this like the door right here? Is this threshold?
Can you
We're
not
like
see
outside.
the door?
Yeah, we have to have the
We're
pet
outside.
with us. So
No, no.
are you carrying
This
it?
is a
Or
huge
We have to carry it?
Yeah, we have to act
our
like we're
store
bringing
open?
the
Go
pet
check
in.
the
I don't think
Yeah.
I can carry this one.
Okay, okay.
Oh, put it on
sorry,
the leash. I didn't realize. There, it's unlocked.
Okay. You want?
Hello?
I got the.
Hello?
I unlocked it.
The door's stuck.
I unlocked. It's stuck.
I don't know if we can.
Oh, it's okay.
It's open.
It's a pull. I thought it was a push.
Now it's weird
Okay.
that you say hello. I opened the door for you. That's a weird.
Are you gonna
thing.
help me with this thing, or I got the legs?
Okay. It's not really
It's
fitting
stuck on
in
the door.
Oh, it's gained weight since we sold it to you, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's
Yeah, it's definitely gave some.
he really likes his sweet treats.
Huh.
It's actually an issue.
Yeah, he.
There's a lot of freezer space we need to feed him.
To feed the sweet
and it's not really
treats.
healthy.
Right. Is it fine that it's out of water like that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's totally fine.
Of course.
Right.
He's exotic. You know,
It's
there's not many of him out there, so I'm glad you sold him to us. But
Is it Exotic Deer, the old Dota player?
it's not.
That played with
Hey,
Nisha?
Don't make fucking Dota jokes, okay? This is a pet shop. Don't do that. Sorry about that, Gunnar. That's not how usually it goes.
It's okay.
Get back in. Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
It's Sir Gunner, just for the record.
Sir Gunnar.
Sir
okay.
Gunnar.
Thank you. It's okay.
Yes,
I
and.
forgive you.
Yep.
Yes.
Sir Gunnar.
So, I don't know how you expect us to feed him
Yeah, we
like this.
Well, he got a
freezer,
hold.
your freezers. Just get bigger freezers.
He
What's
got
the problem?
no, he
here?
got a hold of the goods in the freezer, and now he's confused about the flavor. He's just
Yeah.
eating the
He
freezer
ate
stuff
all
instead.
of the sweet treats in the freezer.
Yeah, but now he won't eat what he's supposed to
Really,
eat.
he's not supposed to be eating
It's
ice
just-
cream and things like that.
Yeah, but that's all he's eating.
He's
So
only
that's
eating
all
ice
he's
cream.
eating
when it's
He's
flavored.
just eating ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see.
he likes the smooth texture as opposed to the crunchy nature of the usual food.
We
that
gave
he
you
eats.
instructions.
It's because normally, so
Well,
in our
usually
back,
these are vicious. You got to be careful with that.
I bet they're a little friendly.
yeah,
I think
it was heavy, but-
We've been growing his food in our backyard.
well,
It
no,
kinda
this
like-
one was vicious. I mean,
Sure,
Yeah,
sure,
yeah, yeah.
But like we grow the food in the backyard, it kind of sprouts up, and now it just kind of
Is it the giant sea rabbit that we sold earlier today?
production.
I'm sorry, I don't know who this guy is. This homeless guy walked in here. He keeps saying he's the CEO.
So
but
initially he was climbing on top of his food, like up it, but now he's stuck eating the ice cream.
he
and
was climbing the food.
Yeah, so now it's just the roots and.
I don't really know
they're
if
just-
he could climb his food.
I mean,
That's a bit of a
he was-
stretch.
Could be platypus.
I think he's a little too big for that.
Okay, you know, I'm trying to give some
I don't know
hints
what
here.
platypuses do. As a pet store owner, I should know that.
So you know,
sorry,
You need a better training.
no, sorry. Are we interrupting your conversation?
No, it's fine. It's just this guy
We're trying
walked
to-
in here from the streets, and I don't
No,
know.
it's
We're all
okay.
out of ice cream.
We just have an
Yeah.
issue.
You're out of
We're
ice
out of
cream.
ice cream. He's not eating the food we gave him.
Why do you
we have to
get? Why do you
return
get more ice cream? Or
We
just
can't. Where?
But do you
where
see how big he is already?
he's huge. I mean, he's gotten really.
Where
really
do you
large.
find this kind of
Also,
flavored ice
also
cream?
the animal has gotten large too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Since playing in TI, things have been downhill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's rough out here.
Yeah.
You see the animal I have now?
Yeah, I mean, he
Well,
got hacked the
I can't
other day
afford it.
too. Like, that's pretty embarrassing.
Do you know
but
how
this thing's
expensive it is to
fucked
just
up as
have-
well.
have-
Yeah,
these as pets?
BSJ's day rate is
So what
Pretty
happened was
high.
so what happened was he
It's like
saw
1,000 ripple a day, I think.
he saw one of his distant cousins on the ice cream sandwich bars.
Right.
And he's like, I'm supposed to eat ice cream rather than.
Now you only eat
Oh,
ice cream.
he's an ape that eats ice cream out of your fridge.
I
Yeah,
mean,
there's totally a
it's-
brand of
it's-
ice cream bars that has apes on it.
yeah.
That's the animal that I'm definitely talking about.
I was a
It's a penguin. I think it's a penguin.
It's similar in terms of
It's, yeah,
color.
polar bear.
In terms of,
You have the right letter.
Don't
You
be
have
that
the- you have the
dumb.
right letter.
You're close with the color of a penguin, you know?
Yeah.
Penguins are two colors, Brian.
Great
Yes,
point. That's a
correct.
fantastic
What two
point.
colors are they, Brian?
That's my name.
Oh, they're usually
It's the bear.
It's a bamboo eating bear. What are the bears that eat bamboo?
Panda.
It's a panda that eats ice cream.
Yeah, but it won't eat the normal. It's only eating that flavor of ice cream.
Bamboo flavored ice cream.
Nah.
There we go. We got it.
Yeah,
First try.
What bears
Great
eat
job, great
bamboo?
job.
Oh my gosh.
First try. Lock it in.
I've never seen a bamboo ice cream, brother.
I don't think I have.
Okay, wait.
Take the chair?
Are we
Oh, we're
rotating out
tapping
now?
in.
The chair was for our bed.
Paul?
You guys gotta come up with a new bed.
You can choose.
Yeah, we'll
No, they
rotate
can
out,
choose.
Gunner. We'll
These
do
guys
the next
choose.
one.
Here's your
Alright,
chair
alright,
back.
You guys are the shop owners now, Chiefs.
I'm a shop owner.
Okay. Wait, I got a thing for you guys. Use
kinda
this
clean.
thing.
Yeah, it was not bad.
What is that for? Just, I don't know. Just do something with it.
Yeah, I'll be the assistant.
Let me see.
Are we?
Feels good to be up here.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Hannibal Lecter. What's
time
the
I've ever
problem with
looked
me?
at
Wait him out. Get him out of it.
I believe we have some more stuff in the chest, right?
Oh yeah, I think so. Well, I certainly hope so. Because we're walking.
Can we be
to
the
it.
peanut gallery?
Oh,
You can give commentary if you want.
Were you guys giving commentary? I was too busy.
No, I was just
blustering.
enjoying the show.
At one point, I did because Jenkins seemed to be a little bit.
Okay.
Did you guys get it faster than they did?
Yeah, way faster.
I feel like when I said their food
This one might get us in
sprouting out of
trouble.
the ground.
I did not get it. I did not get it.
instantly got it. Don't worry.
Okay. I thought I was making sure I wasn't crazy.
We gotta avoid that. Okay. You want me to hold it or you?
Nah, we'll keep it.
Okay.
We'll keep it.
You don't have to keep it. Put it back in the box.
No, I don't mean that thing. I mean the animal. Yeah. Okay. You got it. You got it. Well, it could just be a really big one. Let's do a really big one. Yeah. Here, I'll grab this side.
How big is it?
That's what she said. She was disappointed.
Hold it by the head.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
I was just really excited.
Whoa, what are you doing to it? What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything to it. I mean, I'm just making sure it doesn't bite
I just
you.
kick it.
No, I didn't kick it.
We kicked the door. We kicked the door. That's how we opened the door. Our hands were
do you
busy.
need this to carry?
It was a pull door.
Would this help to carry your animal?
Well, careful. That's making a mess.
Yeah, here, I'll ravel it up.
What are you doing?
Grab the head. I'll ravel it.
What are you doing bringing that in here anyway?
Stop doing that to that poor snake.
Why are you even in here?
It's not a poor steak. It's actually very expensive.
This is a chemist. Get out of here. What are you doing?
See, the problem with this thing is that I'm trying to really think about how to do this. I put it in a cage, which is longer than it is wide, but it needs to be wider.
Where did you buy the cage from?
Oh, we'll go to the cage store then, actually.
Seems like there's no problem with this snake.
Do you have a cage?
Bring it to me.
Do you have a cage?
Did we sell it with a cage?
See, if I lay it out like this, here, can I grab it? Yeah.
Yeah, pull it.
Yeah, I'll pull it. Ooh, it's really thick. Okay, I'll grab it by the head. You like that?
Yeah.
What are you doing to it?
Now watch.
Is it still breathing?
Yeah,
It's breathing?
Now watch. I let it go. See? It doesn't.
No, that looks perfectly normal to me.
No, it's not normal.
Yeah, that's how we sell
It's
them.
supposed to go that way.
That's a rare one.
It's got a go. It's like a bend angle.
Go back. Go back to your pet owners.
I think
the
they
real
actually
owners.
discovered.
Yeah, go back to them. Here he comes. This way.
Hey, be careful. Come on,
Go
don't let
to
it go
the
down there.
side
Come on,
again.
keep it in. Keep it
Did
in.
they discover a snake that slithers sideways?
Okay. We made a couple of penis jokes. That was enough.
That was bad.
Yeah, just enough. Just enough. Not enough to get fired.
Not yet.
I'm down to be
what's that?
a pet shop customer. Owen?
Oh yeah, these
Good
chairs
luck.
are comfortable.
This is what casters get to sit in.
Make sure you greet them at the door.
Okay.
I know it's your first day on the job.
Okay. I'll greet them.
You want every customer. Every customer is right. Customer is always right.
Oh, this is hard. You want to hold it?
Yeah.
Entertain us,
You can hold
peasants.
it.
Okay, I'll hold it.
At least they got it way faster than you guys did.
Okay, come on.
Well, it's the
What's
third.
a panda that eats bamboo? Or what's a bear that eats bamboo?
Welcome into our shop. What can we do for you today?
Thank you. Yes, come on.
Take it in front. It looks like
thank
there's
you.
something
No,
seriously wrong here.
No.
Hello.
We got this from you yesterday. We're not animal experts.
Okay.
Wait,
But
how do I make it do it?
I don't think it's supposed to do this.
Wait, let me.
Let's have a listen. You hear? Did you hear that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, a bit.
I don't think they're meant to do that.
Was it kind of faint, or was I? Was
No,
it,
no, it's very loud. Loud as you can.
You might need to get your drink.
Yeah, that's apparently it might be the microphone.
But it's still cute.
It looks.
We
looks
don't want to.
lovely.
We don't want to bring it back. We just want it fixed.
We just want to know if this
we
is
don't
okay.
need to do fixing here.
It's not.
No, not that type of fixing.
I mean, look. It looks like there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
It looks like every other one that I've ever
Doesn't it
seen.
look cute?
It's so cute.
It is.
There's many
very,
like
very
it,
cute.
but this one is ours.
Yeah, I just something about
just
it's
in
off.
theory, if you were to let it drop.
Well, I can
put it
but,
down.
But what if it goes over to the other side of the shop?
Oh.
You know, and it might because I think you guys sell other animals here.
Yeah.
And you
We sell a
want
lot
to
of
keep
animals.
those alive. So.
Oh, so it's probably a
And
cat.
it's doing everything perfect, but when it opens its mouth, it's just. Is that okay?
Is that a cat that's woofing?
It is a cat.
Well done.
That was good.
I was gonna say
That was so
a dog that
fast.
was yowling or a cat that was barking. It was one of the two.
But she said the other animals like would die or like it'd go after the other animals.
Yeah. Well, there could have been a lot of animals, but I guess it was small.
It was small. It was a little.
And you thought it was cute.
It was cute.
Yeah, good first day of the
That
job.
was so
Thank you.
smooth.
That was real
That's how
good.
you're supposed
Of
to
course,
do
of
it.
course. It was good.
This is not about winning, Shiver. It's about
It's about
fun.
winning or losing. So far, I think they're winning, and we're second place.
Yeah, we're second.
You guys are last.
We got first in the last thing. That's fine.
Yeah, now you're
You
last.
can't win every
We got
tournament.
that
He's
sea
well
monkey
aware of
correctly.
that.
What are they talking about?
Which monkey?
Sea monkey.
We said sea
The
rabbit.
monkey. You
Yeah.
said a sea rabbit.
You said a sea rabbit. Whatever that was.
You don't like carry them like this.
Bro, you've been spending too much time looking up anglerfish and other exotic things.
Sea monkey.
Was lovely though. But we also want to see some Dota 2. And as you can see on the timer there, we're soon ready to start our game between Liquid and Chimera. So we're going to take a quick break and then we're going to start talking about the upcoming Dota 2 match. See you in a little bit. don't worry. It's Dota o'clock. That's right. We're watching DreamLeague Season 25, and we are going to talk about Liquid versus Chimera. I'm joined by Lacoste. I'm joined by Jenkins. How are you doing, gentlemen?
Doing good. This also might be another pet shop that we're going to be talking about. Team Liquid, they are a horse. Chimera, it is a goat. One more animal, I think a horse and also a snake.
Yeah,
which is
three
a
animals.
tail. 3 animals. Yeah.
When I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, they said that Chimera could be a combination of any 2 animals.
3.
So 3 animals?
Isn't that 3?
What's a cockatrice? Is that a chimera?
What?
Never heard of it.
A cockatrice is like a snake and a cock. Wow. A snake and a rooster. Because I know when I say cock what you're thinking about, but it's not that one.
Okay, so we might have teams that represent animals. That's fantastic. Because I'm great.
Why did I even mention this?
I am so happy that I am going to be joined by a voice of reason as well. Fear, save me, and what have you got
Save me
prepared?
too, please. I don't know what I just got myself into. But we can't talk about Dota, though, right?
I would love that. Yes,
Absolutely.
please.
So I would like to highlight
Lion.
just the best picks of both from Chimera and Liquid so far at this tournament. So without further ado, let's throw one of the teams up on the screen. So Chimera, they've got some 100%ers in here, playing the Nature's Prophet on the off lane and the carry position. Dahawk and TA2000 bringing that up. 100% win rate on this Enchantress, a hero that has fell out a little bit of a favor, and same with Bounty Hunter. It has not been doing super well, but in the hands of Chimera, it has looked really good, and Dahawk on the Bristol back. And I definitely want to give a shout out to Hawk on the Enigma too. It's not on there, but it would be a nice runner-up. And Liquid as well. Well, their board is absolutely pristine if we're going to pull that one up. 100% win rate on all of their best picks here. The Dawnbreaker for Saberlight has been unstoppable. Nisha destroying with Tiny and Ember. Insania, 100% win rate on that Jakiro. And the 2 games that Mickey did pick up that Gyrocopter, he is undefeated. So from looks of it, you do not want to give Liquid any of these heroes because they have not lost on a single one of them.
Yeah, I would imagine of the ones, especially on the side of Liquid, a lot of those are now permanently in the first phase ban, right? I mean, the Ember, obviously, the Tiny. Can't ban them all. That's good. We'll see which ones we're gonna have here. Will you join me, please, and create a barrier between, you know, that.
Which one is that?
Welcome to the morning crew.
No, it's the front. They're a team now.
Welcome to the morning crew, Fear. Good to have you here. Ooh, you're sweaty.
I'm always sweaty.
Ooh,
We'll
nervous.
shake hands as well, Fear.
He's nervous. He's nervous.
No, I'm just always sweaty.
Okay, fair enough. You know,
cold-blooded.
Yeah. You know, it's always sweaty. Going back to the Dota here, Fear. Team Liquid, they're always trying hard, aren't they? They're always
I
doing
was really worried there, but yeah.
They're always doing a lot of pubbing. Mickey especially.
Yeah.
Do you think that's very important on a new patch? Who's the pub fiends?
Are you asking me who are the pub fiends?
Who are the pub fiends, Fear?
Radon.
Go ahead and put this up.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Radon?
I wouldn't know without this.
True.
I mean, Nisha, right? He's known for his pub fiending.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
I think, are we, because, okay, we did a graphic just yesterday, I think, Lacoste, where it was Mickey that had 0 pubs played that we knew of.
On his main.
On his main,
his
yeah.
main.
We
Of
don't
course.
know what's like behind, but pretty sure that he's been playing some of the heroes, especially because they have not been doing so hot recently. They barely made it in. They had to go through the tiebreakers, multiple rounds of tiebreakers as well, and now they're up against Chimera, which is the biggest surprise of the tournament so far, because they are the ones that are kind of bringing in new ideas. Fear brought some of the heroes that they're playing, especially Nature's Prophet. They play it from the off lane, they play it from the safe lane as well. This hero has been bread and butter pretty much for Team Liquid, but not sure if they want to touch it right now. It has been Mickey's one of his favorite heroes. He did pull it out 3 times at the last TI in the grand finals. So want to see maybe there's going to be some contests.
What was the changes on Nature's Prophet?
They made it so, okay, they changed his Ironwood Treant, or they changed the innate so that you get more early in terms of damage from the Ironwood Treant, but less later.
Okay.
So it's like 4% at all levels now instead of scaling to 6% damage per...
And he's universal hero.
He's universal.
And now he's universal, which this is a really big
good.
deal. They, of course, did reduce stat gains. They reduced the amount of stats you get for every universal hero. But Nature's Prophet has the best stat gains in all of Dota. And he has always wished that you could build like a butterfly or something like that. And it just feels bad because it's an agi item. Now he can. You can build the Satanic, and guess what? That strength that you're getting from the Satanic is now giving you actual damage. So this hero has the 3rd highest win rate increase on Dota buff of all heroes in Dota right now. And I'm actually shocked that we haven't seen it yet. So I think given that Chimera plays it and that Liquid won TI with this hero, we will actually see it contested in this game, in this series. And if it's game 1 Chimera, I think Liquid will take it game 2.
I just think the way that you guys are all talking about it, and with the stat fair that you said, why wouldn't you just ban it? That seems just very strong. I mean, you also said there's a lot to ban right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's still DK in the pool, you know. You do have to reserve some bans for some heroes that are overly strong right now. And I think it's going to be a transition period, I think, for this Nature's Prophet to see how strong it truly is. But I think in the right hands, this hero does look incredibly strong. Saw it last night. Chimera did play it. They played incredibly fast with it. They had the Bounty Hunter. They had the Nature's Prophet. They're all over the map.
What was his build?
I think he just went for the standard build of just like Mjolnir BKB.
Okay, I mean, that build is just better now because all the stats that you get now contribute to your
Hawk
damage.
was playing it, and he did go for like Spirit Vessel Glimmer Cape. That was in the previous patch, so things probably going to change now that he is universal, so you don't want to build into those items. You might want to build into something that's going to give you more scaling.
Yeah, I want to focus a little bit on the offlaners. As you guys mentioned the Hawk, I still want to focus a little bit on Liquid before we move over to fully focusing on Chimera. Yesterday in the series, Liquid wasn't able to take the series, but they did push to a 3rd game. And we talked a lot about the offlaner because we felt like Saberlight was really strong on the Tidehunter, and then he kind of fell a little bit flat in the games that followed after that.
Give me Dawnbreaker, give me Tidehunter, give me something that has a stun, something that's going to be aggressive in the lane. I think this is where Saberlight shines the most, because in the 2 games after where he played Abaddon and he also played Lycan, this is also not the easiest Lycan game to start with. No, it was Mickey who played it. He was Darkseer.
Yeah.
Never mind, but I want to see him on something more aggressive, even though that lane for the first like 15-ish minutes paired up with the Darkseer did look good, Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. I think I want to see him on a stunner, something that he's going to be initiating on or counter-initiating.
Yeah, that sounds like a good solution. I would imagine there's a larger hero pool than just Dawnbreaker, Tidehunter.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there definitely can be, depending on what you want to play. I mean, I would like to see him on the Lycan. Saberlight Lycan's really good, too.
He's always played the summons heroes, yeah. Those
it seems like a little weird lineup. I felt like the carry Lycan wasn't really in place on that one, but I think the Hawk as an offlaner, too, is very polarizing. He did have a game on Terrorblade where he was lower net worth than enemy supports, for example.
It happens.
So, like, he is the type of player as well that you really need to keep an eye on because he's really good at the heroes he does play. But if you do give him a hero where he gets a little bit too greedy on the team, this team can fall apart very quickly. And I think he's a very instrumental part of that team and getting the correct hero or things could go very wrong.
Yeah, we do focus on Chimera, and I feel like just have to mention we know that he got kicked and then asked back again, and that is a big factor. But at the same time, these players are used to playing together. I'm sure that for one tournament they can put their grievances aside. You would imagine, right?
And it's working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they won yesterday, yeah.
I think if he was not kicked, that they would do worse than this, because they're they're trying hard, and maybe like even after the tournament, we might see the news like we are welcoming the Hawk back.
And
for one more tournament.
Yeah, one more tournament. Let's see what happens.
I can see it. I mean, the Hawk is one of those guys where even if he's not playing competitively, I know that a lot of players look to see what he's playing in pubs because he just comes up with really interesting stuff. He's never playing what anybody else is playing. He's the only offlaner playing Nature's Prophet right now, for example. And this is like a tame example of this. Like, he was the TB offlane, the guy that started that, right?
Yeah, Astini as well gave him credit during Fisher Playground for playing the green bristleback because they took his inspiration, what he's been doing. So this guy invents a lot of different things. He's not too afraid to play new stuff, and we're definitely going to see some of that in this series as well.
Yeah, but it's not just the Hawk. I also want to focus on the carry because TA2000, there was a period where we were giving TA2000 a lot of love. With different team.
The quest period.
The quest period, and it was like, oh my god, this guy actually popped off, being amazing, and then he just vanished off the earth for a little bit.
I think he's
stopped talking about him.
I think he's a pretty good hero specialist. He's really good at the illusion heroes like TB, Naga, and those heroes have kind of fallen off the face of the planet as a carry position. So that's definitely an issue for him. Like playing, Lifestealer, this is not something I'm like, TA2000 Lifestealer, he's going to pop off. But like Naga, this guy's going to be top net worth by like 5K and then 1v5, so.
I like to describe this guy. He's going through like the Crystallis journey, where he had a couple heroes that are incredibly good. For me, his Naga was a bit of an outlier, but mainly he played ranged carries. He was incredibly good on all the ranged carries, farming quickly. They're not so good right now. So he's like trying to redefine himself as a player, learn to play more of these melees. He's been doing a pretty good job dabbling in like Void Spirit carry, for example, playing Lifestealer. Not really his niche, but he is finding a way to make it work, and it just takes practice and time. And once he's able to play both, then he's going to be able to get to that point where he's just good in any patch.
So if he's taking Crystallis' journey, that means that he's going to win Dream League Season 25 and then get kicked afterwards.
Very likely.
The way they've been playing, I could see Chimera like reaching
the top 4.
Yeah, reaching the top 4 as well, because this is the team that I think a lot of teams coming into the tournament definitely didn't study, so they needed to do extra prep for this team, because this is the team that kind of came out of nowhere as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked very good, and I think, Jenkins, you made a point this morning when we were talking about our matchups that this one is hard to predict because Liquid also is like hot and cold.
Yeah, it's always really hard to predict Liquid. I mean, I feel like we talked about Chimera. There are a bunch of the, neglected players from these other like excellent teams finally on one roster. But then Liquid, like you see them play Bet Boom yesterday, and it's like you said, very hot and cold. There's some sparks of or glimmers of hope. It was a 2-1. They tied like every series in the group stage. And then also Liquid, throughout all of their tournaments, including TI, they've shown that like within a series, they can go from like, these guys don't pub at all to, holy shit, this team's going to win TI. So it really
they can
just
flip a switch. Yeah.
They flip a switch, and it just depends on what Liquid shows up. I think a lot of that comes from Nisha. I think a lot of that also comes from Blitz's drafting. Sometimes he'll literally just say like, "Oh, we got last pick Huskard, we're fucked." Like, I hope my team plays well. It's like 90-10.
They overcame the hardest part though. They did go through the group stage 1. They did manage to qualify.
They broke the Dream League curse.
Well,
man,
they
what
did
a
so
relief.
last time as well, but this is the second time ever they were able to, but they never make it to the top 4. So we'll see if they can break that one this time around. As we are moments away from the draft, there's one point still I'd like to touch upon because we don't really talk to, when we're talking about Chimera, and I know that they haven't been having a lot of limelight on the mainstream, but when we talk about them, we don't normally talk too much about the support duo of 1J and Panto, and I feel like the games we've seen earlier today and the games we saw yesterday, we've seen the Warlock and Jakiro especially being very, very strong. And I want to know how these guys play with that, because personally, I'm also not too familiar with their variety of heroes that they do pull out.
Yeah, they haven't played Jakiro yet, which is a bit of a surprising one, considering that Chimera, back from Warcraft 3 days, this was the model for Jakiro. So
He does
this
have
is
a point.
Yeah, Fear remembers. So definitely a hero that gives you good laning, gives you kill threat, and with the new facet, they might need to add it to their arsenal because Panto didn't play it, and neither did 1J. 1J so far has been playing these traditional position 4s, did bang out Grimstroke, which has been seen as a really strong position 4 as well, especially after we added that you can actually use the spell with the facet, so now you can see the direction where it's going.
Funny how a small quality of life change like that can make a hero.
This should have been in the first place there.
It should have.
Without a doubt.
Like, I think one thing that made a lot of other heroes strong as well is the being able to control right click. Okay, this is, I'll just stop what I was saying. This is what we were expecting. Didn't Liquid ban the Huskar first phase last time they picked Ember?
Yes.
So this means that they're willing to flex it to safe lane, which also means that maybe Chimera is willing to flex the Huskar off lane, because of course I would assume that they're anticipating if that's why Liquid didn't ban the Huskar.
Yeah, because for people wondering, Huskar is very good against Ember Spirit.
We get Nisha's face after Huskar is picked. Is that a possibility?
This has got to be Mickey, you know? If they're gonna, the moment the Huskar gets picked, Nisha goes,
I see Nisha's face after the Huskar pick.
But surely they were expecting it. I mean, because his face looks, normal.
If his face is normal, that means he wants
He is very active with his hands now, though. That could be seen as nervous.
Yeah, because he's talking about his hero. He's like, yeah, good luck whoever's going to be laning against that guy or getting some rotations, because I'm going to be playing Sniper from the mid lane.
Sniper! You do a Sniper voice, Fear?
Good job.
Oh, that was good. That's good.
That was good.
Thank you.
They could.
Been practicing all morning.
I believe it. I believe it instantly. We do see the Jakiro coming out, so come here, doing the name justice.
There's a lot of fire in this game. We need Lina.
There's Liquid on the other side, so they're fine.
But they also have Fire and Ember. They're not okay.
I think Jake is just not okay.
Liquid
There's
fire.
There's too many puns.
I got
to
liquid
it.
fire on Radiant here.
It's true. It's true.
This is too much.
Doom was a fire hero, got removed, so they removed that offlaner for them. We also had the Visage and the Muerta removed.
Speaking of fire, Sniper does have gunfire. I think, honestly, if you pick Sniper and you're willing to flex it to safe lane as well, then you have a hero that can match the Huskar. We might see.
Remember the last
lane
safe lane
shenanigans?
Sniper performance that we've seen?
It didn't Pure win that?
No, he lost that game. No, he lost
It was a long
it.
game, though.
He
was a
had
close
Divine
game.
Rapier
Oh, he lost-
on
yeah,
Magic
yeah.
for like 10 seconds as well, but
Yeah,
he fed so hard.
Yeah.
Seven
Well, I will
kills in
say
7
I
minutes.
don't know much about this 1J guy, but I do know his Muerta, which is banned now for good reason, is so good. Like, his Muerta is probably the best in the scene, I must say. Like, he's very, very impressive on this hero, which is what deserves some of the respect
Better than
Benedict.
Save and Tofu.
Yeah, I mean, his... What are they called? Dead shots?
Dead shot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were immaculate.
Oh, then I
pretty
hope
bold
that they'll get
Yeah.
it sometime. Yeah.
No,
it really
if,
is.
if he's known for one thing, his Muerta is just top tier. And one of the big reasons why I think they are being so successful as well. Just allowing the Hawk to have good lane. But we'll see if he can pull out another hero, because he has been playing a lot of that Muerta. It does get banned this time around. And speaking of heroes that look completely busted, the Marcy.
Yeah.
When Soxa was playing it on Tundra, it didn't look like a fair hero. It just truly did not. He was just ever on the map, killing everything, scaling. I'm not sure what this hero didn't bring. Good laning stage, good scaling.
Good ganking.
Buffs, good ganking.
She pairs well with both of these two heroes. Like I feel like the Liquid trio that they have right now is such a strong kill combo. And also, I think it's such a strong kill combo, whether or not Ember is mid. Look, Aussie.
Yeah, they need some. They definitely gonna need some more explosive damage, because damage from Mirana and Ember Spirit, it's a bit of a chip damage rather than the burst damage. Marcy is gonna come in very handy. We don't know where this Marcy is gonna go, because we've seen this hero being flexed up, like can be played as position 1, position 3, position 4 if necessary. So you're still gonna be able to get the damage, something that throughout the whole game Huskar is gonna be afraid of.
I would like to see the core Marcy kind of die out, personally speaking. I feel like this hero just doesn't really scale very well. And this is going to be most likely the Hawk hero.
Break is so value right now for Liquid between the Huskar and the Bristle. And so is healing reduction.
So who are they going to get?
you
Is there
could-
anybody that could do both?
Yeah, you could put Viper mid. Carry Ember. Even another
And
break.
another hero to be broken.
I mean, I feel like if you can fit a Viper...
You definitely can. Like, seeing this Marcy,
Yeah,
you can run off lane Viper with Marcy, you can run it from the mid lane. Sounds like a really good pick.
The only problem I will say is Ember versus Bristol is kind of a rough matchup. You do get like the...
Cardell.
Oh, Cardell
do the voice,
sharpshooter.
Jenkins.
This is a great hero. I think there's nothing to get on top of him right now between these heroes, and he's a Silver Edge buyer as well.
Yep.
So they will have that break.
Why did I just hear a Kunkka?
Because you saw the boat.
You saw the boat.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry.
Production there. They love to troll.
That is the noise Kunkka makes when he gets picked, actually. So
That is the noise he makes when he casts the boat.
that as well, yeah.
I would know as a prolific Kunkka player myself.
You're known for your Kunkka, yeah.
So right now
In
for
NA
Team
pubs, I
Liquid, we're looking for a hero that has a break, and that is an offlaner.
They have the break from Sniper,
Yeah, I don't know
so
if they
I
did.
think they have
No,
that
they
one
didn't.
covered,
Love
which
it.
is going to be a better matchup. We said it immediately after seeing Huskar being picked, that this Ember might go to the safe lane, and this seems like it's going to be the whole idea from Team Liquid.
So what happened to Spectre? Is this hero pickable? She's universal now, which is... I don't know what that means right now.
Didn't
For the
really
hero?
check the numbers, how it scales, but I saw Radon playing it, and he also did play it with the other facet, the one that gives you more damage on Desolate.
Yeah.
But you don't get it on the illusions. He did win that game, but...
Did you go Echo Saber?
I don't remember the build.
Just seems like an interesting hero for them, because they need, I think, a fast tempo type of carry, because their lineup is going to hit critical mass pretty early on with Bristol and Huskar being really mid-game type of carries. And you want your carry to be able to join these early skirmishes to play around like the Armlet power spike of Huskar or the Ags power spike of the Bristleback. You don't want to be just AFK farming and kind of let those opportunities slip by you. Something like a Spectre could work that way, because I am thinking heroes that do have jump. Obviously PA can come to mind as well as a hero. They don't have that hero that can get on top of Sniper right now. and I think that's what they're definitely looking for. That's why I see Nature Prophet get banned out. He can just TP onto the back lines there. But we'll see what other options are left that could work in their advantage. Chimera does have last pick though, so they do have to factor in the lane on top of picking a jump hero. So Liquid's job here is to kind of predict what they might pick and pick an offlaner that makes it difficult to pick that last hero.
Why do you feel like they still ban out the IO on Chimera? Marcy offlane?
Yeah, it could still be the IO Marcy. I mean, I was looking at that and I thought the same thing, and I just thought, ooh, that's a good ban. Because like we're talking so much about the Marcy as a support because it just looks really good like that right now with the facet. And also ganking for these heroes feels really good. But IO Marcy, this is a classic. Maybe it also counters something that Chimera wants to pick in the safe lane. Something that you don't want to get jumped.
There's still possibility that Liquid picks up Viper, I'd say, and I think it could be a relatively good game for Timbersaw throughout the game because you have that explosive damage, something that they do lack a little bit. Good against Huskar, good against Bristleback as well.
Yeah, so it's an El Saber Lido hero.
What happened to the Tide and the Dawn?
I think Dawn also works.
Dawn is good. You're playing against Ench,
Okay.
and it's also, I feel like Huskar, Bristle, they kind of commit to you. I mean, especially the Huskar. So if you can just save with Dawn and then turn on him, it's pretty strong.
I think it's okay.
Why is he
I think
drinking
when they did
toilet
it,
water? He was drinking blue water.
Well, he's drinking liquid because they're sponsored by,
I
water.
I think when they typically pick Dawn, it's been a lot with like heroes like Gyrocopter or like frontline carries that can save easily. It's okay with Sniper to maybe bail him out, but it's not really a hero you want to dangle in front of the fights. Tide is just going to be really hard versus Huskar and Bristleback.
Yeah.
Not very good matchup. So I don't think this is really an easy pick. The Viper is interesting, but Saberlight Viper? Is that a hero that he
Everybody can
enjoys?
play Viper.
That's not true. Viper is more difficult than you would think. Like the lane is easy, but not feeding after the lane is the hard part.
Okay. That's fair. We
So-
got Mars though.
That is a
Mars
Saberlight hero.
and Marcy. There's a new trend with Mars that you are going to, for the Feast Victory facet instead. It gives 50% of the bonuses to your allies. It lasts for 20 seconds. It's also a bit of a heal. So Mars is not a traditional like offlaner anymore. You're building into Vlad's, which also provides you with the lifesteal and the damage. And of course, you're going to be turning Bristleback around with the spear. So that's always going to be nice.
Is there any way that Chimera can still move the Huskar so it's not up against a Sniper, or is he just gonna tank it?
You could, but
Never
they won't.
mind, they won't. Got Morph coming out.
That's an interesting hero. It is good and bad versus Sniper. Turning into Sniper is kind of cool, actually. You can have the same range as him, I suppose.
Yeah, that's
and tack
true.
him, which is interesting.
New Morph is good against Sniper,
Yeah.
maybe. We'll see. I mean, Morph was good against Sniper before, but I think that was with the Conda build where you could just wait for him on him and one-shot him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this matchup in particular. It's okay. Morph's always good in late game situations, but I don't think they fully address the Sniper. They don't want to see more of a jump type of hero. Morph is a sort of a jump hero, but not the best. A little bit of both worlds, I think.
Yeah. You want to get some extra opinions on these drafts?
Sure.
Ooh, Odie Pixel and Gunner.
Any smart people?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, what do you reckon, Gunner? We're getting some, some Mickey Ember Spirit.
Yeah, I was the second they picked Huskar, I expected the Ember to go safe lane. This is always a questionable, but I think if there was a team to put Ember safe lane and 60 to be Liquid.
Here, if you had to zoom in on one of those two, who would you zoom in on?
Both of them at the same time.
That's possible. We have
We
the
did that
technology.
today.
Can we get a zoom on both?
Right.
What do you guys think about picking 3 heroes all countered by Spirit Vessel in the core position for Chimera? Answer at the same time.
That's fine.
Same time.
That's a
Yeah.
I got two.
Huskar's got Dispel. Boris has got a Manta. Bristleback doesn't even care anymore. He's got Goo.
I've got 2 questions here.
Okay.
That's a lot
How
of
is
questions.
Ember versus Bristleback in the safe lane?
I think it's kind of
Decent.
rough.
It's okay.
Oh,
How's Bristle versus Ember in the safe lane?
I think it's kind of good.
It's all. Isn't that the same
Is
question?
that the same question?
From a
You
different
did the same
perspective.
question.
I think
You got it,
if
Bear.
it's okay for one, it's okay for the other.
I mean,
Am I
Odie had
missing
different
something?
responses for both,
He
so
did,
I
yeah.
got him.
He does that.
I got guys.
Thank you guys. Appreciate the.
No, we would love to
insights.
hear more thoughts considering. No, never mind. We're good.
We're done.
There was first was a pause and then it was on pause. So we're going to jump right into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Liquid Chimera, game number 1 via the PogChamp Pandas.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here. Team Liquid versus Chimera Esports. And I'm looking forward to see how this one plays out. We had that hot start, quite literally with the hero choices. Yep. At the beginning of the draft, Ember out first, but then straight away, Chimera like, bam! Have a Huskar in your face.
And this is the new Huskar. He didn't go the fastest. I'm sad.
Why didn't he go the fastest? Discuss.
Okay, so the one he went is Incendiary, which is it's added also recently, somewhat. I think maybe like 4 or 5 months old. It was in the new one, and it basically you scale super hard with Incendiary, and also its laning is weaker with Incendiary, and I feel like he picked it specifically because he's probably going to lose the lane versus Nisha, and so it's better to be able to scale as Huskar. Because if you get to a point as Huskar, it's like level 20, 25, you kind of just win the game, is what I was told, if you go this fast. Copy would always say, guys, I'm a late game hero. I'm not here to win the game in 20 minutes. Which, I don't know. They don't really need it. They have a Morphling. The panel didn't like Morphling, which I thought was a bit surprising.
Wait, why did they not like Morphling? Who's going to catch him?
They didn't like it because there was no sniper catch. So they're worried that sniper's going to 1v5.
But isn't Morphling good against sniper because you can gap pose?
I think it's okay.
I kind of like it, right?
You waveform on him. You can buy so much damage that he can fight you. I also really like Morph versus Mars because it's really hard.
You just, get out the arena, right?
Yeah, so Mars is a hero. You really want to be able to sit in the lane and kick him out with your level 6. It's almost like a Doom, where you get level 6, you ult the enemy carry, and he has to die, so they leave the lane. But Morphling either waveforms out of it or just tanks it with Strength Morph. So
yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to Liquid proving me wrong, but from a draft perspective, I just really like what Chimera's got. And I'm just doubtful about the safe lane Ember Spirit. I don't know how he's going to be able to make the game work with the Ember from that position and the potential to carry the game, because they've got sort of 2 cores. Or some good puns here, Mickey Mouse, because indeed, was it looking for his new mouse or something?
Yeah, so Mickey needs to...
It's got to get another mouse.
New mouse.
Needs new mouse.
The production also is asking him to, I think, close the shades and put more lighting in his room, or open the shades for more lighting.
Oh, was it like really dark in his room?
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice and bright now.
I think he fixed it.
Yeah, there we go.
He said it was too bright outside though, so as a gamer like all of us, he didn't want to see that outside sun.
Closed.
He looks great though. Look at him.
There we go. Ready to go. Brand new mouse. Get that plugged in. There we go. Plugging it in right now. Check it out.
Oh, he's a little... Nah, he's fine.
The mouse is working. Nice and good. So let's... Because this thing as well, looking at Mickey, hasn't played the Ember Spirit in quite some time. Because has a lot of games on it. He used to be a big Ember Spirit
because he was
gamer.
a mid player.
He really was. Yeah, but at least on his main account, hasn't played it in over a year.
Okay.
And in terms of in competitive, hasn't played it in nearly 2 years. So this is quite, in a year, 2 years, that's a long time in Dota 2 world. So let's see if Mickey can bring it back here today.
Maybe he was dodging it because of the cast points on ult.
That's true. And that
so
did get
now the cast points
made
back.
better.
So it's like, oh, okay, I can play Ember again, guys. I don't care.
So I'm excited to see what Mickey can bring with this. Because of course, historically in the past, he was a fantastic Ember Spirit player.
It's not a good Ember game, I would say, like, overall.
That's why I think it's going to be tough.
Bad versus
and that's
Morphling.
your carry. It's your carry gunner.
It's bad versus Morph scaling. It's bad versus Huskar. Bristol, it's like fine. It's pretty neutral versus, I would say. Even at Ench, it's not amazing versus. Enchantress is also, so I'm really interested because they had a 100% win rate in the pregame, the stats they were showing. I don't know how many of those were before the patch, because I think they've only played 3 games since the patch, I assume, or 2. And
yeah, just the series yesterday, right, where they won 2-1 against Heroic.
yes, I don't know if they picked Ench yesterday. I would assume they maybe did with the amount that they're picking him, but there were some really big changes that nerfed Enchantress a lot. The biggest one is Impetus. It used to do double damage to creep, so actually gave her a farming tool, and now it just does normal damage. So you can't even farm Esser that much. I think last time I saw her, they were skipping heal just to be this pure aggressive carry, and she still eventually scales into this late game monster, but it's not the same.
Well, let's see. This bottom lane definitely going to be the one that's it's going to be the most interesting. We just don't get to see. I don't know when the last time a team did run Ember in the safe lane. I mean, it must have happened before, right? Where there's been a draft where the Ember gets forced out mid. So it probably has happened a handful of times in the last year or so. But let's see how it does. Mickey on the Ember against, what are we going with? Is it Dahao, or are we still going with Dahak?
I think it's Dahak.
But okay, we'll go with Dahak, even though he's got it listed as Dahao. Dahak on his Bristol with 1J on the Jakira. This feels like a pretty aggressive lane, right? You get a couple of levels on these two, they're going to be diving in. Top lane, Panto's healing up, but it's not enough to save him.
Through the heal.
They strike first and get first blood top for Boxy.
That's I'm very surprised. I didn't see what happened, but usually Enchantress level 1, they feel unkillable if they press heal.
Yeah, I guess just caught.
Just to dispose?
Caught out by the dispose.
Have you seen a Marcy's special delivery? Because that's a really cool new ability
that
super Marcy got. So
yeah,
it's basically your core just teleports across the map to you wherever it is on a very long cooldown, but it means that you can get items very quickly. I don't know if I've seen it actually happen. So.
Yeah, but it's hard to kind of keep track if it's ever used in sort of clutch situations.
Yeah, I was like theory crafting some stuff, you know, a dust for an Invis hero, or maybe a salve if you're losing in the lane, a fairy fire, stuff like that. But even a blood grenade. Going for a kill, you get a blood grenade.
Sania. Good CP out just in time there. These two can start laying down a lot of damage here to Hack and 1J. Yep.
Thankfully, to some extent, Mickey can do the same with just the amount of mana he gets. He's always going to be able to slide chains, get burst, and then when Insania gets level 2, he might go arrow. And there is some threat. But look at Mickey has negative, what is this? He has minus 14 armor.
Yeah, he's got to be careful.
This is like not good.
Is he just dead?
I think he's just dead.
That's just 6 stacks with the sticky. I mean, they just play it carefully and they kill him off. I don't know how you play this lane as Ember. I think it's going to be kind of tough for Mickey.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, pub?
Light. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, Lorinoff just turned the light on for himself. There you go. He wants a bit more light in his room. So far, how's he doing in the mid? It is indeed a tough time for him. Nisha coming in clutch with obviously the pick that Liquid did slam down the mid lane to try and deal with the fact that the Huskar was picked first to push the Ember out. And it's looking good so far. 12-4 against the 6-2.
Yeah, so for context, even if Ember has a bad lane, it's all for Nisha, right?
Yeah.
So if Nisha has a good game and Mickey has like an okay game, then it's fine. He's not supposed to win his lane in the safe lane or have crazy high impact. But again, that just when you make lane swaps like this, it relies a lot on Nisha in this instance. That you kind of are putting way more on him. If Nisha's just sitting in this lane mid, he's the Ember, right? And he's losing to Huskar. Then it's still everyone has their own place in the game. You know, Mickey was a later pick carry. Nisha's playing a broken hero because they think Ember's broken. And now it's kind of, all right, all hands are off. Nisha, you gotta carry me. I'm playing Ember for you, bro.
Because then in terms of the build for Mickey, are you still trying to scale as the Ember, or are you going for like some Mage Slayer, Vessel, and trying to just sort of just brawl it out in the mid game? Whilst the sniper gets the chance to farm and scale.
I think you I want to say scale, but I think he's going to go early game items. It's a good Mage Slayer game and even a Vessel game. So
because someone wants to get the Vessel, right? Who's it going to be? It wouldn't be terrible on the Ember, right?
Yeah, they should just play kind of like it's a safe lane sniper and a mid Ember. It just effectively their draft is literally going to be Ember's losing mid because when you're losing the safe lane, you're kind of just like a mid player, or you're going even the safe lane, you're mid in terms of XP. So usually like an Ember that got crushed mid. If you want to think about it that way. 1J. He does have the list, so Insania won't commit.
top lane, so far, it's been pretty simple here for TA2000. Saberlight and Boxy seeing if they could get a chance for Panther, but it's getting a bit more complicated now. Saberlight taking quite a bit of damage here from the Acorns and the Blood Grenade. Waveform forward. Spears there ready to push TA2000 back. Saberlight should be fine.
Entrenches is really hard for Mars to deal with. You can't spear the creep, so anytime the creep's on you, you're just constantly taking damage. He's fine, but Dahak? I think Dahak should be fine. It's this Bristleback fast, that's so good. You just run away and you're constantly slowing everyone.
Top. Trying for the setup again onto Panto. It's a lot of damage. It's enough. Boxy and Saberlight able to get the kill once more, taking out the Enchantress. Boxy though, he's gonna live. He's out of there and he's got a salve at the ready. He'll be able to stay in the lane. So once again, finding the chance to punish this Enchantress a couple of times.
And if we look at mid, Lorinov has just left the lane. He's full-time jungling. I think it's the right play. It's just it's sad, but it's also interesting to see kind of, you know, why did they pick the Huskar? I guess it's purely to shut down the Ember. I don't know if they didn't expect the Ember to go safe lane, or they just have faith in this impact.
Bottom. Gonna try for Dahak, and they'll get him. If they can go for one chain as well.
If he catches up to him.
Yeah, good move from Boxy. Comes in clutch, brings them the numbers down bottom, so they can set up to pick up both kills for Mickey. Massive for Liquid to find that in their safe lane.
Yeah, those are big kills. You know, it gives Mickey a good game. Now, he's level 4, he's top second in net worth, only behind Nisha. And basically, the concerns with Ember, I think, are a lot about the early game. Just the laning stage, and, you know, you see him die that one time, and it's scary now, guys. Is Bristleback gonna have a free game? But I'm liking how Liquid is like set up for the rest of this game. So
yeah, it's a good opening so far with that double kill on top of everything. 4-1, 1k gold lead for Liquid. Getting some pressure on the mid tower as well. Boxy was hovering around just in case anyone did show up from Chimera. As it continues, Lorinov sticks to the jungle. Doesn't want to show his face in the mid against the threat of Nisha's sniper. Nisha able to get some early tier 1 pressure on. Only about half the tower.
You can probably just kill the tower.
And they're going to try for the jump on Panto. They get the dispose. Panto's dead again. Quite a few times now. The Enchantress keeps getting caught out.
This is their 100% win rate hero so far. I think it's 5 games in this tournament, and they won every game. So maybe Liquid can put a stop to that.
That's a rough start.
It's 2k gold already. And if Lorinov, if he got caught there.
They're just going to have to let this tower go.
Yep.
Coming up, so we're 7 minutes in. Nice and early tier 1 here for Nisha. The sniper pick in response to the Huskar pick in response to the Ember Spirit pick. So far, so good for Liquid with this early game.
Yep. I do like their draft. I'm always just an Ember fan, even in the safe lane. The biggest concern is the Morphling, I would say, because his game is still good. He's doing fine top. He's going to freeze farm. It's a good Morphling game versus Ember versus Mars. Sniper, you could say it's okay versus. It's not like the best pick, but I still think Morphling is completely fine versus Sniper. You have some form of gap close, which is, as long as you have that, your hero is going to be playable with Sniper.
Boxy is ready to try and see what's going on this high ground. Does have Nisha by his side. They won't feel strong enough to head up towards the Ancients as of yet, but it looks like they want to try and swing down towards the bottom, put some pressure on, and maybe try and take this tier 1 down here early.
It's good to play around the Ember. He's going slight chains. He's maxing. He is going for the Mage Slayer. I think it's good. I don't think he needs to do. I know some carry Embers go Radiance, and they kind of greed up and farm. But again, even though he's the carry, quote unquote, he's still like the pause 2.
Sure. You're looking at sort of what the greed to come out from Nisha with his build.
Probably Maelstrom from Nisha. There's a Dragon Lancer, BKB. Just pretty much the very standard items. What'd you get?
And they're gonna go for this. Remnant up. Easy kill for Mickey. He's given the space for Nisha to continue peeping into the tier 1 tower bottom. This early pressure, it's coming out pretty heavy here from Liquid. Only 8 minutes in, 3k gold lead. It's going to be 2 tier 1s already taken.
The other big thing is with all this pressure, Saberlight's kind of been able to have a pretty decent time top. Normally, if Enchantress doesn't feel forced to, you know, help these other lanes and secure the game,
Jukir sits in the safe lane, keeps running creeps at the Mars. He can't ever be left alone, but Boxy hasn't been there in 4 minutes, and Saberlight's having a good game, so it's a 3k gold lead 9 minutes in, and I don't really see a reason for Liquid to stop. Like, they can just keep going forward.
Chimera, they're looking at Saberlight, but it's not really a kill they can set up for. Saberlight already backing off.
And he does have Arena. I think if Liquid can find a good angle in this top move, you know, maybe Morphling waveform, and then he's able to Arena him or something, or they just dive him. I think being able to fight here is really important for Liquid.
I mean, Saberlight, he's going to get the chance to put the Arena, and TP's out coming in, and he's able to keep himself alive. Nisha's turned up. Chimera, they've got to get out of here. 1J's not going to get the chance to escape. TF2000 can get away from this. They have to jump over the rebound, the control with the dispose. It's enough to keep him chain stunned. Sort of the spear and dispose coming into play because he was lined up with the tree, still getting hit by that full stun of the spear. They locked him down perfectly. Big kills continue here for Liquid. This game's actually kind of getting a little bit out of control already.
Yeah, and it was exactly what I said, right? They walked up to the arena, they kind of do a little bait on Saberlight, they all TP, and that was literally, if there's one good move that Liquid had to do to make the game even easier for themselves, it was that. So Morphling goes down. That was kind of the last hope of Chimera's early game. And again, you're looking at Lorinov on this Huskar and you're saying, you know, what is going to be your impact in this game? Is it actually just AFK farming and playing for this later game timing? Which, like, sure.
Bottom, Panto's dead again. Not having an easy time on this Enchantress.
Yeah. It's like, yes, you could say a Huskar late game will carry this game, but then now what is TA2000's job? You can't have two people AFK farming to win the game. Someone needs to do something. The Hawk has no stuns. Their only stun is actually Ice Path on Jakiro. That's the only way they catch heroes. And now you're saying you have to Ice Path an Ember. You have to catch a sniper in the backline before he, you know, gets his spells off, gets the kite. It's...
I mean, they're gonna try something with the smoke here with the two of them.
Yep.
Who do they find? They can maybe try for Saberlight. Arena,
he should
back online in 5 seconds. He's gonna have Arena, but he's...
They don't know. They
missed him.
They're going for Nisha.
I mean, this is gonna give Saberlight the time to start backing off. So yeah, Saberlight's gonna be okay. Can they get on top of Nisha at all? It's a difficult angle. They can't enter into this high ground. And now Liquid's starting to kind of gravitate back towards Chimera. So Chimera had to fall back from the smoke attempt. They get nothing.
That's pretty bad. There's a lot of just movement that they're kind of using on the map. And they just get nothing from it. I would say it's almost like some people refer to as you take turns in Dota to some extent. Like, you push out the mid lane, and then it's your turn to make a smoke or make a move. Or you push the mid lane, and then on your turn, you go farm the jungle. And I feel like for Liquid, they've just kind of casually made all their moves, and Chimera just keeps getting gone on.
See if they've got enough damage here from Nisha to take Lorinov down.
Oh, the hurricane.
Toggles. He's going to be fine. Lorinov gets out. Boxy going a little too deep there. It was an attempt to try and start things and underestimating Lorinov's ability to survive against the damage that Nisha has at the moment. Because Nisha didn't quite have the Maelstrom delivered out to him. The hammer was on the courier. So maybe next time around if that Maelstrom was there, they might have just got the kill.
That's a good turnaround. Again, anytime you get kills and you're behind, they matter so much. I think that's almost a 1k goal swing. Just off of now they're able to farm lanes, and now they get to smoke, and now, again, it's hard to kill the Ember. I don't think they should kill this Ember. I think if Mickey dies, it's...
They'll settle for instant, yeah. Catch him in the ice path, will try and jump away, but he should tick out.
He's dead.
Mickey, he's got remnants to plenty.
He should be fine.
Unless the hack wants to dive.
No. The goal, I think, of Chimera's next, I want to say 2-3 minutes is either do a very early Roshan or to contest the Tormentor. Because again, Tormentor starts in 2 minutes. Huskar is... honestly, Huskar is really scary during Tormentor because there's so much of the random tick damage, and there's also damage over time. You can't arm the toggle through it like a Roshan. And Liquid's going to take the fight to them.
Using the Moonlight, trying to close in. Lust is out though. I'm going to check up the area here with the Shrapnel. They're going to find vision on 1J. TF2000 turning to the Ember, using the chains here against Boxy to hold him back. Boxy's got to jump out. He'll live. 1J will fall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Jakiro I mean, even with him going down, I don't know. I like this hero. This hero's been looking so good in this tournament. I just think the amount of damage that Jakiro provides, plus the stuns, and the, you know, basically the worst part of Jakiro was your W did no damage, and now it does damage and stuns for more. Oh no, Panto.
Probably not getting out of this one. Saberlight, he's going to be ready to take the kill. And Mickey actually gets it with the slight. So another kill for Mickey's Ember. They'll be able to push Panto out of here, get that Shrine of Wisdom secured for themselves. And we are going to see, Mickey, he's going to go for that Radiance build with how good of a start he's actually ended up having. The second highest on the net worth. Sure had that early death, but yeah, ever since that outcome at the lane, it's been all Ember Spirit. He really has crushed it.
I think the Radiance is fine now that you have the Mage Slayer first.
Yep.
And you can play, you know, you don't really need this second item. The Maelstrom is more of a farming tool and a bit of damage, whereas the Mage Slayer is your really big fighting tool. So I think it's good. They're, again, it's giving them another reason to not feel forced to do things. Whereas Chimera, I think also in theory isn't forced to do things, but because they're behind, Liquid's going to make moves onto them. And I don't think Chimera can really fight them back. 15 minutes, Roshan, or Tormentor time here. And it's going to just completely free for Liquid. Look at this team. They're doing it. They're standing in the Tormentor heal.
Get in that heal.
Thank you, Liquid. And they all do the gate, except for, oh, never mind, they all just give up.
And Chimera, can they afford to try and look for a play into this lineup right now? Like, what's the next sort of stepping stone that they're looking to get on? Where they feel strong, where they feel they can do something. Is it what the BKB on Lorinov? Top. We're going to have the arena drop down onto 1J. Liquid happy to drop ults here to pick up some casual kills as they know that the game's in a pretty good standing. So down bottom, I mean, they're going to come and look for a Dahak here.
They kind of know he's here. He is a halberd, but it's not going to be enough if they find him. Does he? He knows.
Let's see how deep Saberlight searches.
Wait, he doesn't know, actually.
Yeah, he's back to farming. He didn't expect to see them chasing him all the way over here.
He has no TP.
And Nisha, he's going to be able to bring in the damage, so Dahak will be going down.
Okay.
Meanwhile, in the mid, the Ice Puff onto Mickey,
chains.
but the follow-up chain's indeed not proccing on the Ember. TA2000 not quite able to get that follow-up. So Mickey lives again. Liquid staying comfortably ahead. Nisha incredibly farmed here and is indeed just going to be going straight for getting that Miona finished ASAP.
And then Saberlight, he is going for the Vlads. I really, really like this build, especially with the new facet. It's just so much bonus damage you're giving to your team every time you get a kill in the arena. It also is super good with Sniper just to give lifesteal to your teammates. And again, because the games are a bit faster, some of the cheaper ores I think are going to make a bit of a comeback. Such as, I would say Vlad's. I think the Pipe, Pipe Crimson has been nerfed a good amount in recent times. It's not as broken as it used to be.
And Mickey, he's just ready to start walking in underneath towers for the setup. Gets the chains into 1J so Saberlight can get that spear follow-up. It's looking rough for Chimera. What's the plan? What do they do?
Yeah. All right. Let's get in the mind of Chimera. Guys, we picked Huskar at 9. We responded to Ember. He dodged us in the lane. We have Dahak bot, who was kind of free farming early, but now is not as impact.
In. The BKB's there from Lorinov. Lorinov puts the BKB straight away, looks back towards Saberlight.
Can't take any damage.
And Saberlight's going to get taken out of there by Boxy, keeping Saberlight safe.
Oh, big ice path.
He's going to hit the fourth and the Macropyre as well, but they are able to step out of it. So Liquid still not losing anybody here after Chimera's attempts to fight back.
Yeah, if you're Chimera, you feel that's bad. Your Jakiro got a 4-man ice path Macropyre. Your Huskar uses a 9-second fresh BKB, and you get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight is perfectly fine here.
He's just standing inside the wall. It's impossible for range heroes to do damage to Saberlight here. So then Boxy also kidnaps him back to the team, gives him a little protection. And look at this. Look at that Macropyre. There's no follow-up. And I think even if the team was ready and watch it, they still don't have follow-up. All of their, slows and controls on 1J.
Nisha getting very close to having a very fast Mjolnir. And they saw 1J here, shown on the wave.
Tumbler toy.
He's trying to hide behind the... No way. That little spot
is crazy.
Don't breathe. They're dusting, but they don't see him. He's going to be okay. He's got TP up in 2 seconds.
That's wild.
He is out of there. If he wants to. And he can stick around as well. Yeah,
he's going to go cut the next wave?
Yeah. They're going to be like, how? If he does show himself again.
Oh, no, he's walking into the...
I mean, he wants to fight. He's got Lorenoff with him.
Yeah, he's got a ward.
And he's got Macropire. They've got the setup. And look, here's the ice pass. Surprise, Jakiro's still in town, baby. Saberlight's going to be like, what the hell? This dragon was still here?
Hey, Tumbler toys again. Okay, they see him. They see him.
I mean, but that's worth. You know, he gets into the heads of Liquid there. He sets up for them to kill Saberlight off with those jukes and sticking around that top side of the map. 1J.
That was wild.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Plays like these little things would give Chimera a bit of a chance to take away this lead of Liquid.
If only Boxy had his special delivery. He could have brought the core to him to scatter all the trees.
Oh, he could have. And you know what as well? He probably would have. I imagine that's something that he would have thought about if he did indeed have it available to press.
It was cooldown.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement that it was Boxy's fault Saberlight died. Because if he scattered the tree line, Saberlight would be alive.
That's true. But we didn't see what he used special delivery for.
That's true. He did use it
2 minutes ago. He did use it though.
I think that was the first time I've seen it off, like on cooldown.
I'm gonna keep track of him so I can see when he uses it next for any sort of clutch plays.
You were doing very
I love my clutch plays. It's definitely not going to be, oh, I finished my item. Let me just get it.
I mean, that,
50
honestly,
seconds faster.
At least when I played, that's kind of how it ended up being. It was like, oh, I guess I'll get my item a bit quicker. Panther did get the heal off. Doesn't matter though. Mickey and Saberlight bringing more than enough damage to fight through it still. And now in the mid, they're going to try for Tahak. He's got the blade now. Moxie trying to control him with the disposed.
And the halberd.
Backup is coming in. TA2000 considering if he wants to get involved in the fight. Boxy looks to jump away here with a rebound. Starting to retreat. Ice Pass not going to clip onto any Liquid as Liquid back off. Arena is up. You know, Liquid do have all the ultimates themselves, so Chimera still need to give them a bit of respect. Saberlight, he's in. He's got the Arena to trap into Hark. Blade Mail is off. They'll spear him back, but Lorenoff is in onto Nisha. Nisha's going to get rebounded. Nisha's dead. Wait, did he cancel the TP with the rebound, or would he have been dead anyway?
I think he was dead anyway.
Was he?
I think so. Because
it was the rebound right that stopped the TP.
Yes. Yes.
I think he was out. Was he not out?
It's hard to say because I think he would have gotten hit one more time by the Huskar.
Sure, he probably would have died.
He might
in
have
fountain.
burned in the fountain.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, that's
and now
Roshan.
okay, here we go. They kill Nisha. They're in a Roshan. Chimera shaking the game up. A Liquid. Mickey wants to do something about this. Slight changes there.
Yeah.
Still though.
He's not going to do anything.
They're finishing Roche. Lorenoff, he's got the Aegis secured. And now TA2000, he's happy to fight. They're looking at Liquid. Ice Path won't catch on to Mickey. Liquid back off. Chimera, good solid punch back into the game. Making sure that 5k or so lead that Liquid did obtain pretty quickly this game has stopped growing. They've managed to slow the bleeding. And Chimera with the Aegis now, they're back in with a chance.
He was dead. It was like a full second left on the TP.
I don't know, he had wand as well to press. You know?
He was dead to just a right click.
Oh, you
1 second?
Was it 1 second still on the TP?
It was like still a full second.
Okay.
Yes, production has slowed down even more, but I'm pretty sure it was like a full
Was it
second.
1 second? Okay.
I think it wasn't this like 0.1 second thing.
Oh, here we go. Things getting exciting now.
Yeah.
Farm TA2000's up there, and look at Lorenoff. His net worth's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and again, remember with this facet, you're not an early game only here. You actually scale.
Are they going to try and go for Tahak?
Okay.
They will catch him before he's able to put the blade mail. Now he's able to get the blade mail off. Oh my goodness, Boxy's got to be careful. Now Lorenoff's able to turn up. Boxy's dead, and now they can turn for Saberlight. They're both dead. Lorenoff with the double kill. Liquid with the uh-oh.
I think they're overestimating their damage between the two of them. Because if Sniper's in that play, they kill easily.
Yeah.
Even Mirana being there. Mickey, I don't know. He's kind of a whatever at this point in the game. He went Manta, I think is I guess it's for the Huskar silence, right? And maybe the morph chains is the reason for the Manta.
Yeah, it needs some sort of dispel right against.
It's gonna delay his radiance by a good amount. I think it was okay when they were leading the game. They're kind of crushing. If no one died, this Manta would feel so good. But now, Liquid's dodging a bit and not having a radiance, just slowing his game down a lot.
Yeah, and this slowdown is only seemingly benefiting Chimera. Like Lorinov, he's got the same farm as Nisha, and we saw how that mid lane matchup went down. Yep. This has been an incredible recovery from him on the Huskar. You got to remember as well, during none of this game did he ever die. You know, Lorinov, he didn't need to win that mid lane.
4-0-2.
He knew how to play the game, how to farm back up, and how to catch back up, and he's there. At the top, level with Nisha Sniper.
Isn't it wild that it's just a 9-pick Huskar? I feel like there's not many players that consider Huskar a standard Dota hero. They picked it just like, oh, it's a good mid, he'll do whatever. Sure, they picked it to like crush Ember in the lane mid, but I think they also just have faith in it as a hero.
Yeah, well, you can definitely see why with the game playing out as it is now. I mean, you roll back 10 minutes, it was looking to be all Liquid, but I mean, if we look at kind of the net worth graph, it did kind of hit the stalemate. This quick gain, this quick lead that Liquid were gaining, it's absolutely leveled off now, and starting to swing back in Chimera's favor. So now sort of, you look towards Liquid, see what's their next move, what's their next item.
I don't know if they're waiting for an item. I think it's just a good fight jump. If Nisha and Saberlight are on the same fight, and Nisha's able to hit the guy that gets arena'd,
sure,
I think they just win the fight. They won a lot of different engagements, kind of just playing off the arena. The last few ones, I feel like it's been disconnected. Either it's, Boxy jumping in alone, or Saberlight kind of getting gone on. I think those two need to be in the fight for at least 10-15 seconds.
Okay, as the Remnants at the ready. Of course, needs to continue to do so. Sort of the slows and such in play.
Yep.
But for the most part, as long as he has that, it should be fine, as you mentioned earlier. Just they don't have crazy amounts of lockdown. Even with the buffed up Ice Path, he should be able to live most of the time, unless he overextends.
Yeah, it's a free Ember game. I don't know if there's no one really going catch items from either. Lornov's going for Sanjanyasha. I think it's Butterfly BKB on Morph. Yep, Butterfly. Yeah. Kind of, it's all on 1J and maybe TA2000 to get a chain on it. Now, about a 1k gold lead for Liquid. Kind of this whole advantage. They've lost about 5k gold.
Yeah, it's gone. Now, the way Chimera have stabilized this game has been very impressive. I feel like it all kind of started around 1J's smooth moves up on that top corner.
Yep.
That was the beginning of the turnaround here. The flashy plays here from Jakiro.
Tumbler Toy's back. It's a good item. Just leading to random jukes like that, you maybe go up a high ground they weren't expecting. A few of the old neutral items were added back. They added a lot, actually. Essence Ring, Brigand's Blade, Tumbler Toy. The good old days.
Minotaur Horn.
Yep.
And what else has come back?
Spider
Legs.
That's it. Yeah. Ogre was in the... Yeah, Ogre was in the...
They're hitting the high ground here, Chimera. 27 minutes in. The Aegis, of course, timed out, but they don't care that they don't have it.
Yeah, if Nisha's here, he can defend. Still half the tower. Without really having to commit any resources. Spooky stuff for Liquid. I'm not sure how their lineup kind of scales into Chimera. Because, again, their single target damage is just sniper endgame. I think Boxy can maybe scale into this late game position, but it's not really happening. He's not getting these kills. He doesn't even have a BKB yet, so maybe with the BKB he can. But yeah, I don't know. TA2000 and Lorinov might end up being too strong. If they keep playing like this for the next 4 or 5 minutes, they're going to get to their late game point.
Oh, let's see what Liquid can do here. They want to try and make a play around the silver edge that Nisha's just picked up. Saberlight can get in with a good arena. And if Nisha can find his positioning without the threat being jumped by Chimera, they should have a chance. They're going to stick to Huck mid. Not really what Saberlight wants to go for, though.
Dire are scared.
They removed break from Silver Edge, or it still breaks, right?
Yeah, I think so, right? They just added also break to Kanda, right?
Okay, yeah. It still just break.
So they just got, you've got kind of more options of how you want.
You basically have like a right clicker option and a spellcaster option with Kanda. I like it.
And McKay's nearly got the Radiance. So they'll nearly have that extra bit of damage to be pumping out in the fight. I feel like, though, the Radiance damage, some of these... is the Radiance going to be that scary for the cause of Chimera? Do they care that much about the burn damage in these fights?
Not really.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Morph is kind of chilling, Huskar's chilling, right? It's not going to be the damage that pushes him over the edge.
It's not a 13-minute Radiance, so it's not going to have this early game prowess that it usually does. I think it's more of a farming tool.
Okay. But that's coming in on, 30 minutes on the clock.
Definitely. I understand why he's getting it. It's going to do a lot of damage in the fights because Ember ends up being in your face a lot more than you would expect.
Sure.
But again, it's not...
Because I guess with the way that the game's played out as well, Mickey could have probably got away with getting the Radiance before the Manta. And then at this point, you'd have more net worth.
Yes. He would have Manta, he would have another maybe 1,000, 2,000 gold, actually scaling to his third item, which... I don't know.
Let's have a look here. Loroff, he's just straight in. He's going to be able to find his way over towards the backlines, looking for Nisha. Nisha on the retreat. Will get out of there with the invis. Boxy stands his ground, turns towards Loroff. They get the arena down, spearing on towards Loroff. They're going to break it onto Dahak. They're trying to kill the Bristol. Don't get him. The Bristol to fall. It's cost him Saberlight's life. Loroff able to get out, dodges the assassinate. So 1 for 1 here. The off lane is trading their lives.
Wow. That's... I mean, watching these fights, it's like so close. I think Nisha like gets gone at the start of the fight. He's able to kite out, but I don't know.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud
who the
of you.
game is favoring. I don't really know. I feel like the game is so even that it's a lot on the, probably next Roche for a major objective.
Sure. I feel like the concern for Liquid is that if Nisha dies in these fights, I think they're going to struggle to have the damage.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if this sniper gets jumped, killing the Morph and the Huskar with the rest of the heroes, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yep.
So the kind of the composition's much more glass cannon in the setup from Liquid, in that they need Nisha alive. Whereas with Chimera, you kill the Bristle, you kill the Morph, you kill one of these, the other two are going to be able to do a lot more damage cleaning up the rest of your team. So, whilst the numbers are close, Liquid have to be much more particular about how they position themselves in this fight and keep Nisha safe.
Yeah, because again, if you go back to the draft, Mickey sacrifices his game for Nisha. To give him the sniper, to give him this last pick versus Huskar, give him a good game. And Mickey's performing. Third in net worth, I think he's 6-1-3. He's kind of everything you can ask for from an Ember, but now hopefully he doesn't die here.
We have the silence on, but the Mantis are ready as well with the Remnant. Same time in the mid, the jump was made. They're able to kill off Dahak in the arena. So they can go for more. Dispose on a 1J. They get a couple of kills, Liquid with the quick grab around the mid. TH2000 not able to punish either of them. They're still watching TH2000. Maybe Liquid considering if they can go for more. Saberlight's going to try with the blind spear. Doesn't get the connection. TH2000 has got backup by Panto and Loronoff are here. Mickey's going to go straight for Panto. Loronoff moves in, pots the BKB, jumps in on towards Saberlight. They'll kill off the Mars.
Two buybacks.
Yeah, 2 of them. As Chimera really want to try and keep this fight going, but the Moonlight Shadow's out. Liquid, they're on the retreat. They're not going to be able to catch anyone with these buybacks. That's an expensive one. They're coming out from Dahak.
Yeah, is that for Roche? I guess.
Actually, if they get the Roche, then it's worth.
Yeah, but I don't even think it's a free Roche or sniper. I don't understand what these buybacks were.
It's got to be for the Roche, as you say.
Yeah, I guess.
They take it pretty quickly with the Morph, and there's no Mars for 20 seconds. And Mars is a key part of Liquid's fight.
Sure.
You know, starting the action.
All right, Insania.
Let's have a look.
Goes in.
Man, Mickey might be able to time a steal.
Yeah, Nisha can go in.
They're trying to finish it. They're going to jump Nisha. Straight away, they go for Nisha. TH2000 Loronoff coordinate their move over towards the sniper.
He's alive.
Jump away with the smoke grenade. TH2000 is going to continue to chase him, but indeed he doesn't see him. Nisha's away with the invis. They did manage to finish the Roche, get the Aegis picked up on Dahak. So Chimera, they got what they wanted, but they didn't get Nisha. They didn't get everything that they wanted. Nisha, just a little bit too elusive. Has the Shard, has the Silver Edge, has the Hurricane Pike. So 3 ways to jump out of the fight. and did so just in time. I mean, you saw Chimera. The goal is very clear. Lorinoff and TA2000 immediately go for Nisha.
Yeah, it gets scary with the Incendiary facet for Huskar. You know, you get hit 2-3 times, you're getting burned by a percentage. Also, funny enough, so Dahak actually had to take the Aegis because basically it was burning and it was dying, and both his cores like completely ran out of pit. They're not even going to get the Aegis, and that is actually a really big deal. The fact that it's on Dahak and it's not on Lorinoff or TA2000. Again, I guess you could say, oh, it's fine because Dahak used buyback.
That's the thing, right? Yeah.
So it's not technically the worst.
It's not too bittersweet.
Yeah, it is bad though. I would say just in terms of his impact in the fight. If he dies once, he's probably gonna just die a second time because usually he's gonna die last. And he's not gonna win the fight without TA2000 or Lorinoff. Full stop.
Now you can see Nisha. Next up, BKB. He just has to live.
Yeah.
He has to have all these items to keep him alive.
I think even I'd want to say Tanic. I just find it maybe
just sort of stand your ground.
You just need to be able to heal through these Huskar Burning Spears. I guess he does have Marcy. Marcy still gives life still, right? Yeah. I don't even know anymore. Marcy's
Yeah, it does right with the bodyguard, right?
It does, yeah.
6 seconds ally gains 75% of the lifesteal bonus, which is 30%. So, bottom, they've got the taunt control and the root follow-up there. TA2000 using the powers of the Ember Spirit against Mickey. And that's Lorinoff getting the last touch, ends the streak. That's a lot of money going to Lorinoff on the Huskar, killing off Mickey there.
Yeah, almost 1,000 gold. So that's what he matched off the silence and got
chained.
Yeah. It's Ember versus Morph matchup. It's hard.
TA2000 with a lot of money as well, very close to having the Skadi. On top of the Manta, Butterfly BKB. Again, it's close on the numbers. And Liquid, they have the advantage in kills. But these fights, they just do seem that little bit tougher for Liquid and how they have to out-execute Chimera.
I definitely like Chimera's kind of standing in the game right now.
Yeah. Especially considering how much of a struggle they had in the opening to this one. They really did their best to recover, and it's looking very good. When you see a team be able to pick themselves up from that sort of slow start with a mid laner who didn't get to play mid at all with the counter picks against him, Lorinoff had to hit the jungle.
He just jungled. Level, I think 4 he jungled.
Yeah, and now like you look at the top 4 net worth, the two, the Huskar, the Morph, they're up their level with Nisha Sniper, and it's Mickey that is falling a little bit behind out of the top 4 cores.
Yeah, it's hard to ask a lot of this Ember. I think he's already kind of performed higher expectations.
Oh, absolutely.
Going into the game.
Yeah, considering the change up they had to do.
Being 7-2-3, he's still farmed. Sure, he's not as farmed as the other 3 cores in the game, but he's not a liability. And I think when you do lane swaps, if you have no liabilities after the lane swaps, it's fine. I'm just curious on how Nisha has to play these fights. It almost feels like he literally can't show up in the fight until he sees...
Oh. Ooh. Okay, BKB.
Was that just... That was just for fun, right? He was just testing?
Yeah, it was... Yeah.
Okay. It works. Thank you, Doc.
I don't even know what he's trying to... Maybe he's trying to press the Soul Ring. He's just swapped out. But it happens. Press the wrong buttons. BKB sometimes gets used a little unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he was worried about a bug or something. That BKB wouldn't go off.
Yeah, test the hotkeys out.
You gotta fix it.
Happens.
Gotta beta test your own BKB.
Mickey should have the full Shivas ready for the next fight. It's going to be, of course, very, very nice against the Morph and the Huskar.
I'm looking at MKB for Nisha as their next big timing. Right. He has it soon, about like 700 gold-ish.
Saberlight.
Oh.
Doesn't want to full commit onto Dahak.
He still has Aegis in Dahak. You kind of wait it out. I look at Saberlight's items. His game feels so bad just compared to the game state of the other cores. Just blink BKB Vlads. Even Dahak, I think, is stronger.
Yeah, because they have about a similar amount of net worth, but in these states, you'd rather take the Bristol over the Mars.
Yeah. Definitely. I think it's a combination of a few things. Bristol can get gone on. Mars doesn't really want to, so he can press Arena. And then I just think Saberlight's not tanky. mouse headset?
Headset.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's see what we get from this. Liquid out on the hunt. They have the MKB on Nisha. Shiva's Guard on Mickey. So they have this next round of big items for their 2 cores. Could be cooking up a good team fight here. If Saberlight can get the opening and if they can just keep Nisha in a safe spot. That's all it really takes. Just They have to do everything to make sure Nisha cannot get jumped.
1 minute. I'm trying to think of the Liquid fight. How does this play out? So Ember has to poke without getting caught.
Yeah, I feel like you have to jump either the Morphling or the Huskar, right? You've got to get one of these two. You can't let these two play the edge of the fight and get the chance to just go straight for your sniper. One of those has to get caught.
Yep. I think, so you have Ember, he pokes a fight, gets a slight chains, maybe you arrow follow up. But realistically, I think the best is you bait Chimera into this really deep dive on you, and then you turn. I think just walking into where Chimera's standing is not really going to pay off. That's just what I'm worried about. It's so much damage.
Nisha. It's risky when you see the sniper walking at the front.
There's no BKB on Bristle, right? Oh, no, he has it. Okay.
Back up ready to press. I think you can sort of feel from Liquid exactly what you say. You know, that they made this move, but they did, as soon as they know that Chimera is set up as a unit, they just can't really walk in like this. And now Chimera, they're going to look for the strike back. But this could play into Liquid's hand, right? If Liquid are able to kind of bait out a move from Chimera first, it doesn't go onto their sniper, maybe they can turn that into something.
Yeah. Even though now they're down a bit of gold, I still think if Nisha's not hit in the fight, he can peep him off.
Sure. Yeah, MKB, Mionit, you know, that's nothing to laugh at.
It's really high
damage.
Yes. It is, I don't know. It's hard to pump out the damage when you're the only core. And effectively, Lornov or TA2000, even if only one of them do, they can just, they have both have mobility spells to jump Nisha in the backline. So it's so hard for him to find a completely safe spot. Maybe he gets caught running it by like Hawk's running him. He has no BKB. It's not an easy sniper game.
Yeah, it's just all 3 cores can and will look to get in the face of the sniper.
So 1 minute for Roche to start spawning.
Chimera should be able to clean up the tier 2 top.
Top tower is under attack.
Maybe they'll just push to the high ground, see what sort of reaction they get from Liquid. Try and force them back.
Especially if the Huskar isn't shown in a minute or 2. Liquid's just going to expect that. Oh no, Insania.
Careful, Insania. It's a lot of damage from Mr. TA2000 on the morph. The fortification out. And he'll be back in time before any sort of catch comes in from Saberlight. Chimera. Gonna have TA2000, of course, also going for a blink as well. Just increasing their chance to just jump this sniper and make Nisha's life hell in the team fight.
I do like how Liquid kind of recognizes the mistakes. I don't want to say mistakes, but the holes in their draft, and both Insignia and Saberlight have Hex queued up. Good pick off. If Roche is an early spawn,
Chimera can still fight this. They're just straight in, they get the jump on a sniper. Nisha's dead immediately. The arena's down, but it doesn't really matter. TA2000 is still going to get the freedom to look towards Box. He's able to jump away with Insania. Panto with this buyback coming in from the side. But the impetus is flying over towards Insania. Saberlight gets left behind. They've got the vision. They get the catch on him. I mean, this is just all it takes, right? Just one jump. The sniper's dead. And then without Nisha, they just don't have that consistent output of damage for a team fight.
Yeah, again, this is effectively just a 4-protect-1. Everything about Nisha mid has to carry the game, and I think they might have made a couple, like, too many mistakes. It got to this late game. Huskar more? It's hard.
I mean, you're definitely seeing with a performance like this why Chimera will just pick that Huskar first pick in response to, especially if you're picking a mid laner, they want to try and bully out of that mid position. Top Panther will die. It's a dieback. But of course the damage is being done to the base of Liquid, and now change from TA2000 out to 2 of them. Saberlight, he feels pressure to buy back. Boxy jumps out of there.
It is mega creeps.
Fortification's there. There's still a little bit of a chance to hold on to that final set of barracks.
There's no sniper. 20 seconds.
And TA2000 is just in picking up more kills. It's a dieback on Saberlight. Liquid looking like they don't have any options left in this game, as the mega creeps are out. They get the arrow connection onto TA2000, but the Ice Path catches Mickey. Lorinov in with the taunt, controlling the Ember Spirit. He'll get the Sleight of Fist off. The Remnant, he didn't have one pre-prepared, so Mickey's gone.
He has buyback. Chimera's out. Playing very safe. I guess Mickey gets to save. Oh, no. He's in.
Lorinov, he's ready to keep going.
Wait, this is Nisha again.
He just finds Nisha outside of the base. Step once more without buyback. The buyback comes out from Mickey. Can they even kill the support? Maybe they get 1J. They'll get the Jakira. Can they get Dahak? That's a little bit of a tougher ordeal. He's got the BKB. Lorinov, he's back in again. Jumps over towards Insania. Insania is able to leap away. Can they finish Lorinov? They can. Okay. A little bit of a double kill for Mickey. He did have to buy back for this.
A little bit of trolling from Lorinov. Didn't he go in by himself?
He did, because I believe what BKB TP was being pressed by Dahak, and Lorinov was like, I'm going in.
Okay.
All right. Liquid. Okay. It's going to be okay for now. And of course, you can always trust Liquid to make it a little more exciting when the Mega Creeps are out against them. You know, they won't just kind of lie down and let the Ancient fall. They'll fight to the bitter end. But against Mega Creeps, can this Liquid lineup doing? Whatever they've done, they have bought time that Nisha, yes, he is going to get to play. Again, 30 seconds, he'll be up.
Is he able to play, though? I think every fight, Huskar's just going to jump in with an Ags, has BKB. I don't see... Nisha needs BKB, he needs... I like the Lincolns. He has queued up. Maybe he's able to, you know, you block the Huskar ult. I'm a bit worried for Liquid. I guess, you know, it's fair. They're mega'd. I don't know how much confidence you can have in them. But Chimera looking good.
Yeah, this has been a really impressive game from them. Again, just considering the way that everything sort of transpired from the start. Yeah.
Again, so for context, it's very first pick out of the draft, Ember.
Yep.
And then Chimera 9-pick Huskar. So Liquid used their later picks in the draft to put Ember safe lane and pick Sniper mid, because Sniper is supposed to be very good versus the Huskar. Huskar just jungles. I think level 4, level 5.
Yeah, he did.
Literally jungles for 15 minutes straight. Got his items, made a couple moves, and he's just a Dota hero. Nothing too special.
He's going to find Boxy. Nisha's going to hide in the trees, go for the TP out. They didn't see him. Nisha will live. Saberlight.
Spear back.
Did he get the connection onto Panto? They'll have the buyback as well coming in from Boxy. Panto jumps out to the side. The arena's been dropped down. Panto, he's getting out of this. Is he going to live? No, he will fall. They get the Enchantress, but Nisha is in trouble. TO2000 goes straight for him. Nisha's able to bounce him back with the smoke grenade, but Mickey gets caught by the life break of Lorinov. Mickey's out for 2 minutes. No further buybacks available for him for now. Lorinov gets Boxy as well. Saberlight to fall. Insania trying to get back towards the fountain, but TO2000, he's ready to start diving as they kill off Insania. Dive in to kill off Nisha. GG is called. This game is over. Chimera will take game 1, Gunnar.
Okay. I don't really know my feelings kind of on the game. It feels kind of strange, I guess. The draft for Chimera was a bit weird with the Huskar and how the early game played out. I think Liquid just had a really big advantage. They're up, what, 5K, 6K? And then I think they just lost, kind of. Just like slowly they kept dying across the map. There are pickoffs. I think TA2000 played pretty fantastic aside from Lorinov. And between the two of them, it's so funny because look, you look at the two supports, 1 and 10.
Perfect.
3 and 10.
The calculated deaths.
And then you look at the cores, and they're all just destroying the game. So that's a bad sign, I would say, for Liquid going into the next game too. I think this is the type of draft that you would expect Liquid to win. And so the fact that they're losing in this kind of situation kind of hurts them. And maybe you just go for something standard. You don't do the Ember safe lane. If you're in this situation, just say, hey, Nisha.
Just good luck.
You're tanking the Huskar. You know, you can draft heroes like... I think Marcy is really good at ganking Huskar mid.
Sure.
Even with Ember, Marcy TP's mid once, you get a jump in and...
And especially because against Chimera, as we saw, it doesn't matter if you pick this matchup to force Lorinov out of the lane.
Yeah.
He really does just do that well, unless they were somehow able to snowball in the first 20 minutes, make it impossible for him to recover, but they couldn't do that. They couldn't slow him down.
They lost their mid tower, I think, pretty early on to just Nisha right-clicking it.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid got all 3 tier 1s at like 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and it didn't matter.
It did not matter at all. I think one thing for sure in the future drafts, if you're up against Chimera, you got to watch out for this first pick of Huskar, because Lorinov, 10-1 and 8, his first pick, they had all the chance to deal with it. They didn't. Chimera take game 1 against Team Liquid.
What a treat of a game. It went from looking like it was almost over to fantastic comebacks and great jukes by, for example, 1J on his Jakiro. A lot of things we can highlight for a game like this, the cost.
Absolutely. We saw last pick Huskars. We saw Huskars being banned in the first phase, second phase, and third phase, but we haven't really seen people open up with Huskar immediately after seeing Ember Spirit. This is something that's going to change coming into the second game. Liquid, I think they need to have some other options available. As Gunnar pointed out, maybe Nisha needs to take an L in the mid lane. I have to agree with that one, or they need to shift things around. This Huskar might just also be banned in the first phase, because if they don't want to play it, this hero feels still super strong. What he brings to the table with the new facet as well, where he has a dispel mechanic of his own, lowering his HP and then healing himself. The hero kind of feels like you can take it early on and not care too much about it, because he played into Sniper as well, and he did really well in the mid and late game.
I think, would it be okay if I respectfully disagree with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I think I'm going to disagree with the letting the Huskar through and taking the L on Ember. I understand where that point comes from. I think this seems too good. The iteration of Huskar we're dealing with here. I think if you're going to first pick Ember, just go back to banning it first phase.
Why not?
It worked before. Do it again. Or the second option that you suggested, which I don't disagree with, piece of shit, is the idea of just straying away from the Ember first pick altogether. You've mentioned it every single time we see it so far, which is Ember just has a lot of lane counters.
He has a lot of bad matchups, and like we talk about some Slardars back in the days, Necrophos as well. He just doesn't do well as many. It's a strong hero right now, especially because the combo is also back with the Mirana, one of the reasons why they played it in the safe lane. But it feels like a lot of these new mid laners, they need to pop off. Like, they need to be able to do stuff around, and if you're playing into this bad of a matchup, I don't think you can afford it to take that big of an L as well in the mid lane, because there's no bottle refilling. That's gone. So Team Liquid, they need to think of something different coming into the second game.
Yeah.
I mean, because they had... I'm not wrong, right? For the first, like, 15 to 20 minutes,
they were
had
doing
it.
good. Yeah, they were doing pretty great.
Was it just the heroes and the nature of the heroes that made them turn around? Because I thought Chimera just played really well. They had some great moves. You can't all say that, oh, you know, just blend us kind of.
No.
I feel like that's selling Chimera a little bit short.
No, it's just that it's you always look at adjustments that you can make in the game, and draft is like the earliest, like early game in Dota matters, but what matters is the earlier game than that, which is the draft, right? So it's just an exponential growth thing there. But I think TA2000 also played exceptional on Morphling. One thing that we've seen from these morphs on this patch is that it seems like it's a worse hero now in the early game, but then scaling and going late once he does have the items and you're forced to go for the right-click build instead of the Conda build, because Conda doesn't apply your damage anymore. It seems better.
It does feel good, but yeah, we gotta give credit to him, because he died only one time, and so did Lorinov as well on Huskar, considering that he was playing into break mechanic, he was playing in some of the counters as well, but overall, Chimera, this team just looks very good. It feels like in some of the games that they lost, when they played yesterday against Heroic, they were a bit too greedy, because they picked TB offlane, they had Phantom Assassin, Queen of Pain, they were kind of giving away a lot of the kills in that game. This time around, they managed to make a comeback as well, and we got to give them respect, because a lot of the times we see teams get advantage on, they killed that first Tormentor, and suddenly the game is over, but they managed to make a comeback, killing Roshan, and getting back into the game and winning it after.
Yeah, I love to see it. I bet some of those fights were very much due to superior vision. Isn't that right, Fair?
Absolutely, and sometimes you can find vision in the most unexpected places, such as a Jakiro. One that was hiding very well next to the outpost here, or Twin Gate rather, 1J, making his way over here. I've never seen someone break ankles as much as this in my entire life on a Jakiro. Thanks for the Tumbler Toy being back in action here. Liquid, they're searching everywhere. That's a courier, by the way. The spear misses. The courier's running around looking for him. They even Dust thinking he had a Glimmer Cape, which he didn't even have. And they still could not find him. And he manages to walk out after that, unscathed, and kill Saberlight. And I think directly after that is when you started to see Chimera get back into the game, and that was your Kadia word of the game.
I will say both of the supports, we mentioned it briefly already, or I think our commentary team did, they had 10 deaths on the side of Chimera. And I think that those were majority, and especially for Panto, he had a rough start to the game. But later on, it is just, I mean, okay, this one, you know, 1J was hiding, so he wasn't there in vision. But normally you are just a human ward, and I think sometimes dying in the right place is also very important.
Yeah, especially if you have buyback.
Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, later in the game, early on in the game, especially with the map this large, so many jungle camps in these weird places, you just gotta die and make space for your guys to farm. And Lornoff ended up being top net worth. Once he had the Ags plus Blink Dagger, Nisha was dead in every single fight. He found him. So the supports are like, all right, my duties are done. You know, made the space for my core. Now he's gonna carry me.
Should we have expected more from the Marcy across the lane? Because I thought that was going to be really good. Was supposed to be really good.
They did fine. He did go for the Blink Dagger as the first item back to Vlad's. Did go with that facet, the victory facet that we talked about, that we've seen it in action immediately after the patch dropped, where it feels like you're taking the fight, you're getting all the extra heal. With the Vlad's on top of that, providing the damage for the team with the sidekick damage as well, just fell off so quickly. This is something that does happen with Mars if you're not building into damage items or if you're not being active. He was also the one getting jumped a lot of the times, where he gets initiated on by Huskar with the Blink Dagger, BKB. There's not much he can do. Later stages, he gets initiated on by Aghanim Scepter, so he needs to fight him, and that's not the fight that he's going to win. So Mars, it feels good, but they also needed to, I would say, keep the pressure going, get all of those items, and try to close out the game. It's just that we haven't seen it. Team Liquid has been a bit sloppy in a couple of the recent series that they played. There was no that aggressiveness that like, all right, we're gonna do this afterwards. We have the plan if something, if they try to catch us off guard. Because there was one fight in the mid lane where they get a kill on Enchantress with Sniper and Mars, and suddenly they are the ones getting jumped. They use the Silver Edge. They get initiated on by Huskar. Sniper's dead from 100 to 0, and it did feel like it was kind of a 4 protect 1 strategy in the end from Liquid.
Yeah, we'll see if they can clean it up a little bit in game number 2 and force out a third game to this series. That's what they'll need to do if they want to have a shot at taking a W here. Let's find out what's going to happen in game number 2 after a break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
was an old farmer in Dorset did dwell. Lily Valera, la, and he had a wife that many knew well. Lily Valera, la, Lera, Lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la, Lera, Lera, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. The devil came to the old man at the plough. Lily Valera, la, one of your family I must have now. Lily Valera, la, it's not your oldest son that I crave, but 'tis your wife, and she I must have. Lero, Lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la.
Now welcome, good Satan, with all of me heart.
Lily Valera, la.
I hope you and she will never more part.
Lily Valera, la. Now Satan has got the old wife on his back. He's lugged her off like a peddler's pack. Lero, Lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. He trudged away till they came to his gate. Lily Valera, la. Come and take in this old farmer's mate. Lily Valera, la. She saw 30 nymphs all dancing in chains. She ups with their boots and beats at their brains. Lero, Lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. She knocked out Satan against the wall. Lily Valera, la. Let's turn her out or she'll murder us all. Lily Valera, la. He's bundled her up on his back and then to her old husband he's took her again. Lero, Lero, Lily Valera, Lily Valera, la. I've been a tormentor the whole of me life. Lily Valera, la. But I've never tormented like this farmer's wife. Lily Valera, la. Lero, Lero, Lily Valera, 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 Lily Valera, la. As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon.
Game number 2 between Chimera and Team Liquid. Chimera is 1 game up after a fantastic game number 1, where they were able to make a comeback with Liquid having a solid early game. We're going to see if we're going to have a 3rd game to this series, or if Chimera can just 2-0 this team. It's already in the draft, and normally I want to talk about adjustments. We already see them on our screens. However, we have an opening pick with Chimera, so we also have to change that Chimera gets first pick this time around. They still ban out the Ember Spirit. And yeah, they open with the Life Stealer there.
That's a bit of a surprising one. We saw some of the like Phantom Assassin openers. Life Stealer seems like a really strong pick right now. I mean, Liquid could just straight up take Razor immediately, because I don't think you can flex this Life Stealer. I didn't see any of the new tech that the hero can be played from any other roles.
No, he's mainly usually carry right now, but he proved even yesterday, even against heroes like PA, we even saw Spirit try to beat a lifestealer with like Slardars and stuff like this. None of it really worked. So I'm just a little bit confused right now on how lifestealer fits into the meta right now, because he plays against his hardest counters and he wins every game right now, as even a first pick, which is kind of crazy. A lot of that does come down to just how strong Aghanim seems on this hero. You do get to that Aghanims eventually, and even your worst counters, such as like a Razor or something, become less of a problem.
There is one counter. Centaur with the Aghanim Scepter. You pull your guy, you force staff him into the team, he can't exit, and then you kill him afterwards. But you need some BKB piercing disables, you need a stun. They have one of those with the Beastmaster, but Lifestealer, he does feel like he is almost unbeatable right now, becomes much more tanky with, I don't know if they called the facet differently or if they just added it to the existing facet where you're getting more HP for the hero kills.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a believer I am in the first pick Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd one.
Like, I get it as a response to PA. It does seem like it works, and I also get that, like, I saw the Slardar, and that did not work as a counter to the Lifestealer. I think that matchup has changed. I don't think Razor is that great of a hero, so I do think Lifestealer's counters are not that great in this patch, but I also don't think Lifestealer's, like, a good enough carry to first pick. And I kind of like that Liquid's response to it is not to like over adjust and go for some like Lifestealer hard counter on the first phase. Instead, they're just like, we were probably going to pick Beastmaster anyway. Beast has a BKB piercing disable. It gives us the tempo we want in the game. Even picking Jakiro against Lifestealer is not normal. You know, this is a magic damage spell-based hero. Lifestealer gets spell immunity.
Yeah, but if you pair up these two heroes, Beastmaster and Jakiro, some Roar into Macropire into Ice Path, follow it up, you're gonna have most of the time enough damage to kill any hero on the map. Maybe not Lifestealer if we're talking about like post 30 minutes where the hero gets super tanky with Radiance, SNY, Armlet, etc. But yeah, I like what Team Liquid is doing right now with the Beastmaster and Jakiro.
Question for you though, Jenkins, is do you actually believe that you don't think Lifestealer is a first pick hero, or do you just don't think it seems right because we've never seen it before?
I don't think Lifestealer's a first pick hero. I think I think his stock probably is better in like the second phase. I just think that maybe the counters to it are undiscovered, the ones that feel really good against it. But I don't know, maybe some silence hero, like let's say Ursa starts getting picked. Slark, there have been teams that have been experimenting with the Slark, and this hero does really well against Lifestealer, I think, even with the Aghanim Scepter.
Because I used to think PA wasn't a first pick hero. And then it all of a sudden was. And it made a lot of sense. And I think Lifestealer is kind of creeping up on me as one of those heroes that I think might be totally fine the first pick for a lot of reasons that like aren't even being mentioned right now. The fact that he can save your allies too. Like there's so many team fights I see where Lifestealer just hops into someone that's about to get bursted in the early game, gives them that burst heal, and now all of a sudden you add a Glimmer Cape on top of that. You don't really expect the fact that he's a bit of a support in that way too. He buys Radiance, which helps the team. He does a lot of things that helps the team right now, and he scales, and it feels like he has like a tool for every situation right now. Like if he needs to like play against all right click and carry, he has the Aghanims available, doesn't have to go for it. He's getting more tanky than he usually is. Infinite scaling is always something that's really OP in Dota. So I don't know, I think this hero shouldn't be uncounterable, but it's hard to say with the new patch with all the changes and how the map is played. He seems to just fit this meta incredibly well right now.
Do you think that there's a chance that they put this Beastmaster on a carry role and pick something different against the Lifestealer from the offlane? Mickey didn't play it yet, so I'm thinking maybe some Enigma, maybe some Doom
Enigma
as a counter.
would be good, but it's banned. Doom, unfortunately, like, it's hard with Doom against Lifestealer because, like, yeah, sure, you can't use your spells, which is always good, and you can't lifesteal, but his raw HP is just so high that Doom oftentimes won't be enough to kill him. He doesn't mind buying Saint Inuyasha either. I've seen Slardars. I don't know what the counter is right now. I'd like to see something actually work because not enough teams have been really trying this first pick Lifestealer. I've seen it probably 4 times now, and it's won every game.
I have it. It's Medusa with the unslowable facet.
Yes.
3 slows on the side of Chimera Esports right now.
Yeah.
In every other game, Medusa's dog shit, and that facet is the worst one in the game.
Yeah, but she's still very slow.
Yeah, but you're not...
She's still
even
gonna get
slower.
she's still gonna get eaten up, no?
I mean, depends. If it's, I wouldn't pick it now. I would wait a little bit, but it could be a good option.
Just wait for
Whether
the
you go for that faster or not, it just has to be a good Deuce game, I think.
He doesn't like getting disarmed that much, so maybe not so good against the Lifestealer.
Nobody likes getting disarmed.
What do we think about support duo of Chimera? We kind of glanced over that, but it's not very often that we see Crystal May and Venomancer coming out.
Yeah, what are they doing with Venomancer?
Is it going to be
Jungle?
another jungle Venomancer, something that 9 class does? Because you are leaving alone your offlaner, so this offlaner from Chimera needs to be some self-sustainable offlaner.
I actually did see, I think it was 9 class, right, who did ran
Yes.
this? And they just cut the first wave. That was pretty cool. If they do want to do something like that, I wouldn't mind that a lot. And Storm Lifestealer, we're back in 2014.
Yeah, this is a very good Storm pick, I would say. I like the Weaver. This is one of the better heroes traditionally against the Lifestealer. It's
Venomancer as well.
Yeah.
You don't get slowed.
Yeah, even the CM Frostbite, you can time lapse off if it, worst comes to worst. So, and these two supports will melt to a Weaver. And he does tons of physical damage, great against Lifestealer.
Will you go for the XP talent?
No.
God, no. The instant Storm pick is good too, though. Like silencing a Weaver or even just catching a Weaver with grip is like he can die full to 0 in a grip.
Do you want to see Marcy being played as a core or Weaver being played as a core?
I like the Weaver as a core here.
Weaver, for sure.
Makes sense. I mean, they buffed the hero with the bugs, so now you need an extra hit to kill the bugs. Now it's 3, 4, 4, 5, which is quite a lot, so you're going to be bringing in that damage. And looking at the hero, other than Lifestealer, you can't really kill the bug. It's not just about the damage and the minus armor, it's also about providing vision for the team.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The reason I'd want Weaver as carry over Marcy is because I feel like Weaver needs a lot of items this patch to have impact, where Marcy, just get a BKB and you're kind of already strong, right? And I think that definitely helps your power spike a lot in games like this.
We've seen a lot of Queen of Pains being really good. I think this is the hero that Team Liquid will be looking up to pick up. Good against Storm. You care pretty much only about Crystal Maiden's Bite in terms of lockdown. But great against the Lifestealer. You have the burst damage. You have pure damage as well to push him back. So definitely feels nice to round up the draft. Because right now I'm seeing quite a lot of damage. These heroes can fight easily 15 minutes into the Tormentor.
It's a good Mars ban. I play a lot of Weaver and I hate playing versus Mars. That matchup is very difficult. Any hero that can just like control your movement makes it very annoying to play.
I'm looking at the Hawks hero pool and it's not really great for controlling a Weaver. You got your Nature's Prophets and your Bristles. These are just not good against. I mean, they did ban the Bristle anyway. I mean, Enigma's banned, Mars banned, TB's the other one they pick. Okay, Night Stalker.
Oh,
That's
that
good.
has always been a good counter to Weaver.
I was gonna say Bloodseeker, Night Stalker.
Night Stalker
might be
eats
good.
the Beastmaster creep as well if he goes for the Helm build, so that always, that eliminates that as an option.
So how do you deal with this as Liquid? Really niche hero, right?
If I'm Weaver this game, I'm terrified because you're playing versus Storm Night Stalker.
Yeah, that's a dirty combo. Night Stalker giving vision for
Yeah.
Storm to jump supports or the Weaver.
You also have Infest Bomb, so they can easily bring an extra hero with the Lifestealer if they don't have enough to kill you. So, yeah.
And they're gonna go for Quap, who has
Still.
the same issues, right?
Still the same issues, but I was going through the hero list, what Nisha has been playing, and it doesn't feel like they didn't have a better option, I would say.
I feel like Liquid just has to snowball this game pretty hard, because if the game is like even, or if you give one of the Tormentors away for free, this game could get really hard really quickly. So laning stage for Liquid, super important. Mickey, he has to snowball this game. Even if he does, though, his positioning has to be so good, and so does the warding.
How do you feel about...
they have, they work it out for him. What?
Well, how about Orchid on Quap?
Sure. I might be down, but Dagon just seems like an overall better one.
It's so tempting.
And
Always
if
so
Mars
tempting.
is going to be playing the same facet where you can throw people away with the rebound, pull them with you, that's gonna be a good save against Night Stalker when they decide to go in on you. So that's going to be a really nice mechanic that's going to push people. Whoever gets initiated on, I think Marcy needs to be saving them from the crippling fear.
Is it enough? I'm asking our commentary team. Is Marcy enough of a save for the Lifestealer?
No, I think it will. I mean,
Yeah.
we know Liquid, right? They keep drawing everything or pushing it to 3 games.
Sure.
So they lost game 1. You know, as history goes, they should win this game
They have to win
right?
game 2.
They have to, right?
It's in the script.
Yeah.
I also Queen of Pain's been looking really good.
Yes.
So it's a really good Queen of Pain game. I would say you could, there's Night Stalker, but I don't think it's enough. Every time there's a co-op, she just kind of doesn't die. So I like Liquid's draft.
And it's insanely Jakiro. He was already winning all the time with his hero on the previous patch. Now we're on this patch. I don't think he's going to lose with his Jakiro.
They seem so confident.
Truly.
I think they just won 3 games.
What could go wrong?
That's an all right bias to have.
That's fine. I think there's a lot of people at home that have that same bias. We're going to find out, though, because I think we all want to game 3, but Liquid's going to pull it out. They have a lineup that they can execute. They can do it, but they have to execute cleanly. And last game wasn't that clean for them. Let's see if they shaped it up for game number 2 after the PogChamp happens.
Yourself ready for this game, I hope. It's game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Liquid and Chimera Esports. I'm only Pixel here with Gunnar, and yeah, we're gonna see if Liquid can bring it back after that game 1, because game 1, a little bit of a rough one for them, Gunnar, on the sort of the way that the draft ended up and the way the play ended up. This time round, a bit more even on the footing here across the board.
A bit more even, yeah. I think if they have the same lead, because the early game was good.
Yep.
For the record, Liquid is up 6k gold. I think everything was going pretty good for them. And I think this is the type of draft and game where if they're up the same amount, that they're in a way better position to win the game. I don't think it's the same outdraft. I don't want to say outdraft, just, it's not all on one player anymore. It's not all on Nisha, it's not all on Mickey, it's not all on Saberlight. All the cores can pull their own weight, which is the easiest way to win Dota. Something I do want to mention that's really interesting is there's a Night Stalker, and he has the nighttime facet. So I believe that makes Tormentor go top at 15 minutes instead of being bot. So, maybe it's going to mess with the players.
Well, let's see if Chimera finds first blood action. They're coming in with the smoke, looking for the wraparound here into Liquid's jungle.
It is nighttime. They see Mickey.
And he doesn't.
How do they get him? What's the plan here, guys?
Yeah, he's going to be fine with Shakira. Oh, no, okay, Sentry and a Frostbite.
It's over if he gets Galed. Oh, he's
going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Oh, they're going to try to kill the whole Quave.
I mean, they can do so, right? They've got the damage with the 3 of them. All right, so the first wave's going to be pushed under the tower. We'll see what that means for the situation for Mickey in the safe lane.
Oh, I think Bungie jungling. Like, full stop.
Oh, is he on the Venom?
Yeah, he TP's back to base. He has the, Orbit Blight and a Bassi.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dahak is just solo.
How's that going to go for Dahak? He can deal with this?
If he's able to pull, I don't think Jakiro's crazy at stopping him. It depends on how much Mickey wants to mess with him. Like if Dahak can get this pull off bot behind his tower, I think that I think he's gonna be fine. He can solve this.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to drag this wave. They couldn't kill him. Top Boxy, gonna have to TP out. So he'll be okay. Heads back to the tier 2. All right, so yeah, 1J. Yeah, he's gonna get completely uncontested farm, right? Because
no one will run at him.
But Dahaki, can anybody afford to go into the jungle? And
not really. I think if Boxy goes in, he's just gonna die.
Yep.
Jakiro's again. If you leave Night Stalker 1v1 versus Weaver, he'll free farm. So Insania's probably gonna be stuck here. And Weaver jungle or Veno jungle actually is super fast. Oh no, Panto.
They'll get him. But as we saw last game,
the supports of Chimera did die quite a bit. It didn't end up mattering.
I believe it was 10 each.
I think Panto died like 4 times in the first 7 minutes. It didn't matter.
Okay, so Liquid might also kind of know about this jungle. So they already have this ward set up right on 1J, so they see him, they know he's jungling. But again, I don't think they really are choosing contest him. And look, he's farmed 4 camps in a minute as, you know, so basically a level 1 Veno.
Because just to clarify, obviously, we knew Veno jungle very strong last patch. Did anything change this patch, or anything outside of the Veno as well in terms of map position for camps and such that has made this better or worse?
I think there's more camps now with these like water camps. I haven't actually done the whole like math and research on, because I don't know how much the frog camps are worth. There's a graphic on Reddit I saw that I haven't really, I like saved it, but it looks good. I think there's nothing wrong with the last patch.
Yeah.
I think the other thing you can maybe talk about is just the new side lanes, rather giving like Night Stalker the ability to have these 1v2 lanes. But look at the net worth. If you look at the net worth right now, he's top net worth in the entire game.
I've been looking already.
As a Veno jungle.
It's like, it feels like it's a little too good.
Yeah.
You could have Veno just hit the jungle and do this. I mean, again, as I said, we did see signs of this in the last patch. Yeah, especially if you're able to set it up like this, right? Sure, Dahak on the bottom lane, he's not getting easy CS, but he's not dying. He's getting XP. And you think overall as a team, you take this sort of trade to have this boosted up Veno in the jungle?
Definitely, if they're able to kind of get him good items and get him impact in the game. Sure. It looks like he's rushing an Orchid.
Yep.
Which super good Orchid game, Quab and Weaver. Again, also genuinely the Veno jungles farm as fast as the mid laners.
Oh, they do.
If you look at even XP, he's ahead in XP of Lorinov right now. And Nisha. He's the highest XP in the entire game. Wait, did Panto... Why did he TP mid? Did he TP mid just to D-ward?
I think did he bring the sentry in?
Yes. It's so awkward because it's like you see the sub TP and you're like, oh, he's in a bottle fill, but
not anymore.
They can't. All right, they're gonna rune control. Nisha, I mean, there's a Psycho World where he blinks in the last second and tries to get the rune.
He's always gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
he did it.
Does he get away with this? Oh, he's trying to live, but he won't. No. All right, I mean, we're in that Psycho World, as you said.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Would you have gone for that?
No.
I would have. So I can respect that. I would have blinked in every time. Hell yeah. But yeah, it didn't work out for Nisha.
Yeah, that was... I mean, he knows that the subs are on the top rune, that his only chance of contesting the bot rune.
Sure.
It's just risky. Because the other thing is, that was close. He could have lived there maybe if, maybe a spell was missed or he was able to bottle at a better timing. But that's if he picks up the water rune. If he misses, if he gets outclicked on the water rune,
it's an all-in play.
It's not even close.
It's an all-in play.
And yeah, look at the net worth. Veno top. The Queen of Pain is just barely above Night Stalker.
I mean, yeah, 1J's got 50 CS at 5 minutes in. Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck to any of you queuing up for a game after this one. Because there's going to be a few Veno junglers in your matches. I will warn you after seeing this already. But regardless how the rest of the game goes, for people that want to do some Veno jungle, this 5 minutes, that's enough for them. They're queuing up right now. It doesn't matter if Veno wins or loses this game. They're like, look at this guy. He's level 6, 5.5 minutes in. He's getting free farm. He's chilling out. He's probably got the music blasting. Well, he probably hasn't because I don't think they're allowed to whilst they're playing these games. But, you could... This is the chillest thing.
He's probably listening to music, just
in his imagining.
Head. Yeah, he's
like
imagining
he is
music.
Laid back, chilled out. Everybody wants to be this guy, this 1J on the Veno jungle.
Look, he's ganking Saberlight.
Yep, easy gank.
The blood grenade. Oh no.
Saberlight dead.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And Panto,
But again, it doesn't matter. Panto's dead.
Panto loves
Who cares?
dying, right?
It's part of the plan. We saw last game, both supports died 10 times. I don't even know if that's going to happen this time, because 1J, I don't know if he's going to die. He's not going to die 10 times after a start like this in the jungle on his Veno.
So the other big thing is neutral items, you start being able to get the Mad Stones.
Yeah, he's going to get
5 minutes.
Super quick for the team.
Yeah, and the last patch, it was 7 minutes to start getting a chance, and it was kind of more of a... It was like a chance to drop it, so it'd be like in bursts, right? If you compare it to these Mad Stones. But now his whole team is probably going to have neutral items at this like 6 minutes.
Yeah. They're going to have them
they already have 3. And CM has hers. Dahak will get his after this next camp.
No, yeah, this is Mad Stones.
They're literally full neutral item before 7 minutes.
This is buffed Veno jungle.
It actually
because you
buffed
actually just
Veno
clean
jungle.
up, get these extra stones that are going to be spilt over to the rest of your
Yep,
teammates.
they have 5 neutral items. If you compare it to Radiant,
yep, how many of they
They
got?
have 7 total Mad Stones. They don't even, and it's 4 on the Beastmaster, 3 on the Queen of Pain.
And how many total do you need?
If you want the whole team, it's 25.
25.
XP rune.
And again,
go to Dahak.
the only trade-off
Insane
is
is dead.
that Dahak hasn't had a great time, but he's not had a bad time.
Nice deny.
Okay, deny there. Very nicely done by Mickey.
Yep. Basically, again, there's a trade-off, right?
Sure.
So Dota's kind of evolved into this state of 2-1-2. You always have 2 people top, 1 guy mid, 2 people bot. And so Dahak is left into a 1v2, and his game is bad. Like, we're not going to sugarcoat it. Gold-wise, he has barely any CS. He's about, what, 1,000 gold behind the Weaver. XP-wise, though, it's kind of fine.
It's okay.
He's
right?
5.
Yeah.
He's level 5. But again, like, usually the comparison is when you're watching replays, you think of the lane as a whole. So you look at the support's net worth and the core's net worth. And so if we're going to consider Veno as laning bot lane, they have almost 6,000 gold, and Radiant's at like 4K. So you just combine the Veno and the Night Stalker. They're doing great.
Got the Frostbite into the Vortex drag back.
no.
They just kill Nisha straight up. He
And they might
doesn't
get
get the
a
chance to jump away. I mean, Lorinof's going to be fine. Maybe 1J dies. They'll drop
I
the
don't
Roar.
know. Saberlight might go down.
Yeah, he just might. They're going to jump with the rebound, but indeed Saberlight does. 1J finally falls, but they've killed 3 heroes here, Chimera. They might just get Boxy as well.
They're going to get him.
Under the tower, they get 4. 4. There we go. 4 for 1. Chimera. With this jungle Veno strat, they are doing it better than I've ever seen.
All right, also super cool. He went Ripper's Lash on the Veno. And so every single ward is getting 4 additional damage on the targets that get hit by that.
It is.
So actually does a lot of damage in these fights. Oh no, guys, my pubs.
I mean, unironically,
It looks good.
It is good.
It looks good.
And it's great if you just have decided when you queue up for a game that you don't like your offlaner.
Yes.
Just screw him. Go jungle.
Or you party queue and it's your friend, and you can trust him to not.
Sure, yeah, do this in controlled
environments.
Yes. Make sure your offlaner is okay with this before you do this at home.
You think Dahak was okay with this, or was kind of a 1J just a... They like picked it as a Veno 4, and he's like, yeah, we're going to do really good in the lane. We're going to cut the first wave, then pull the second. Also, by the way, when they cut the wave, 1J got all 4 CS. I don't know if that was
he actually getting the
he
last
got
hits
all
on
4
that?
last hits on the cut.
Yeah.
And so he probably got the last hits, looked at his goal, was like, ooh.
No,
I could jungle.
Dahak, he strikes me as the kind of guy who likes to challenge. You know,
Yeah.
he's like, he's telling him to get out of it.
You think he wishes he was back in 2014?
I'm going to do this solo against 1v2.
Yep.
He was ready to do it 1v3 if Liquid wanted to pull out a trial from nowhere. He weren't scared of anything, Dahak. So he was like, bro, you go to the jungle. I don't want to see you in my lane.
You think he kicked him out of the lane?
He kicked him out.
He just was like, I don't want to see a Veno.
I want to do a solo lane. He wants to challenge Dahak. He's like, game 1, that was too easy. I
Okay.
want more of a challenge this time. 1J, hit the jungle.
I don't even know if there will be a game 3 for a harder challenge.
Mm-hmm. It's looking pretty good so far for them. In the mid, Boxy, and he's pretty dead. Can they do anything to take anything in response here, Liquid? I don't think so. Insanius, he's just dead as well. It's TA2000 moves in. They look over towards
Nisha
Mickey.
does have
Mickey has
ult.
to Shikuchi out of this. See Nisha. It's caught by the silence. The hack will fall. I mean, they're buying back here, trying to turn the fight. Saberlight did use the roar, but he ends up dying. I mean, Mickey will get a bit of a cleanup as he chases down Panto with the Shikuchi. I say that, Panto's making them work for it. Slowly, but surely they'll get it.
Sure
So Liquid, they do get some cleanup.
Yes.
They get the triple kill here for Mickey. Very much needed. Did have to just use the one buyback there on Insania to try and turn the tides of that fight. As you can see on the numbers, change, nothing too crazy. Kind of keeps things as they were. But at the least, definitely gets a good amount of XP for Mickey. And a lot of the gold shifted onto the Weaver, as they do need Mickey to be able to pull through and carry this one.
Yeah, and again, the scary thing is 1J's approaching the Orchid.
Okay.
So he's about 1,000 gold off from having the
Saberlight.
Orchid. He has no roar.
He does have no roar. Has he got? And with all the TPs previously to the
mid lane,
there's no backup.
Big
for
zip
him.
from Lorinov.
Yeah, Saberlight's gone again. Dead once more. That Aghanim's going to be slowed down that little bit extra.
Okay. Panto didn't go the cool mana facet. He went the barrier. And so he did actually max Crystal Nova. I was curious if people would start doing this because it gives now a barrier to everyone inside the circle on your team.
Panto should be dead, but again, we
Look
saw
at
last
the barrier.
game.
Okay.
The aim is 10 deaths. I think that's what he ended up on last time, right?
He's already halfway there. He's
halfway to victory.
Doing so good. And the other thing is, so basically TA2000's kind of had free farm. He's rushing the Radiance, not going for the Armlet. So his timings are good. Lorinov also top net worth in the game. Other thing, Storm Spirit kind of has the remnants of the very old Bloodstone, where he has this like stacking mana regen every time you get a kill. The Galvanized stacks. He's at 12. With 12 minutes in the game, he's gotten basically a Galvanized stack every minute. And yeah, I'd be scared if I was Liquid right now.
We'll see what Liquid's plan is. In terms of the timings, well, Mickey is very close to the Maelstrom. Top of the Falcon Blade treads. Saberlight, still about 1,500 gold before he has the Aghanims complete. And Nisha, 700 away from the Dagon.
Yep. He did go for the full treads. Some of the other Queen of Pains will go just no boots at all into Dagon or brown boots into Dagon. I think in this game with all the fighting that's kind of been happening, it made sense for him to go treads. Also, if you're going points in Shadow Strike, I think you'd rather go treads just to keep this early game aggression.
So now that this Orchid's going to be on the way out, yeah, he's already got the smoke picked up as well, immediate from 1J. This is going to be quite the hit that...
Yeah,
Liquid, someone's dying to this.
They really want a core. I think any of the 3 cores are good. Insania would, you know, it's fine, but you really want to dodge it.
They for sure want something bigger. Head into the jungle. They might just find Nisha.
Oh, he's got... The ward might expire just as the smoke pops.
They're not going to see him.
Yeah, the ward just expired. They're going for Mickey, though.
Mickey's playing careful. I think he knows with as many that are off the map right now, there's something fishy's going on.
Oh, he's going for the ancient farm. The Hawk is going to see him with night vision?
They've got him with the silence.
He's dead.
Quick and easy kill there off the back of the reveal of 1J's Orchid.
And now, what do you do for Nisha and Mickey knowing there's an Orchid? It's hard. Ooh, Mickey has a BKB queued up instantly. That is... I mean, I don't think it's the wrong choice. You're versus
You'd rather take
AoE.
that than the man... Oh, because of the silence of the...
Yeah.
You can't go for the man to build for the Dispel.
No, it just feels bad though, right? For a Weaver carry to go second item BKB?
I mean, could you not get away with a Hurricane Pike? Just to try and create the distance? Was that not going to save you against the Storm? Because it would just gap close?
You can. That's like the risky, greedy, you know, outplay build. Sure. Like, I'm going to win this by having better positioning, clicking my buttons better, playing with my team. BKB is more of the safer play, but I see worlds that he's just not going to do damage. The Weaver's damage is a lot about showing up early to fights, like early in the game, and then having more items because you got kills. And so when you kind of have to delay that because of BKB, he starts falling off a bit. And there's also a Radiance, so they have so much ways like to reduce the damage that Mickey's doing. You got the shield from Crystal Nova on Panto. He's about to have his Solar Crest finished. And then you just have Lifestealer Radiance, you have Lifestealer with the Infest.
They'll get themselves to Torment.
This is a win though. About 3,000 gold. Oh my... Okay, that was actually really sick. So, I think Chimera was expecting it to be top because of the Night Stalker facet. But the night times are like 15 seconds longer. So the night time went to 15:15. And that's why the Tormentor was bought.
Yeah, I guess they just did not imagine Liquid to be able to do it that quickly and be that on the ball with it. But they were. Saberlight, though, back in action top, does get caught.
That is sick by Liquid, though. It's a really sick read to know. We have a 15-second window that Chimera is not going to expect us to take this Tormentor. And they did it. And that's a huge win. Because, again, if that's about 3,000 gold swing, if Chimera got that, they're up 10k gold at the 60-minute mark. Now it's at 3k, and it feels more manageable. You can play with a 3k gold deficit.
Still, Chimera in control of the game. 1J, where's he going next after the Orchid? He's just going to start building the Glimmer into the mech.
Yep. Solar Crest first.
Oh, Solar Crest first, yeah.
It's a lot of physical damage between Weaver and Marcy.
Ooh. taking a bit of the Ancients away from Liquid here, TA2000.
Yep, taking it all. That was stack too. That was a 3-stack. Saberlight, he's still going to finish Ags off these camps to the left of the wave, but...
Sure. He's not going to have anything to clear with them, though, when he has the Ags. Like, in terms of just entering into fights, it's going to be difficult with the drums. Because they can just kill Saberlight.
Yeah, he can't play the game.
So, like, and yeah, with the farm gone, getting the chance to get that next time online on top of the Ags, it's not going to be anything quick. Because Chimera taking control of this whole area that Beastmaster normally wants to live in.
I love the Hawks build. Glimmer Cape, Lotus Orb. He is the utility Night Stalker that everyone's been asking for. And honestly, Liquid has been doing pretty good at not getting caught off by this Orchid. Just the one time on Mickey, which was the reveal. And yeah, I think so far Liquid has kind of held their own with how hard of a game this is, but
they're going to go on him.
Maybe that'll change right now.
He's got backup. The Ice Pod's going to get laid
Oh,
down.
no!
Taking Saberlight into the middle of the fight. All right, they do have the Sonic Wave. Saberlight will get the roar off, but he is dead. They didn't get anywhere close to killing TA2000. They went in on that Gunner, and they clearly intended to. But they're losing everybody. Nisha's dead. Mickey, he'll get the silence, take the Shukuchi off in time.
Arcade on Lornoff still.
Oh, he wants to dive this Lornoff. He's still got mana to play with. Gets in onto Mickey. It's a team wipe.
Okay.
Oh, that's not one for the highlight reel for Liquid.
I think couldn't they have just like jumped him out of the fight instead of in?
They could have. I guess they just...
The Frostbite's over. You can use it during stuns. I think if they just kite backwards with this towards the team.
Yeah, Boxy just felt that it was a chance to go. Nisha obviously had the Sonic Wave. They did get the Macropire laid down, so I guess they just considered with the Macropire and the Sonic Wave, they could try and force the fight. But that really wasn't to be. They lose everybody.
Yep, all for 0. They got nothing.
Nothing. Oh dear. Wow.
It's also an Arcane Rune Storm you're fighting into. You see how much mana Lornoff has.
And they saw that, right? They knew he had
They knew he had it.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's rough. It really, this game, it's rough. Liquid weren't able to kind of fix things after they got out of control in game 1. It's going to be tough for them to try and find a way to fix things here in game 2 again. Now at this point.
Again, I want to kind of shout out 1J. I know we talked about it a lot, but I think just the Venom Jungler's had so much impact. Just if you look at his net worth, again, he's in a lot of kills. He's 4-2 and 10. He's been in 14 kills. Well, mid.
Nisha should be fine.
I think they're okay. Lornoff might be in danger if he's greedy.
Nah, he's good. He's still got mana. He's out. Maybe they'll lose Panto. I mean, Panto's still able to get his spells off. The Sonic Wave is there. They get the double this time for Nisha. Good kills. They're all kind of dying though. Boxy's not going to get the chance to TP out.
So it's not roaring him.
So even here, when Liquid do find something, they still end up losing more. It's TA2000 cleaning up a double. And Liquid, they've got to get out of here.
It's so hard for Mickey to play.
And TA2000 can dive this. If Saberlight might have to just use roll.
It'll be enough. I was going to say, just the pressure of him farming on Veno. He's 3rd net worth in the game as a +4. Sure, you can say, okay, Night Stalker is a bad game. But even then, Night Stalker is still like just only a bit behind the Beastmaster. And he's buying these utility items. He's going Glimmer Cape. He's going Lotus. So he'll have an impact with or without net worth at this point. And Saberlight's going more of, a core. So you're basically comparing a core with a bad game to almost like the Hawk is a support.
Yeah. I can only imagine, like, from Chimera's point of view, with the farm that the Hawk has, there's at no point I don't think they were ever feeling like, oh no, our Night Stalker's doing really bad. Like, it was all accepted. They knew this was going to happen. This is going to be sort of the Hawk's input into the game, the setup, and making space for the Veno jungle. Like, so far, it just feels like everything has gone perfectly to plan for Chimera.
Yeah, even basically the one win Liquid got, which I want to say is that Tormentor.
Sure.
I don't think was enough. That was the one time they kind of outmaneuvered them on the map, and it was a 3k gold, swing for them. It's not translating to kills. It's not translating to objectives. They've got
Nisha.
one tower.
Ooh, he's out with the blink in time. Oh, I see that. Ooh. He's going to be good.
Tumbler.
Also going to get out. Meanwhile, Panto, he's caused some issues for Saberlight. I mean, Saberlight, I think he headed over to see if he could try and take the Shrine of Wisdom. He could not. And Chimera ended up taking his life.
This is snowballing out of control.
Yeah, it's looking a bit all over the place for Liquid. We've seen them have a few games this tournament where they've just crumbled.
Yep. think if you're all right, if you're Liquid, you can't fight this Aegis.
T2000 is able to walk over and take their Shrine of Wisdom.
Oh no, it's right behind Nisha.
Okay.
All right, so they can't fight this Aegis. There's 4 minutes, 4 whole minutes. I think they literally can't just walk into Chimera, and they're gonna be split pushing. And you know, Boxy's a victim of the split push.
Yeah, he's very dead. Just trying to find some farm somewhere on the map.
So then, okay, so what do? You just basically, their goal is to end the next 4 minutes with the score being 10-23. No kills, no deaths. But at the end of the 4 minutes, I'm trying to figure out how they take a real fight. Nisha's not having the explosive co-op games
they want one
that we've seen. Oh, I don't know. They can't get him.
Yeah, they're not getting him.
All right, what do they have to do? They have a lot of damage to Jakiro. And they have the BKB Roar.
I mean, Loronov's just able to go for this play underneath the tier 2. I mean, they just keep killing Liquid again and again and again.
Yep.
And Liquid unable to do anything to stop it.
The Hoxie Saberlight. He's telling his team, guys, Saberlight's going to walk into me.
He is on his own, though, Dahak.
I don't think Saberlight knows that he's getting stalked. All right, he's going to get his thing canceled.
Yep. Dahak not going to let him go through there. I mean, Dahak's kind of just doing it on his own.
Yeah.
And there was a Sonic Wave somewhere else. The Saberlight's
to cut
dead.
the creep wave.
Oh, it's just for the creeps?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Dahak. Goodbye. Without him just waving at Saberlight. Bye-bye.
Nisha's dead.
No, he's good. He's good. He's not good. There's Frostbite.
Yeah, he's not good.
He's definitely not good.
Definitely. A bit spicy.
Headset. Headset. Yep. Headset. Bye. They're having some fun here on Chimera.
Yeah. I mean,
and some headset issues, of course, which I'm sure this was not a
surely they would never be a
This was some headset issues.
Of course.
I don't know, Liquid.
T2000 standing up.
Yeah, he's fixing it.
It has
actual
to be
headset issues.
a headset issue.
Actual headset issues. I think he's frozen. That is definitely he is definitely frozen in position then. Maybe also webcam issues.
He's just holding that position.
That dude is not holding that position.
He's gonna play like this.
He's playing like this?
No, he can't play. He's standing up still. They have to.
Wait, what are we waiting for? What's going on? Oh, it's probably they were checking.
It's probably the webcam.
We need the webcams fixed.
Oh, mouse.
It's professional players. What's wrong with all the gear?
Please re-enable your camera. It froze after the USB was plugged in.
It did indeed. There we go. Tier 2000
Okay.
frozen in time. No.
Who exactly?
Panto, you're good. You're good, bro. We just
Tier
went for
2000.
Tier 2000.
I don't think he's in. Oh.
Oh, here we go.
He called him out.
Resetting the camera. Oh, yeah, Panto.
We're waiting.
We can
We're
see
holding.
His cam's all good. Just went for Tier 2000 here.
1J is also good. Little cam check. Lorinov.
1J looked like he was
vibing.
almost falling asleep. He's like, well, this is the easiest game of my life as the
Yeah.
jungle.
I mean, he's having a stellar performance.
There
also,
we go. Tier
all
2000
right.
back on your
We
screens.
got it back.
Beautiful.
Also, Lorinov, 23 galvanized stacks is
That's-
kind of insane.
Yeah.
So 7.2 more mana regen, also getting amplified by the Kai Assange. Storm is one of the few heroes that kind of snowballs still in terms of like getting a bonus to just getting kills in addition to gold. Right? There's like Pudge with Flesh Heap, but I think the Storm one is one of the most impactful.
Okay, Lorinov. Showing that there ain't no place safe on the map right now. And Dahak, that's why he's waving his hand. It was a golden hand.
Yep.
The hand of Midas.
Ooh, okay.
It's out. Let's go. He's ready for some fun. That's what he was indicating there. A little bit of foreshadowing with the wave.
Yeah, okay, I'll be honest. I think there's no way this is good. I think he's doing it because in his mind the game is just easy.
Maybe we're just completely wrong on the read, and Dahak has just been furious this whole game because his support went jungle, and now he's like, I'm buying a Midas.
Yeah, I hate you guys.
I hate you guys. I've had to deal with this
I got
meadow
ditched.
jungle. You left me alone. I'm buying Midas.
You know, part of me, I would say that's probably not true.
No, it's probably not. But if this was a pub, it might be.
Ooh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
It would probably be instead of the Glimmer.
This would be pretty standard in a pub, right? If this guy
Yeah.
goes jungle on Veno and he's crushing it, the team's crushing it, but the offlaner is still just mad.
Yes.
He's still, he won't accept that it's good and the team is winning, and the offlaner's like, all right, screw you guys.
I would rather lose than win with it.
So there's definitely some players' mentality out there, but not Dahak's indeed.
Dahak,
he is
team
having
player.
a great time.
Yep.
We saw it with the smiles and with the waves. He is loving this, and he's going to love this as well. As they find Nisha.
Okay.
Can he get
too
up?
easy.
Ouch.
Ooh. It feels bad to play.
And they've got Mickey. Is there any way to save it? Okay, he's got the BKB. Yeah,
Get the
look at
roar.
the roar onto the Crystal Maiden. Stop the ult maybe, but
They did like half her health.
yeah, won't kill him. And now
He's walking to the Mac.
yeah, Laurenov's ready to dive the base. He's in. Mickey and Stania having a run. They get Mickey with another vortex. He's dead. I don't know how much more this Liquid want to endure. It's getting painful for them.
Maybe one more fight. Maybe
One
two.
more fight. One more.
3. A few more.
Now, got the replay here again. Where at this point, they will chase you to the fountain.
Yeah.
Laurenov will chase you right up to the fountain if required. The Hack's doing this one-handed.
How many times is he gonna wave? They're all different, right?
It looked like
I think they're all different.
That
slightly.
wave there was like maybe he's been waving every kill, and
Yeah.
there's been so many kills. He's now getting a bit tired. It's like a very kind of
bored, just like,
exhausted
oh,
wave.
okay,
Like,
bye.
see you guys. Off you go. And bye bye.
You're dead.
Yeah.
There's no. It's not a best of 5.
You were doing very well.
This is game 2, and also so Liquid. They lost series yesterday, correct? I believe so. So yeah.
We casted it.
Yeah, we did.
We did. It was
I would
first series
confirm it.
yesterday. First series
For the
yesterday.
viewers.
Bet Boom Liquid.
Yep. And so now after this series, if they can't find a way to come back in this series,
0-2 on the leaderboard.
Yep. When you start getting those like 2-3 losses pretty early, it's hard because you know that you have to win literally every single best of 3 on then.
Sure.
Which isn't unrealistic for Liquid.
No. But
They're-
especially when I guess morale's already probably going to be a bit rough after they just only scraped through in the tiebreakers.
Yeah. Liquid's looking to smoke for the Tormentor, but Chimera too fast, gets it. All right, Dahak, come back. You got the shard.
All right, here we go. Liquid, they're smoked up. Can they find something?
The
scan
Can they
said.
get Laurenov? He's alone. Completely alone.
He has got an illusion rune.
And
Lincoln's.
Okay.
He is already out. They won't get the chance to get the jump on him. Nothing to be found there for Liquid.
All right, so I'm assuming with these tips, Dahak was like, yo, you're getting ganked top.
I'm sure he made the call, yeah. I think he certainly did Dahak.
That's my favorite when, so teams will like tip a player in their team with no context, and you got to figure out why they tipped them. Because it's usually something in comms or they said something funny. And yeah, good comms save lives. I think they could just go high ground. Like, what are Liquid going to do to TA2000?
Dude, they can go beyond high ground.
They can go fountain.
Yep. They can go fountain.
If it was old school, they'd kill the fountain, and they would just camp there.
Was that ever in Dota 2 or was that only Dota 1?
No, it was Dota 1.
Okay.
I've never actually experienced that in my life.
I never played Dota 1.
Neither have I.
Before my time.
I've heard good things about it.
Let's see what Liquid have gone. There's the roar.
That's a rage off.
Macropire. Jumping in with the rebound. They don't get a grab.
I think he's dead on Boxy.
Yeah, Laurenov's ready to
That's
go.
the
The
BKB.
BKB's there. Laurenov's still going to look to finish him off through the BKB. Boxy tries to turn. He'll live for now, Boxy. He'll get back to the base. TH2000's ready to start chasing the bigger kills, though, as he kills off Saberlight. Liquid stuck in the fountain. They're trying to get out, but the tier 3 is falling.
They've used pretty much all of their gas now.
And Laurenov, he's got TH2000 inside him. He's ready to make the jump, Mickey. And we'll get the time lapse off. Laurenov relatively low on the mana. Nisha jumping forward, trying to finish the kill. TH2000, he's going to focus the objectives. Take these racks down. Panto, he's looking for the setup from the side. Trying to get in there. Here comes the freezing field. It's good damage as well. They can't stop Panto as he lets it go. And Liquid.
Nisha.
Chase to the fountain again. Nisha, he's dead. They'll tap out. They've had enough. GG is called. Chimera, what a game. I mean, what a series. It's 2-0 for them against Liquid. This game in particular, wow. These guys look brilliant. Gunnar.
I like their kind of take. I feel like you could see that they're drafting for themselves and what they wanted to play. The first game, it's just a first phase Huskar, and they kind of scale, they win the game. Also TH2000 Morph, that's kind of one of his classics. And then game 2, they have a Jungle Veno. How many people are doing Jungle Veno in this tournament? Was this the first? I want to say this is probably the
from
first.
what I've seen, I think
like
in this
full
tournament,
100%,
yeah,
just jungle.
We're going to get more Jungle Venom.
Yeah.
In this tournament, in your pubs at home, it's coming.
Everywhere.
You can't escape it.
It was, I just overall a great game. Honestly, all of them I think played really well. 1J definitely set up a lot of different moves, and also just it was pressure based on the amount of gold he was farming. But Dahak, with the sacrificial game.
He did.
Still was able to kind of have impact, and then the cores. Also, Panto, only 6 deaths this game.
That's true.
So
that's true. They
bit
did
of an upgrade.
Absolutely. And Liquid, I don't know what's going on here, Gunnar. It's just rough times for them in this series.
It's looking rough for them. I think, thankfully, this is slightly in the Liquid strategy book where it's a bit rough at the start of every stage, and then they climb their way back.
That's
They're
what we're probably
lower bracket kings, tiebreaker kings.
Yeah, we're probably going to see them in the tiebreakers at the end of this group stage.
Probably somehow in the grand finals through the lower bracket.
But for that to happen, they've got to start winning these series. 2 series now that they've struggled in. As Liquid ending 0-2 here against Chimera. Chimera, the series is all theirs. 2-0 to Chimera.
I don't know about you guys, but I heard a lot of copium right now from our commentary duo on the side of Team Liquid. But Chimera take this game, and it was a jungle Veno at the top of the net worth charge, Jenkins, for the longest time.
Yeah, this was...
Look at him go!
This was just an awesome game on all fronts. You got the jungle Veno, the cutting of the creep wave, level 1. You theory craft this stuff. You see it in pubs. It's like, nobody's got the balls to pull this out in competitive. But Chimera does. They whipped it out. They also whipped out the Perseverance, Glimmer Cape, Midas on Night Stalker.
Yeah, one of the best builds.
He was doing good shit in this game. These guys are really fun to watch.
They really are. And to go back to Jungle Veno, Reaper's Lash, he finds it as a neutral item. That's a new neutral item, gives you 4 extra damage, so every snake is dealing 4 extra damage. He finds early neutral items for the team as well, because he's jungling and he's going to be clearing those camps relatively early on. And have in mind that the map has changed. We added water, so he's moving downstream, which means that he's moving faster. So if you look the way that he's been jungling, he's going down the stream, then going up the stream when there are no camps, so he starts at the same point so that he can farm it faster. Some really good and interesting stuff coming out. We saw Jungle Venomancer coming out from 9 class as well. I think this has to be on radar for other teams as well, because this has been done before against Tundra. It has been banned most of the time. I believe he played it 1 game, but some of this stuff and some of the old stuff as well is coming back to Dota.
Yeah, it's looking pretty spooky, and it did feel like what was kind of blown out of the water there. Just in terms of, they were a little behind, I feel like, just in terms of new things.
Yeah, I mean, this was...
Is that mean to say?
No.
You're seeming hesitant to,
I'm just,
blame them or not?
I'm looking at Saberlight in this series. This was not a great series for him. He got very focused in both games. There was not much of an impact coming from him. I think maybe drafting the heroes that he needs to be on right now is making the rest of the draft a little difficult.
Yeah.
For Liquid, but I guess I'd rather focus on Chimera. They first picked Lifestealer. This is, I want to say, a very new meta thing that you can do, because we saw yesterday the meta develop the Lifestealer as a counter to the PA, and then now they're iterating on that. Let's just see what happens when we first pick it. Is it counterable? And it looks like the answer is not really. The TI winners can't handle it, so...
Some really interesting ideas coming out from this team, because they did play Huskar.
They did.
Game number 1 as
Even
their first
though
pick.
There was, there was Sniper, yeah.
There was Sniper, but he did great. And in the second game, as you said, they played Nyx or Lifestealer as their position 1. This is the hero that can be flexed, so we see the new ideas coming into the play. We also saw the smile and wave, boys, smile and waves from the Hawk on camera. Not sure how many times he did that, but seems like even after what happened with the team and him, they're just playing better. They did sacrifice him. Maybe that's one of the way of them saying, you're on your own right now.
Good
We're
luck.
going to be 4 of us going to be playing on a different side of the map.
We don't want to play with you, so go by yourself.
But overall, yeah, he did great. I think he did really good in terms of the XP. On the network chart, he wasn't really there. It's very difficult playing 1v2, but did his own part.
Yeah, he had great impact. I think we are going to continue talking about the supports, though, specifically the position 4, right, Fear?
That's right. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, we are going to have 1J on his Venomancer against Boxy on the Marcy, and kind of compare what they were able to do in this particular game. KDA, Boxy didn't have his best game overall, a rare misplay from him, but 1J is what I want to focus on with the Venomancer. 7-2-19, completely active on the map as well as in the jungle. Hero damage, 20,000 to 2K. not much of a comparison there, but showing 1J doing absolute work on this Venomancer for sure. And then this is your early game. Like, the Hawk, it's like, good luck. They cut the wave at the beginning to allow this to happen, but 1J, he farmed up an absolute storm in the jungle, leaving his offlaner for dead, but the Hawk did a good job of not dying there, allowing this type of playstyle to actually work. And what happens is when you do have this type of Venomancer, all of a sudden it's 5 minutes in the game, he's coming out, he has his ultimate available, now he's griefing the enemy offlaner, which makes you feel better as an offlaner as long as your support is doing something in this game. And more importantly, this is 13 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. He has an Orchid on a position 4. This catches out the Weaver by surprise, and 1J absolutely destroyed this game on a jungle Venomancer, words I thought I would never say.
Yeah, he did. And with this being the second time that we saw the jungle Venomancer, I do think we're going to see it more often. But that also means that we're going to have more offlaners that can be okay when ditched. Not everybody can be okay with ditched.
Player and hero as well, because some players can't handle that.
Oh, absolutely not. But it's easier for Night Stalker because he did go for the Night Rain facet, which does allow him to have free point in his Stalker in the night or Hunter in the night. So that allows him to be much more maneuverable, much easier to kill. So you're getting like basically a free spell at level 1. So maybe we're going to be seeing more of that and more of these offlaners that can kind of self-sustain. You're not necessarily going to be winning the lane, but you're going to be there getting the XP and still having a great contribution, as the Hawk did in the previous one.
Yeah, speaking of, that's the man of the match, and I get the chance to talk to him. Hey, the Hawk, how are you doing?
Yo.
Hey, congratulations on the series.
Thank you.
I have to start with the elephant in the room, the Hawk, because you're listed as a stand-in on the page, and I'm just really curious to hear from you. What's the deal? Because we can speculate all we want, but I would love to hear your take.
I mean, I already said like few times, like this stack is basically disbanded. Even so, like we're already in top 8, and we have some good performance. Like we're struggling outside game, inside game, so basically it's kind of disbanded. I mean, maybe that's why we're playing better, because like you don't owe anything to anyone, so you can play freely without consequences.
And how does that work for you guys' drafting scenario? Because I would imagine that it also means that you have a lot of ideas, and all your players have a lot of ideas as well. So how does that go in the communication, and what plan you're going for in the draft?
I mean, yeah, without screams, without preparation, testing a lot of new strategies is kind of hard. So, like, and since it's new patch, every day is like, oh, this hero imba. Oh no, forget about this. It was yesterday. Now it's not bugged, or now it's not that broken, and blah blah blah. So it's basically every day everything changes, and most of the pick is on Panto and our new coach Lalagon.
And, whoa, I just had a complete blackout for my question. But I do want to know, like, who decides then for the Lifestealer first pick? Is that indeed Panto that has, like, the final call in the draft? Like, we're going for this?
I mean, our coach in position 5, they prepare for draft. And usually before game, they ask, like, literally everyone about this strategy. So in draft, there will no questions like why this hero is banned, why this hero is not banned, let's pick me this, let's pick me that. So basically they start a fundament, like structure on English, whatever, sorry.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah, okay. And then we will add up, like if it's good, if it's bad, who thinks what, and last word is kind of for everyone, but mostly for them.
But yeah,
so
and you have a plan.
Responsibility.
Yeah,
Yes.
and everybody knows the plan before going in. And then one more question: when looking at, because you guys say you don't scrim at the moment, but you probably are playing a lot of pubs, and I'm sure that all 5 of you are playing a lot of games right now. How much do you look at other teams that have in their officials in terms of the strategies that they use, and how much do you take inspiration from that versus making your own plan with the conclusions that you have drawn for the patch?
I mean, usually it's like you check the patch, you check what's possible imba on the paper, then you need to test it or need to check how others will test it. You need to check it with win rate, how good win rate is. Like if hero has 65% win rate on DK on every roll,
Get it
you
out.
don't even need to set. Yeah, you don't even need to set. Never play against it. It's like way too much of win rate with this amount of games. So, and when you compare all of the things, you try to like get something imba, if it's possible.
Yeah, today it definitely looked very strong, the plan that you and the team came up with. I'm going to send you over to Fear, who also has some questions for you.
Yeah, I've got one question for you here. A player like you is looked up to as having like unique ideas about the game and coming up with things that a lot of people don't try. How do you come up with your innovative ideas for like how to play a hero differently?
As I said, like almost every day I'm checking either Dota buff or Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Like for example, with this Green Breeze, like 2 months ago or something, I checked the Dota buff. I checked Pro Tracker, and it was like I don't know, like 20 games with Green Bristle and huge win rate. And I'm like, okay, let's check how it's going on. Let's check and try. And like I copied what's good and adapted it to be the best, and everything was not good, I deleted it. It's like, for example, how 33 invented Glimmer on everyone. There was a pub guy who was playing on Bristol with 1 second Lincoln and Glimmer, and he deleted Lincoln because it's very bad item on Bristol. And he's like, oh my god, but Glimmer is good, and now everyone buys Glimmer on everyone.
All right, one more question. What do you think on this patch is like the broken item or the most strong item in the game right now, if you do know?
On position 3, it's Halberd. On position 1, it's Brosh. Like Revenant's Brosh.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, The Hawk. I mean, I know it's a very unconventional scenario with your team and the way you're playing right now, but it's obviously working. So congratulations once again. Good luck in your series tomorrow, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
So, okay, I just want to get this clear. So
yes.
if they've disbanded, they're all sitting there thinking, yeah, I'm the reason we're winning. All 5 of them individually are like, yeah, on the next team, like, I'm the guy.
Nah, no. That I think that if I was to play in a stack, and I know I'm not going to be playing with these people anymore, I'm going to play my absolute best, because right now this is your
They're
resume.
free agents, exactly.
Yeah.
They want to
You
show.
want to be the shining star. This is the resume.
But if you're beating Liquid and getting top whatever they end up getting, it might actually be the combination of players that makes the team good, and they just.
Kind of sad, because they looked really good in group stage number 1. In group stage 2, they just started off with 2-0. They did beat Team Liquid 2-0. Like, can you just make it work?
You'd almost like just like put them all in the room. It's like, guys, please.
We're pretty good. Like the combination of people. I mean, at the very least, it's like one of the funniest scenarios in any tournament that I've ever been to. It's just like seeing a team that's fully disbanded doing so well.
And they're like making out of one group stage. I mean, at the moment, they're 2-0.
They're owning. They're good.
Like, there was good stuff.
Sometimes the no pressure environment will do that to you, because there's certain expectations from the sponsors, your own teammates to perform, etc. But seems like there's none of that right now, and they're kind of owning.
Yeah, they're crushing it. We're gonna see them again tomorrow against Team Spirit. So they're up against maybe a little bit tougher opponent. Team Spirit definitely doing well. Don't worry. Don't worry. Liquid will also play tomorrow. They're up against Falcons. So they got to step it up. They're 0-2 right now, so not looking too good. But we're gonna move on. Now the next series is not just starting, but we've got some cool stuff planned, including whatever Brian's gonna talk about right now. Brian, what is the thing?
Yeah, Sheaves, every time a new patch comes out, a lot of chaos gets added to the game. People aren't fully familiar with all the new rules, and there's potentially some throws that happen. I'm sure everyone's very familiar with this process. So today, for my little segment, I just want to talk about the biggest throws that we could collect off of the clips from these games, as well as Reddit itself. So let's go ahead and jump into the first clip for the biggest throws. And it's going to be the obligatory... I know how this works. This is new, and I read this in the patch, and I'm going to purposely do this for trolling's sake. And that is a PL, showing that the hitbox of Roche does indeed make it so once you land in the middle of him, you get thrown. Now, my question for you guys is, this is a pretty basic clip. How many upvotes do you think this got on Reddit?
Wait, is Fear part of this? And Fear has to sit right next to me right now.
12,000.
Testing.
Yes, you're
Okay.
part of this.
Do I ruin your bit?
Does
if I
it
say
have
numbers?
anything else, or is it just
No,
this clip?
no, that's it for that clip.
Wait, can we have more information about when it was posted?
This was first day of the patch. Like, this is like the first
that must be
clip
pretty.
that came out.
That must be pretty high.
Yeah.
It's the first
I'm
900.
guessing 800. 752.
You guys know your Reddit post popularity is way too well. 857 upvotes.
Oh, I should
so
have stuck with my first guess.
right in there. So, you know,
What do you
we're
think
gonna,
I do in my free time?
okay, I'm not gonna lie. He does do a lot of social
That was an
segments.
ex-pro
So let's go
player
ahead and
I
move
saw
on
off
to
Reddit.
the second clip, who takes it up a notch. This time around, we're going to see the fact that Roche's throws do ramp up in speed. You're also going to get a little bonus teammate grief here, as the Terrorblade just having a little fun. Both these times, the team is winning. Watch the Wraith King body block to prevent him from getting out, and then Roche speeds up every time he throws you, and he ends up dying full to 0 over the course of 4 throws.
What I think the idea here was, Terrorblade, he sundered his own teammate after getting yeeted like multiple times.
Yeah, I
and
think
then,
so too.
And then the hero dies to the creeps. It
Ah,
was a bit of a grief.
smart.
1,200 upvotes, Brian.
This one was actually just today, so it didn't get the new patch hype. It only had 60 upvotes even after 5 hours. I thought that was a funnier clip.
That's
so,
a goodie. Yeah, that's a goodie.
But the good thing is, guys, that this pub trolling is exclusive to pubs, right? As we go
Right.
into clip 3. That this is actually Bet Boom from the first day of the new patch against Shopify Rebellion. And that is Save high-fiving the Roche. They're up by 17K. They think it's perfectly fine. GPK is going to blink in front of Roche to make sure he gets thrown. And we're talking about that ramp damage from Roche. And GKV drops all the way to 700 HP after getting tossed twice. And that's going to be Yoposh killing him right after he gets
my
tossed.
God, I didn't know that happened in this game. We were watching this and we're like,
We were.
how is Lesh so low already?
Our camera only showed the end of that fight.
I thought they were just legit getting tricked, but they're
This
just
is why you don't
trolling.
underestimate any Dota.
Bet Boom and new
That's the lesson.
things added to the map. When first they introduced Tormentors, Bet Boom, they had kind of a lot of struggle playing against it, no matter which team iteration we're talking about, and now they found a new way how to grief themselves. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely, yeah.
They're the best at it.
Honoring
Tech.
Toronto Tokyo's, legacy of making
Right.
sure you die to neutrals on the map. As going on to the fourth clip, you may think these are people that are all getting caught in the river, but you're perfectly safe in Roshan's pit. Right, guys?
No. So people don't know that you have he wants to be in this pit alone.
And not only that, but Roshan somehow has a homing missile to throw you to the worst possible location.
Oh, yeah.
As someone gets completely yeeted into the enemy lineup. Next time when you guys record, please don't use the vertical
I was gonna say, why is
from
this
Reddit.
why
Yeah,
is
that's
this like
the recorder's problem. Nothing production could have done about that.
Oh.
But Roshan, sometimes I feel like he's biased. He kind of chooses which team he's on. And I think it's really important to note that these are mechanics that you'd think maybe the guy just didn't know, and it's a pub player that didn't even load in the patch, didn't know this is what happened. But now, let's check out a clip from another pro match, Liquid versus Boom. This was also the first day of the patch, to be fair, but they're using the techie strat that Jenkins was talking about, where they're going to drop Roche pretty
That's
low.
what they're called, Boom, Brian.
Yeah, and they're going to be...
No, why? Don't go yet.
And they're
do
going to
that.
be up by 10K, by the way, with Roche at 20%. And they realize they have to back off because Liquid is smoked. So that's going to lead to a team fight with Liquid coming in with a significant disadvantage. Mac has to BKB TP. And Liquid going to kill Tims here. And yes, I know that the throws were literally Roshan throwing. They do end up winning the game on Boom, but
Okay.
Liquid gets the Roshan off of all of this.
Yeah, and they're like, nice. It's already like 40%, 35%.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those memes that I think we're going to see occasionally in chaotic fights. There's been near misses as well since this one happened, where teams are fighting in the river around the 30-minute mark, especially because there's runes spawning there. And we should just be keeping an eye out for this.
I think they should make it bigger. They should make like a whirlpool around him because he's walking through the water and he's so big and stomping around, and it sucks you into
I
him.
feel like this is such an easy thing to avoid.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You're
saying.
just walking
Make
in
it
a
bigger.
straight line. You just have to not be directly in front of him.
You'd be surprised if people get hit by trains all the time. You literally look at the tracks.
But normally they're thrown into
Yeah,
it as a
or they
practical
do it
joke.
intentionally, which is also very unfortunate.
That's
can we can we
would
talk about are we gonna see more techies doing this? Because that's a lot of damage that techies did with a couple bombs.
I don't think you can do that anymore. I think
Wait,
they changed that.
Really?
What they did?
For Roshan?
Yeah.
Techies can't mine Roche.
Roshan doesn't take damage.
You're
from
having
mines?
an aneurysm again.
I always have one. It's permanent.
Okay,
I can't remove
get
it.
that checked out.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to do. But we'll have to test that later.
We'll have to test that later. All right, Brian. Next clip.
Oh, that was it, Chiefs. You're making me look bad now. That's all the throws that we could find.
Sorry.
And thank you for tuning in for the throws from 7.38, guys.
Yeah, thank you for the throws. Now, this is going to be a strange intro, and this is going to be something that we've never done before. And
yeah, good luck.
Yeah, okay, I'm trying to set it up. So you're going to watch a live Dream League production, and literally live, and
well, not for long.
Not for long. No.
Some people won't be alive.
and maybe you'll never see it again because there's a chance it might be vetoed after. But that's fine. I'm just gonna say, just after the break, we're back. Sit back, enjoy the show, and otherwise, if you don't enjoy it, that's fine. Just know it's short.
You're gonna be confused. It'll be confusing.
Yeah, it will be confusing, but maybe after
Who
a
made
couple
this?
days, it may. Jenkins prepared it.
Oh, that makes sense.
So that should tell you enough. And yeah, that's all I can say, guys. We're having a little bit of a break before our next series starts. And before that, there is a live Dream League production. And that's just all there is to it. So sit back, get yourself a drink. I don't know how many minutes. Might be 3 minutes, might be 6. But you should definitely tune in. Blink and you missed it. And we'll be back.
Dota 2, Cannibal Island, the ultimate battle royale. A story of hunger, madness, and betrayal. Phase 1, stranded and starving. The waves crash violently against the shore of Desolation Rock, a remote island with no food, no water, and no escape. 6 Dota 2 personalities stood on the beach, dazed, confused, and most importantly, hungry.
So hungry. I could eat a horse.
No one spoke at first. The realization hit them all at once. They were stranded, and they had no food. The first to break the silence was Purge, ever the analyst.
All right, guys. Let's break this down logically. We have limited resources, and the optimal survival strategy is...
But his words barely registered. Jenkins' stomach growled loudly.
He looked delicious. So loud.
Odie Pixel wiped sweat from his forehead. Gunner scanned the area, already strategizing. BSJ cracked his knuckles, his competitive instincts flaring up. Sheever locked eyes with Odie Pixel, an unspoken pact forming between them. Lacoste was the only one who smiled, muttering something about grilling up a good time. Grilling up a good time. Purge was still talking.
Now, we should establish a hierarchy based on caloric efficiency, and
that was the moment Jenkins snapped.
I need more calories!
Oh no.
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Ofen, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to say, "Mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they get me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. God bless the silver yet, they are both very old and feeble. They're getting very near their journey's end. But still I feel quite certain that when death shall separate them, inevitable their lives again will blend. They've always been contented, they've tried to do their duty. No beggar from the door's been turned away. However ragged and tattered, he's always daxed them inside, and then he with a smile to them would say, "Hey, Mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they get me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. I think we might a lesson learn from this out here so humble, and try like them to lead a blameless life. And if we're ever tempted to be selfish and dirty, let's throw those nasty feelings clean away. Let's try to do to others as we'd have them do to us, and remember what me granddad used to say. Hey, Mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they give me here for crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down.
I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great more. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never. I used to frequent, told the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never,
and the words that I spoke you are only as yet. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the water over. No, never, no more. Me parents confess when I'm gone, ask them to pardon their prodigal son. If they would do so oft times before, I never will pay the water over no more. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I pay the water over. No, never, no more. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I pay the water over. No, never, no more.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
There's a cosy little spot I know lies just inside of Open, whose praises I will sing to you in the rhyme. Where lives me dear old grandad, and me granny too, God bless 'em, and many an hour I've spent there in me time. They have a little garden on a slap-up little greenhouse, where grandad passes many an hour away. He's happy and contented among his plants and flowers, and if I should pop in, he's sure to say, "Mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. God bless the silver yets, they are both very old and feeble. They're getting very near their journey's end. But still I feel quite certain that when death shall separate them, inevitable their lives again will blend. They've always been contented, they've tried to do their duty. No beggar from the door's been turned away. However ragged and tattered, he's always daxed them inside, and then he with a smile to them would say, "Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. I think we might a lesson learn from this out here so humble, and try like them to lead a blameless life. And if we're ever tempted to be selfish and dirty, let's throw those nasty feelings clean away. Let's try to do to others as we'd have them do to us, and remember what me granddad used to say. Hey, mon, I'm fain to see this simply down. I must feign as if they give me half a crown. Now them wanna go away, them mun stop and have the tea, for I'm greatly fain to see this simply down. I've been a wild rover for many a year, and I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer. But now I'm returning with gold and great score. I never will play the wild rover no more, and it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Out into an alehouse I used to frequent, though the landlady money was spent. I asked her for credit, she answered me nay. Such custom is yours, I can get any day. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Put me hand in me pocket, for that sovereign's bright, and the landlady's eyes opened wide with delight. I've beer and I've whiskey, wine to the best, and the words that I spoke you belong me in yet. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. Me parents confess what I've done, ask them to pardon their prodigal son. If they would do so oft times before, I never will play the wild rover no more. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more. And it's no, nay, never, no, nay, never, no more will I play the wild rover, no, never, no more.
DreamLeague Season 25 is brought to you by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and 1xBet.
I hope all of you are having a lovely Saturday, but I know that maybe you were hoping for a little bit more Dota. Morning shift, though, they get their 2-0s out of the way real quick and easy. But here, on the second half of the day, we take our time, and we also get a chance to listen to the PogChamp Pandas. Welcome back to more Group Stage 2 action, our second day and the second half of the second day, where we're going to take our sweet time. Right, Fear?
That's how I like it.
I know you do. You're a night
well.
shift veteran. As well as these two as well. Avery.
What up?
He speaks for you too now?
Holster your pistol there, partner.
Oh, I see. We're doing characters.
I would like to be called Big Steve.
Big
the entirety
Steve!
of this pre-show. Thank you very much.
Well, boy, howdy, Big Steve. If it ain't a real pleasure to see you join our pre-show.
What was that?
I thought we were
What was that?
We were doing characters. I
Sounded drunk.
I'm the only Texan on this panel.
Well, I thought in my duty as one of the only Americans on this show.
Oh God.
Real Americans, of course.
We should all take part in the first American panel of this here Dream League. This was Fear's idea.
You know me.
Fear said I'm going to talk in an accent the whole time.
Southern California right here.
And then he bailed in the last moment and left me sitting here counting my cows alone.
Chickens.
Not in Texas, boy.
Cattle.
Have you ever lived on a farm?
Lived?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever rode a horse?
Once.
Great cowboy we got here.
Thank you.
Do you even have any boots?
Listen, Neil, I have shotguns, and that's all. That's what counts.
You're American. Everyone does that.
Damn straight, boy.
Unfortunately, this is a worldwide international broadcast. In fact, it's so worldwide that we bring teams from all over the globe to compete in one very important thing, the ESL Pro Tour.
Yeehaw!
God damn.
Now, I appreciate you doing that because we do have Shopify Rebellion in the top 8.
Oh my God, are they actually?
Give me a yeehaw, y'all.
Yeehaw!
That was kind of weak.
What?
Give me a yeehaw, Fear.
Excuse me?
Yeehaw!
Oh, okay.
Now that was weak.
This is so bad. This bit's so bad.
You started it.
You feel the North American pride, but unfortunately, I imagine Shopify's days are numbered in the top 8. And the top 8 are especially important because those are the teams that will be invited to the Esports World Cup. But they can't get any more points. Neither can Avalis, as they have already been eliminated from Dream League Season 25. Shame.
Chimera's on the way up, man. They're going to take one of those top spots as a disbanded team.
And then do what with them?
Donate it.
Donate the points to a team in need.
In a Quincy Brothers DPC-esque fashion?
I'll tell you one thing. If I was playing now, I'd make my own org again. Get some of them org points, some of that org cash. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Pay it to me direct. Big boss over here getting the big check.
You're not an oil baron, you're an esports baron.
That's right there, partner. Give me a yeehaw, Fear.
Woohoo.
Fear really hates me. If anybody didn't know, we go back a long way. I think I have made fun of Fear enough over the years that he genuinely hates me now. I think about it at night. Like, have I gone too far? And it's not a joke anymore.
Wait, so you're saying when I look at Fear, I'm looking at my future? Is that what you're saying? Like 2 years down the line, I'm going to be like him?
They all in
my regard
yeah,
to you?
I think so.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
That's the price you pay for glory.
The veil has come down now.
That's right. Sometimes you fly too close to the sun, Neil.
It's all a gentle ribbing until one day you question this man's TI legitimacy, and then all of a sudden, the walls come crashing down.
Yeah. You'd be friends for 10 years, you tell him to do one yeehaw, and it's just like
that
that.
was the second
fucking
yeehaw,
gone.
actually. You used up all of your yeehaws.
I didn't know
you
there
get
was a limit,
one.
dude.
You don't get, I never agreed to 2.
I'm telling you, if you did a voice line that was just you actually showing emotion in a yeehaw, probably sell $1 million.
I'm not here for money.
He did, yeah, you did have quite well-acted voice lines.
Buried in the archives.
No, they're
buried
in my inventory.
You did not buy them.
I did not.
There's no way. Don't lie. Nobody bought those.
What was your voice lines?
Caught me red-handed.
I don't actually remember. They're
I thought about buying it.
Well, that's not important at all.
Okay.
Is it not the thought that counts?
That didn't show up in my bank statements. Your thoughts did not show up in my bank statements.
So
I'm sorry.
only my money
very
is
American,
important.
dude. Thoughts and prayers to you. So.
My thought about you isn't important, just my
Did
money.
you send me a card?
For what?
Saying I thought about buying your voice line.
Just thinking of you.
Sorry, they didn't have those at Hallmark. You know, I went in there and unfortunately they didn't have that exact wording. What can you do?
I mean, if you're creative, you'd make your own. If you really cared.
I don't care that much.
We got to the bottom. It didn't take long.
I don't care that much.
You folded like origami.
Big Steve, on the other hand.
Okay. What does Big Steve think about the Dream League Season 25 group stage standings? Let's take a look at now 6 best of 3s of Dota have been played.
Wait a minute. I don't see no NA team in there, Neil.
No, unfortunately not. Shopify Rebellion would have been the only one in contention, and they are not here.
Standard North America performance. had its glimmers of hope before it was quickly given away.
We've got some NA sprinkled in there at least.
Falcons is 0-1 with their NA sprinkling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who else?
Who else?
Liquid has a North American coach and a player who played in North America at some point in time. They're 0-2.
Is
sprinkling.
Is Tundra the most North American team? Because Whitemon, we adopted him in TSM for a long time.
Rogue played on North America servers for majority of their career. There's a little bit of
And they're
sprinkle.
0-1.
And Moonmeander.
All I'm
Moon
getting
Meander.
out of this is
Moon is the most American in this entire rank.
That's very true. Got
He
Moon
counts
Meander.
for like 8 Americans.
Yeah.
With the amount of trash talking he's done over the years.
The man's a father now.
You know how American you are as a Dota player?
What's the metric?
By the amount of reports you've received over the years. And I'll tell you one thing, that Moonmeander, he sure got a hell of a lot of reports. I've reported him personally like 8 times, I think.
You think communication score is like golf? You want the lowest possible score?
Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm aiming for out here. It's the Wild West.
I mean, that man was getting reported before there was even behavior scores in the first place. He was getting reported in Han.
Yeah.
He was getting reported. He was getting his YouTube videos reported.
That's true.
That's actually true. He's an OG getting reported.
That's true.
Player.
Wasn't snaking as well though?
No, he deleted his lies and apologized.
Oh,
so.
he deleted them.
People just reported snaking in real life.
The
police. I don't know where that joke was going.
Anything else on your mind, Cap? How you been enjoying the new patch? How's the new patch treating you, Cap?
It was treating me pretty well for our talent in-houses. I haven't played any Dota outside of that, but just the in-houses. They went pretty well. Me and Nat were undefeated for a while.
Wow.
Until Fear ruined it.
Why? He's so salty, and I don't know why. I didn't do anything.
I heard about you did some Medusa and Jug stuff, and people
I
are
picked
seething
what
about
everyone
it.
is saying the worst facet in the game on Medusa, and I won with it, and they got mad. And then I picked Juggernaut, which is also regarded as the worst hero in Dota. I won with it, and they got mad. What more can I possibly do to try to lose?
It's not about the hero Fear, it's about the way you played it.
I'm just too good. I'm playing bad heroes.
Man just played PvE until it was time to end the game. Shame.
How dare I hit creeps as Medusa.
Were you not affected by this rampant input latency that I'm hearing about? I did 2 interviews with players yesterday, and 2 of them were complaining about the state of clicking a button and seeing the action take place.
Well, you see, Valve doesn't taint our in-house leagues. So they're completely crisp. They only do that to the pro players.
Neil, there
Piss them
is
off.
an unconfirmed rumor.
Tell me, Big Steve.
That Valve has fixed that latency problem.
Well, I feel
Or
like
at
we
least
could
trying to.
We could confirm that rumor by playing the game.
Unconfirmed, Neil.
So here's the thing. I didn't
Unconfirmed.
notice any latency.
They're on the case.
Because I'm used to playing with very high ping.
Agreed.
And now that I'm here in Europe with 0 ping, it feels like I don't have any ping.
Yeah, you've got like literally 5 ping to the servers here.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's
okay,
nice.
this is amazing.
I'm used to 90 to 170 ping. It's normal.
Yeah, Fear thought he was just getting old. It turns out.
Yeah, I'm
playing on
back
the whole time.
I didn't realize Dota could be this fast. I thought I was just old.
TI.
You add 75 milliseconds to all your normal actions, it just feels like business as usual.
Yeah. What can you do?
There was also another, a non-shadow patch that fixed, I think Dazzle was the recipient of a bunch of fixes. Dragon Knight had some issues with Fire Facet.
That's for sure.
He was getting too much damage. I think his win rate is now balanced-ish. He was like 58% on the first day, and now Fire Facet has been fixed. It was like I think it was like a Storm Spirit Shard situation where he was like double damaging on Splash or something.
Yeah, heroes randomly doing far too much damage. That's a classic.
Yeah.
And then some team knows the actual numbers behind it. And then other teams are just like, this hero just feels strong. You know? They're like, I don't know, man, but this hero kicks ass.
AUI is out here in the combat log looking at each tick of damage. And then Moon Meander's just like, damn, this hero's good. Let's run it.
That is a legitimately a part of the team experience there, is the fact that do you have somebody to break down the numbers behind the numbers? Not the numbers that Valve gives you.
No.
But the numbers within the
Real
game
numbers.
itself. 'Cause
Yeah.
the numbers that Valve give you, that's fake info.
With a grain of salt.
It's fake news out there.
It's fake
we know all
numbers.
about that, all right? But you got to get somebody who's doing their own research.
Too much math for me, Neil. I just pick the hero and I shoot. And I see where the bullet lies. Boy.
And generally, in the case of, let's see, We got a chuckle out of one of the PogChamp fans.
I saw that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. If I can get a laugh out of some like random person in this studio that isn't actually here, I consider that a victory.
You got the fake laugh track though. At least you got that.
Yeah, not the fake one, the real one. They can't hear that though, so it doesn't really. It looks weird.
They
now
can
that
hear
I'm
it at home.
You know, like we can hear the random person like back there laughing, but they can't.
That's true. You just seem crazy.
Stop going to my shot. Go to his shot.
Stop being so entertaining.
Don't play the crying babies. Well, that is pretty American.
Can we get some sad violence for Avery?
No, we don't.
He loves it. You love the sad violence.
That's right. I can only do this shot for so long, though. Now they're going to stay on it because I told them not. I actually, you know what? What if I do this?
Big Steve can't escape the camera.
Big Steve can't handle the pressure. Now, as we look into this man's eyes, Big Steve, do you know what games that you're covering today?
You're going to make me cry. I can actually cry on command. I'll do it. Then you'll feel bad.
Do it.
I will not going to do it.
Do it.
I can only do it once every 10 years, like a leprechaun, Neil.
What did you waste the last one on?
Yes. I played at a TI in the last 10 years. So
you used your 10-year cry on Sonics?
What? I was never on that team.
Oh, on Quincy crew?
What in God's name is this boy talking about?
Let's take a look at.
It went off me. That was incredibly uncomfortable. That was like the longest solo shot. No, go back to him. Go back to him.
See, Neil thrives under the camera.
God damn. Say something, Fear.
He silently shook his head.
Keep me out of this. Oh no.
There we go. See, this is what the people want to see. Now play the sad violence for him.
No, it's only epic.
Only
music
champions deserve this music. Hello. We are epic. Let's go to Avery.
Epic
and
bros.
sad.
God damn it. This is not good entertainment. This is... It actually probably is, but... Are we supposed to be talking about like EPT or something? Like there's a whole tour going on? There's a lead up to Riyadh.
They
prize
said
money.
15 minutes. It'll fly by.
There's a
10
whole chart.
Bring
up the chart.
shots of Avery the
Bring
entire
up the chart.
time.
There's a whole chart out there. I know you have a
I
chart
don't mind.
with a bunch of numbers on it. Bring up the chart, Neil. Give them the throw to the chart, please. There's a VT or something.
A graphic somewhere.
Graphic. There's a sad graphic for the sad violins. Bring up the sad graphic.
Your face.
I can pull up a graphic for you, Avery. Let's take a look at the schedule for today and the 2 remaining series that we have here on our second day of Group Stage 2 action here at DreamLeague Season 25. Or perhaps, would you just prefer to go to the game altogether, Avery?
I'm getting very stressed out. I will tell you, this is giving me a lot of actual anxiety. Like, you don't know what this is like. It's just me and a bunch of weird people, and thank God we went to a goddamn craft. Holy
finally
shit.
broke him.
Oh my God. That took so long. That was the longest 10 minutes of my life.
You know, Neil, at Blast,
holy,
there was our Tundra content management guy was there.
Gotcha.
And they had a few days off, right? Tundra went straight to like the very last day.
Oh, that's true.
Whatever,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So he had nothing to do. So we filmed Day in the Life of Captain.
No, go back to the graphic.
And so he followed me and Avery around for the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen Avery so animated when we're not at work.
Wow.
He was talking and making jokes nonstop
This is
because
lies.
he knew there was
This
a
is
camera
all
on
lies.
him all the time. And it was fascinating to watch that. Like, he couldn't help himself that if the camera was on him, he needed to, like, entertain. And
You don't think he was
had it.
playing it up for the sake of content? You think that his character legitimately enjoyed the limelight?
No, I don't think he necessarily. No, I don't think he enjoyed the limelight.
Oh.
I think he felt compelled to do so, despite not wanting to do so. I think he was stressed out.
You're saying that this is a Pagliacci type situation.
Stop.
Avery goes to the
I haven't said
doctor.
anything in 3 minutes. There's an entire.
He says.
I'm actually getting stressed. I can feel my heart.
The whole production is laughing.
What is happening right now? Is this a bit? Is this I don't understand. What did I do? I try and do my job. That's all I try. You know what? Fuck you guys. Fuck you, you piece of shit. And fuck you, Fear. All Fear's still okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
What did I even do?
You did nothing. That's what you.
That's true.
You watched it happen.
You didn't send me a postcard. This is your fault.
I'm gonna cry now.
First,
he's using the 10 years.
I'll send you a postcard after this.
Nothing's coming. I'm too stressed to cry now.
You can always walk off.
The
Go up to
Dr. I am
caster stage.
SVG.
No, I'm not gonna walk off because I take the highs and lows of life.
What a dramatic
That was a good one. I'll give him that. That was a good one. I take the highs and lows of life. Got him. Got him with that one. Fake talk. TV classic right there. They got. How long is this filler? I feel like I've been monologuing for 20 minutes.
You're the one who said you like the cannibal bit so much. You're like, I like weird stuff. That was really great. I really enjoyed that. Well, now you're getting your own version of it. You're the star.
I like watching David Lynch.
Well, now you're starring in a David Lynch film. Congratulations.
Let's get ready for our first game of the second half of the day. It's Heroic versus Falcons.
You could have done that the whole time?
Hello, friends. Welcome.
Hello, friend.
Hello, friend.
How are you, friend?
I'm great. How did you enjoy?
Fuck you, Neil.
Why is his microphone still alive?
Here?
Am I supposed to be there?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I just was crying for Avery. I was very sad
How
for him.
lonely.
I mean,
Hello, friend.
Zuh.
hello.
What an experience that was. If you thought that Jenkins' Cannibal Island bit was unhinged, my friends, we're just at the tip of the iceberg here at Dream League Season 25. But I'll bring us back to what many of you, but not all of you, I know there's some crazy people out there, but most of you are here for the Dota. So, the man who is truly wired in with the Dota, Purge Gamers, tell me about Heroic and what they've been up to recently.
Heroic has been winning some of their games, Neil. Not all of them, but some of them. And frankly, I clicked through a bunch of their laning stages from the last series that they played against Chimera. Very good team, obviously, just 2-0'd Liquid. And I wanted to figure out what exactly is happening here. And I'm not good enough to completely figure it out, but I got some trends, okay? It turns out that picking good laning heroes really helps out their games because then they have a much better chance to do well in the mid game. So let's take a look at some of those examples and see maybe where they fell a little bit short in what was going on. Now, keep in mind, at the start of every draft, you flip this little in-game digital coin. It's not cryptocurrency, just a regular coin, nothing weird about it. And then you decide if you get first pick or second pick. In this game, they had second pick, which I believe ends them up with Meepo as a last pick hero. So they basically picked this into maybe not an ideal matchup against these Eidolons. He's earth-binding and auto-attacking Eidolons because, frankly, this is the only way they can do it. So if Heroic is last picking this hero and they're not getting these lane matchups, that's not looking too good. Here's another match of theirs. They ended up picking a Beastmaster immediately after seeing a Lifestealer, and they had to do all of these pull shenanigans to make that go better than it normally would. So another example maybe where they traded a hero that they liked for a not-so-good lane matchup that maybe didn't feel so good. Here's one that went really good, though. They had a Baden, they had Jakiro. Watch this out. The Jakiro is basically trading with heroes constantly. Any damage he takes gets reflected in an AoE against his opponents, and if they ever do cast spells on the Jakiro, that can get dispelled. So he basically just gets to 1v2 bully them. King Jungles had a great time here, and they even get to go on the Muerte here, getting a kill on 1J. Yuma had a fantastic game, and even later on, we're 3 minutes in. Watch the HP of the Jakiro. He's got a shield on him right now. He's running at 1J. These creeps are hitting King Jungles, dealing 0 damage, and then he gets a second shield. Look how low DeHawk's HP is after all of that, who just was kind of there. He gets bullied as well. The right heroes at the right time make a gigantic difference for Heroic, and that's why these drafts are so important. They need to get their good lane matchups, and we'll see if they can do it in this upcoming series.
Thank you.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Thank you very much, Purge, because in addition to this digital coin flip controlling whether or not you get first or second pick, it also generally controls whether you get Radiant or Dire. And most of the time, at least over the past few years, people have not really cared about that, Effie, but you have a theory that maybe people should start caring about Radiant and Dire.
Yes, tormentors, guys. Yesterday, I was watching the games and I felt like something was up. Something wasn't quite right. The games feel a little bit too snowbally, a lot of tormentor action going on. So I was curious, what is the percentage of win rate for the team that takes the first tormentor? Can you guys give me a guess?
Is it 100?
No.
That would be impressive.
That would be ridiculous.
You had a ballpark figure yesterday when your intuition told you that you felt it was like 70%, like 3 out of every 4 games.
Yeah.
First team who won Tormentor would win the game.
That's what I thought. So I looked into it, and before I pull up the graphic, I do want to talk about the Dota map. So Dota has obviously an asymmetrical map. In Radiant and Dire, things being different, offlane plays against the safe lane and vice versa. And typically, Dire used to have something called a Roche advantage way back in the day because the pit spawned at Dire's side, and there was no way to balance that. Dota moved away from Dire Radiant advantages in this capacity, but they accidentally brought it back with the Tormentor.
Yes.
Because the Tormentor now spawns on Radiant side at minute 15, which is a Dire advantage. That is a Dire advantage because typically you collapse on the enemy safe lane around that time. So if we could pull up the first graphic, please. I wanted to look at...
Show me the numbers.
Can we get the numbers up? So, yesterday... No, can we get the first graphic, please?
Show me the other numbers. I don't like these numbers.
I wanted to talk about which team won. There you go, thank you. We can start with this one. So, the first Tormentor kill happens 25% of the time from yesterday's games up until the first series of today. For Radiant, 25% of the time. And the other 75% happens on Dire. So in 9 out of 12 maps, without the last series, of course, Dire took first Tormentor. And what does that lead up to? I was curious. Who takes first Tormentor? Who wins the game? What's the percentage there? If we could pull up the other graphic now. So the team that took first Tormentor, I don't know why Dire and Radiant are included here. This isn't part of it. But the team that took first Tormentor won 9 out of 12 of the maps. So first Tormentor led to a 75% win rate. Now Radiant did take first Tormentor 3 times. They won 2 out of those games. Dire won 7 out of the 9 games that they took first Tormentor. So there's a huge imbalance here. The game is very much centered around who takes that first kill, and it seems like Valve accidentally gave Dire this huge advantage. So with the coin flips now, I imagine all the teams are looking at Dire, everybody wants to play Dire, and Radiant is just naturally weaker because of this.
Okay, so you get a big advantage from getting the first Tormentor. Why is it such a big advantage? Why is it such a big advantage? Do you want to verbalize it?
Great question, Purge.
Thank you.
Because you get a 3k gold swing. You get 1,400 gold on the person who gets the shard. Right? He gets the shard, that's worth 1,400. And then you get 1,400 gold distributed amongst 5 heroes. And the ease of taking this Tormentor when you're Dire side is pretty absurd. You bring your team, you take the Radiant safe lane tower, you always play for a fight there anyway, even before the Tormentor. You want to kick the enemy carry out of that lane, open the tower, guess what's waiting for you after you take the tower? You walk up, you do the Tormentor, 3k gold swing at minute 15, just like that.
Yeah, and to add on that as well, it's before you'd kill the Tormentor and you're like, oh, I'm low HP, I have to go back to base, right? It has this nice, beautiful aura now that you can just sit in and just replenish all the damage you took from the Tormentor. So it's not even something where you do it and then all of a sudden you're going to die directly after because you just get a free heal, right?
You do, but I just feel like this was kind of a misstep. I can't believe that this was the intention, that it would be so skewed. Maybe it's it's still new in the patch. People haven't figured out how to draft when they're Radiant. They haven't figured out the best way to naturally play the map. But as it stands right now, one side is clearly skewed.
One other negative or one other thing that makes it easy is the twin gates right there. So technically the Tormentor is pretty close to 50% of the map. You could be on the top, the Dire safe lane, you could be Radiant side of the map, just near the safe lane. It doesn't take long to get there. So if you watch the map, the 30 seconds leading up to it, supports are putting wards down already. You see carries begin to moving towards twin gates because they all try to get there at the same time because otherwise your team fight could be a loss, which leads to you losing the rest of the game with that disadvantage. So it's not hard to get there. There's very little punish. You just have to win the fight around it.
And we had an interview with Soxa yesterday. He was like, I don't know what they were thinking with this change. It's too snowbally. So I really just had to look into the numbers. And he was right, it's way too snowbally. Because even in the games where the team took the first Tormentor and lost, they were losing with net worth advantages. Like Falcons took it twice yesterday first, and they lost the games, but they were like 7k net worth ahead at the early stage of the game, and they would just lose in the late game or throw. But the lead that it gives you is really hard to surmount. I would imagine the B patch is going to bring changes to it.
First 15 minutes may make or break your entire game, which makes heroes like Lifestealer especially strong, as we can take a look now at our game number 1 draft between Heroic and Falcons. And you already said, Effie, Falcons has been definitely prioritizing that first Tormentor, very much so, although they're one of the rare exceptions that don't always convert it into a win, but they definitely put a strong emphasis on that objective. And yet they don't ban out Lifestealer. Instead, they take out the DK, the Tiny, the Magnus, and the Abaddon. Heroic ban out Dawnbreaker first phase, as well as Razor and Bristleback.
Yeah. I mean, I want to do a closing thought on the Tormentor real quick. Why are teams not... I think I know the answer, but I'm just for sake of conversation. The Tormentor is on the opposite side of Roshan. Not enough teams are building lineups to do Roshan on like Radiant, let's say, and just trade Tormentor for Roshan.
True.
We're not really seeing any of that. I mean, I think the reason for that is I think Tormentor is 10 times easier to kill than Roshan at that stage of the game. But there are heroes you can pick to kind of play for that if you know that is going to happen, and maybe that was their initial intent of why they did what they did there. But unfortunately, I feel like it might just be too easy to do Tormentor, or maybe Roche is too strong, some combination of that.
And it's also that Tormentor gives you more gold for your entire team than
Which is not fair.
Roche ever has. Like, you don't get that gold bounty distributed amongst your team ever from Roshan.
And I guess Roche also doesn't heal you afterwards, would be another negative. Like at 15 minutes in the game, somebody has to tank those hits.
Yeah.
Or has to have enough lifesteal. So you'd either have to have like the perfect hero, like a Huskar or an Ursa, or you're burning a lot of regen for your whole team.
I feel like this is a weird enigma where Valve has to balance for professional Dota and pub Dota, because in pub Dota, how often are 15-minute Tormentors being taken?
It's still a new patch, but I would imagine at least decent level pubs that after you take that Radiant Safelane Tower, you walk into the Tormentor. Almost, because it's right there. It's set up so easily for you. Like, you make that play for that Safelane Tower anyway around that 10-minute mark, 10 to 15. And I have a couple of suggestions for this. Like, I think you can make the Tormentor spawn at 20 minutes again and keep one on the map. Or you could keep it spawning at 15 minutes, but you can reduce the gold bounty, where it's only 240 gold distributed amongst 5 people, and the person who last hits it gets 100 gold. Or maybe, and like with the next Tormentor kill, the gold bounty doubles. So it kind of scales proportionally with the time in the map, instead of you're always getting this flat amount of gold from a Tormentor.
And they could also reduce the heal that it gives you. There's like other possible solutions, but yeah, there's a lot of ideas, but it's clearly too strong right now, right?
Or you could just randomize the Tormentor spawn. It could just be random every game, either Dire or Radiant. That way teams can't particularly draft for it or around it.
That's going to lead to the annoying players who are very cynical to be annoying in my pub game zone. I don't want that. Like, oh my god, it always spawns top.
But as it is right now, it feels really unacceptable. I don't think that first Tormentor should lead you to win 75% of the time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, that was a good conversation. There's nothing to see here anywhere. It's just live servers PA.
Business as usual.
Business as usual.
I guess the only thing worth noting is you did just see Sumail on your screen. If you missed it, Falcons are sending out Malrine to acquire his US visa for ESL 1 Raleigh. And in the meanwhile, Sumail will be standing in for Falcons on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, as the idiot I am, did a tech segment on this series thinking I was tech. And
did you actually?
I did. It's not ready because it wasn't my job. But either way, it was about Sumail, and I'll just verbally say it pretty much. Like, he looks really good in the first 7 minutes of the game, as any pub game. It's not very hard. Falcons have been faltering, though, in their mid-laking decision-making. It feels like, as a team, they're not always on the same page, which makes sense. They have a stand-in, where Sumail will be on one spot of the map trying to do something, and the rest of the team will be having a different idea what to do on the map. And it doesn't feel like Falcons knows exactly what they want to do as a team and telling Sumail where to go. So they're in a situation where it looks a little bit sloppy, where I see Sumail making a play with the supports on one side of the map. You have Amar doing something somewhere else. Skeeter's also not sure where he should be on the map. This is something they as a team kind of need to fix if they want to progress in this DreamLeague with a stand-in.
Are there any mid lane heroes that you feel like Sumail would be more compatible with being by himself. Like if they don't want to fix the issue,
Quap.
Yeah. Let him be independent, get into his own trouble, get his own kills.
Yeah, Ember, like those type of heroes. Storm, maybe.
Right.
Those all seem pretty good. I mean, he did play Quap one game, and I think he played Lesh the other one. The Lesh one, you need a really good team behind you to make that hero work.
Do you think it's weaker now?
Lesh, I mean, it looked weaker. I don't know what the item build is now. You just seem inherently more squishy on the hero. So I'm not sure the viability. I mean, it looked good in the early game, but not so much after that.
So last time that Falcons did play, some team banned Death Prophet in the first phase against them, I believe. And at the time, I kind of theory crafted that Lesh and Death Prophet are sort of similar.
They are, yeah.
She has a new facet, I believe. I can't remember what it does, though. They also changed the one with the spirit, where if you kill somebody while your exorcism is active, you swoop up their spirit instantly, so you are doing more damage. It doesn't get saved for, well, it gets saved for later, and you get to use it current, you know?
Oh, so it activates on your active exorcism?
Yes, and also gives you the future one, so it makes it more good than the temporary. Was that the only change?
Oh, she's universal now.
Yes, okay, so they just removed they removed a fast and then buffed Spirit Collector is what they did. So he has to choose between the Spirit Collector, the one where you get the big hero-based spirits, and the other one, which is the delayed damage. Both are probably decent-ish.
Where do you put Death Prophet?
She could probably side lane, but she's probably a mid hero, is my assumption.
I wouldn't count out the side lane because you have Mercy, which is most likely the crit hero, and Mercy Death Prophet was a popular lane back in the day when she was an offlaner. Also, that Spirit Siphon is pretty annoying for Lifestealer, so she
in lane, yeah, for sure.
She can definitely bully him in that lane and isn't threatened because
Good
of
point.
it.
Yeah, the range versus melee matchup would be nice there.
I mean, the sucking heroes with Marcy are really good, like the Razor, the Death Prophet. You want to run away, but you can't, so it allows you to get a lot of extra damage.
And with the new facet, you could bring them with to get even more chase potential. Yep.
Bob, stop it. We can only take so much.
This is now, what, like the 5th time that we've seen this Phantom Assassin Lifestealer matchup, and I think Satanic on Phantom Assassin was the only one to come out on top. Otherwise, it was the Lifestealer every single time.
I think there's only been, this was actually my tech segment for next series, so it's kind of funny their pick, but they've only matched up 3 times so far, and it's a 1 for 2 victory, I think.
Gotcha.
For the specific Lifestealer PA. On paper, it looks like Lifestealer is worse in it for me because you have to deal with evasion the whole time, but yeah, teams have their preferences.
I am of the opinion that now Lifestealer versus PA is Lifestealer favored. Because typically, like, first of all, PA did get nerfs, and people initially were like, that's not enough, but yesterday she lost, today she lost. Like, she's shown that she is losing and is not as good anymore. And the way that PA was weak was her mid-game timing sucked. Like, there was just a stage of the game where she wasn't ready to fight. And with Lifestealer, if you can get that early Radiance Ags timing, and you force PA to fight before she's ready to, you can just win the game off of snowballing.
Yeah.
Because that's really what's been happening with these matchups. So like, let's say Darkseer hits his timing, Ember gets his Mage Slayer, Lifestealer joins the fight with that Radiance Ags. They have to bring their carry on Falcons to these fights. They can't take them 5v4. And if you can snowball off of that, PA just has no place in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I think Leicester as a whole, this patch is being underlooked on what he does in the fights, especially the early ones. I actually look at this hero. This hero I've seen time and time again just save supports in the early game. Like, people are just going on supports. Oh, I'm going to kill Marcy here. Or in this game, I'm going to kill Jakiro. You infest your support, and you just turn a fight, and you just win it automatically. And not a lot of carries can support other heroes in the early game like that, which can lead to, like, great, like, turnarounds in the mid game. And then later on, it feels like this hero has an itemization for any problem. Right? Yep. You either can get the Aghanims as mentioned, Radiance is great as well. You can get MKB if you're reverse evasion. There's no item that's like truly bad on this hero, so you can itemize for just about anything for any occasion. You're great in the early game. I haven't seen a solution to the laning stage for this hero either. I've seen the Slardars, it's supposed to be a counter, didn't really do anything. So until this hero starts having really bad laning stage, as we've seen in the past, I think this hero will always be a little bit viable.
Yeah, it's definitely on the up and up. And especially when you get like a first blood or a kill in lane, you get so much extra HP now compared to before.
Very tanky.
It's like, you get like 2 kills and you have an extra bracer compared to normal.
You're tanky, you make your allies more tanky with the heal. I think all of it just really adds up.
I really noticed watching some of the replays this morning how commonly players were taking HP enhancements too. It was like they hit a new neutral item tier and I swear like 60+% were like, I just want more HP and regen.
Brawny?
Yeah, so much brawny. Tier 1s, like half of them are brawny, I swear. On all roles, really.
Also a great hero at taking these early Tormentors. Being able to be debuff immune against the Tormentor makes life that much easier.
But for that reason, I would like if it were a DP offlane. Because that way you can take Lifestealer's tower with that exorcism, and then your team just goes into Tormentor and takes that. Like, it's much easier to do that from the offlane than from the mid. Connect yourself there, kick Lifestealer out early, but I mean, it's still possible.
And here's their Darkseer combo with the Spirit Breaker. So Ion Shell in lane is going to be a little stronger, and it's also magic damage that is going to give them kill options against the PA in lane. So very bullyable there.
And Heroic are expecting this Death Prophet to be offlane as they are banning out anti-Ember Spirit heroes, except they didn't ban out Huskar.
And DP is El Clasico counter to the Ember in the mid lane. So Sumail is definitely thinking about it. It really just comes down to, is there a better hero for Amar, or is there a hero that Sumail should pick in this situation?
Is Sumail a Huskar player?
Not a prolific one, no.
No.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he'll play it, but
I feel like he has so much ego that he's like, I don't need to pick a lane dominator hero. I'm going to beat you with a regular hero and lane dominator. That's Sumail style.
Well, he's not going to get Monkey King, and he's not going to get Earthshaker. Those are taken.
Is there a Amar hero that could be really cool here? So it'll be Huskar.
Oh, they're chuckling. Who's going where?
Are they lane
Amar could play that, though.
Are they lane swapping is the question.
Remember, Amar used to go mid every once in a while?
That's
with
what I'm
Huskar?
very curious.
Forgot who he's playing with. I was like,
No, he's going mid. He's not laughing like that without going mid. They're swapping lanes.
I mean,
Mel used to play offlane in 2016.
Yeah.
That is true.
No, this is
I'm
a
sure
mid
it's all
Amar.
in a transfer.
Everything that Universe taught him is now coming into play 9 years later.
I mean, the Huskar pickup is great. It counters the Ember on lane. So long as they play it versus the Ember, it'll be fine. A little bit of a misstep, I would imagine, leaving it in there, but maybe they think that it's beatable. Like, they can just have their Spirit Breaker charge. Maybe that's their perception of it. He charges early while Huskar is low. They take advantage of that, kill him a few times, and in that case, they'll have it in the bag. But if if Huskar beats up on that Ember with no help whatsoever from Heroic's heroes, it's a problem.
Maybe it was the ego thing.
I wonder how fast he's going to go. Is he going to get the Dispel Heal one, or is he going to get the previous one? I don't know. Good moves here in chains.
Good.
Pretty good.
Cap and Avery, what are your reads of the chuckles that we saw on the Falcons webcams? Who do you think's going where?
It's mid Amar. I'm so certain that's what's happening here.
Then why won't Sumail play Huskar mid?
Because Amar wants his goddamn hero. Get out of here, Sumail. Go play in the off lane. He's done it before. I'm sure it's fine. But like, I definitely remember all those times that Amar would pick Huskar and go mid for Falcons. They did it multiple times.
Yeah, but him and Maureen would have that kind of like buddy-buddy relationship. You're telling the king to leave mid?
By all accounts, they're in very good terms.
That is true.
Between
Absolutely.
Amar and Sumail. So I think that is the most likely scenario. And I don't think Analog's going to be able to deal with it, honestly. I think his laning is not good enough to be pressured by a Huskar, frankly.
You're looking very inquisitive, Avery. You
No,
feel
I'm
your
still
BPM.
too anxious to
I'm
have
trying
the
to talk
actual
as much as possible so they don't
Can we get a
do
zoom in on Avery, please?
Avery.
Don't worry, that's
Can we
as
get
far
the
as that
sad
one's going.
violins, please?
Can we get the sad violins? Can the PogChamp Pandas place the equivalent of sad violins right now?
It's kind of cool.
He's focused.
Sounds like the theme from Project Zomboid.
He's on the starting line.
But this is too cool.
It fits Avery very well then.
Avery, give us a thumbs up and we can get into the game. Game number 1. With the PogChamp Pandas.
Heroic versus Falcons. A matchup that is a little bit lopsided potentially with a late Huskar pick. But the question is, where is this Huskar going, Avery?
Mid. It was always going to go mid. You pick Huskar versus Ember, you put him versus the Ember. It's that simple. Lanes be damned.
We're going to see what poor Analog is going to do about this. We've seen a lot of people try and deal this. They have to cut the wave between the tier 1-2 and go and drag it, but they're pretty good roaming heroes on the side of Falcons from their 4 and 5 position to punish that. So I just don't see...
Oh, wave kill top.
I think he's got to do nothing but just deal with it.
100% of the CS. Oh, he missed one. That's actually pretty bad because you don't get the level 2 now. That's a big deny.
Yep.
But it will start off this lane pretty favorably for them. I like Heroic's draft. This Lifestealer just doesn't lose, apparently. They have Omega Darkseer team fight. Every hero has synergy with this Darkseer.
That's true.
Really can't ask for more out of a Darkseer lineup. Yeah, maybe your lanes are a little rough, but the team fights look super easy here if you get anywhere close to even footing at that 20-minute mark.
And Falcons has not been... there was a time, a year ago where Falcons would just win lanes so hard that they would just automatically snowball and win the game off of that. I'm not sure if Falcons have shown that same propensity for that,
Lately, no. I think ATF will win his lane, but the question is, will Falcons win lanes hard enough here that that inevitable teamfight advantage doesn't come back to hurt them and swing the game back to their favor?
What was that?
I don't know. Check mark for me, I guess.
Good job, Avery. You said something they agreed with.
I guess, yeah. The irony is, I decided I wanted to be a caster, so I did it up on camera so much. So, yeah, I guess I got that going for me.
Yeah, and then you did DreamLeague.
Yeah. Anyway, this is a very interesting game from a draft standpoint because I do feel like both teams kind of went all in. I think Falcons went not all in, but 80% in on we want our lanes to be strong and have some good core matchups. And Heroic went all in on we don't give a damn about the lanes. We're just going to have insurmountable 5-man team fight. And so far, I think that has prevailed in the patch.
Yes, I would agree with that. Though they are on Radiant side. Which is a little bit of marker, right? If you are Dire side and you are more laning focused, then I think you're more likely to get the first Tormentor because you probably have the lead at 15 minutes. You're probably stronger at 15 minutes than the enemy team. And then you combine a laning phase lead into a Tormentor lead because it gives you so much, then I could see how that snowballs really badly.
I mean, already we see Heroic just trying to dodge all these lanes as much as possible. Mid is getting pulled around by Analog super weirdly. Top is being wave pulled and cut. Bottom is kind of the only straight up lane in this game right now. Battle
fighting over the Lotus. Whisper's not going to be able to get this for free. Vacuums him out of it, gets the Lotus. He doesn't eat it. He probably would have died anyway, so he holds on to that resource for the future.
I feel like one of the strengths of Darkseer in this patch should be fighting for that Lotus. Like double melee hero with Shell, you have to go into the pool.
Yeah.
In theory, should be good for him. So instance there where Whisper just doesn't win the fight.
At the same time, Mirana is probably one of the ranged heroes that is able to battle for the Lotus really well as well because of this new facet, right? The Starstorm causing you to miss.
Yeah, this is a really nice mana facet. To me, this facet wouldn't be that broken if it didn't have as long a duration as it did.
Yeah.
I feel like for a new spell or mechanic to a hero, this thing has an insanely long duration. What is it? It's 3.5 to 5. 5-second blind? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Usually Valve adds some spell. They're like, oh, okay, here's Shadow Shaman gets +3 damage. This hero just gets a 4-second blind at level 2.
Yeah. I think it would also be different if Miranas were incentivized to level up an ability that wasn't Starstorm, but everybody maxes out Starstorm, so...
Yes, makes your value point and arrow better, makes your value point and leap better. It really helps that build up. Though the value point and arrow has been nerfed over time, so... I think we've seen some situations, actually, where the max stun level 1 on arrow is not enough anymore in some of the fights.
Yep, for sure.
It did not used to... I mean, it's crazy to think that used to just be 5 level 1.
Yeah. I think we saw that situation yesterday, right?
Yep. So that's something you have to think about with this build. There's a little bit of a trade-off there, but so far, it is Falcons dominating this laning stage.
2K up in 5 minutes?
Yeah. Heroic are dodging 2 lanes and not doing well in the 3rd, so it's a triple lane win here for Falcons, and this is going to be the test for Heroic. Can you find a way to come back in the team fights? They have the lineup to do it. Just going to be finding those openings or getting some ganks going. You have an Ion Shell Spear Breaker who can charge around the map.
He opted for the Bull Rush facet, not the Bull's Hit one. Kind of sad.
This facet's still pretty good. Can't blame him for that. Charge up top of the King Jungle's rotation. They want the Phantom Assassin. Will they get the Phantom Assassin?
It's going to be a 3-on-3 with Snake King slipping down on the other side. They do get the Phantom Assassin core for core, but a second core is going to join the field on the side of Heroic. Run down crit. And I guess that is the difference here between Huskar, less likely to make that rotation, just wants to dominate that mid. Analog, he's suffering so badly in that mid lane, why not rotate?
That was an arrow attempt to kill this catapult. They got body blocked. They'll then glyph it, and catapult will die. So extra tower damage on this tier 1. They get that PA kill, and Analog gets some XP. So overall, nice move for Heroic.
He checked for the bounty run. Timing changed, though.
ATF, however, doing ATF stuff mid. I mean, he's got a Mega Wave here. Armlet is very close to being done, 500 off. I mean, he's going to be incredibly strong this game.
Yeah, Heroic, you should not think that you can go for this Huskar kill with multiple heroes. Falcons are willing to back him up, and they're going to go for the kill on Analog here with the level 6 on Amar. Toss him back into his death, as the fire will easily burn him out. And good damage on the mid tower as well. Now, not enough to finish it up, and this charge might actually hit Snake King. Schofield doesn't even try and go for the first hit bash.
Does defend the tower, but you're just feeding more gold into this Huskar's pocket. He's already the richest hero on the map. Falcons happy about that one, as the Wisdom Shrines will get split. 0 contest.
Yeah, that's... we've seen a lot of contests lately. We saw it in the previous patch too, but now with these new shrines, even more incentive to do so, I think.
Honestly, I would not be surprised if we see more of this offlane DP. Not necessarily because of how strong DP is, but I have to imagine in this type of game from Dire, if you just Exorcism take this tower, it's gotta set you up pretty well for Tormentor at 15.
For sure.
And then this hero's a strong Tormentor taker, right? So it kind of just flows naturally. It's a good Roshan taker. Roshans have been contested a lot. I can just see Death Prophet make come back just conceptually as a hero, on top of the fact she's probably better than she was last patch.
Yeah, she's a great hero to work with, Marcy. King Jungle's trying to use that Ice Path facet to disengage. Does not work. Sumail did take the facet that got buffed up recently. Nobody was really taking Spirit Collector before, though then again, nobody was really playing Death Prophet before. They buffed that up rather significantly in this last patch, and we're going to see Sumail put it to use. You see the hero spirits he's already got out.
It's a decent amount of extra damage.
Yeah, yeah.
They look really weird. I don't know why. They look so janky, but...
Yeah, it's an extra 24. Apparently it has a minimum damage and a maximum damage. Why?
I mean, the way I think about it is,
case?
if you have enough to replace all the ghosts, it's like a 30 to 40% damage upgrade, depending. I would generally, so basically on average, it's probably gonna be like a 20 to 30, because you're not gonna always have full amount of ghosts.
Sure.
But that's still decent. You know what they look like though? They look like those little, you can buy for Halloween, the little ghosts on strings or skeletons that spin around in a circle. They're like little motorized things. You have no idea what I'm talking about?
No. Are you still talking about the images that they when they spin the
like
fast
a
enough,
physical
it looks
thing.
like... No, then I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you used to turn them on, then you try and whack each other with them. They're like mini flails. Those things hurt, man. I got hit in the head a few times.
Talking about.
Now that I think back on it, that could explain a lot.
Yeah, it does explain a few things.
Yeah, it was like a brick in a sock, man.
What is this item?
What, brick in a sock?
I'm gonna have to look this up later.
You never played brick in a sock? What kind of childhood did you have?
Apparently one without brain damage.
Well,
That's all there is. That's half the fun. Safe lane tower does go down. That DP ult did its job. Looks like Gleipnir potentially on the menu for Sumail. As Regen Rune goes to Analog. Tier 1 mid is still up for both teams. Maybe think about that with the next Exo here if you're Falcons. Like smoke this DP mid, player on the Huskar, get a backstab fight into tower going. That could be pretty good.
Trying to bait the triangle. The only thing that the Infest is going to do is steal one of the small Ancients. So that was a lot of wasted time for Yuma. While Lamar just moves to another side of the map to continue farming. They are going to make a go at the supports here, though.
They stack
pick me up and drag me away. What a save from Crit.
That was a lot of stun stacking. Maybe they're just trying to burst him, but that's a level 6 Mirana with 1100 HP.
And
Ronnie
another tower to be taken. Got him. Drag the creep with him, too. And King Jungle's
he's smoked
attempting to hold this tower, but the Exorcism is still going to be used by Sumail. If he can win this fight, he will easily take the tower. And it looks like Whisper, he's at least going to be taking so much damage. He can't find any more. That final ghost does the work required to get the kill. And Schofield, he'll be run down as well. This Death Prophet, it's working out really well. They won that lane. Yeah. They're turning it into not just team fight wins, but also objective wins. And we haven't even gotten to the Tormentor timing yet.
I mean, Whisper took 1,350 damage from DP. That is a lot of damage to take at the 11-minute mark from one hero.
Yeah.
You ought to respect this Exo. And that's the exact move I was mentioning right before it happened. Heroic kind of played into it. They went on the offensive in the mid lane and set themselves up for a strong counterplay. Here's a live replay of the live replay. New feature we're adding here. I think, if anything, in this kind of game, you almost want to play defensive. Like, predict the move Falcons are going to make, set up for it, and then when they do it, you're there with everybody, you punish them. Because when you go aggressively like that, it's unlikely it's going to work out, unless you're just ganking a hero.
Either that or you just sacrifice the mid tower and put pressure on the sidelines, right?
That's also, yeah, that's totally fine if you're farming the whole map. Just give the tower, okay, sure. Instead, you bleed a bunch of kills on top of the tower, and that's omega bad. You know, every time this DP gets kills with the Exo, you're getting spirits for the next Exo.
Yep, it's a snowball effect.
Do not want to fall behind in terms of XP this game either. I also want to see what Skeeter goes on his Phantom Assassin, because we've been seeing Phantom Assassin fall off a bit. We've seen Lifestealer just out-carry in some of these matches, but I have a feeling you're supposed to go a higher DPS build in this hero now relative to last patch. Play her more glass cannon-y and have frontliners in your lineup instead of just being a stats damage dealer.
Sure.
Because I've seen this Satanic Sanjin Yasha build, and I'm just not 100% sold that it's good enough.
What a move. Crit. He drags Amar on top of the Lifestealer. Yuma's not quick enough. And they chain that into silence. Yuma's dead. I mean, this is looking like Falcon's just going to run over Heroic.
Yeah, this is getting to spooky territory, I will say.
Like the ghosts you were talking about.
Like
earlier.
the brick in a sock. That's
like
just, that's exactly right, Austin.
Very spooky.
You know, you can bend, but at some point you will break in this game. You do not want to give up too much more here if you're Heroic. Your team fight's still strong in a 5-on-5. And you do have the Ice Path levels on King Jungle, so... Question of how much you bleed out right now.
King Jungles is really playing for the Tormentor. This has to be one of the oddest wards I've ever seen. In the bottom right corner of the map. Click on that one.
This is just...
We see the vision there. Yeah.
That's
just
unnecessary.
A singular cone.
That is just unnecessary. You know, I've seen a lot of really weird...
I also think he's going to try and hide out in the trees. And wait for them to try and do Tormentor, but he's so far ahead of schedule here.
I mean, if I'm Heroic, I almost want to just set up there preemptively.
I agree.
So when Falcons try and go in, you're just there with everybody and fight them, you know?
Yes, I agree. Setting it up 2 minutes beforehand, though, it's a little early. And now we're finally getting to that Tormentor timing.
I mean, this could be really good for Heroic if they're patient here. Yeah, I think if they just start doing the Tormentor, it's going to be really bad for them. But if they just camp here for the fight, this is what their lineup is designed to do. Take some fight where Falcons clump or go through a choke point and just massacre them with back wall, charge, ice path.
I just don't think this is very well disguised. Snaking has pushed the mid tower all the way into the tier 2.
I mean, but if you're Falcons, do you have a choice, right? This Tormentor is the end-all be-all. You have to take it, Austin. You have to go up the ramp.
Sumail's going to break his smoke on the low ground. He pushes forward anyway. They're going to try and burst him down nice and quick, and they should be able to do so. Sumail only can get so much heal off. Oh, God, he's surviving for so long. Yeah, he eventually dies, but maybe Falcons, Amar, he's getting low as well. Oh, he managed to get an armlet toggle in the middle of all these heroes. He still falls. Heroic were ever patient in their defense, and were rewarded with a massive win on the high ground.
Still on the losing Yuma, so now they can't really do the Tormentor. Well, they're going to get a 4th.
Yeah, getting 4 for this.
Ooh. That feels a lot better. I mean, I'm kind of surprised Falcons did that without seeing anybody on the map.
Your smoke broke on the low ground. Like,
the issue is, even though you're this far ahead, I don't think you can win that fight. Like, I don't think there is a route to victory here. They even played it okay with sending one hero up. I mean, you might say, like, what is Sumail doing? But there's no way you can all go up at the same time, right? But even with that, how the hell are you going up this stairwell, dude?
Yeah.
Into macro ice path through the wall. There's 3 wall illusions. You're getting slowed. That's just a complete nightmare of a fight.
I feel like they have scouting mechanisms, too. Or at least they have one. They have Arrow.
I genuinely think Falcons should just far on the map and giving it up.
Sure, I mean...
let Heroic sit there, right?
Yeah.
You're going to get more gold off the map than they're going to get out of that Tormentor. But instead, you lose a bad fight that is the way Heroic can win this game, is if they get comeback fights. You're still going to end up getting the Tormentor here, so I guess maybe your argument is, in the end, it'll work out?
I mean, the Sliver of Vision has given enough for the Spirit Breaker to get a charge, so...
That's true. I mean, I guess Heroic are going to take another fight around here, because in theory, it's still good for them. The ward is scouting.
Gonna pop the Moonlight Shadow, but they get the Tormentor, yes, but they're gonna be so low off of this one.
Oh,
and that heal is not good enough. If they cut him off here at the pass.
Dude, if Heroic just commit for this play.
Oh, they have the scan on him too. They know they're walking through this area.
Skier just TP'd out. I mean, he TP'd
Exit's
out.
gonna be popped by Sumail. Managed to get a 2-man silence. Analog's quickly gonna remove that one with the Illusion Room. Crit goes straight for the kill onto Whisper. Whisper, he needs to survive to get off spells, but a good arrow from Snake King puts him down before anything can really go off. This makes things messy for Heroic. He's still up Yuma on the front lines here with open wounds. He's gonna focus on the Huskar and get him. Now Sumail's up next. They should be able to run him down as well. The loss of their carry, or rather, their carry TPing out. There's no way to win this fight.
For Heroic, I mean, it could have been even better if this Darkseer didn't get God arrowed from Snaking, but
seriously,
you gotta question the decision there from Falcon. Skeeter TP'd out as Sumail pops Exo. So are you taking a team fight? Are you not? If you have PA there, I think you have a decent shot to win that. Instead, you bleed out some more kills and give these Heroic cores another chance to come back in this game. I don't know. I feel like Falcons are not respecting these 5-on-5s because they feel like they're way ahead, which is true.
That is true.
But I don't think their lineup has to take these 5-on-5s. I don't think it necessarily wants to. You know?
Yeah, at least, you know, not until you have like SNY, BKB, Huskar.
Well, if you have BKBs, yeah, that's your ticket in. Because then you can just man up and ignore a lot of the spell control. But
these early fights
they're so tough, man. You look at the amount of work these ice paths are doing. The ion shells. That's a tough one.
Well, this is Heroic. I think this is one of their successes, that they are very good at 5-manning. They're very good at planning out team fights.
When they're all on the same page, yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Not a team that I think of for their laning prowess so much. But for their moves immediately after the laning phase, and so far that has been rather successful despite the net worth lead that they were playing against. Now we're back to a bit of farm.
Heroic keeping the net worth the same, which means they're evening this game out a bit. I haven't really been able to play their lineup to full fruition, but Oh, Atos.
Nice
Late
arrow.
into the arrow.
Snaking. Keeps on landing him.
Marana God for a reason.
Yeah, who do you learn that Marana play from anyway?
I don't know. Good question. Have to ask him in an interview.
Okay. After a pickoff on the Ember Spirit, a haste rune found in the river leads more opportunities for Falcons. Lamar aggressively pushing forward. He has Glimmer Cape, Armlet, S and Y. He is very difficult to bring down. With that Glimmer Cape, he's going to try and find an opening. Spots Whisper, catches him midway through his surge, and with a little bit of pushback, Whisper does take a lot of damage, but Amar opts not to keep chasing.
Old sick ice path from KJ on the Blinken.
Brought back into the vacuum too. Crit is already dead. Skeeter's going to use his BKB to get out. Again, a bit of a disjoint there between what the Falcon members want to do. Arrow to stop the Spirit Breaker ultimate, but he didn't want to go for it anyway. Not sure if they want to go on Amar or not, but pop out, Infest, got a disarm onto the Huskar. He's trying to run it out here. See if he can armlet toggle a second time. Nope. Too many heroes.
Yeah, very disjointed. The fact that KJ got that ice path off changed everything there. It's a very sick read of the situation. Skeeter commits, gets trapped there for so long. That's a level 4 ice path.
I mean, why are they going for that behind the tier 2 at the same time that Huskar is chasing after the Darks here and then chooses to back off with the haste rune?
I think they probably felt the attention of Heroic was on that Huskar play. They would get away with the quick pick. You're gonna bleed another support kill here?
Schofield with the surge and the Ion
Any
Shell.
bash? Hello?
He doesn't need it.
Yeah, well, I guess he didn't because he didn't get one.
Save those bashes for later.
He has a full Shadow Blade now. Falcons are bleeding a lot of team fights in this game.
A big part of why Falcons has just not been the dominant force that they were last year. Just not nearly as clean play. Now, obviously, some of this could be attributed to the fact that they do have the stand-in and Samael playing with them, but
yeah,
I think there's still been problems with Falcons even when they've had all 5.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Nice catch on the Spirit Breaker. No charge to get away for 8 seconds. Detection, Snaking's got it.
All right, so Yule's done for Sumail, gives him his defensive item. Should give you a lot more staying power in the fight. But I think you need that Huskar BKB for ATF to really help the PA go over the top here. I think if Heroic gets some armor items here, some more survivability before the next team fight, they could be in a solid position. It's a bit of a ways away, though. Like, the Shivas on the Embers, pretty damn far away.
Yeah, I mean, he could at least buy out the plate mail. That would be a big buff, and they almost have Armlet done on the Lifestealer. There's another one. Hell, I mean, Whisper could buy out the plate mail as the Lotus he wants to build up, but instead he opts for the Perseverance. I really feel like with the attention on Roshan right now,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
stacking up that armor to give them the edge for this one fight could be big.
Yeah, everybody armor is going to count. I mean, you're basically dealing with an entirely physical lineup on Falcons in terms of the damage you care about. Yeah, there's some Burning Spear and some Siphons and stuff, but the damage you're trying to survive is that burst damage.
Yeah. It's the Marcy Unleash, it's the PA jumping on you, it's the Exorcism. We can see Samael's pumping out the most damage so far in the game.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just look at the neutral items, all the neutral items for Heroic are just survivability. They're Essence Rings, they're Gossamer Capes, they're Brawny Enchantments. All the neutral items for Falcons, Brigand Blade. Deal the damage.
That's a lot of them.
You know, we need more damage. So, what is stronger, Austin? The knife or the bulletproof vest?
Radiant are scanning.
From all the videos I've seen online, apparently the bulletproof vest. But do Heroic have that vest? Or are we just going to be waiting for a while as both teams farm up? BKB for Skeeter is a long ways. has been done for a long ways, but the Huskar BKB is still a bit farther out.
Same time, you actually are gonna have the Shivas on the Ember. I think by the time the next fight breaks out, the analog got to it here in a 50-50 game. Do you agree with that? In your professional opinion, Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I think that's about fair.
Okay.
I think I would actually side with Falcons just a little bit more, but that's just because I feel like Huskar scales up pretty decently, and then obviously they have PA, Marcy. Like, even if the chance of them winning fights right now is 50-50, I don't hate Falcons' lineup going later.
I just don't see Lifestealer lose. I don't know, man. Something about this hero right now.
One thing for me is that they will eventually have a taunt for the Lifestealer.
Man, don't care about a taunt. He just hits you.
Maybe, but it pierces rage, which is pretty beneficial.
Shiva's done for the Ember. I think it's the strongest item that anyone's got here in the last few minutes. And there was not a fight before that. Falcon's got a decent amount of utility and survivability. Bunch of Glimmer Capes and Yules now available.
And with Roshan being on the top part of the map, that is favorable for Heroic, who control this side of the map a bit more than the other.
Arrow scouted it. I believe saw him going in the pit. Yeah, do Falcons want to give this up? I feel pretty bad for them to lose this Aegis with a Huskar lineup.
The way Amar is farming, it seems like they're okay with giving it up.
Another arrow.
He's running now, but
it's the Jakiro.
Samael willing to go inside that pit. He pops the Exorcism and goes for it. Gleipnir on a bunch of heroes with the silence following up, but the Aegis is already picked up by Yuma. Yes, he did get the last hit on Roshan.
The king.
Heroic, though, I mean, getting away with the Aegis and an Exorcism used and only losing Schofield for it.
Oh, mega worth, mega worth. Bit sad that got sniped by the Cryptstorm, but I mean, what can you do? You play versus the king, he's gonna take his tithe, you know?
He takes what is his.
Smoke from Heroic without the breaker. Trying to contest this Tormentor. I mean, they're nowhere here fast enough, though. This is instantly gone. So late on that play, though, they might be able to gank somebody just retreating from this objective. Skeeter TP's mid. They might just go on him. Man, that's where you wish you had the charge. So they're still hunting for somebody down here.
Samael might back up into them. If it's crit instead, that's good for Falcons because they would hate to lose Samael.
Yeah, this is the better of the options. Expensive smoke from Heroic. Not yielding exactly what they wanted. Takes a minute off this Aegis here. A replay. See this big Crypt Swarm. Boom! Wow. I always thought Sumail had one of the sickest Roshan senses of any player ever. Maybe the sickest sense. Like this guy, I feel like he's jumped Roche on Storm at the exact right time. So many pivotal moments.
Yeah, that's a good stat. Somebody should get these stats on Aegis steals.
I think he's number one.
Samael has got to be up there. Snake King charged up right now. Yule Scepter on himself. Amar's going to fight for this, though. He is right in the middle of all these heroes. Silent on 3. And an entry into the fight onto the Ember Spirit that's going to force him to back off. Now, that wasn't an invested charge at the same time, so they're kind of split, or maybe they're sandwiching Amar. But he does have that at Aegis, after all, on the Lifestealer, so he's willing to just battle it out, whether it's going for Samael or Amar. He doesn't really care which one it is, as long as he can hit something out of this one. A Yule Scepter to stop him a little bit, but Schofield bumps back in and manages to finish him off. Skeeter, meanwhile, he delivers a killing blow onto Analog, goes for more. Schofield's up next, but eventually his staying power, it wanes thin, and now Yuma, he'll carry out the rest of the team fight, as has been the way for DreamLeague and this new patch. The Lifestealer continues to just push through it all.
This hero's just crazy when you start winning fights. You get these kills, And the bonus HP just starts to go up and up so fast with the level 4, right? 50 HP for every hero is a lot. Cannot believe these kind of team fights. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, it doesn't seem like anybody can address Lifestealer in this patch in the fights. This wasn't even the greatest execution for Heroic because the vacuum got wasted, which is their strongest spell, I think.
Sure.
The fight's just so split. Nobody wants to fight him. It's just, what do you do, right? I get he has Aegis here, but he's a brick wall for the team. You look at the formation that Heroic have. No one wants to go through this Lifestealer. It buys so much time for Heroic to re-engage. And KJ, yo, this Jakiro has so much room to work with. It's just Ice Path after Ice Path. You're not going to win the long fight. The second your BKB is out, boom, you're stunned. You get stunned again. See you later. Twin-headed dragon. It's like, yeah, that hero's pretty good.
Look at a little buff up.
Yeah, I can come up and play that hero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See some forward position Jakiro maybe in the future.
Also, that Shiva's really slowed down the PA's damage in that fight. This is where I go back to. You go for these kind of survivability builds on the PA, and if you can't actually burst a hero that fast, you're not that strong when the BKB is out. This is going to be another BKB Sanjin Yasha Satanic PA. I'm still not 100% sold on this build.
You want to see these PAs go back for like the Desto build?
I mean, I don't know what it is. I've watched enough of these fights by now to know that you do not do the same damage you did before, and 1 or 2 seconds is a huge difference on a hero like Phantom Assassin. So you're here to do damage, you know? And if you're not doing enough, you got to rectify that problem quickly, as Aegis expiring in 9 seconds. Infested Breaker, and they found the Death Prophet.
Perfect target to go for. Gleipnir try and stop the charge. It only does so much, though. Immediate pop out from the Infest, and that's the real danger.
That's a great pickoff right there. Really nice ward. Look at these Radiant Obs right now. They're seeing a lot of these jungle areas. Dangerous to play this map for Falcons into the Spear Breaker. And that lead that they had from laning phase didn't go anywhere. Now you're trapped in this 5v5 game versus a lineup that is incredibly scary to 5v5 into. Unless you have some BKB timing and you get a lot out of it, which, yeah. BKBs are starting to go down right now. You're not opting for the Death Prophet BKB either.
And we haven't even gotten to, I think, one of the hardest counters that Lifestealer has against the PA, the Aghanim Scepter. Right? This PA jumps in, tries to kill somebody. If you can get the disarm.
Yeah, 100%. That X is coming very quickly here for Yuma. Almost done with it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There it is. Actually, Lifestealer done. That'll push him to 4k HP. A lot of HP to get through. You got Mischance, you got Armor, you got Infest.
Sumail's going to try and get, and he does have, his own Shivas.
He's also 30 XP off level 18 here. Would love that 3rd point Exorcism. It's a big one.
Yeah, especially with so many charges. He's got 7 spirits from that facet. So,
okay, he gets it there. So they are hitting a pretty strong power point in terms of damage output. Satanic done for the PA as well. On top of that, Shiva's on the DP. A lot more survivability here. If they can keep their cores alive, let the spells do the work.
Charge coming through all the heroes. They smoked up and they ran straight into a Spirit Breaker. Yuma's going to chase after them here. Using her early rage, though. This feels a little awkward. May need to use the Infest. Lotus Orb on him, though. Amar jumps after him, but he already got off the Infest. Inside of Whisper. They go for Analog instead. They've got him well locked down for a while. Slight goes up, and Amanda jumped up to the high ground. Huskar gets a bit low off of a charge, and here comes Yuma back into place. He didn't He's going to target him, trying to go for a beautiful Ice Path. Once again, King Jungle turns the tide with the beautiful spell casting.
Dude, this Jakiro is just destroying Falcons in this game. Absolutely destroying them. They don't have target prioritization on him. They have to deal with the cores on the front line. The fights get really chaotic. You forget about them, and then boom. That one ice path lands, you're done. Didn't even take the vacuum. The vacuum wall only hit one hero. And Falcons still can't kill anything.
Starts off so awkward for Heroic, but Yuma, he's able to successfully get off the Infest. They can't finish off Analog.
That was a very good Lotus Orb there to dispel the silence on him.
Yeah.
And nice charges from Schofield. Again, you're just wasting the time.
4 heroes.
I mean, that's just brutal. But the point I go back to is like this whole time you're just trying to kill lifesteal and you can't kill him.
Yeah.
Time and time again, we have seen this. The hero just outlasts you. So I don't know. If you can't kill him, then maybe you should be focusing everybody else instead of him. But it has to be decisive one way or the other. And that was supposed to be Falcons being more survivable in the fight. That was supposed to be a fight where you had the Satanic, you had the Shivas. In theory, you could last a lot longer and keep your HP high. It didn't seem to make a damn difference.
Well, not if you get clumped up for the 2-second Ice Path stun into... How much longer on the bonus?
0.75, I believe. 0.5?
0.5.
It's a 2.5-second stun.
Yeah, 2.5-second stun while you're underneath Macro Pyre the entire time. Roshan free for Heroic as the charge out from Schofield is going to make sure there's no interference from Falcons. He charges right through the middle of them on his way to the bottom lane.
That's annoying here. Yeah, Spirit Breakers, I mean, these supports are a big problem for Falcons. They just don't have the team fight capacity to deal with them. And the thing is, Spirit Breaker is incredibly annoying because you're kind of BKB dependent to win the fight with the cores.
Yeah.
And the second you get charged or nether struck in this BKB duration, 1 or 2 seconds gone, that's all it takes. The fight becomes way easier for Heroic.
And Falcon's gonna need to find some better lockdown for this PA and simultaneously deal with the Spirit Breaker, the charges, Nether Strike that stop that very small window that PA can win the fight.
I mean, BKB on Yuma, no way you're killing this guy anymore.
I like how he's not even bothering trying to... He's got the Serrated Shiv, which gives him a little bit of True Strike, but he's not even bothering, like, trying to get over the evasion.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, the second Skeeter's BKB is out, he's going to die in the fight. Unless the fight's already lost. And you don't have to worry about right-clicking this PA down.
Yeah.
You have to worry about right-clicking this Lifestealer down, that's for sure. He also got a Titanic Shiv, which is
Radiant are scanning.
super nice for this hero, because what is his status resistance is up to 28% right now. Oof. That is a lot to deal with. 25% slow resist, 28% status resist. 500 bonus HP. This hero ain't right, dude. I don't know. What am I looking at?
A tough Pyrrhic Cloak for Analog. Even more survivability on this squad. 10 armor. Add in some brawny Gale Guards.
Nullifier for Skeeter, so that's one way to say, hey, I want to find these supports and bring them down, open up the fight that way. Which, if you can, is a route to victory. You also have Ags on the Huskar, so some extra lockdown. You have 3-second taunt. Schofield lurking under that ward vision. They see him.
Yeah, Schofield has been quite the nuisance. Get a Nullifier on him. They go after him, but the Lifestealer's already here. Oh, the vacuum up to the high ground wall. Beautiful stuff. It is just immediately taking 2 of the Falcons members out of the team fight. The self-fuels of Sumail. He's actually stayed alive for some time. Got off a lot of spirit drains. But Skeeter, his BKB is worn thin. The Aghanim Scepter again from the Lifestealer just being a hard counter to this hero. Amar's not making it back to the base. And Skeeter, well, he may not make it back to the fountain the way Analog's chasing. They just call it there. Falcons give in to Heroic. Despite the lead they got in the first 10 minutes of the game, Heroic just set themselves in and focused on one thing and one thing only, team fights.
And they were patient. They were very patient in that game. They had that very patient Tormentor play on the first spawn. That was the big comeback in that game. They were very smooth in how they played the fights, protecting the back line. They made sure the Breaker and the Jakiro had good positioning. If their frontliners were annoying. And if the Jakiro and the Spear Breaker are alive, you're going to win that fight over the long term. The cores on Falcons cannot deal with those heroes. And your two supports are just not having nearly the same impact. I think Falcons are going to learn from this game, and they're going to come back in game 2 with something that meets that style a lot more head-on if it comes to it. But I think this is the type of draft that can succeed in this patch despite being behind in lanes. And we saw it here. And I think these two supports in particular, man, super good performance from them on 2 heroes that I expect to go up in priority over the course of this patch.
Yep.
And if you're not looking at lifesteal, I don't know what you're looking at, because this hero is an abomination right now, in my opinion. And these other first pick carries are not close to matching. Like, I've not seen another first pick carry that is doing what this hero is doing right now.
Sure. Lifestealer, an absolute menace. King Jungles, one hell of a performance on the Jakiro. Things to think about moving forward as we head to game 2 in this series. But first, a little update from the panel.
2 points of discussion, Effie, take your pick. Either we can rave about Lifestealer being the terror of first pick carries in this patch, or we can rave about this Jakiro performance, because King Jungles, what a Jakiro team fighter this man is.
Why not both, Neil?
Why not
Player
both?
KJ played such a good Jakiro. That's one of the most impactful Jakiros I've seen since the patch dropped. Like, these ice paths with the vacuum combos, the macro pyres defending early objectives, like, it looked so good, because at some point, Heroic looked like they had such a bad game state with how badly their lanes went. But they brought their heroes together regardless of the net worth deficit, spellcasted correctly, and were able to bring themselves back into the game. With that being said, that was some extremely poor team fighting by Falcons. Like, I thought the target priority was so off. Like, in this fight right here, Huskar was isolated to the left. Well, the fight before this, isolated to the left. BKB, he gets no value out of his BKB because his team doesn't connect to him. They don't fight. They kite while he fights. No one's jumping the Jakiro. Jakiro's destroying your entire team. Is there really nobody that can go on this Jakiro?
Nobody wanted to.
Nobody.
He was just doing his thing, off in the distance.
Yeah. I mean, this goes to show what I was discussing earlier about how Enigma seems like they don't have Enigma. Falcon, sorry, I was thinking
You
Sumail.
see Sumail,
I
and
see
you immediately, you're so used to being able to associate
Yes.
that.
Falcons with Enigma Sumail.
True.
They are not coordinated,
No.
not necessarily in the fights. And I don't think it's just having Sumail on your team problem.
Yeah.
Like, the whole team seems disconnected. It's not just he's disconnected from the team, right? So that seems to be an issue. But to rewind a little bit to the Lifestealer point, because I do want to address that one as well, is that I think this hero is looking really good. And I'm going to backtrack from the last series where Jenkins was saying, I don't think this hero is good first pick. And I was like, why do you think that?
Yeah.
And he was like, it has a lot of counters, this, that. And I'm like,
such as?
Just in the, yeah, that's what I was asking him. And like, he didn't really have a great answer at that point. But I was like, do you know it's not good? Or does it feel like you should say that because it hasn't been good as a first pick for a while? Because I look back at last patch, PA first pick, I thought that was bad when I first saw it too.
Yeah.
And then you realize over time what this hero can do, it is actually good. And so far at this point, no one can deny this Lifestealer and what it can do in the early phases. It's been tried to get counterpicked so many times by so many heroes. We've seen Slardars, we've seen Bounty Hunters, we've seen all types of heroes, even this PA trying to counter it. Nothing has been able to counter this hero because its laning is incredibly strong now. It gets really tanky with the new facet. It makes other heroes more tanky because you can infest them to heal them. So all of a sudden, nobody is dying, and that's all because of Lifestealer. And then he also scales really hard in this game. We saw the last team fight. PA is finally ready to fight. She pops BKB, Lifestealer infests the PA. She can't attack now. She takes damage. The hero does everything right now. It seems incredibly busted.
And to add on to that point, like, this is one of the games where we saw Lifestealer not just lose lane, but get crushed on lane. Like, he was ganked, the tower was taken at minute 8. Like, his team did not get Tormentor either, so they lost more net worth in that sense. And he was playing catch-up the entire game. PA was ahead of Lifestealer for almost the entire game up until the very end, and he still looked impactful. It feels like the state of Lifestealer right now, with just Aghanims, Radiance, and SNY, can take on a PA with 5k more net worth than him.
And that's even without any of the traditional +1s that we would see with Lifestealers, like Magnus with Empower or an IO overcharging. You don't need him anymore.
No, just he enables other heroes, I feel like.
Yeah.
The only thing that I do think is nice to have with him is an Infest. for like ganking the map, they had Spear Breaker that game, which works. So a Storm or Puck, something like that, is nice to have. But still then, you don't need it. You can be the frontliner. So the hero's really strong. However, I do think that Falcons should have won that game if they would have played more clean. They did manage to get that gotcha pick in the end by putting Huskar mid and having ATF playing it, throwing Summel in the off lane. PA got first blood on the Darkseer. They won all 3 lanes. They got the first Tormentor as well. Like, the stars are aligning for them to win this game, but their coordination just wasn't up to snuff, unfortunately.
And I'll outright say it, like, I really don't like to call out people that much, but there were 2 team fights that would have been won by Falcons had Skeeter jumped the Jakiro. Like, the target priority was off. If you, as PA, with all of your net worth, take out that Jakiro twice, you would have won those fights because KJ was the hero who turned the fights for his team with the multiple man ice paths and macro pyre.
How much of this is dependent on the fear that if I go on the Jakiro, then either Lifestealer will infest me and disarm me, or Lifestealer will infest the Jakiro, and then it's like he basically got an Eon disc worth of time to survive this initial burst.
I'm curious what Fear thinks, because like you're the carry player. What's your line of thought when that's happening?
I mean, watching the team fights as a whole, Skeeter just didn't really go on anything. So it would have been much better to go on something than nothing.
Sure.
And especially in this game, after seeing what King Jungles was able to accomplish with Jakiro, he had to die. And the biggest issue I did see there was like the miscommunication between him and ATF. ATF was always going first, and I was like, Skeeter has to jump at the same time. But it felt like he kept going after ATF died, and the targets he did choose, he was way too late to the fight. So I agree with Effie here that killing the supports on PA is usually a high priority, unless you can definitely lock down a hero within a BKB and burst a core, which they didn't have the capability of doing that game. So they needed to play those slower fights. That Huskar had to be a distraction for this PA to kill the backline, and then they can mop up the rest. But they weren't able to do that.
And in order to do that kind of target acquisition, you first need to see the target. Isn't that right, Purge, with our Kadia ward of the game?
That's exactly right, Neil. Vision is very, very important, and that is why I sat in the dark the entire time waiting. There was fog of war, you couldn't see me, but now it's my time to shine. And this ward had its time to shine. It looked like a goofy little ward. We're like, oh, it's giving them almost no vision. Not giving them the perfect vision. They got out of the Tormentor. Their opponents were scared to start it because they're like, should we go? Should we not go? And despite them getting the Tormentor and losing with it, by the way, it let them know how much HP they were dealing with when they ended up swinging through here and taking this big fight. Again, PA TP'd to the top lane to greedily get a creep wave. He did not expect them to engage after the Tormentor was done. And this huge fight really helped them stabilize a lot because they were sitting almost a full item behind their corresponding cores on the enemy squad. So that absolutely was the ward of the game. One of the best I've seen in a very long time because of how it changed this very pivotal first match of this best of 3. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yep, thank you.
All things were going a Falcons' way, and yet somehow the game slips out of their grasp. Let's see if Heroic can perhaps do another upset to a 2-0. We'll find out in our second game after the break.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
waking up, playing some Dota. It's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
Welcome, everyone, to another edition of Pimp My Profile, where me and Lacoste are, we're known to be overall pretty aesthetic people. We take our fashion seriously.
Yeah, we do, as you can see.
Digitally, not so much, though. We're here to take whatever cosmetics and stickers and sprays that are available in each of our inventories and pimp a profile. Lacoste, don't let me down.
All right, let's get started.
Let's get started. A Timbersaw emote. It's wigging out. Very cute.
I'm going to change your profile picture and Steam name as well.
I don't know if that's part of it.
And who are these people in your friend list? Yeah, we're going to remove Garrett. Removing Garrett.
I'm looking at your Pentagon right now. What's up with this low-ass versatility, man?
Versatility? I've been spamming it recently. Delete. I don't know if I'm deleting your real items or I'm deleting the stuff.
Oh, I'm getting a Steam notification.
Sure?
I'm being hacked right now. Oh no.
All right, Tsunami. We're gonna put Morphling. That's gonna be hero icon.
I see trophies from way back when. Compendium Contender 2014.
Oh, Harambe, man. I'm gonna put Harambe. He's gonna be the main character in your profile.
Dude, you've got a lot of pictures of yourself.
Do I?
Yeah.
Let's see what we have. Nothing for Roshan. Match MVPs, 19 MVPs. We're gonna add that one.
Listen, I'm a support player. I don't get that much opportunities.
We'll make it as big as possible.
No.
It doesn't get bigger than this.
Then maybe the game will give me more MVPs.
Let's see, first match, 2011. When is my first match?
Your first match, let's see, that was a widget.
December 1st is for you.
August 25th, 2011.
Yeah, I started earlier.
I'm looking through these different hero animations. Oh yeah, this one's money.
What is a voice line that you would say? That you would spam, something basic. You would be like, careful and get back. You're that type of a player.
Well played. Yeah. Relax, you're doing fine. I am that type of player.
Never gonna go aggressive. Get back, there we go. The showcase budget has been reached. I spent
wow, you hit the budget?
I spent all my money. I think we're done.
Okay, wait. I'm done. I went into your history. I went into your hero stats. I sorted by most wins, and you said, you don't want to play the OP heroes. Everyone does Pudge around here. So Axe, I had no idea. When were you an Axe player?
Always.
Apparently, always. You've been grinding him out even this year. And so I figured that would be a good way to showcase your.
Okay. And I hate Lich.
You hate Lich.
This is me who hates himself.
Exactly.
I hate myself.
You need to learn self-acceptance. The greatest way to conquer your hatred is to embrace the hatred.
Let's see.
And he's coming through with the woo.
All right, let's check yours.
I see a lot of Harambes. What's going on here?
Yeah, we didn't have many things to put because you're a cheap mofo. You didn't have anything to put. You don't have voice lines. You only have your own voice lines.
I've got Brile stickers.
You have Brile sticker. You have Thunder Predator, Beascos. These things don't even exist in Dota anymore. So we put Brile sticker because you have two of them. I don't want to waste the
showcase space. Yeah.
And this is the best looking courier that you have. I don't know how you can play with such shitty couriers. So we added
Are you hating on my Stumpy? Stumpy's been holding it down since 2013.
I don't know who the hell Stumpy is, but we're gonna put Harambe, rest in peace, rest in pepperoni, and we have exactly. And we put two Harambes. He did have two sons, which are living. First match, showing that you're an old school player.
Thank you.
Very versatile.
That's right.
That's very good as a position 5. You want to play different heroes, use your feed, nothing there.
I don't have any friends.
And also the way you play Dota.
Careful.
Careful. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
And cool down. Never wants to play aggressive. I'm gonna go stack the triangle. He's that type of a player. Does absolutely nothing in the lane, and then.
And the game.
And also wonders why his carry
is in the jungle. And of course your sticker, because you are a big fan of yourself. You only have your own stickers and the sticker of Ryle.
Big narcissist. Yeah. Lacoste, a pleasure. Thanks for watching another edition of Pimp My Profile.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang.
Inspirational stuff coming out from our Dream League speakers right now, because Falcons need that kind of motivation as they go into a game 2 and hopefully are not shook by the result of their ill fortune. How much of it was their fault?
Most of it.
Most of it.
90%.
Majority of it.
80%.
80%.
Because Heroic played a really strong game as well. Like, they looked for opportunities even when they were behind.
Mhm.
They took some really beautiful fights. They set up nicely, especially for that first 15-minute fight. So 80%.
Okay, I take that percentage. And 20% was Heroic's
skill.
Raw skill. Heroic's heroics.
You're good at remembering. What is the line? How much skill is involved in the Mike Shinoda?
15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, 5% plan, and 100% reason to remember the name. It was something
5% pleasure, 50% pain.
pain.
Is it 50 or 50?
There was skill involved in one of them.
Yeah, but I don't remember that. That's the very first lyric, and I don't remember. I remember starting from 15% concentrated power of will.
You failed me.
Well, whatever. We were close. The important thing is Lifestealer's 100% broken, and that's why he gets banned out first phase by Heroic, along with DK, Tiny, and Abaddon. Falcons, they take out the Monkey King, Enigma, and Phantom Assassin, and first pick themselves a Bristleback.
Yeah, and it looks like standard defense of the Bristleback, taking out PA because of her Fan of Knives, taking out Monkey King because of the lane advantage, and Enigma, who Whisper has been running quite a bit with that Midnight Pulse, is nothing to underestimate either.
Of the other first phase bans, though, Heroic previously banned out the Dawnbreaker, the Bristleback, and the Razor. And of those three that were available this time, Falcons ended up finding the most value in the Bristle. And Magnus was also first phase banned by Falcons in the last game. And so with that getting changed, Heroic take it for their second pick.
So kind of similar archetypes between like last game. They both pick their carry instantly. This time they're both going to grab flex heroes basically that can go multiple places. And Magnus in some ways has more flexibility because he has disables. He can be played as an offlaner more successfully than at least disable wise. But I think Bristleback has better impact on the current patch. I feel like Bristle is just a higher win rate here. That's just my vibes. I don't know if the numbers are actually correct, but I feel a little bit safer in Falcon's hands right now.
We operate on vibes. Your vibes about Heroic winning lanes and converting to winning games, that was 100% accurate, wasn't it,
They
Purge?
did not win their lane.
Oh, they didn't win the lanes last time?
They did not win their lane.
And yet they won the game.
They did pick good laning heroes. They got the Jakiro right, but the Jakiro ended up being like a team fight hero last game in a huge way.
Very much so.
But it is a good lane hero for sure. Just maybe not so much with Lifestealer.
I think what Falcons need to do in this game too is like simplify their team fighting, because these like in and out, back and forth, like pick the team apart type of heroes have not worked for them, because the last series they played yesterday, they were also, like, they took every objective. They got that first Tormentor, they were winning their lanes, they were 7k ahead at like minute 16, and they lost. Today, same recipes happened. They got a 7k net worth advantage around the same time, and they still lose. So maybe just having straightforward, we'll have a Bristleback run in, maybe 2 like ranged supports playing for spellcasting, a classic Sumail hero to hunt the backlines. Just follow a basic formula for this game too.
Yeah, doesn't get much more simple than Bristleback running in for your team and just seeing what happens. But I do want to touch up a little bit on the Magnus a little bit. Of course, King Jungles will get his Jakiro again, which was amazing in game number 1. But this Magnus can also be played on Yuma. He plays it quite a lot as a carry, so it does have that additional flex. Whisper loves the hero quite a lot. And maybe Analog can play this too. Not entirely sure how much he enjoys the Magnus. I do know Whisper and Yuma both love this hero, so that will give him a valuable second pick, like kind of flex hero for that last overall pick of the game, which is nice to have. And why not go for Jakiro if it's in the pool after you had an exceptional game number 1 with it?
Yeah, I think it's their biggest comfort 5 at this point anyways. Falcons is again going to go for a Mirana here, which slightly harder right now because they don't have any obvious setup, and Bristleback is unlikely to get some hard disable other than a little bit of goo, but it seemed fine in lane. I mean, it'll lane well against either Magnus or other heroes. 2 arrows, what are you excited about?
Hoodwink.
I mean, is it really that surprising? I mean, we didn't see it last game, but teams have been dabbling.
I mean, also...
Wait, has Crit played it yet? He has not had.
The most recent patch mentioned that one of Hoodwink's facets is crashing the game. So I don't know which one it is.
Oh, I see. That's
Maybe it's been fixed.
When was this?
They're going for the abuse.
There was a patch earlier today that fixed like a bunch of stuff, but apparently Hoodwink's facet may still be a bit borked, but I don't know which one.
I would imagine it's the Sharpshooter facet, because
yes, it is that
the
one.
Scurry facet has already been coded into the game for a long time now.
Well, then
The
let's
Go
hope
Nuts.
that Crit goes for the Scurry facet.
I think that Crit is of the opinion that it's the better facet anyway.
Okay, good.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like I've only seen the other one so far.
I mean, he told me himself, right, when we played the in-houses.
Oh, okay.
But the thing about Hoodwink's new facet is it is awesome to have Sharpshooter off cooldown all of the time, but in competitive games, you're not really fighting every 30 seconds. You're like, if there's a team fight every 30 seconds where you're using Sharpshooter, something's going wrong.
Gotcha. When you played that in-house game, when you played the Hoodwink, did you go for the Sharpshooter facet?
yeah.
You didn't? Okay. And you got an Ags really quickly by Gunner, so you actually got to like really experience it.
I actually bought the eggs myself.
Did you?
Yes, and then he refunded me.
That's
so
very
just so
good
you
deal.
know,
Actually,
it was me. No, but yeah, it's interesting. I definitely see it as a facet that can work if you need multiple breaks or like a lot of breaks within one team fight. But I think getting the extra cast range and like
attack range
is more helpful and easier to play around.
5 seconds remaining.
so what does Hoodwink do this patch? That's like
That's
my
a good
main
question. No, that's a good question. I'm also trying to figure it out because I really love the hero.
Yeah.
Her laning is average. It's mediocre. I think the biggest thing that I can envision for her so far is you take the Go Nuts facet, which gives you the bonus cast range. You buy the new Gleipnir, which already has a bigger AoE,
Yeah.
and you're just like throwing it in from the trees, catching people left and right on a bigger range.
10 seconds remaining.
So that's where I can kind of see her playstyle going.
But she lost like her ability to be like this semi-carry that scales.
She's
Is
lost
that the
that.
trade-off?
No, so she lost her laning facet, the acorn bounce.
Yes.
So the tree trick shot, that was how you won lanes on Hoodwink. Now she's just, it bounces normally. There have to be 2
But if you're going
heroes.
Gleipnir, doesn't that inherently just nerf your damage output?
It does.
Okay, so interesting. We'll see how Crit does with it, but like this hero, I'm not sure how I feel about it until I see it be played. It sounds like it could be okay in like the ultra late game still, but it sounds like the laning is nerfed. The mid game might be better potentially because you get the early Gleipnir. But that's what I thought about the DP too, but that one kind of just fell flat.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just a core Gleipnir though, potentially. A lot of questions to be answered here.
She's in a weird place because also like before you would have you would like max your acorn shot and you would clear waves with that with like a javelin buildup. But if you're playing on the scurry facet, you're maxing your bushwhack so you can catch people from a longer range. So you don't have the same wave clear. But Crit is a Hoodwink specialist, and if he called for it, I think he has a take on how he wants to.
And that's exciting.
play the
I
game.
want to see new heroes. Like get played by people who are really good at them, especially the ones that have been changed a lot. So
Well, they definitely needed lockdown to pair with the Mirana, so that was maybe one thing they're thinking. They needed more stuns on their squad because 5 Mirana can't really do it by herself. Earthshaker is going to make that even easier now they have the potential to do a triple chain stun, which is good.
Yeah.
And to stop a hero like Primal Beast from just trampling all over them.
I do like that Primal pick a lot, though. It's one of my favorite heroes against Bristleback. If you do get to the Aghanim Scepter, you do have that reliable break. There's a limited amount of breaks in the game right now because I haven't seen like the Conda come into play even once so far in any of these games. Silver Edge, it was good on the ranged carries, right? But we're not really seeing many ranged carries anymore. So Silver Edge is an item that's not purchased very much. So getting a break that comes from an ability is kind of rare right now, but Primal has a very good one if you can get there.
There's a chance that it'll come with time now because I think I saw there was a bug fix patch last night. I think one of them was that Phylactery was not slowing people.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
which
see.
I bought it one game I played. I didn't even notice, but bad sign. So maybe players will find that last 2 days ago they're like, oh, this item just doesn't feel good. Maybe it'll feel okay now.
Also a short break though. That's the only other downside too, right? It's like 3 seconds.
If it's the same as slow duration, if so, it's 3.
Yeah, I think it's 3.
Though it looks like Heroic's team fights are going to be quick and dirty with how well KJ was playing on his Jakiro, now paired with a big old Magnus teamfight ultimate. I think things could get pretty bursty on the side of Heroic.
And there's a lot of magic damage. Like you have these 2 big heroes that are going in and like ridiculous amounts of damage output with like the Bedlam, the Bramble on the ground, Jakiro casting his spells out. There's like a lot of ground target control as well. But the good thing Falcons have going for them is their supports aren't really controlled by the stuff on the floor like the ice paths and the brambles. Like you're standing in the back and you're spell casting. That's kind of what I was talking about when I mean simplifying your team fight. But they still need the thing to bring it together for Falcons because it still looks kind of clunky.
Would you prefer it to
And
come
to round it out.
from the mid or the carry? Because this Shaker could be flex. And
Yeah, it could be.
we don't really know if Skitter or Sumail will be playing it.
They both can, so.
I think they do need a traditional carry. I don't really like playing Bristleback into Bramble Mazes because while you don't care about the damage, the amount of minus movement speed you're getting the entire fight is really hard. It can really mess up your engagement, force you to pop BKB, get dispels when you don't necessarily want to use them. It's like inconvenient dispels. So,
But Bloodstone dispels now. How convenient is that?
That's true. One of the 8 brambles that you're running through can be removed.
I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm looking at Falcons draft, and if you told me this is a draft they picked at TI, I could believe that. And
'Cause all these heroes are good at TI.
yeah, like they're not really changing their style at all here.
No.
So
6
either they're
months
going
have
back to
passed.
comfort because things aren't working, or coincidentally, these heroes are also good this patch. We'll see with this last pick here, because I know Skeeter does like that carry shaker. Unfortunately, the carry shaker doesn't look great unless you have a carry mid, at least historically.
Yep. Heroic are expecting a more traditional carry to come out at the last pick as they ban out the Alchemist and the Wraith King, a Skitter signature. And Falcons look like they're protecting a Shaker mid. They ban out a Viper, they ban out a Huskar.
And with Falcons, like, really, they just need to improve the way that they've been taking fights because their early game has been great anyway. Like, if you look at, like, oh, they need to change their entire identity or draft, that's an issue.
Aw.
Tide carry with the new Krill Eater. No, it's probably going to be Bristol carry.
I mean, with Radon or Ame, I would believe it. With Skitter?
I mean, who's going to be the mid? The most likely the Shaker's mid of all these heroes, right?
I assume so, yeah.
So your side lanes are Bristol Tide. Who's playing what?
I think it's offlane Tide. And
That'd be logical.
It is like a team fight anchor, like another third guy that goes in. You have like a follow-up with Ravage. Team fight to play into Heroic's team fight because they have a ton of it. Maybe Falcons felt like they didn't have enough in their bag when it comes to taking these 5-on-5 engagements.
That's
so they
possible.
wanted the Ravage.
Yeah, I think Ravage does make their fights easier. I'm a little bit worried playing. Oh, it's carry. It is carry Tide.
Oh, no.
I'm a little bit. He's gonna have to get a Mage Slayer, especially. I mean, Primal Beast alone is a little bit scary for Tide because it's a lot of magic damage that you can deal to him. But especially against the Leshrac, he needs Mage Slayer, and then we'll see what he gets. But I assume he's gonna get the Krill Eater facet. I've been getting that for weeks, months, maybe. Every pro gets the Kraken Shell. It's not that good. It has the exact same strength as the regular one, though, so it's like your HP, your strength gains will be better, but I don't know what itemization he's going to get to scale it better. Maybe it's because Mage Slayer gives you damage instead of int, and it gives you a regen item.
Sure.
Maybe it's viable now with Mage Slayer, because you get a Cornucopia, so it could be it.
I've got a question.
What's your question,
What's your
Fear?
question?
For Avery.
Avery, Fear's got a question for you. Will you entertain it?
I will, Neil.
Excellent.
Okay. So what does a Mirana Tide lane do to a Primal Beast Dark Willow lane?
Take your time.
Got him. Wasn't even a hard question. Just answer the question, buddy.
Gush Arrow.
Nice.
That was very informative. Thank you.
Those are 2 spells. You can't say he's wrong.
It's not that bad. Maybe I'm being optimistic. It's not that bad. Like Gush into Mirana, right click, so that she's agi, you know, just get a slipper, get some branches, boom, boom, boom. Gush minus armor, clap, slap, slap, slap. And also, Avery, how do you feel about Tidehunter carry because they're radiant and they're defending their safe lane tower, not allowing the Dire team to take their 15-minute Tormentor? Is that what they're thinking, Avery?
I could see that. I could see that. I actually kind of like the idea of defending your safe lane tower this patch. So if you just stick some dude there, he's really hard to run into. The only part of this I don't know is, does Lesh just run at you with Edict and kill you?
Can we get the sad violins on Avery, please?
What are these like weird postmodern bits today? I've been in so many of them. It's so strange, the vibe around here, man.
You just have that kind of energy about you.
Yeah, I like it. I'm just confused, that's all.
Embrace it, my friend, because you're about to take us on a magical journey through game number 2 of Falcons versus Heroic.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of Heroic versus Falcons.
It's a weird bit, man. I don't know if I like this bit.
We have some interesting facets to talk about. Let's get through this real quick. Krill Eater for the Tidehunter. We're going to be seeing that carry Tidehunter, Krill Eater. Just makes this hero weaker early on, which means he's maybe more likely to get run over in his safe lane. We got the new facet in Eternal Empowerment for the Magnus. What'd you think of this one?
I've seen a lot of people say it feels really good to play with. Fear was talking about it, where you don't have to use mana to cast Empower on yourself, so it ends up being a lot of extra mana on this hero, and your mana requirements in terms of farming and itemization aren't nearly as heavy. So I think in that sense it's pretty cool. I'm also looking at
he's a tiny boy.
You mentioned the go nuts on the Hoodwink, right? Like, what can crit do with this hero? Which facet was he going to go? He opts for just the extra buff duration, cast range, attack range. In theory, this Scurry can be really strong. Like, you have the innate with the redirect chance, then you get even more on all this. You have 2 charges.
Okay.
I don't know, it's a lot.
Yeah, but typically Hoodwink has wanted to level up Acorn Shot and Bushwhack.
So the thing that maybe pushes this over the edge, as thinking he'll die here, is this level 10 talent now too.
Okay.
+1 Scurry charge at level 10.
Yeah.
So in theory, you have 3 charges of this now that all benefit from this facet.
Okay.
That's a lot to play around with in the fights, right?
If you're going to go that, are you maxing out Bushwhack? Are you no longer going to put levels into Acorn Shot?
Yeah, I can see a 1/4/4 build.
Okay.
I don't know how good it is, but I can see the logic in it, right?
So we're back to maxing out Bushwhack, which is what originally Hoodwink was doing when she kind of came.
Yeah, I think so. I could see a Gleipnir 1/4/4 build with just insane cast range, bigger AoE, a lot of lockdown. It'd just be a really annoying utility control hero.
Yeah.
I think that other facet's also really interesting with the Sharpshooter. I think this is a hero people are going to have to play with for a while to figure it out. Really hard to tell how good it is on paper alone.
I will say, very surprised that Falcons were willing to give up the Jakiro again. Maybe they feel like it was just a play issue, which there was definitely some play issues there. It wasn't just draft that they needed to correct from game 1, right? I would almost argue that more of it was play issues.
Yes. I think they can win that game, but they have to be really... Maybe patient isn't the right word, but less throwing, you know?
Yeah, a little bit more careful like
Yeah, they have
Tormentor
to
play, which that play shouldn't work again. As well as it worked for Heroic. Maybe they still successfully managed to take a good Tormentor fight, but
they just have to respect what their lineup strengths are versus enemies and not just say, hey, we're 7-up in lanes, we can do anything, which I don't think they were necessarily saying that, but can't be thinking that. Also, since when did this facet for Tidehunter change the name over time?
Oh, yeah.
Is that always a thing?
I think it was always a thing because it keeps in term with his voice lines.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, but I never noticed that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's the ultimate end one? Have you ever seen it?
One of his final lines is, "I could eat a Kraken," right? Something like that. Giant squid eater.
Well, I will enjoy seeing just how big it can get.
Well, question is, are we even going to go that late? Because I do feel like both lineups could snowball heavily. I don't know who's going to end up taking the snowball and building it into this big momentous thing that takes over at 25, 30 minutes, but I do feel like both lineups are capable of doing so. And both lineups have, whether it's some snowballing power or some pushing power, like Heroic obviously off the back of their Leshrac. This Leshrac does well enough. He starts taking a lot of these towers off. They take big objectives like Tormentors and Roshans. Nice skewer back. That is beautiful stuff. Amar, he's going to get a lot of damage returned onto Yuma, almost killing him in the process. Does kill him in the process.
Brother.
Damn. 2 for 1. I can't believe they managed to pull that off.
Yeah, he had to back out there way sooner.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I don't know. I'm looking at these lineups, and I do feel like Falcons are going to run into a similar issue in the fights in terms of you have 2 backline supports where if you don't tag either of them, you have 3 melee cores going into Jakiro, Dark Willow.
Yep.
That sounds really miserable.
Now, presumably, they're not going to clump as much as they did in Game 1, right? Because Bristleback typically plays pretty far forward. Earthshaker plays for his timing of when he's going to jump in, right?
Yeah, Shaker can jump backline. Bristle maybe doesn't care about... I mean, Bristle Tide care about the debuffs and the roots and stuff less than the cores they had last game for sure. But you don't have BKB buyers really here, right? Only I think the Shaker will end up with one.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's true.
So these spells should be good for a long time. You also have RP to play around with. I can see a lot go wrong in the fights again. That's my point here. But I do think Falcons have a way stronger front line at dealing with these kind of annoying spells and could just become too tanky for Heroic to deal with. There's a decent amount of pressure on Analog in this game to be the big damage dealer, at least until the mag comes fully online, especially versus Tidehunter. I think Lesh can be a good matchup versus the Tide. But you kind of have to outpace him a little bit. Yeah. And this is a carry Tide, so he's already up to Anchovy Eater. I mean, who knows?
I do think it's when you're talking about it, if they don't have really the best BKB buyers, do Mage Slayer and Tidehunter make sense, but are they ever going to get a pipe, for example? It's Primal Beast, Jakiro, Leshrac. Feels like a pipe would be very valuable, but at the same time, Amar has gone for the Seeing Red facet, so I assume he is going more of an Aghanim's damage-oriented
Yeah, I don't
build.
think you go pipe with Seeing Red here.
Yeah.
They're looking for this Sumail gank. Root will land. Stun does not.
Got him a Blood Grenade, follow up with the Dual Breath, but Sumail just too tanky, it seems. But perhaps more importantly, they get their hands on the Power Rune. Analog's going to pop it right away. He's going to head into the enemy jungle.
What's he looking for?
Maybe he's slipping behind. Just go for snaking.
Not level 6.
Okay, the Hoodwink is a much easier grab to get, for sure. And they will manage to get that much, but still trading 1-for-1 with the Power Rune used. It's not the best.
Yeah, it's an annoying death for crit. I mean, it's like, what are you supposed to do about that? But they do get a pretty okay trade.
One more facet to talk about. The new Shattering Crown for Dark Willow. It's got kind of like a mini Maledict effect where the damage that you do during the Curse Crowned build-up when it finally explodes, it does a percentage of the damage that both you and allies did. For allies, it's specifically their physical damage, or attack damage, rather.
I mean, it basically turned her only non-damage spell into a damage spell.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I think it's pretty significant because, again, it's her only non-damage spell, so a lot of times you are dealing a lot of damage to targets that are under the effect of Cursed Crown. And the delay is 4 seconds. That's a lot of time for people to input any amount of damage. Basically just damage amp.
Yeah.
Damage amp is strong. Like, you remember when Shaman had damage amp for like a week?
Nice pickup by Whisper. Very patient, waiting for Snake King to poke his head back out.
Anyway, Valve gave Shaman like one of the only buffs he's received in a decade, and he had it for a week, and they went, what? He's winning games? No. Get back into the dumpster, you piece of garbage.
So you expect him to be pushed back into the dumpster after he snuck his way out in the recent patch?
I'm sure the patch notes for Shaman have already been written. Like, they're just waiting to be pushed. They're just going to remove all his facets. Like, screw you.
The first facetless hero.
Yep. That's going to be his facet. You get nothing.
Samael pops the Echo to turn it around. Not enough damage.
Oh my, that was so close.
It was very close indeed.
That's so sad for him, dude.
If only he had the helping hand of just one hero. Snake King chased after. Does have a leap in a second here, but will not be able to get it off in time.
Rogue getting some kills. Not really winning the laning phase, but they're going way more even than last game.
I also like Whisper being active in that regard because Yuma is playing Magnus, which I don't think of in the same light as his Monkey King, for example. I'm not expecting him to be invading the enemy side lanes and doing work, you know. Expect this guy to be hitting creeps.
Farm bot for sure. Gotta expect the Primal and the Leshrac to be the ones making the moves, and it's gonna be a smoke on Analog. They want this Tide Hunter. You also got to think about this Primal eventually getting a break in this game. Could be super influential depending on if Whisper goes for this Ags. Just charge and break the Tide.
I mean, you definitely go the Ags. I guess the question is how early, right?
I don't think he really needs a... I don't think you rush BKB in this game, so...
Is it a blade mail game?
Kind of, but
they've got a lot of
AoE
AoE damage they can't control, per se.
I mean, the blade mail is good versus the bristle, but it's not that amazing versus the other cores. I'm not really sure what he goes to. He's thinking about just Ags rush.
RP on 2. Good hit from Yuma, but he needs his team, and Analog is here a little bit too late to take advantage of the group up. And Amar, he's running a bit low on mana. He's got magic 1 charge. He's got a lot of them, in fact. So this is not going to be an easy kill. Analog's got to be careful. The Quill's building up. And in fact, Amar, separated by an ice path. Analog is just outside of range. The Fisher goes off. And then the second round of Quills does land. King Jungles gets overrun. And Nigma, excuse me, Falcons. I'm looking at Samael.
What? Miracle.
They'll take the Ancients. He's back.
I mean, this Bristle, honestly, I think another thing that helped this hero is you have Ancients on, like, all these corners effectively. So you don't have to go back to do Ancients. You can go forward to do them.
Right.
It's kind of interesting. And I think the heroes that can do it really early just feel great doing that. This is just an easy fight for Amar. Like, he's the strongest hero on the map right now. And you don't have the damage to bring him down, at least not altogether. The Quills just destroy you here.
Yeah, Analog pretty massively misreading, I think, the situation there. But then again, maybe he didn't have it out. After all the Falcons is diving past the tower.
This is not the hero you want to fight. Whisper will dive tier 2 bottom, collect Snake King, who's ran out of pounce charges, and ride the river to safety.
There he goes.
The creep does not get the move speed buff. That's interesting. Little flag bearer creep just running down the river.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's the heroes only. Does it work for summons?
I don't know. I never really thought about it. I guess it's hero only. Solo smoke from Schofield. Well, he smoked other people, but he's running in here solo. He'll run out solo.
little bit of chase. Crit's going to try and catch up. They're actually going to turn
no
on
mana.
Skeeter. Skeeter, he has some stick charges to operate a Ravage, but the damage, oh, they got him. He burns out.
That is the most Schofield play I've ever seen in my life. He runs up there solo. Skeeter is so confused, he chases him and somehow dies.
And Schofield hits a two-man terrorize as they get some vision down. They're going to steal some stacks. Analog's going to be the winner of that one. They'll have to leave Dark Willow behind them.
That's such a classic Schofield play. No NA carry player would have chased him there. That's all I'm going to say.
I thought when you started that, I thought you were going to say it was a classic Skeeter play.
No, you just ignore this guy. Just don't chase him. It doesn't end well for you.
You either kill him and Schofield wins, or he kills you and Schofield wins.
Might be Ags first here for Whisper.
Dire's middle tower is under
Could pay off big time. Could also flop really hard because the build-up's a little rough. But he has a lot of HP to work with. We'll see if he goes BKB or Ags. You're going one of the two here. I kind of would like the Ags, honestly. I don't know. I just don't think you need the BKB this game.
I don't think you need the BKB. Ags is so valuable. Bristleback, Tide.
Look at this river chase. Smoke's coming in for him.
It also seems like team fights are going to be pretty long and drawn out, so.
Sensed it. You jumping him or you not jumping him?
Falcons don't even try to go for the Fisher arrow.
Or stacking. The Falcons game plan. Pick 3 melee cores that all get tanky. Stack. Farm your way to victory. Opponent does nothing.
Well, as much as Crit is trying to stack, he's not keeping up with the whole of Heroic. Still going to chase after Schofield. Didn't learn their lesson from last time, though he pops out of that Shadow Realm a little early and gets walloped.
I mean, Heroic are just banking that at some point this mag will come in the game and bail them out. Because they're giving up a lot right now.
Dire's middle tower is under
Generally, that's not a game plan I've seen be too successful for Leshrac. Kind of wants to be the one fighting around these tier 1s, getting power runes, snowballing a little bit more. Yeah, the hero can scale, but you don't have a lot to back him up with. This isn't a game where you're IO tethering him or you have Omni Knight or some sustain or saves or auras. Like, Leshrac is really good at using auras and sustain.
Yeah.
You have nothing.
No.
It's an empower lineup. So, I don't know. I think this game does feel a little bad for Analog right now. And losing Yuma is worst case scenario. Now you feel really bad.
Time to take some Ancient stacks. That'll help rectify the situation a little bit. 3,000 net worth lead for Falcons. Though Amar is doing the same in the triangle right now.
Tormentor is available.
Yeah, funny how neither team set up for it right at 15 minutes, unlike last time. Amar's got his Aghanim Scepter done at 15.5 minutes with the cloak, treads.
Yeah, he's mega farmed, level 12. He is a beast right now. I think he's just going to go bottom, do this Tormentor, and try and snowball the game from there. Smoke from Heroic. I mean, this smoke has to land or you're losing a lot, because I think this Tormentor's going to get done here in the next minute or two.
Pushing into a Bristleback with Aghanim Scepter could be disastrous, though, especially when they don't have their own Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast. But if they just bring better numbers than Falcons to the situation, could still be good. As great as a Ravage could be, it's going to be 3 versus 5 potentially. Whisper, the smoke breaks on him. He doesn't charge after them, though.
Falcons just don't have the 2 heroes that are running here right now, the Mirana and the Shaker, so they concede the positioning.
And they've got some nice vision.
Both teams have
of
vision.
Falcons. The other heroes are getting here. Skater's gonna run right into the middle of all of them here. Got the anchor out onto the Primal Beast. A real good start, especially with the follow-up of the Ravage. They should be able to just take Whisper out of the equation immediately. The follow-up there as the support dies. Another one's gonna fall as the Jakiro's up next. Gets off this full Ice Path Macro Pyre, but they'll do nothing to stop Falcons, who will now 5-man the Tormentor.
Well, sometimes the best initiation is to just walk face first into the enemy.
Yeah.
And nothing happens. And you anchor the mobility hero, and you 5-second arrow the support. That was the easiest fight of Falcon's life. I don't think Heroic cast a single spell, actually. Other than the Jakiro spells as he's getting swatted off the map. Smail's like, damn, this is what it feels like to play on a real team. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
And it gets even worse for Heroic. Getting to fall apart. 8,000 net worth lead. Even more than Falcons had the last time around. And that was through lanes mostly.
Yeah, this game is crumbling really fast.
This time around, Falcons have much better team fight than they had in game 1. Now, Heroic still has some big combo potential. Hard to realize it, though. It's kind of banking on an RP that doesn't, you know, this Magnus doesn't have a Blink Dagger. So in the meantime, they're just going to get picked apart over and over again.
Yeah, this time the supports on Falcons are contributing a lot more on the map and in the game, especially these fights. These backliners for Heroic don't have the same positioning they did in that game 1 because the front line is not holding its own right now. Tide can just walk into them, the Bristle can just walk into them and start forcing the issue. You have to stand there and fight them, otherwise this team fight is just never going to work out. Maybe this BKB/Ags on Whisper will allow you to do that better, but you are losing so much in the meantime to farm up to this. You lost Tormentor, you're going to lose Roshan. Lost some kills. The lead is now going to be 10K.
With an Aegis on who? They've got 3 very tanky cores.
It goes to Bristle for sure here.
Yeah, Amar's opened up the spot. He is the highest net worth hero. Very likely the one to be doing the most frontlining.
I think the seeing red was smart here because you don't have a traditional right clicker, so
sure.
Now you can just build this Bristle like a 1-position Bristle, and you have 2 other tanky dudes. You have 2 other utility stunners. You don't need more disable or chase, right? You just need damage.
And maybe that's why Samael is forsaking his usual Kaya Sanj build, though I don't know if he still would do that in this patch, but he's going for the Aghanim Scepter, so he will also be building up some physical damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Heroic left with no footing. Get themselves back up here. Just continue to whether it is a push-whack grab or an arrow that lands.
Oh, beautiful setup.
Dark Will from behind does do a decent amount of damage. We saw a little bit of that Curse Crown damage come into play. Not enough to kill Snake King. And now Schofield be chased down as well. So losing heroes on both sides of the map. This really just could not get worse for Heroic.
They knocked him into the pipe.
Sent him upriver.
This entire map just crumbled on the Tormentor and Roshan. The lack of a cohesive team fight, the fact that Magnus feels like he needs another item to join the fray. Just so slow. And you farmed all that time for Whisper BKB and he dies even when he has it. Not looking like a lot of options to fall back on here if you're Heroic outside of some Wombo combo team fight with the RP, Ice Path, Terrorize.
Yeah, this point it feels like it's going to be banked on a Harpoon Skewer back. Whisper, do you want to try and bail him out? Ravage immediately put to use. Jakiro dies anyway. Now Whisper in the middle of all these heroes, though. Heroic do have the numbers. Falcons are struggling to get here, but a skewer back onto Amar. Pulls him deep into the base. He doesn't care, though. He's got the Aegis, and he just turns around and kills them.
What was that damage?
Do not go on a porcupine.
That's just the game. Such a disgusting amount of damage. Was that the Ag Spray or was it just all
No, that was the
auto
Ag Spray.
proc?
He got it off before he got skewered, I think.
I mean, Heroic regret this play for sure.
Maybe pops it here.
Yeah, there. Yeah, he got it all off. I wasn't sure if he got it off before that ice path, but that is all it takes. Didn't want to RP him, and you pay the price. There's Yuma going, yeah, that hero's really balanced.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't skewer the Bristleback with Aegis into the rest of my team. My bad, guys.
No, this draft just didn't go anywhere for Heroic. I think they had to fight a lot earlier. They had to make rotations with this Lesh, you know, kick the Tide out of lane, take a tower, snowball the map more, maybe get 1 or 2 successful ganks mid. Just way too slow of a game. Like, there's no way you can play off lane Primal here and just go first item BKB and you don't take a fight before that. There's just no way. You're giving a team like Falcons way too much room to do whatever they want. I mean, I don't know what Whisper's hero damage is, but it's got to be really low.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Porpoise
attack.
Eater, now Manatee Eater. The boy grows. Stats-wise, I think you go even at level 10, so he is well past that.
Oh, he's a big boy.
Very big boy. Schofield gets anchored. That's going to set up the shot. They've got 2 skill shots to the side of Falcons from their supports, whether it's the sharpshooter or the arrow. They really have not missed very often. Perhaps at all, honestly.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Also, you were asking who's going to build pipe in this game. It's the Mirana. That is Snake King's item of choice if he ever gets there. So that's like mega value. You get a pipe for all these tanky frontliners that none of them have to buy.
Yeah, Fleshrack gets hit by a...
Oh! That's a little awkward from the King.
Right into that one.
Yeah, could have just fissured him.
If Fleshrack gets hit by Mage Slayer, they activate pipe. It's just not possible for him to do these cores dirty.
That's why I'm still suspect of Lesh as a hero just in a vacuum. Like, you need a lineup that makes him work. I don't think he's just this, oh, let's just pick Lesh mid and he's just going to deal damage. No, the hero doesn't do that much damage in a lot of games because people itemize against him. Yeah. And his spells are really weak on their own. Like, this is not a hero like Ember Spirit where you can rely on his spells to at least give you some playability in the fight.
Yeah. And on the other side of the table, when it comes to the physical damage that they do, Magnus, I think this facet is cool and everything, as we're going to watch Whisper get annihilated. Cool facet for Magnus as a carry, no doubt. Helps with his damage quite a bit, but they also killed some of his damage because of the Universal Hero change, right?
Yes.
Like, Universal Heroes just do not scale nearly as well.
Skeeter don't care. He says, look at me. I am big and bad.
Or Fish Eater.
Yeah, he's climbing the ranks. The pipe is done. BKB on the bristle's done. Everything available here.
You ever seen an oarfish?
I have actually. They're really cool. They're really big and wide.
Yes. Super, super long, boys.
Middle barracks are under attack.
Easy jump. Arrow lands. See you later, Dark Willow.
Another sharpshooter shot that lands as well. This duo's just not missing. Well, Heroic, you can play it out if you want. I do not know how you're making the comeback. Because again, even if you skewer back a hero, that hero is so tanky that I don't think you kill him fast enough.
Yeah, I don't
think
know if
they
there
get
is
off Echo Slam, they get off Ravage, or Enchant Totem away, or Bristleback gets off his Ags.
I just don't know if there is a real comeback here. Maybe if you have Blink RP into Primal Ags, you can break the Tide in a massive clumped RP. I could believe that, but that's a long way away. There's a lot that can go wrong trying to accomplish that. You will bleed out some more net worth here. Falcons, in Falcon-esque way, will continue to farm the map with their lead.
And they say it's up to you to tap out. Otherwise, we're just going to grow and grow and grow like this Tidehunter. who's now a walrus eater. Which makes me kind of sad. I like walruses.
You know, Falcon's probably having to do a little personal talk with Sumail and say, hey, man, you know, we're not like Nigma. We don't go high ground and throw 4 times in a row. We're going to farm the map for 30 minutes. You're going to have to get used to it, you know. King not used to this playstyle.
Slow your roll, King.
Getting a little anxious right now. Haven't thrown going high ground in a good amount of time here, boys.
Please, guys,
I've
got the shield rune. Let me go high ground. You ever find these games a little peaceful sometimes?
No.
Falcons games where they just
yeah,
get bigger and bigger. Wait, why'd you say no and then yeah?
I thought I talk about something else.
Like what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I love Falcons games. They're slow, they're methodical. Get rid of every camp on the map. Something satisfying about watching that net worth lead build up from 20 to 30 to 40, sometimes 50, 60K.
Update on the Tidehunter's diet. He is now eating manta rays.
Is a manta ray larger than an oarfish? I feel like that depends on the species, honestly. I don't think that's a guarantee. I think Valve's marine biology is a little off. If I have to critique something about the company, I think they probably don't have a marine biologist on staff.
Yeah, great at games and selling games, but I mean, they have economists on staff. Why don't they have marine biologists on staff?
That's a good question. We'll never know.
They're right there in Seattle, too. They've got all those great aquariums.
Yeah, actually, Gabe is like the biggest yacht owner in the world, right?
Yeah, seriously.
He probably has a personal marine biologist.
He does. On one of those boats, surely. Dude who just hangs out and looks at the fish that they occasionally fish out of the sea and tells them, hey, what's this?
Wait,
John, what is this?
You think that's what a marine biologist would do?
That's what I think Gabe uses a marine biologist
for. He just stands there and goes, that's an oarfish. And Gabe goes, wow. I'm really impressed by you right now, in his usual voice line.
Yeah, he says, give me fun facts on oarfish. And he says an oarfish can grow up to 60 feet long.
Okay, well, that's one way to live your life, you know? The lead has gone down.
What would you do with a marine biologist on staff?
I don't want to answer. I plead the fifth. Not going to answer that. That's self-incriminating. Schofield giving a massive yawn here. He's very bored with this game. He says, oh, something's happening. No, wait, I'm dying. That's not fun. And you will pull a Nightfall.
A little Nightfall action.
Can we get a replay of the Schofield yawn? It was a big one. Oh, yeah. Look at that, baby.
He really upped his oxygen intake. What do you think level 20 Tidehunter is?
You think that's what he tells his team? I was just deep breathing, guys. Wait, what'd you ask?
I asked you what you thought the Tidehunter was going to be eating next.
An oil tanker. Got to keep it realistic a little bit here. Anchor will be dropped on the Magnus. They're going to try an all-in human. I think he is going to get all-in. He does. His corpse will be smashed into the Nether Realm. Does he have buyback? No, he does not, Austin. So that's your final fight for the game.
If it was realistic, level 1 would be microplastic.
It was nanoplankton, I believe.
Shark Eater. Eventually, we're going to get to Whale Eater, which is what Avery's nickname was in college.
What the fuck? What? Wait, what? I cannot believe you just said that.
Said what? 33-9, 32,000 net worth lead.
What?
BKB, Leshrac, it all changed now.
Well, for the record, I do not know the other man on the microphone. I've never met him in my life. I just walked in this studio. They said, you want to cast some games? I said, sure. They said, you're paired with this dude. I'd never met him before. I don't know anything about him. He has his own entity. I have my own lawyer. Just for the record. 33K, the lead has continued to build.
Oh, thank you.
This is what I like about Falcons game. So bring that line back up. That is a smooth curve right there. Look at that curve. That is what you want your 401k to look like right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's what it looked like pre-2020s. That's the boomer 401k right there.
I mean, that's the Falcons' way, man. Continue to invest. Make wise decisions and let the dividends pay off. This isn't an Aegis to end the game with, Austin. This is an Aegis to grow richer with. To pad them bank accounts. Look at Skeeter. Look at his eyes.
Whale
He's
shark
phased right
eater.
now.
All right.
All he sees are creeps on the map. And all he hears is AUI's voice in his head. Farm. Keep farming.
What is that? Why did AUI turn into Golem?
No, he's Darth. He's like Darth Sidious, you know.
My precious.
He's like a bad influence.
I don't think that's true at all, actually. Curtis is probably the good influence.
Yes. Farm the creeps I never had a chance to.
He did do a lot of farming in his 4 position.
Yeah, he did. He was a Naga Siren and Techies player.
Yeah,
so
seriously.
That's disgusting. Hey, they are killing stuff.
Well, yeah, of course they're killing stuff. That's been what Falcons.
Oh, another Nightfall TP. And another one.
I love the fireworks that are going off right beforehand, too.
Hiya! ATF will dice analog down and go to end this game. I feel like that's the 3rd time I said that. So that means they're going to back off here again.
Well, the towers give you gold, but the throne doesn't. So
a ravage on nothing. It was a symbolic ravage of their domination.
Ravage.
And the GG has been called, Austin. It is over. It is finally over.
Didn't know who I was. Mr. Walsh, remember?
Team Falcons will claim victory. Sumail looks very happy. AUI does not look very happy. He was probably watching that cast and did not enjoy that very much.
Well.
Oh well.
Sorry.
There goes another friendship I had that I'll no longer have. And I think that's also symbolic, as we all lost a little something this game, but mostly heroic, as they looked puzzled and troubled because they got their Jakiro and they did not win with it.
Yeah, it should have been a free dub. What happened? All right, takeaways from this game.
Yes.
Not loving the Leshrac.
I mean, I don't like Leshrac when he's just, you're picking him to be Leshrac in a vacuum. I just don't think the heroes are that powerful. If you want to use him in aura lineups or push strats, or you 3v1 mid and snowball him, I can get behind that kind of idea. But here he has none of that. He's just on his own. What is Analog supposed to do? The hero is not that strong on his own. He had very little help. I don't know. It's another one of those heroic games where it's just like, what was the plan? And nothing happens. Confused is what I am.
Well, hopefully the panel can give us a little bit of illumination.
Uh-oh. Is that what we have to do?
I didn't sign up for that.
I'm panicking. Effie, we're supposed to illuminate.
Illuminating?
Shine the light.
How about we shine the light on what Falcons did right?
Sure. Let's do that.
Because it seems like when Falcons have a more simple game plan to follow, i.e. Amar will farm a lot, he's going to get strong, we're going to take Tormentor and then Roshan and then go high ground. Around minute 20, it feels like
Easy
it didn't
game.
mess up. Because honestly, last game as well, they were winning on economy. Like, they were 7k net worth at like minute 16 or something like that, or 17. Yesterday, they were winning on economy both games. They just mess up with their team fighting, they lose. This time around, they go for the ultra high tempo, carry Tidehunter to protect the safe lane tower for as long as possible, to provide like that added team fight, and just have Bristleback do all of the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, I would take a Skeeter Tidehunter or like that type of hero where he can be active and fighting all the time over these like PAs and stuff like that. Because if you just buy enough time and you set the tempo of the game, if you are Falcons, eventually your players will step up to the plate and do what they need to do. You have Sumail, you have ATF. We don't need Skeeter to be the hard carry here, right? In this type of lineup, both those players need a lot of space to be able to like make things happen on the map. And we saw in the game number 1, they were ahead. Things were going a little bit wrong, but it was very easy to lose fights when I feel like you have a Huskar and a PA and a Death Prophet. These cores didn't really let any of the players shine to their potential, I think. And I think putting Skeeter on these like tempo type of heroes really allows ATF to shine in specific, and I think that's when Falcons looks the best. When ATF is like almost the carry of like the lineup. He's getting most of the farm. Skeeter's just like participating in the fights, being a team fighter, and really just enabling his team.
That has been a recipe for success for Falcons for nigh over a year at this point.
Yeah.
At some point, I suppose that Skitter was able to get away with a little bit more high volatility carries, because then Malrine would kind of be the stable one in the mid. But I don't really ever picture Sumail being the, it's cool guys, you two be the showcasers, I'll sit back and be the quiet one. And so if that's the case in this stand-in situation, then yeah, I'm more of an advocate for Skitter being the low-key hero, which in this case was a Tidehunter. And so carry Tidehunter is not, for as exciting as it is that carry players are playing it, like Radon and Ame and now Skitter, it isn't a flashy one. You're playing it like an offlaner.
It isn't, but it works. Like we already talked about in the pre-game segment or pre-series segment about like the stats from Tormentor from yesterday and the first series, and what a lot of pro players have expressed in sentiment of how that first Tormentor is very snowbally. But we haven't really seen teams try to adapt their drafting style for when they play Radiant. And like there was a concept here with picking a beefy hero like Tidehunter to plant on that safe lane to make sure that that tower isn't taken early. And on the flip side, Analog did go for a facet to break that tower after he saw that happen on Leshrac, but in doing so, he sacrificed a lot of his damage output by taking the Diabolic Edict on tower. So, I mean, I think a lot of teams should start thinking about how are we going to play differently when we're Radiant? How are we going to adjust? Because the stats from yesterday, like, there's some adjustments that need to happen here.
Yeah. That's the celebration of Falcons. What went wrong for Heroic? KJ got Jakiro again. Why didn't it look as good as it did in game 1?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, I would think. I really think Whisper didn't have a game that I expected him to have on this Primal. He was very, very quiet. I think the Dead in the Water, like, what is that, a talent? No, it's a shard.
Yeah, the shard.
The shard. It really kind of ruined his game. And he needed to get up to that BKB, to that Aghanims. Didn't really happen in that particular game. Mira mentioned as well the Leshrac. He went for the facet of being able to kill towers. Couldn't really kill heroes because of that. And the carry Magnus has always been a little bit niche. It's nice to have another Empower core on your team if you are doing it, because you will eventually fall off. So we didn't really see a lot from Yuma in this game either. If they would have gotten to the point where they got their items, it could have been good, but they just got steamrolled, unfortunately, too hard in the early game. Didn't get enough done, didn't get to their item timings, and the game just became very difficult.
And we saw this yesterday as well, Effie. Whenever Heroic don't really find a slot at some point, then they kind of just do nothing. You don't ever really see these moments where like, oh snap, Heroic's smoking up. They might be able to win the whole game off this fight.
Yeah, Heroic have felt like they're either pedal to the metal or they just kind of
fizzle out.
They just kind of stand there and lose over time. And I think a lot of that is due to their drafting. They haven't necessarily found the easiest ways to draft to enable their playmakers, which in my opinion are Whisper and Schofield.
Yes.
I think when Whisper and Schofield get these superior lanes and these like combo-esque heroes like Darkseer +1, or any kind of way to like enter that mid-game after the laning stage, they look really good. But it's very hard to draft in this patch to always enable your offlaner when there's so many things to consider.
We also got to consider 2 heroes specifically, and that's what Purge is going to do in his Acer Predator head-to-head.
That's right, Neil. The heroes that I want to consider, it's the Tidehunter. The Tidehunter carry, why did it make so much sense? I agree it's about defending your safe lane, but there's another aspect to it. It's being big as hell. Who's the biggest character on the map? And it's definitely Tidehunter. Look at this KDA. That's a big KDA, 5-1 and 14 versus Yuma's 0-5 and 3. That's not a lot of kills over on the Yuma side. But more importantly, hero damage also very relevant for hard carries, but the most relevant stat of them all, it's got to be the damage that you've taken. And actually, it's very similar because Yuma got beat up a lot. But the important thing is that Tide is a good source of taking damage. You want to deal damage to Tidehunter. And what that does is not only helps him defend the safe lane, but it also helps him get really aggressive on the Tormentor. Yuma did get a nice attempt at getting a kill, but it didn't work out. This is the one that really matters, though. Skeeter, as a carry Tide, he can just walk right in. If he's any other carry, he needs to worry about pressing BKB, but Tide doesn't care. If he takes damage, he gets unstunned. So in these fragile moments where both teams are posturing to take the Tormentor, Tide is the perfect hero for it because he's got a Mage Slayer finished, he's got naturally high HP, he's got some damage block built in, and his stuns are going to get broken by his Kraken Shell. So kind of the perfect circumstance to break the enemy smoke, spot the enemy team. He ended up getting the anchor on the important hero, the Primal Beast, and the Ravage completely guaranteed the team fight. So multi-factor benefits from the Tide in this circumstance.
He was a Manta Eater, then a Shark Eater, and then we didn't really get to see the thrilling conclusion of what Valve's marine biologists were able to cook up. But after that, he becomes, at level 21, a Whale Shark Eater, then a Blue Whale Eater, Colossal Squid Eater, Plesiosaur Eater. I don't know how to pronounce this level 25. Lead Sichthys Eater?
This has the whole ocean in there.
We're getting there. Megalodon Eater at 26. Leviathan Eater at 27. Lion's Mane Jellyfish at 28. And you're thinking there couldn't be any bigger animal than a
I don't even know
lion's
what any of these are.
It's a Lion's Mane Jellyfish. But bigger than that is level 29, Titanic Eater.
Like literally the Titanic?
Literally the Titanic. You thought it was an iceberg. It was a level 29 Tide Hunter all along, and level 30. Guess what it is?
Tide Hunter Eater.
That would be good, actually. But at that point, he is satiated. He's stuffed.
Oh.
He's a stuffed eater because he's had enough.
Kind of messed up.
Is it
Ate the
stuffed?
Titanic.
The man doesn't care.
Is that really what it's called?
Stuffed eater, level 30.
Wow, that is so lame. After like Leviathan Eater, Titanic Eater, Lion's Mane Jelly, the Stuffed Eater.
He's had enough.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what any of those.
You don't know what a Megalodon is?
I don't think so.
You don't know what a whale is?
I know what a whale is.
Oh, okay.
But there's many species of whales.
Well, I'm stuffed with this game 2 discussion, and I'm looking forward to eating more analysis in game number 3 of Heroic versus Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons get another 2-0, and Amar gets one more word of all chat in at the end of the game.
Dude, I don't know what to do.
Are you alright?
AY just told me that I need to stop talking so much during games, but I don't know what to do. I just get crazy and start exploding.
Have you tried meditating?
Meditating?
I mean, I just read it in a book and it says in Thai culture it's a common thing. It helps people to relax. Maybe you could try it.
Fine. At this point, I'll just try anything.
So, just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and out.
Where are we?
I think we're in your mind.
Then why are you here?
I'm just here for fun. Hello?
What are you doing in my brain?
I'm here to teach you. I was like you once. Did you know that I start tipping people in Dota first?
You started all this?
Yes, but I soon realized that it's not important. The most important thing is to be the humble.
I haven't won a single tournament in years.
It's humility. Humility.
But no one. How do I do this?
That was fucking weird.
Well, I learned nothing from that. I love tipping. I will not stop.
Paparazzi?
What are you here coming to teach me now? Am I gonna just keep getting players over and over again teaching me stuff?
把你嘴牙子给我闭上。
What?
好好学着点。
But you know they're speaking now.
我从来不在比赛中说话，不和对手多话，连队友都不交流。AME 上次抢了我的服，我一句话都没说。
Wow, and you play like this all the time?
没错，你只要你别说话，别说话，别说话。
Wow, these visuals are quite realistic.
I really feel like I'm starting to learn something. Is that Curtis?
I think so.
What is he saying?
Don't be misguided. Don't take their advice.
I shouldn't stop trash talking?
Follow your instincts. Do what you feel is right. Stop listening to his calls, guys. These guys are fucking idiots. Listen to me. Path to success will soon be revealed to you. There are 3 invis heroes, guys. How do you not have dust? The words you heard before are incorrect for you. Oh, thank God that's over. Everyone report Teal for communication abuse. Now I can finally relax.
Wow. I now understand. Thank you so much, AY. I really appreciate your support.
What are you talking about?
I will never stop tipping, all chatting, and trash talking, and even on Twitter for the rest of my fucking life.
Ugh. Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 3 of Heroic versus Falcons, where I'm told that the draft has already begun. Close your eyes, people. I don't want you peeking. No hints. Closed. All right, we have 2 bans on the board. No, Effie, you're peeking.
Huh?
No,
I'm refreshing my
no,
door.
no hints.
Okay.
Eyes are closed.
First phase bans. Who's the most banned hero right now?
Dragon Knight.
Yeah, that's correct. Dragon Knight is the most banned, and he continues to be banned here. And Heroic go back to some off-lane bans.
Open my eyes.
Did we open our eyes?
No,
yet?
first phase bans are not done yet.
Blind draft panel.
Blind draft panel for at least first phase
Not
bans.
that different than
I'll give you hints. Heroic is going back to off-lane bans, specifically one that they may have seen last game.
Bristleback.
That is right. Bristleback is gone. And one other off-laner, it's not the Razor.
Abaddon.
Abaddon is now also banned by Falcons, but a
Beastmaster.
No, Beastmaster hasn't been around that much recently. Tiny's banned. You're picking up most of them.
I said Tide, but thanks.
Oh, well, you got Tiny, who's the most oppressive carry right now.
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer's banned.
Woo!
And what do you know? You predicted in advance, Fear. Tidehunter does end up getting banned. Last one was Dawnbreaker. You guys can open your eyes now. Good job. I'm impressed. Yeah, Dawnbreaker ends up getting banned out, and Heroic take themselves a Magnus. Now, in Game 1, Heroic banned out the Razor along with the Bristleback and Dawnbreaker. Not sure if Falcons will prioritize that, or maybe they'll go to a carry pick.
5 seconds.
Because we're all seeing core-to-core head-to-heads in the first phase.
Yeah. And the flex picks have been valuable in this position, but
they have been.
Yeah, it feels like core instant every single time.
But not a flexi core.
Yeah, that's the negative.
And one that Fear doesn't seem enthusiastic
No, I just
about.
had something in my throat.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
That was a sound effect.
Yeah.
That
was not me. That was production.
Oh, Skitter playing Phantom Assassin again.
Dude, that was it. That was it.
I read between the lines.
That was the sound you were making in the green room.
Wasn't me.
During the team fights.
What's that? Oh, you don't trust Skitter on playing a hero who can carry the game, Fear? Is that what I'm reading from that stone cold face?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been, so our main critique of Falcons is they have somewhat faltered in the mid game. Their teamfight execution has not been on point, and perhaps it's because too many of their cores are trying to do too many things.
I mean, as a caveat though, from Skeeter not carrying the game, it's really just how Falcons likes to play, right? Because, you know, everyone knows Sumail just carried me from the mid lane, TI5.
We witnessed it.
Yeah, everyone saw it. It does happen. It does take a type of carry player to know how to play around those all-star players in a way to make them shine. Because if he's trying to carry the game, while Amar's trying to carry the game, while Sumail's trying to carry the game, no one's going to carry the game, right? So someone has to give at some point, and I think that's just where Falcons looks best. I'm not saying they lost, but I am saying it didn't look good in game number 1, and we'll see what adjustments they can make.
That's what's kind of interesting about these like carries or offlaners to the carry position, because that's basically what Skitter kind of does. He like creates space with a blink dagger on these like semi-carry offlane type heroes. So yeah, it's a little bit of a different play style when you're like, I only have this like 7-second window. I have to find the perfect moment to go in, and if I miss that a little bit, then it's gonna hurt my team fight.
I think Skitter can carry and will carry and prove us wrong, because I think the issue with that game 1 was, regardless of all of the net worth that he had, like, he wasn't committing to these jumps or going on the backline, because typically the role that he plays is he will lead first, and there will be some kind of like blink stun or some kind of initiation. And because they lacked that, their other 2 cores were Huskar mid and DP offlane. It just wasn't a simple game or execution plan. But if they just pick one blink stun guy, just one, I think Skeeter will play pretty well.
Even Ember kind of facilitates that as well, because you'll get vision of somebody, you'll do a slight change, and that already makes the start of your team fight a bit easier. Some guys can be locked down for a couple seconds, you could go in hypothetically. So yeah, you're right. With them having like an atypical offlane in that game with the Death Prophet, and yeah, it makes it a little bit weird.
So how greedy is Amar allowed to be now? We have Phantom Assassin most likely for Skitter, Ember Spirit most likely for Sumail. Is Amar allowed to carry the game under these circumstances?
I wouldn't want him to go like a right-click offlaner, but some kind of stun initiator looks fine right now.
Okay.
Or you could have like another Mirana, like run that back for snaking, then you have these slight chains into arrow, and that could be your like initiation.
I like
so it
that.
Doesn't have to come from the offlane either.
So I have a question. Have you ever seen a Falcons game, or just any Amar game? You're like, wow, Amar played a really sacrificial role this game, and it looked great.
Does any player get credit for playing a sacrificial role?
Zai.
Saberlight.
Saberlight's getting credit right now?
Not now, but in general, like his playstyle is somewhat sacrificial.
History will look favorably upon it.
I mean, Zai was a good one.
Zai was a good example. I do like that one.
But there's not a lot of examples of those type of
Universe?
players.
Are we going back and
maybe some pause 5s sometimes.
But I'm saying Amar is on the extreme end of the spectrum.
That is true, for sure.
Yeah. He typically needs to have that net worth. He can pop off with it. If he's not having a good game, doesn't feel like he's in a position to do much in the game.
Yeah.
Nor does he itemize to be sacrificial. No. Like he could be last net worth, but he's still going for satanic SNY. He doesn't really care.
So this is a common response to the Ember Spirit is the Earthshaker. Heroic actually did play, they picked Earthshaker against Ember Spirit in the last series that they played. They ended up losing it. They struggled a little bit to cascade their stuns to get some kills. The Ember basically never died, and it became problematic. But they've got great stun combos with their first 3 heroes here.
That game you were talking about, it was like when they had double melee cores with a Mars on their team, right? And then no one could follow it up on the Mars damage.
Sounds about right.
But they have like ranged damage coming out of the Jakiro, I think, which already simplifies a lot of things.
That's true.
I mean, if you're not like salivating at the mouth of this Rubik game, I don't know what game you would. You've got Fissure, Ice Path, RB.
Yeah.
It looks very, very juicy.
But there have been many times where I feel like there are stolen spells worth stealing, and Rubik still doesn't make an emergence. So what are the shortcomings of the hero?
Skill diff.
That's it.
I mean, honestly, I think it's a little harder nowadays to steal spells. Feels like the cast point on a lot of spells have been like reduced so much that you can just like chain cast abilities before Rubik can really react, and players have gotten better at playing against Rubik. But maybe enough time has passed with Rubik not being in the meta. People forget to cover their abilities here, potentially.
The hero does seem up on a little bit of a come up because the recent facet buffs, like the spell, the mana you spend, it's just way less. You get some like level 4 spell and it costs you like 50 to 60 mana. It's going to accelerate your farm speed because you're just going to be clearing camps. One of the keys to Rubik is getting on AoE nukes so that you have 2 blast creep waves are dead. So yeah, if he can get an Ice Path or a good Fissure or even Shockwave, he'll be sitting pretty happy.
I also think you have to look at heroes relative to the state of other heroes in that same role. So we've had an era of very strong 4s, like with the exception of the start of the Dream League where the support role felt kind of limited. Like for the last year and a half, it feels like people are running these snaps, these willows, these hoodwinks, the tree shot, these enchantresses. Like it always felt like the 4 had to just give you, and Batrider, not forget that, it had to give you ridiculous lane presence, and that's what you would play off of. Rubik just didn't do the same thing, but a lot of these heroes are nerfed now, and he has his time in the spotlight again because of that, because you're not getting out-traded by the enemy support.
That's a good point.
And especially if they're reserving the last pick for ATF, that means that he knows that he's going to have a Rubik supporting him, and he's most likely going to know his matchup because it's probably going to be an Ursa, as Heroic are going for one of the least commonly seen of the anti-melee heroes.
Yeah, they just heard us in the pregame. I said, why don't Radiant teams just pick Ursa and do Roche and trade the Tormentor?
True. They are Radiant right now.
I mean, probably not relevant, but at the same time might be. I don't know why they picked Ursa otherwise.
Ursa also helps you take Tormentor. So like, let's say that they...
Either way, yeah.
Yeah, they can try to play for that Tormentor fight. Because like Radiant has a harder job defending or taking that first Tormentor than Dire. You have to draft differently, and this carry is something that you could incorporate. Like a 1-team fight into Ursa taking it in a few seconds, or maybe you can even sneak it before they're ready to fight. Like it does take people time to get there usually.
And normally I'd be scared that they picked Ursa, but they don't know what the offlaner is yet. But if you look at the Falcons lineup, they don't have any beef yet. They have to pick some beefy offlaner to frontline for their squad. And with Viper being banned, there's a lower chance that he just gets outlaned by some kind of offlane cheese. So I think it's pretty safe to pick the hero right now. And stuns on top of that, if he just gets on top of his opponents with BKB, he's going to be killing heroes and following up well on what Earthspirit does, or what Earthshaker does.
What's the probability of a Razor coming out? Because that was one of the first phase bans for Heroic in game number 1. But they leave an Ursa on the table.
It could work.
Razor for whom?
For ATF.
My concern with that would be, then you've got like 3 Agi cores and none of them are really tanky. Like you need that one brawny person to walk up for you, and for Razor to fill that role, he needs a couple of items.
He has played a little bit recently, and I agree it's not the best, but it's one option. They could maybe try to lane dominate with it.
It's banned out.
Oh, is it?
They take it out at the last one.
Ursa can kind of kill it anyways if you get enough hits in, so it's a little up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not the type of hero that they need. What could be good for them?
Pause 4 last pick. Good for them.
Well, if we go way back in the archives, Mars.
Okay. It feels like a OP Yule's patch wouldn't be so bad, but in general, it's kind of mediocre, this game.
Okay.
Oh, Shaman.
More disable. It's not a bad idea.
More stuff for Rubik to steal.
Night Stalker is what I would look at in a game like this, I think.
You know what this gives them that they actually needed was tower push. It's one of Ursa's biggest weaknesses. So you can facilitate a little bit more through Shadow Shaman ult.
Very true. It also helps you with these early objectives, like the first Tormentors and Roshans. Whether you're making the play for it or making the play for Roche, the Serpent Wards will do that.
All right, Amar. What's the plan? You're laning up against an Ursa, and your team needs some team fight control. Ideally, someone to follow up on the slight chains into Maranistan.
An amazing Night Stalker game. I'm just throwing that out there. He can play it. Not sure if he will, but having vision of heroes like Shaker and Mag, the Silence for Ursa, really good. And PA and Ember use vision incredibly well. Saw the power of that hero a little bit earlier. Looks really strong.
And you're just the aggressor that way, right? I think an issue Falcon's draft has right now is like, sure, they have like a nice ranged poke into the chains, they have a good arrow, they have like their late game carry, but there's a lot of team fighting spells on Heroic and a lot of big spells that could turn a fight, like an RP, like a skewer back, and there's no counter initiation on Falcons. There's like no Wyvern Curse, there's no save support helping the target that's getting RP'd and skewered back. Like once Heroic are on their target, they're gonna stay on their target.
So much of that comes down to like net worth too. So it's like if Heroic is ahead and they have this like brunt of tanky boys running at you, it's bad. It's a really bad time. But if Falcons hypothetically wins the lanes, they have more net worth, they have semi-comparable HP to the tanky heroes, then they'll be able to play Dota. But if they get behind, it's gonna be spooky.
You could also try to have the chaos factor, like an Amar Timbersaw, like going in, trying to make sure that Magnus doesn't get a good RP, soaks up a lot of damage. The issue is you are laning against Ursa, but okay, it is Mars.
Tried and true Mars. So this is probably the best of like the Blink initiators you could pick for the laning stage, because you do have 2 nukes, which Ursa doesn't really enjoy in the early stages. Same thing when you play against Razor, just getting these heroes off of your hero is pretty nice. It is one of his signature heroes. They're letting Skeeter be the hard carry this game.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be put to the test here. Can he carry the game on PA? Because he's gonna have to.
But also, I think the biggest X factor for me on Team Falcons is crit, because I talked about no counter initiation on Falcons, but a Rubik with like a well-stolen Ice Path can disrupt the skewer back from an RP, or a stolen RP of your own where you can counter initiate with that. Like if Rubik can play make and make the moves necessary to win these team fights later on, that's very helpful.
Some new heroes making appearances here, Cap and Avery. Who are you most excited to see, Cap? Which one's really like, oh man, I can't wait, I get to cast a... I
don't really care too much for this one. I know what Avery's excited for.
Tell me.
Rubik! No, it's Shadow Shaman. It's like one of his all-time favorite heroes.
I do. Yeah, but I don't really like watching Shaman. I like suffering on Shaman.
Every time we say that something's like your all-time favorite hero, you're like, I never played that. And then we look at your stats and you have like 500 games on the hero and
no,
you're like...
I never played Shaman professionally. I like playing in pubs because you can go like 0-12 and your team hates you, but you still can win.
And this was even like pre-foul play cluster cluck.
Yeah, this is old days. Bootstrap it.
Neil?
Yeah, what's up?
You're missing something.
Tell me.
Zoom in.
Can we get a zoom in on Avery?
Can you talk about suffering on Shadow Shaman again? Production, can you play the sad violins, please?
Can we get some sad violins and a zoom in on Avery?
Suffering on Shaman's not sad though. It's a beautiful thing. It's like the pain of life leaves you and you're just left with 0-12 and a dub. And it's great.
Sad violins, please, one more time.
You're running through your budget, I'll tell you that much. You're really using up the violin budget on day... What day is it? 6?
Day 7.
I don't know anymore. That's sad.
It's
been a week?
It's been a week. We had 5 days of Group Stage 1 action. Now we're on day number 2 of Group Stage 2.
I just lose track because I've been made so anxious today. I don't know what day it is anymore. Should be proud of that. Fuck you, Neil.
All right, fine, Avery. We'll put you back in your element of casting a Dota game. Let's go to game number 3 of Heroic versus Falcons.
Really ran through your F-word budgets.
Yeah, I think that was my last one.
But I don't think you have any more for the entirety of DreamLeague.
Well, somebody's running out of budgets.
You can have some of mine. How about that?
Okay, thank you. One of these teams is also running out of their lost budget, Austin. As everything is on the line in this series, Game 3 between Falcons and Heroic. I will do the intro this time, Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
keep going?
No, that was all I had.
No, you have to keep going. The music is still going. You have to keep going until the music is.
Well, it's not too dramatic anymore. This is a really nice one. You really sold this one.
All right, leave the intros to me.
Do you ever miss the old player introductions where people used to go through it player by player? Nobody does
And we'll go through it left to right. We've got Yuma on his Ursa, who's going to be rocking the bear down facet. Analog is going to be taking the Earthshaker away from Samael into his own hands and looking to knock one out with the Slugger facet. Magnus, Whisper's going to be taking that with a difference in facet from before. It's diminishing returns, which is what that joke is. Side violins getting diminishing returns.
That is, yeah, that's true. Take note.
Shadow Shaman, the new facet, Chicken Finger. Schofield's going to be rocking that. Really thought he would have liked the other facet, just because that sounds like more annoying and elusive for Schofield to be using, but he's going to turn people into chicken. Delicious. And King Jungle's 3 for 3, rocking the Jakiro all series long, and of course with his trusty Icebreaker facet. And the laning phase has started, so we can't go over Falcon. Sorry.
What?
Well, there's things to talk about. Schofield's probably going to die this time, you know?
Okay.
Were there any other interesting facets?
I don't think so.
No, they're all the norm.
Frugal Filch got buffed, right? Unless I'm mistaken. The Rubik facet. I think he's a higher percentage now.
Maybe.
Either way, 80% at level 3 is kind of absurd. You just get free stolen spells. Bonkers. Especially in a game like this where maybe you get an Ags, maybe you get an Eighth Lens, stealing them big spells left and right, just throwing them out forever.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it went from 40, 50, 60 to 50, 65, 80.
That's a lot. That's just a lot of extra mana to work around. And in a game like this, man, there is no shortage of good spells to steal. I am looking towards crit on this Rubik to put in some teamfight work. In a series that has been marked by two things, I want to say, who can win teamfights and who has the better front line. That's how I've kind of seen this series go down.
Okay.
We have some interesting frontline breakers in this game. Like the PA and the Ursa are kind of two carries that, in theory, can break that front line. In the PA's case, quite literally, but they're designed to just go on that frontline hero and kill him regardless of who it is. I think they can achieve that here. But you have a bunch of tanky boys in this game. 6 melee cores, Austin. Is this a sign of things to come? Or is this just Falcon's Dota?
I definitely would say it's a sign of things to come. I do think Falcons is kind of interesting. They opted for extremely mobile heroes this time around, despite the beef winning them game 2. Ember, PA, Mirana. Like, it is going to be tough for this Ursa to stick on top of heroes.
Yeah, that is a concern here for sure. We also just haven't seen this hero in a long time in terms of being consistently in the meta. So Battle Fury BG is pretty nice for him.
Yeah, he's also got a mag on his team, so that's should help a lot.
Actually, the Battle Fury buff is probably, it's like the best for Ursa compared to all the Battle Fury heroes, because I think Ursa cared the least about the damage on Battle Fury. He just wanted the cleave, because he's a stack-based hero.
Yeah,
So him losing the damage doesn't really matter for him, whereas for something like, I don't know, Phantom Assassin, right? Where the damage counts for a lot because you're amping it up.
Yeah.
Way more impactful. So put a point on the board for Ursa Warrior. The Fuzzy Wuzzy returns again.
Okay. If we have tanky heroes continuing to be the meta, do you think that also plays to Ursa's favor?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's a great frontline. In some games, he's just untouchable. Doesn't always win those, but he can definitely become unkillable. Still has a lot of these cool, like, perma and rage builds you can do with the shard and everything.
Excellent Tormentor taker. Another point to Ursa.
Good Roshan taker.
Good Roshan taker, which...
He's a fast Roshan taker. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
And when Rosh is in the middle of the map, sometimes that makes a way more of a difference, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I could see Ursa come back this patch as long as the hero's viable lane and just gameplay-wise. So far, very even laning phase. Everybody's just kind of trading out. I also like the mag on Whisper better than on Yuma. I think it suits this team a lot more.
How so?
Because I think it's like, I think Whisper will just play it like a playmaker and a team fighter, and I think when it's on Yuma, their game ends up being really slow. Because the carry mag just can't make plays or contribute to the game too quickly.
Yeah.
So you alleviate two things at once.
Lifestealer, you can kind of do that. Ursa, you could definitely do that. Be a little bit more active. We're already seeing trying to win this lane against Amar. Meanwhile, top lane. Oh, Analog. They left Amar alone in lane. Crit makes the rotation into mid, almost getting the kill. Not quite good enough, though. Bottle charges keep him alive. Samael takes a lot of grief on his way out. Analog's still here with the Fissure, so King Jungles can actually get somebody low enough.
Tough matchup for the Ember, but Sumail doing perfectly fine in it. Crit trying to get a little extra. Might die here.
King Jungles on the other side, aiming for the kill on Crit, but he will die instead to Samael. Slight Chains overwhelms him.
Okay, nice little turnaround from Crit. Anytime you're winning early battles with Rubik, you should be super happy because this hero is not that strong in the ultra early game. And solo XP for ATF, where he's not getting punished by the Ursa with the early bracers done on the Mars. So this is looking like a strong lane phase for Falcons, as we come to expect from this team, but the setup here looks really solid. These lanes should get better for them over time, I think.
Yeah. I like the Rubik as, like, it's an old school Jakiro answer, right? You ever get your hands on Ice Path, it's so good.
But you don't skill Ice Path.
Is under attack.
Well, then you're just nerfing your own hero. Considering he went the fast hit to build around Ice Path. I sure hope he's planning on leveling it. Analog, he's going to take this fight. He actually makes the read that he can survive. Samael chained up.
Yuma's here.
Yeah, Yuma came across the river to assist. This is what we're talking about. This guy is just so aggressive.
Yeah, he makes crazy rotations. That is not a play you expect, but ends up paying off. Now this Ursa's top of the board. Wasn't really having fun in this bottom lane too much. The lane's super far up here, so doesn't cost him much to make this move. And ends up winning Heroic a nice little mid exchange.
The downside for Analog is he actually had to run back to Fountain, so we won't have that experience advantage.
Yeah,
which
but
I think could have been a part of this. He gets level 6 before the Ember, right? Then you're looking at maybe back-to-back kills.
I think he will get it at basically the same time, but that XP went into Schofield anyway, which is not a hero you're sad to get it on. This Shaman's having a really good early game. He's already level 4. He has boots. He's stacking the triangle as well. A lot of stacks going on for Heroic. They can go back to with this Ursa timing or something else. No stack there for Crit. Needs to go back and read the patch notes again.
Wait, what?
Missed the stack.
Oh, on the timing.
Yeah, he's got to go look at the box, you know?
I thought you were implying there was a buff to stacking in some way now.
Not that I know of. All right, is it going to be Echo Slamma Jamma for the Stackerinos?
Yeah, it's time.
Let's watch this.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like if someone's in the river below that hard camp, they die to that.
Radiant's middle
From all the corpses flying
all the
out.
slugger hits, because they all go in the river down here.
Yeah.
Imagine you just walk by and get killed by that. That'd be hilarious. Big injection for Analog. Honestly, kind of needed it. He was not doing too well in this early game.
Rune coming up. And he gets an amp damage. A
Snags
little
it
extra help.
right behind the king. Well, both kings. Dual kings. One crown.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. Too many kings in a team.
Who's the third king in Dota? We got tri-king team.
People like calling Ame the uncrowned king.
All right, yeah. That sounds like a good team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mars done pretty well for himself in this kind of 1v2. 1v3, though, very different circumstance. Schofield is level 6.
Yeah, he's owning. 1-0-2 is not the craziest score, but you got to remember, this Shaman, he's already level 6. He's been influential on 3 lanes, and he stacked the hell out of that triangle, right, which boosted that Shaker up a lot. So the fact that he's the highest level and the most farmed support here, on top of having the most stacks, Had a very efficient early game. Now he's just going to drop the wards for a tier 1. Not a tier 1 you want to lose. This is going to make contesting that Tormentor a lot more difficult.
And TP's coming in, Snake King, Animar. Try and stop this. It looks like they're just going to accept damage done. Snake King gets to farm some of the wards. Or Amar gets to farm some of the wards, rather.
Not the best for Snakes. But an early one, so it's up again in a minute. Still very even game.
Sumail's got to be a little bit careful. The Shadow Shaman is in the area. That's the one hero to worry about here. So much control.
Everybody looking for the rune again. Even Whisper here.
You're back. RP back, apparently.
You are dead, sir.
Arrow's got to go out. Does not hit King Jungles. Chains not lasting long enough, and Whisper will just ski on out of here. So Heroic doing a good job of forcing rotations out of Falcons and not really losing anything for it.
I mean, honestly, I feel like all their early games have been pretty solid this event. I haven't had issue with Heroic's laning phase in a lot of situations. I think they've gone toe-to-toe with a lot of the European teams. That's not... You know, like even the game 1 we saw today where they lost lanes, that was a decision. Right, you went into that game against the Huskar, against strong lanes with a team fight lineup. You're okay losing lanes in that game. My issue has been the transition for them. Like, what happens after the first 10 minutes? Sometimes it's insane, and sometimes it's just nothing. That part I do not understand. So, quick smoke on Analog with a blink. Maybe this will be a sign of things to come, trying to get more active here and shut down these
This will be the start of some momentum here. Echo Slam going to be put to use to kill Amar again.
Yeah, nice little kill. That's a really good target, too. Stats heavy ATF Mars, who just wants to sit here and bully the Ursato lane and get every CS. You kill him, lower the value of all that item investment. Slow down the eventual blink to come for Falcons by a lot, which is going to slow down their own smokes, their own initiations, give you time, give you tempo, and push Yuma up ahead of the PA.
Yep, push him ahead of the PA, push Whisper ahead of Amar, allow him to be a lot more active as his blink tagger's coming in soon. It's good snowball.
And Schofield just continues to sit mid while these plays happen, so you're not losing mid XP. This Shaman continues to get really big. I mean, it's only 1,000 behind Sumail.
It's not an easy hero to commit on because of the foul play passive either.
Awkward map position for Falcons. Feels like they want to attack something, but what do you attack here? Haste rune on Sumail will maybe open something up. There's a very strong rune. You can use quite aggressively here. But you don't have the blink on the Mars, and it's a long way away. I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's too many moves Falcons can make. Maybe just try and get 6 on the Rubik and the blink on the Mars, and in 4 or 5 minutes you make that play, or try and get it in time for the Tormentor. Looks like another smoke being set up here by Schofield, or he's thinking about it. I mean, wards are up. Echo Slam's up in 20. Could easily smoke to one of these tier 1s and get a kill, drop wards on it. No Dire Glyph available for another minute as well.
I think probably wait for Whisper to get his blink, make a move mid, see if he can... You get a kill, get that tower with the wards. It would open up the map significantly.
Yeah, Mag Blink is done right on time as Amar is just going to walk in here. Heal some creeps.
Smoke to the back line. Schofield and Analog are going to back up King Jungles. KJ, he's kind of baiting a little bit, but it's definitely going to cost him his life. Can they get the return, though? There goes the Echo Slam, and a quick grab onto Sumail. That Ice Path. A stolen bit of piece there from Crit. Almost saved the life of Sumail, but chase after Yuma now. Are they going to try and help Yuma through this one? He still has the Enrage. And after the Enrage is gone, he tried to get through the wall. It doesn't work that way, so he's stuck.
That ends up being a nice move for Falcons in the end. They get the biggest target on the map. The Battle Fury was just done on the Ursa. He instantly dies.
Well, if they're all going to go bottom, maybe you can take mid with the wards.
Oh, RP.
straight into the enchant totem. Quick kill. And those two can now help put pressure on mid where the wards are going to work.
Yeah, no arena here to defend this. His tower's gone for sure. Can only look for the trade bottom here as Skeeter wails into this tower. You could see Heroic trying to defend this too, but they might not all have TPs. Only Schofield's going.
Yeah, Schofield's going to get the Hex on him.
The deny.
TP is going to complete. He got the deny, and he still has Shackles ready to go. What?
Wow.
Oh. Okay.
You wanted to shackle him after the blink. That was a little greedy.
Yeah, it was greedy.
That was incredibly greedy.
Felt nonsensical, too. Why would you want to shackle him after the blink?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like if you just ignored the tower, right-clicked the PA, and then shackled him, I think he just dies. But
yeah.
Maybe he was expecting Rubik to be there sooner.
Well, the macro part of the game is still on point for Heroic. They successfully get Tormentor. So they get mid-tower, they get Tormentor. This is boosting that 4K net worth lead now. Yeah, I didn't finish reading this one. So this is the old foul play?
No, it upgrades it basically. It increases the invulnerable time. You get 3 more chickens, and you can use items while you're a chicken, which is kind of crazy because I think it makes you really hard to kill if you have mobility items.
Yeah, the potential of Blink getting away in that little bit of confusion.
Glimmer Cape, Core Staff.
And Glimmer Cape's a big one because of the barrier that you get.
I don't know if this is a shard you ever want to buy on this hero, but you get it for free. And you're the same net worth as the enemy mid. Definitely don't feel bad about it. I mean, the blink is going to come out for Schofield here. Still having a tremendous game on the Shaman as another smoke comes through from Heroic. Being a lot more active this game.
A pleasant, if fleeting sight.
Battle Fury.
RP Ice Path, see you later. Another support kill takes that Ice Path off the map.
Dude, that is so weird, Battle Fury's double broadswords.
Yeah, I always think it's a misclick, but nice stacks were also created by Crit during the downtime, so acceleration for Skeeter. Something to fall back on.
Good read. Whisper blinking back right as Falcons were making the Moonlight Shadow gank on him.
And that's that Mars blink reveal. Does not land. Feels bad for Amar right now as Schofield's own blink flying out right now. So the blinks are up for Heroic. They have a lot of sources of initiation to play around right now. Big difference this game could be the Shaman. He's the one standout, so he can have a good fight. He can definitely turn this game towards the Ursa rather than the PA. And can be a tough target for Skier to jump, especially with that shard foul play.
Yeah, the fact that they have such mobile heroes, Blink Dagger, Shadow Shaman, super powerful.
The Rubik is an issue, though. Like, he turns that around against you really fast.
Sure.
No Aetherland's done for crit yet, though. His game's been pretty slow. That would be the biggest upgrade for him in these early fights. He's going to have to go in, do it the old-fashioned way.
Got a ward. They spot the Jakiro. Whisper just blinked in, and they got him inside the arena, so they can get 2 off of this. Maybe. Whisper actually could skewer out.
It's very tanky.
He's even tempting them to go for him. Yeah, he had 2 healing Lotuses still.
2k HP, double healing Lotus, Wand, and Gossamer Cape. Not the easiest target to go down unless you have some crazy spell stolen or you land the arrow combo.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sentry was also dropped, so that Obs is likely going to get dewarded. So you want more out of this if you're Falcons right now. You want this mid-tier 1. You're confident enough to do it. You get a deward of their own, that's pretty big.
Radiant's middle tower.
It is dangerous to try and push that tower, though, because you're pushing into an Earthshaker. You lose that fight, you might give up Roche.
Yeah, too hard without the ultimates here. No Potta multi and no arena. Look at the vision, though. I mean, the ward planted behind that tier 1 and the one in mid lane, that is a very good ward to go back to here a few minutes down the line. Could yield a very good team fight here for Falcons.
Yuma TPing up to top lane. Or mid.
This ward is already giving you so much info.
Yeah. They know he has BKB now.
Well, I guess it didn't give Snaking too much info. He gets Echo Slammed. And maybe it didn't give Amar too much info.
Okay, he gets out, no problem.
I was going to say, if they all got caught, seeing them all there, I don't know what to say about that. But the problem is this Mirana death enough to open up Roshan? Heroics say it is. Got scanned, so Falcons know what's happening, but they don't have Skeeter's BKB.
Biggest hope is Sumail. The damage he can do inside the pit with the slight. Oh,
Double
Spear actually catches and quickly kills Analog. In the process, the H is going to be picked up by Yuma, though. They got him.
RP.
Meanwhile, the RP locking down all these heroes for Yuma to go to work. After grabbing the extra life, he will use the first life to get a triple kill. Now hunting down the rest. Schofield blinking forward, searching for more. Snaking. He still has a leap, so he is likely good.
That was such an ambitious fight from Falcons.
Or
3v5 into RP. They're going to lose a fourth, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's a really risky move. I thought he had Shard on the Mars. It looked like he got a double pin, but he doesn't.
No.
So he only gets to stun one hero there. Yeah, I don't really know how you win this fight.
I mean, it kind of was because they killed Analog and he pinned Yuma.
Yeah, it looked omega weird, but this RP is just straight nasty. You had that cleave on top. That's a big fight to throw away. Like, you took a gamble and you lost. Yeah, I mean, Sumail's like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to really do there, you know? I think even if you steal RP and throw it, you're still losing that fight because your PA is not joining it. And your Mirana's dead. So, questionable at best.
Tower is under attack.
Think there's any muscle memory to taking these Roshan fights now for like the old players who used to have to play for these mid Roshan pits all the time?
You mean like finding the pit?
No.
What muscle memory?
No, I mean strategy.
I don't know. I guess. What kind of muscle memory?
Do you not remember Dota back then? You were playing in it. We were like doing like we would go like the same sort of situations all the time when it came to contesting these mid Roshan pits. There was like it felt like it was very optimized because people had been playing it for like 15 years at that point in time. That dire staircase was always a bit of a death trap.
Yeah, I can see your point. I think there's a little bit of that.
5-man smoke up from Heroic. Not going to find Falcons initially. Falcons playing on the edges of the map. Schofield leading the way straight to Skeeter. Go left. You'll find him. Oh, is Schofield found that opening? It's a dead Skeeter. But instead, a BKB goes off and Skeeter's able to get away. Still,
that is
BKB
not
charge use.
a good first BKB, though.
Yeah.
On a hero we've seen struggling today to carry games.
No doubt. And he's going the same build, it looks like. SNY, Satanic.
Snaking will steal that rune away from Analog, but there's still not much happening for Falcons to accelerate the game. Other than just watching the PA farm. Like, you have 3,000 gold on Amar. What's this going into? There's just no new items for Falcons right now, and there's a lot of new items on the side of Heroic.
They just keep getting stronger. The quick pick on a Snake King who tries to get a D-Ward. Ward actually stays alive for now. Mar goes back to deal with it. Blinks away.
Schofield.
Oh, Sumail would be a great grab.
Blinking one. He's going to get him, I think. He didn't go. He's waiting on the Remnant.
Waiting on the Remnant to get him when he comes back. Now, his allies... They'll get here eventually, and
Shadow Shaman just offers so much control. It's guaranteed.
I mean, easy setup for Schofield. Way too easy. Now you're bleeding out heroes on the map, losing map control. You still have all this gold in the bank on these cores, man. Like, that's what I'm looking at. Between this Ember and Mars, you're sitting on almost 6,000 gold. So if you're not investing all this gold now to try and win a fight, and your plan is to just go late with the Phantom Assassin, Heroic, they can just push high ground. They have Shaman wards in this game. They have Urso, who's going to get Aegises. They don't have to give you all that time. That's what I would like to see. If you're looking at how Heroic execute their lineup. I have nothing against either team in this situation, and I'm completely unbiased, for the record. See, people think I'm a biased caster often.
I do. That's viewer brain, right?
But
there.
I hate every team equally. I assure you. I despise all of them.
Same. 15-5, 9,000 net worth lead for Heroic. Aegis will expire. Huh?
Make your own joke, man. Just steal mine.
BKB for the Earthshaker soon. Boy, they just
they're stacking
triple BKB up. I don't know what Falcons does about that.
They have to win a team fight soon. They have to invest the gold they have, which they have done. They bought out BKB for the Mars, Sanj for the Ember, and Yasha for the PA. So they bought out completely here, and they're smoking to try and take a fight with the gold investment.
They're baiting out the Tormentor. They're so strong, but instead of taking the Tormentor themselves, King Jungles does the same plant, which you would assume that Falcons looked over the replay between games, but they also take it so quickly that, like, is there any value to seeing them at this point?
No, that's why I don't really get this ward, because I feel as though the way you can test Tormentor is you just set up there and wait for the team to come to you. You bait it.
Yeah.
Seeing them there doesn't do jack shit, because once they're there, it's already dead instantly.
Particularly
unless you're already there.
Tormentors, yeah.
But if you're already there,
yeah,
why not just take the high ground, right? And then you don't need the ward there. That's why this ward makes no sense to me.
Well, Heroic, maybe the call was from Analog. He's like, guys, I don't want to fight until I have BKB. You guys have BKB,
sure.
I want one too.
I mean, he has it, and he's an Arcane Rune now. Still a very good position for Heroic. And they're closing in on MKB for Yuma. That would be a real backbreaker here. If you can get MKB on the Ursa and then connect against the PA in the fight, you just shred him.
Serrated Shiv. True strike opportunities.
Yeah, that's actually massive here. The best item he could have rolled by far. 20% True Strike. Just massive. Versus an evasion hero.
We'll see whether or not that True Strike is even needed, because he might just kill them all with Cleave. Battle Fury, Empower, and the group up possibilities of Skewer RP, depending on what Whisper can accomplish here. He's got an Aether Lens. He's got the tools to make it happen. And they are going to put Falcons under the gun here.
I guess it's not actually 20% True Strike, though, because it has a cooldown, but
yeah.
Whatever, even if it's 10%. Sumail just going in mid. Oh, he dodged
Tried to get the initiation, but it got the slide off first.
Did he know, or did he sense it? Or was it luck? We'll never know.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But the king escapes.
Keeps his head for now.
Marlo's looking up here, but I don't think that's the target he wants. Or does he?
He does. RP, but did he actually bail him out from that arrow that was coming in? As a result, Yuma gets off his Enrage and his BKB. He has to make a run for it, though, as the PA is coming in soon, and they don't have any control now that the RP was used. The quick response from Whisper in some ways plays against them. Analog does come in and get a dunk onto Oral crit, but now he's in danger. Fortunately, that enchant totem gets him away from the spear that was coming in, and a buyback really from Schofield. That felt unnecessary.
Yeah, that fight was completely done.
Roshan, maybe? He's afraid that Roche could be up and they're going to do it right away.
But you're still waiting for the Ursa anyway. That's just a wasted buy. I agree. Awkward situation, because you bail out the Ursa with the arrow tank. But that also could have happened without RPing the Mars solo. Then you just don't have enough to fight. I think the Ursa's too low at that point to win the fight anyway. Just a good find from ATF, honestly.
Yeah.
Gets the full spear back. No Ursa ulti goes off. You're really happy with that setup. No matter what happens after that, I think you're happy with that setup if you're Falcons. Because Skeeter's fight's just going to be really clean from then on. Big win for them. Try and turn this game around right now. They needed it. gets them to the next set of items and slows down this Ursa versus PA momentum, though that MKB is still completed here for Yuma. Big pickup.
Perfect timing for it, too.
Well, they saw
conclusive Roshan fight coming in. Got the arena onto 2. BKB already used by Whisper and a pick off on King Jungles. A great start to this for Falcons if only Roche was up.
And Crit got level 4 Ice Path. And he gets the Destroy as well.
Yeah.
So he gets the Super Ice Path.
All for the low cost of 35 mana.
Yeah, I don't know if it changes too much for this spell, but that is pretty good. That is some raw value.
Oh, no. Schofield. A buyback turn, dieback, potentially another RP on Mars.
Got stolen.
This is just not good at all. Just the RP by itself, but if Crit managed to hit his own RP, this is going to be disaster. Analog, he's got to try and enchant totem his way out of here. Fumbling. Heroic had an advantage 2 fights in a row, though. An RP on a solo Mars who does not die, thanks to Bulwark.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I don't really get that RP either, in a way. I mean, that one you really didn't need to do to bail anybody out. It was just maybe he thought he was going to get more in the AoE.
And Crit's just begging them, please contest this Roshan.
Oh yeah, and the fact you gave that RP away as well is even more brutal on top. This was not a Roshan you wanted to lose with the way Ursa was getting to his items. Yuma feels real bad right now as Skeeter is starting to feel more comfortable going into these fights. He'll claim that tier 1 mid for free. More gold being injected into Falcons right now, and that Shaman lead that once existed against the other supports is gone. Heroic bleeding out here. They do not have good answers for the Mars on the front line. That's been the issue.
Which is kind of crazy to me because he's just running around with...
Yeah, he has like nothing.
Soul Ring BKB Blink.
He only has 7+6 armor. I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to just put the Ursa on him casually and start hitting. But maybe you're too afraid of the chain stun potential here. That's where I feel like you need this Ursa shard and maybe Ag, stuff like this. You can go in more confidently without popping Enrage BKB or having to pull a quick RP to bail him out. A lot of it has also just been Falcons finding the initiation. You have this Ninja Gear on ATF, and he has consistently been starting the fights. That's a huge deal. Because then all of a sudden, the fight is anchored around this Mars on the front line, and if you're heroic, you're not getting to the Rubik, you're not getting to the Moran anymore. Their supports have a free fight, whereas yours, you're Schofield in the river getting speared. Just not a good setup if you're heroic. Falcons will take that all day.
Gate through the other side of the map. Amar pushed in that top lane aggressively. I guess they're trying to backstab him. No, they're cutting waves. That doesn't even fully die, huh?
And a smoke from Falcons. Heading south. As Skeeter shoves in mid with the Aegis and Amar shows top, so daring Heroic to go on anything, which Heroic have no interest in doing.
Schofield, he's gonna get caught again here. Not the worst though. He creates as much time as possible for his team. Oh yeah, using Wand actually is really big for that foul play upgrade. So you just don't instantly die to any AoE.
Rat mode, I guess.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they seem pretty committed if they're using Macro Pyre to kill half a wave. King Jungles is going to be spotted in that same spot by Snaking, but nobody is coming over from Falcons. They don't want to leave their setup in mid. All right, finally, Amar's like, okay, I got it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, you're going to get arrowed, right?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice contribution from Amar.
Oh, mid lane, they go for Skeeter though. Echo Slam hitting the back line, killing the Rubik already, leaving Skeeter alone.
He is.
They've shocked him down. Schofield, now he's got BKB, so I don't think Heroic's going to try.
Okay, still taking the Aegis off the board. You get the Rubik. Falcons caught a little bit off guard there. Again, they've been showing on multiple lanes a lot.
That's a Falcons classic.
It is. It's very aggressive.
Fisher block trying to save Whisper's life. He has to use the BKB.
Hex now on Amar, by the way.
Radiant's middle tower.
Another big item that Falcons got to in all of this weird period for Heroic. They weren't able to get the Roshan and exert the pressure they wanted. They are getting close to the Ursa Ags, which could change this game a lot, too. Can't really initiate on him anymore with anything you have on the side of Falcons. I guess you can Hex him.
Very scary two-man gank squad is set up in the bottom lane right now. Shadow Shaman, Ursa. Now the Ursa shows. So now they're going to mass TP. And Schofield is going to get run down by the Moonlight Shadow smoke move. But hey, better him than the Ursa, right? They're going to try and do Tormentor real quick before they leave, which they can do. Shard is kind of whatever, but
I didn't think about it, but they actually have Hex breaks, level 15 talent for the Shaman.
Oh, yeah.
It's another way you can just Hex this Mars and take him down quickly. Influential talent. We just haven't seen these things come together for Heroic. They still have a net worth lead here, by the way, which is kind of crazy because it's not felt like it for a very long time since this Hex came out on Amar. The map has been pretty clean for Falcons, but they're not just destroying this game economically, I guess. You're still getting a lot of big items on the side of Heroic. You got a Lincoln's on the mag, Octarine for the Shaker, Ags for the Ursa. 3 big core items, a lot centered around survivability here.
hard to deal with the split that Heroic has been doing because you can't spread out to address it because their single target kill is way too dangerous with the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a 5-man smoke out from Heroic here, which is a mixed bag. You're trying to contest this map, but you're not getting the lanes out if you 5-man smoke, so... Like, you're afraid of showing, but if you don't show, you're not going to get a good move out of it. They'll end up showing mid.
If anybody's going to show, I guess it's got to be this Ursa, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, there's this Hex. I don't know if he gets bursted in the Hex duration, but it's a little spooky.
I think that's just entirely dependent on the move that Whisper makes. We've seen him. They are really scared of the Ursa being stunned in any way.
I mean, Ags has to change that.
So he's just always followed up with a blink RP. Well, I'm saying he might still fear that because Scythe, right?
Yep.
Like, you can't just pop that if you're Scythed.
I mean, that is part of the issue for Falcons. You can go in with the Scythe on the Ursa, but to kill him, Skeeter has to jump the Ursa. And then you're opening yourself up to a significantly more punishing RP.
Yeah.
You can go for Hex Spearback, try and isolate him more. That might be the best option, but then you have to have really good positioning here.
Oh, nice arrow.
Man. Invis.
Just a casual read of the situation. Snaking stops the aggression of a Heroic.
I mean, Falcons are not pressured to go into Heroic here. The lanes are going in, especially this bot lane. Like, you can let creeps force someone to show. You really want to be patient. You can also just play for Roshan here. Could respawn in the next 30 seconds. Do not want to throw a fight leading into that objective.
Schofield's so close to the Shadow Blade, considering how integral he is to the strategy of Heroic. going to be a significant help, especially as there's a nullifier on Skeeter.
He's bought out. Not a lot of buybacks available for Falcons. Only the Mars has buyback right now. Pretty much fully committed to the fight.
Roshan spawned in the top pit, but it is about to swing over.
Are there even smokes left for Heroic? I don't think there are.
Snake King checking out the pit with an arrow. They hold the bottom pit area much better with their vision.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting because there's no smokes left on the side of Heroic. I don't really know how they make a move, especially into Pod multi. Like, this is Falcons expecting the move from Heroic, but it's not coming. This is just going to be a free Roshan. Free Arcane Rune.
Free everything.
There's just no way for Heroic to get through this mid lane.
Big man coming.
It's a refresher shard. Would be pretty nice for ATF here.
Man. With the Ursa lineup having to give up. I mean, they're pushing into mid right now. Amar gets tagged on damage there for the Slugger and almost got caught as a result of it.
How did he not get hexed?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Pressure shard on the ground. It'll all get picked up. Still no smoke available for Heroic. Oh, they have one. Wait, they just never popped it for that entire sequence. Got it flown in. So opting to save it for later time.
I mean, maybe it's fine. The problem being it's Falcons, so Aegis doesn't ensure that they ever try and hit high ground, but...
True, but Skeeter's pretty capped. I mean, like, he's running out of slots here. There he goes, he hits the high ground. How do you like that, Austin?
It's fake. That wasn't a real hit.
Smoke from Heroic, last one. Gotta get something with this.
Backing up into them, but Amar, he's going to be the one to break it. Trying to get the initiation, but the BKB has already gone off. And now the Shadow Shaman's on the wrong side of the equation. He will instantly die. Yuma tries to follow him in, but he's left with nothing to hit. His
so
BKB
chaotic.
is just completely wasted. Now they're Serpent trapped as well. This is just going from bad to worse for Heroic. They do get a knockout punch on a Snake King. Ursa's got his claws onto the Ember Spirit with the help of the Shadow Shaman. They will be able to kill him, but now the Shadow Shaman is going to get a quick knife back, and now inside the arena, it is just a mosh pit of death and destruction. But who's going to fall? Skeeter! He managed to live through it! Got the quick kill onto the Ursa. Now the damage threat is gone. He was getting low there, too.
A fight of inches as Criddle finished off King Jungles with a stolen skewer and a stolen macro pyre. That was a sick double ward trap in the middle of that fight. Another Enrage came up, but it's still not enough to power through the Aegis, which never got taken, by the way.
Yep.
But the Satanic crit and the cheese on Sumail was pivotal in that fight. It was a solid RP, but the fight at the start was just so chaotic for Heroic. You bled out the supports almost instantly, forced into buybacks. And yeah, Schofield just ended up in the wrong part of that fight, did not see everybody back there. And then this is a point where it's just super awkward. Like, you're running around with 3 cores on Heroic going, what do we do? You get double ward trap. Commit an Echo for the Mirana. Probably wish you had it here. And then you said it's just a mosh pit of death.
RP Arena. Skeeter gets a bit low here, but oh man, look how low he got. Now, granted, they still lose that fight because of the Aegis, but maybe more people could have gotten out afterwards, or maybe they kill like Amar before Skeeter comes back and kills them.
So they do lose 1 melee Rax bottom, but that was it. So not the biggest loss off that fight. They will have everything back up here. 15 seconds for the RP.
They are on the back foot, though, and Falcons is
Oh,
they got caught. At the same time, Schofield,
they didn't chain
the
it.
moment he spotted, he dies. The skewer back from Amar. He managed to get a really good arena as a result of that because the lack of chain. Gets fissured up. He's still kind of stuck. Echo Slam put to use to try and finally finish him off. Can he blink out? RP, oh, he whiffed. Samael gets the slight right before, and RP lands on his head.
Straight outplayed by the King as the ice paths just come raining in from Crit. That might just be the game here, as you have an Ursa buyback, you have a Mag buyback, but you don't have RP. And you're just getting outplayed in these fights. You still have Aegis up on this Phantom Assassin.
Heroic strategizing exactly what they're going to do on these buyback plays. Crit has the Eon Disc. He'll still die. And
really?
Wait. Come on. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Somebody get damage on him. Jeez. Oh, what is this?
That's a nice ice path.
That is a beautiful ice path. Schofield hit him with that chicken fingers. Oh, Skeeter gets away into the nod. No, he doesn't. Analog, like a bloodhound. He sniffs him out, finds him in the trees. Should be able to get him twice with the ice path and disables at their disposal.
I mean, they finally find this PA, but man, did it cost them. Expensive buybacks. Mag and the Ursa. The streak goes to Analog as well, so you don't really make up that gold on those 2 cores.
Yeah.
I don't know how KJ got there for that ice path, but that was game salvaging. And it gives you a chance here again. I mean, the team fight is still honestly not that bad for Heroic if they can ever get these initiations. Like, if they can start the fight with the skewer like we saw and chain stun the target, which they failed to do, things can start to look up. They have a refresher on this Shaker. That's a lot of stun duration.
Yeah. All about finding the initiation, which they have struggled to because they keep running into Amar most of the time.
Yes, that's the problem. But he can just get Hex broken.
Yeah.
And just chain stun down, right? I feel like that's a play that they've been hesitant to make because someone's probably going to die in doing that. But if the alternative is letting him initiate, not sure what option you really have. Another shard for Heroic. They've gotten every Tormentor this game. But will they win this game?
Increases range and deals additional damage when skewering enemies into trees or cliffs. 1400 range with an extra 225 from Ether Lens.
Yeah, that hurts.
You're going far, kid.
I just don't think Whisper's been too aggressive with these skewer attempts because you are against Rubik here, and that insta-lift is pretty terrifying to just blink into.
Well, if I've learned anything from True Sight, just got to use your BKB beforehand.
That is true. Or buy a bunch of Lincoln Spheres.
Or that. And he's got both.
He almost level 25 as well. There's 2 level 24 cores on the side of Heroic. And there's a 24 and a 23 on the side of Falcon. So getting these level 25s would be quite nice. They're good talents for Heroic. Those Ursa talents are nice. And I mean, this extra RP stun duration for Whisper would be pretty big in this game.
Sure.
Smoke. Never mind. Solo smoke off Ninja Gear for Rubik, but Plata multi. Letting ATF push aggressively here.
That is the advantage Falcons has, right?
Yeah, Mirana.
The extra Mirana, the extra smoke kind of situation you get out of this.
ATF pushing the hill. Are you not going to hold this ward?
Oh, they give it up.
That's a tough ward to give up for free like that. I mean, you could have called their bluff, right? Falcons weren't even there with everybody. But I think they just are too afraid because they don't have the buybacks. They want something more solid. We'll have another high ground ward, another high ground position. Scan does hit. So Heroic have the information right now. They have refresher on Whisper, so they actually got to the double refresher on the stun bros here.
Arrow scouting things out, but Snaky gets a little bit too close into the claws of the Shadow Shaman. Quickly taken out.
No buyback on that Mirana. They feel like that's worth an Echo Slam.
And they don't keep going.
Retreat to the hill. Maybe they'll come in again. We can do it to somebody else.
I guess so, but they're going to have to go back to their base.
Big waves pushing in.
I mean, there's no way you fight here if you're Falcons. Correct decision is to just chill, wait for the Mirana. Maybe just wait for that next Roshan. Has a chance of respawning right now.
Are under attack.
Yeah, Heroic invested a lot into getting that kill.
They have a smoke, though. Yeah, they have one more on KJ. I'm kind of surprised they're not smoking out. You need to get these lanes out, but...
Well, do they have any wards to go with that smoke? Because they drop double wards to get that Mirana pick off.
You have 5 on 4 without the Pada multi, and you have a refresher on the mag and the shaker. Like, you're not going to have perfect vision every fight. But a 5v4 is something. They get the lanes out. Analog being aimed here.
Yeah, he has the gem, so he doesn't think that they see him, but he was just outside of a ward. Now it's Schofield who's sitting on top of a ward. Shadowblade goes off, but he's underneath the sentry too.
Got spells off? Are they going to take the fight? No, they abandoned him.
Yeah, considering how scared they were of the 4 versus 5 before, I don't think anything is changing.
I mean, basically, there's 2 ways to play that scenario. You're either taking the 5 on 4 because you believe it's a good enough advantage to win a fight into Roshan, despite Falcons having buybacks, or you feel like you can't win that fight anyway, and since you don't have buys, you will lose versus their buybacks advantage.
Yeah.
I think that's a valid argument. It will get you to your 25s here. They have level 25 on all 3 cores. So 9 overpower attacks, 4.3 second RP. Flip side, we got double sleight of fist, and ATF still looking for his 25. It's getting pretty spicy, though, I will say. Ultra late game in the new patch. Does anybody know what's happening?
Yeah, have we seen a 60-minute game in this patch?
I don't think I've seen tier 5 items. Tier 5 neutral items in this patch. We might not see him in this game either, to be honest. Falcon's gonna push. She's on Sumail. Aegis on Skeeter. ATF leading the charge.
Get inside the base. They spot Analog. Amar almost pulled the trigger on that. His blink is back up. He's going to go for it. Scythe goes out. Arena that caught the Shadow Shaman inside too. It is a beautiful setup. They both have buyback. They're going to wait until they see an opportunity here.
Oh, they're on the mag.
Mag is in trouble. Has to use the BKB. Got the RP immediately and all the way into the fountain. This is not good for Skeeter.
You can just re-RP him.
Yep. He's going to pop it again. You are staying here, Skeeter. You are not getting out. Oh, wait. No, he goes into the underslam. Satanic is going up. He hit him with the skewer, but away he goes.
Even the fountain's not enough.
How was the fountain not enough to finish off this man underneath a level 25 RP? Yuma chasing after him, but he has to deal with the banner. The creeps are pushing into the throne. Mars after him hits a refresher. Got stunned up a little bit there. Did not get the clean initiation he was hoping for. Now an Arena right in front of the fountain here. Finish off the Shakira rather casually. Now Whisper up next. Got to stop that skewer. Back into the fountain. They do manage to do so. Yuma fighting for his life out here while the other two watch him from the fountain. But without the RP, without the skewers, they couldn't do it before. And Skeeter will prove that he is better than Heroic, better than their fountain, and will close out wiping them and then their throw.
That buyback for the Magnus was 10 seconds off cooldown. It comes up now, but now is just too late. As one more stolen ice path just for the road. Yeah, there we go. Blow it up on him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. GG.
Rampage to cap things off for Skeeter. We finally see Phantom Assassin win, Avery.
Yeah, some good map play from Falcons. They controlled those Roshans beautifully. I think Heroic had some brief moments they might have been able to come back in that late game, but we can't forget that they controlled a lot of that early game and had a pretty big lead, right? The Shaman was super far ahead, and Falcons dragged that back through sheer will. And, I mean, props to ATF. This is where this guy really shines relative to a lot of other offlaners in the world. He's extremely aggressive and decisive when he knows he has to be, and he just led the charge on so many of those team fights, so many of those plays. Bought the absolutely correct items, got them at the right time, made every one of them work. These Hex initiations were huge and just set the team up for victory. And shout out to Crit. I mean, he got Ice Path almost every fight. Super debilitating spell. It's stunning you for 3, 3.2, 3.4 seconds with the extra duration on 6.8 second cooldown. I don't know what you're supposed to do in that, but it looked pretty good to me.
It did indeed. Falcons get their first win of the second group stage.
And they do it in one of the fashions that we don't really see Falcons win that often. Skitter being given the privilege of carrying the game, and ATF perhaps taking a little bit more of a back seat, being more utility-oriented with his Mars. All in all, ends up proving to be a good combination, especially when you sprinkle a little Sumail Ember Spirit on top. Purge, welcome to the couch. I get to get your thoughts on more than just wards and head-to-heads now.
Do you have a specific question, or are you just saying, like, pass the baton, here you go, take it away?
Dealer's choice. What are you most excited to talk about with this game, Purge?
I found that Shadow Shaman was consistently getting caught at the start of every fight, and it was not, by all means, Schofield's mistakes at all cases. I think Falcons just did a really good job hitting the backline throughout the course of this game. And we didn't really see that many, like, heroic, like, chain stuns into guaranteed kill a guy. It was just very, very safe play. Picking off the disablers on the enemy team. It's like they learned from game one, kind of, or they just had the better heroes to actually deal with it. Anyone else?
You gotta take this?
You can also explain your most exciting thoughts about the game, Fear.
Okay, I will do that.
Please.
My most exciting thoughts about this game is I wanted to see Skeeter carry a game.
Correct.
And he did.
Correct.
And it was in a position in which he was tested the most. He was top net worth on his team. Then there was 3 green bars from the enemy team below him, and then 2 red bars below those bars, which means you're in prime position to have to carry the game or you lose. And he did that. He did exactly that. And I have to take it back. I didn't think he could do it that game. I even said in the last game, I feel like Amar had to have more net worth. So did Sumail. Everyone proved me wrong. Sumail came back from a bad game. True. Amar came back from a bad game.
True.
Skeeter carried the game from top net worth position. So this is a game I've been wanting to see from Falcons for a long time, and they finally delivered it to me.
I think the biggest game changer for Falcons were those team fights where Amar was just blinking in, tanking a big spell like RP with Bulwark on. And how many times did we see him live through these heroic initiations with a last-minute clutch on the Bulwark? He lived through so many things that then allowed Skeeter to come in and clean up, take what they could. In that fight top, for example, they get the RP, they get the Echo Slam out, and they get the Ursa in exchange for 2 ultis. It was just, they were taking small trades where they could, and it got to the point where Mars was feeling strong enough to just lead the charge, find the good initiations, and then Skeeter cleaned up.
And this is also encouraging to see Falcons clean up their mid-game, because regardless of the heroes that they've been selecting, we've been seeing their mid-game coordination has been flagging a little bit. But here, maybe when you have a gigantic teamfight ultimate like Mars Arena, it's a little bit more clear on what the next steps are, as opposed to their other drafts where it seemed more haphazard with where to follow up after initiation happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about Mars Arena, right, is that it kind of accomplishes multiple things. A lot of times he was grabbing the guy that he wanted to stun, but other times I caught their support duo, or here's an area of the map that you just can't run through. And it feels like the map is maybe a little bit, there's more choke points in some ways. It feels like more like, here's a little path, but there's a cliff right next to it, or here's a path and there's some trees and the river on the other side. So things like Ice Path might have more value, things like Mars Arena maybe have more value. So his disruption of team fights was absolutely super important, because it actually bought time, and the fact that he was survivable compared with it led to giving good opportunities for his teammates to steal a crucial spell, or to get a big pick off, or pop Satanic when you're at 100 HP and then go back to a full HP heal. It was his performance was really good, but Skeeter did really good too.
We saw some new heroes emerge here. So Rubik, you mentioned. We haven't really seen too much of Rubik recently. Heroic ended up selecting the Ursa Fear. Their carry-to-carry matchup, they already knew. They saw the Phantom Assassin first pick.
Yeah.
Why do you think they ended up opting for the Ursa, and do you think their idea still has a good foundation despite them losing?
I mean, looking at the tail end of that game, Ursa did not stand a chance against that PA in a 1v1. Maybe that's because he did have to go for the Aghanims, because he's afraid of all the stolen spells that Rubik was. Either it's the RP, it's the Ice Path, there could be some Shaman spells as well. He felt like he really had to get that Aghanims online. But other than that, I don't know if that matchup is very good right now, because you should be killing him in 1 overpower or refresh overpower, and it felt like it was never enough in any fight to actually do that. And why else would you pick Ursa if it's not to burst a hero down? I'm not sure. I just feel like it didn't work.
Yeah. Yes.
But that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
You need to kill heroes too. You can't just kill the Tormentor.
100%, but that's why it feels unfair that you are in a position where you draft differently on Radiant than Dire, where like heroes from the safe lane that can contest it early don't have the scaling that a Dire hero could potentially give you. Like, I see a big issue here, but I will reserve further judgment until I see more days of this patch play out. But I think that if they're playing Dire side, then they're not drafting Ursa there in their last pick.
That's probably true. And keep in mind, Ursa's 15 talent, the bonus Fierce Swipes damage, it's like 5. So regular Fierce Swipes does like 20 damage per hit, so it goes up to 25 with the 15 talent. Then that number used to be way higher when it was like the 20 talent, and then the first guy moved to the 15 talent. So like you don't actually scale your damage that much higher. And he also had to buy an MKB because he's against the PA. So rather than buying the item he wanted at the certain time, he's like, okay, here comes my MKB, which classically is a fine DPS item, but it's not an extremely high DPS item. Maybe something like an AC there would have just been way better against the PA because it would have given him survivability and attack speed when he gets nullified too. There was a lot of mitigation that that was done by Falcons to limit his DPS.
Well, you know what that sound means.
Dinner?
Time to, also dinner actually. Maybe it's time for Crit to feast upon Heroic's corpse, because he has defeated them in a series. Crit, congratulations on the win. Although, how are you feeling right now overall as the team? Because we're seeing Falcons and we're like, oh, you guys are kind of a little bit inconsistent these days. Are we just being too judgmental right now? How does it feel on your end?
I mean, I think that's a fair assessment. I think a lot of things for this tournament are just a little bit unfortunate. And I mean, obviously Sumail standing in is very fortunate, but at the same time it's a new patch, and we played our first games with him in our official yesterday on a completely new patch, and I think our gameplay showed that, and it just takes a little bit of time, you know. Like we're doing our best that we can to make it through this group stage, you know. It's not the best circumstances, but I think we're getting better. Like we're learning each other, and I think it's gonna improve.
Gotcha. And yeah, we also got a chance to speak to Skitter earlier, and I know that he's also dealing with the recovery of some surgeries as well. So all things are not quite lining up, but at least, like you said, you do have Sumail, and you finally get him for more than one day, because last time he stood in for you guys, you got like one opportunity to play a few series in Birmingham, and that's it. Maureen was back. Now you've had 2 days with Sumail. How does it feel having him back?
No, it's good. I feel like we did him a little bit dirty at Birmingham, because like we had no idea. We had no idea Maureen was just randomly gonna get his visa, and then Sumail just traveled to Birmingham for 1 day. So I mean, we had a good 1 day there, but yeah, it's nice to get a full group stage with him.
Nice. How are you acclimating to the new patch? We see that some old habits die hard. You got your hands on Hoodwink yet again this series.
Yeah, I mean, any excuse, you know. Just a little bit of a buff, a little bit of item changes. I'll be like, yeah, guys, I think Hoodwink is good now. And it'll come out.
The other sentiments that I've been hearing from 4 Positions is that most do not seem particularly thrilled with the Wisdom rune/shrine situation. They don't really consider it much of a change. What do you think?
No, I think it's a pretty big change. I mean, it works how they wanted it to work, I think, because I don't think you can really steal it anymore. Like, you go there if you're stronger, and if you're not stronger, you're not going to get it. So I think it works for like stabilizing, but obviously like you don't get that outplay of like somebody just goes there, like a bounty hunter goes there and just takes it from you, you know. That's not really an option anymore. But yeah, I think it just depends what you think. I think they wanted it to be like this, and it's working, so I think it's a good change.
That's a more generous assessment, because I think the negativity stems from the fact that a lot of supports don't like feeling choreographed to have to show up at this place at this time. But I guess you kind of like the combat aspect of it, that like, oh, we're gonna fight here if you want to show up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's from a 4 perspective, at least, it's pretty much the same thing. Like you had to make sure you got it, and now it's just a little bit easier. Like, it's very hard to get both Wisdom stolen. Like, you will most likely you'll get one, and I think that's good. Like, I think it just stabilizes the game, that it doesn't become too snowbally. And yeah, I think it's a good change.
Then the one other objective question that I've got before I pass you on to Purge is Tormentors. How do you feel about this revision?
I think it's good. It's also like a thing where it's like it just makes the game a lot more fast-paced because it's went from 20 to 15 minutes, and it's one team, or it's like one only and not two on each side of the map. So it just makes the game a little bit more brawly. Like if you see every competitive game at 15 minutes, there's a huge team fight at 15 minutes, which I think is good. Like I think it might not be like completely balanced with the numbers and everything, but I think it's good to have something that forces teams to fight, because honestly, like, video games are about PvP, you know, so I think it's good.
Hell yeah, man. You're thinking about the entertainment aspect of things. All right, I'm going to send you on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well.
Hey, Crit, with you playing Hoodwink now and the Gleipnir changes, I'm curious how you feel about the item. For Hoodwink, obviously, you're not going to be able to farm with the Maelstrom aspects, but it's a tankier item on the hero, so how do you like that item right now, Gleipnir?
I personally don't think it makes much sense to buy Atos at all. Like I mean, let me put it like this: if you're playing pub games and like you need setup for yourself and like you don't have a team with stuns, like of course it can be fine. But honestly, the item is not very good for Hoodwink right now. I think it's just it's a lot of gold for something that you don't really need. Most of the time, somebody on your team is going to stun for you, and then you have better items to spend your gold on.
So that's why you bought Spirit Vessel instead, right? And do you get more cast range when you use that facet when using Spirit Vessel?
Yeah, so all items, like especially like save items like Glimmer, like are really valuable on this hero just because you have higher cast range, and yeah, it's a very nice facet for active items, which Atos is, but Atos is not really an item that benefits that much from cast range. It's already pretty long. So yeah, I think with it not going into Gleipnir, it's kind of also just not worth it for your scaling. Like I think it's not the best item anymore.
Gotcha. Thanks.
One more question before I let you go, Crit. I know last Dream League AUI was basically gone for the majority of it and then popped in during the second half. What's Curtis's responsibility been on this new patch excitement activity? Is he mainly talking to each of you guys individually? Is he coming up with strategies, looking at heroes? What's he doing?
I mean, the only thing he does is just Crystal Maiden propaganda, and it's just constant, and it doesn't matter what patch it is, but a new patch just makes him like, oh guys, for sure CM is like broken now, this hero is so good. And then there's Jakiro as well. He also loves Jakiro, so it's just, you know, a lot of his heroes, and it's intense.
Based on your tone, that seems like you're not buying his propaganda though.
It's not my hero. I've already put like every time CM is mentioned, I just tone out. I let Snay and AUI will deal with it.
And Snay's like, yeah, sure, eventually it'll be good. I mean, KJ made Jakiro look pretty good this series, but not good enough to defeat you guys. Crit, congratulations on the 2-1 victory, and looking forward to how Falcons do in the rest of Dream League.
Thank you.
Catch you later. Because that's it for this series. As you know, on Night Shift, we take our sweet time with all of the 2-1s, but we also now get an opportunity to do a little activity presented by Nat T.
Right. Can I just quickly say, poor Crit, he gets no reprieve as well about the CM propaganda, because I also am on the CM propaganda train. So I'm messaging, I'm like Crystal Maiden, I'm always talking about on the broadcast. But look, social media, guys, I've been coming back through old seasons of Dream League, and I know you played a small little game called Guess That Hero. I think it was either last season or a couple of seasons ago, and production did you guys dirty, okay? They made it extremely difficult for you. They put these heroes in random, I don't know, whatever positions, cropped it funny, and I thought, let's play Guess the Hero, except I'm going to be quite generous to you. So warming us up here, guys, who's that hero?
It's Arc Warden.
That's right, Tsunami.
All right.
Point for you.
Easy.
Come on, guys. It's really not that hard.
There's no way you're going to keep it that simple for us.
I promise you, I felt so bad when I watched it back.
You guys move over. I need a screen.
Get this man some challenge. Join us.
You just don't get to see it.
All right.
Okay.
This feels like a Mario Party minigame, a 3v1 right now. 4 FPs by itself.
I'm just saying, there's monitors on both sides. I
mean, I'm sat in the chair. I get it. Let's pull up our second hero, please.
Lena. I said it first.
Lena.
I'll give it to you.
I said it first.
Okay, well, unfortunately, it's not Lena.
What?
It's evil Lena.
It's not evil
it's
Lena.
Lena inverse.
Nope. Anyone? Last guesses. It's Invoker.
Okay, you're messing with us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're right.
You guys don't remember this Invoker persona?
Oh, that's right.
No, you're right. He's got really nice hair.
He didn't skill level 1 yet, so he has no orbs, of course.
Of course. Hero number 3 coming up for you guys here.
Axe, but not Axe. someone else.
It's just Axe, but Axe himself.
They pushed someone into
He's
Axe's
trying to
silhouette.
mind game you. It's actually Axe this time.
Give me a hint, Nat. What is this? What do you think I'm looking at here?
Well, it's definitely an offlaner.
Definitely an offlaner.
100% Axe.
Dawnbreaker. It's Dawnbreaker.
It's someone pulled into Axe.
I'll Centaur.
Do you want to throw a hero out there, Effie?
I'll say Donna's luck. She's a staff, and you guys are gonna make her look like Axe. But, or actually, are you misdirecting? It's Axe. It's a misdirect. It's a misdirect.
That's what I think.
We're gonna show you guys nothing of what you said at all. It's Night Stalker, clearly.
What if he bent his arms backwards? What the
really
hell?
messed up, Nat.
Oh my god, his back.
Dude, he's yoked.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Where's
look at
his
those
face
pecs.
at?
I do like that you guys
Like
getting
the poo emoji.
Actually, it's Axe dipped in blue dye.
Kind of is. I did good for the muscles. The muscle trains there.
That's it.
Yeah.
Our fourth hero, though, I like that you guys are catching on quite quickly.
Definitely not Ricky.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Oh, that's Clinks. Clinks has messed up feet like that too.
It's Bounty Hunter that they put in Ricky's silhouette.
That's a good guess.
Give me what attribute this hero is.
I can't.
Why?
There is no associated attribute.
What?
You never.
It's a glimmer cape.
Oh my gosh, Tsunami, it is a glimmer cape!
Are you actually?
Let's go.
What?
Your hint was too strong for me, Nat.
Yeah, but out of every item, why did you guess glimmer cape?
Because he's invisible, like Ricky.
All right, fair enough. I don't know. I didn't think.
Association.
There
Yeah.
we go.
Point.
That one was pretty good. All
Layers.
right, well, I got one last one for you guys. This is it. This is for the glory. You guys
It's got some
It's not
weird stuff
Leshrac.
going
Not
on there.
Leshrac.
guess who this hero is?
Of course, it's not Leshrac.
Is it a hero?
What attribute
It's
is this
definitely
hero?
a hero.
It's definitely a hero.
What attribute is the hero?
Cannot associate an attribute to this hero.
It's a hero.
There's
but-
no way she would do items 2 times in a row. What other non-hero thing is there in Dota?
Well, I said it was a hero,
Oh, true.
Yeah, she said it was a hero, but it doesn't.
but no
It's
attribute. to this
Io.
hero.
When you say you
No,
can't
it's not
associate
an
an attribute, are you just refusing to tell us?
No, there is no attribute given to this hero.
It's a hero.
But
It's
it's a
universal.
hero.
Gambler.
That is a attribute universal though.
Okay.
And
I feel like you guys.
Wait,
I
don't
don't know.
don't.
Oh, you want to?
yet.
You want to guess?
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
neutral creep hero.
A hero, but not a hero. She says.
Neutral creep hero.
Does that exist?
That exists.
It's Roshan.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's a tormentor.
It's a hero in my eyes. It's Sumail.
Oh, it's that picture. I love that picture of Sumail.
I feel a bit bad. I kind of like morphed his face into Leshrac and then had to like clean up the edges. But
We did talk about this theory with Fear about how he sees the faces of players on Hero.
I was
did.
helping
Yeah, that's
him.
actually very true.
Was that exactly how you pictured the Leshrac? Whenever Sumail plays Leshrac?
Normally, I can see his face a little better than that, but the imagination
general
can do
gist.
wild things, you know. Maybe some people see Sumail's face like that, like Nat.
I thought it was a very flattering photo of Sumail, but apparently not everyone agrees.
Got a lot of legs.
I beg to differ. I think that was great. Nat T, round of applause for that Guess the Hero run.
Thank you guys for playing.
Thank you very much. And now that we've had some games, it's time to get back to the fun of one more Dota series, friends. It's time for Tundra versus Parivision after the break.
Waking up, playing some Dota, it's just been part of my life for 20 years, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Where we are in the history of this game and where it's come from and how much has been accomplished, I think compared to basically any other esport, it's the best. So
I'm grateful for Dota 2 as a game because Dota as a culture supersedes where we come from. You are a Dota player first, and I love that.
T'other day when I was driving down the street, I spied a place to park all nice and neat. The fact the gap was small didn't bother I at all till the missus hollered from the rear seat. And she said, back and back, you're you, back and back round. If he hasn't got the knack and he can't back and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Now them's the sort of comments that I dread. They makes I see blue and then see red. So I turned right up a light and said, shut your mouth up tight or I'll park the bloomin' car in there instead. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. By this time a queue had formed behind, and me fellow motorists weren't feeling kind. They humped and they swore, which only hurt die more, and these words kept going through me mind. And they were back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. A copper came along and said,
"Hello? You're causing a disturbance, don't you know?"
"What, me?"
"You'll have to stop this racket, so you better start the back end."
So he backed it up and parked it on his toe. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. Back and back, you're you, back and back round. If the ass got the knack and the gas and back, then you'll have to back up or back down. You'll have to back up or back down. Yeah.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering, tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when
Welcome everyone to our final series of the night. It's going to be Tundra taking on Parivision. And who's this mysterious silhouette that I have next to me? That's the... We haven't even loaded in your microphone yet. That's how mysterious she is. It's Purge. It's Purge Gamers actually.
Whoa, where did I come from?
You didn't see that one coming, did you?
I
Purge.
did not. I was so focused on the silhouette, and I was like, that's not what my body looks like.
But it was.
But it was me. They photoshopped me. Anyways, I did a little bit of sleuthing in anticipation of this series because I was seeing some patterns. Believe this or not, I spotted this morning that the two carries that were trending heavily were Lifestealer and they were Phantom Assassin. And what's really interesting is that they've had slightly different performances in the last couple of days. So let's take a look at some of those recent matches that they played. This is all matches post the new patch. We don't give a shit about anything that happened in the past, but the new ones, that's what matters, these new matches, because the Phantom Assassin has been trending downwards, actually. It started off doing pretty good, but it got worse over time. And on the other side, the Lifestealer, slightly different result.
Dude, he's been going up. I only see Lifestealer stonks to the moon right now.
That's what the data potentially shows.
If only we had the actual information behind that data.
Thank you, Neil. That's a great way to pressure production. Well, it's probably not ready, but...
Then we can go back to introducing Nat. Nat T, everybody. Nat T is on the panel.
Who's that Pokemon?
Who's that? That was my... I'm a little bit like internet brain rotted at the moment. So whenever I see something, I'm scrolling like, that's funny. DreamLeague. And then I kind of did borrow the Who's That Pokemon segment. And with my creative expertise, shoved different heroes into other hero buddies.
Wait, so then is the trend to do that? Because
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it is.
Which Pokemon tripped you up the most?
Literally all of them. I don't think I've ever gotten one right. If you've ever seen them.
Was one of them ever like...
Straightforward? No, so I gave you guys a freebie. I did better than the content online.
The Glimmer Cape one was good.
Yes, I was very impressed that you got that to know.
Tough Pokemon there.
Tough Pokemon. Welcome, Nat, to Chandra versus Parivision, as we are now getting a treat to learn your expertise in addition to your social media expertise. What do you know about these two teams?
These two teams, I don't know, Parivision has been very consistent since getting Satanic on that roster. I think there's always that question mark when you have a bit of a roster change, what really happens, but by now this is their third tournament together, so I don't think you can even really have that question mark around them, and it's just, I don't know, delivering every single time. This man seems to play whatever you can think of in the carry role, and so for me now it's going to be, how is the off lane of Tundra with the Minds of 33 and Saxa going to come up against the carry side of Parivision here with Satanic and Ducalis?
And Satanic is one of the few players that has been getting away with winning in the Phantom Assassin versus Lifestealer matchup. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Neil. This is the first time we've talked about this, and I cannot wait to show you the stats and the graphics because they are indicative of a pattern. Look at this Phantom Assassin win right here. On the left, 4 wins in a row. All right, I don't know if this is exactly in order. I can't remember exactly what the pattern is, but PA has lost a lot recently, actually. Prior to the games today, I think she's had like 5 losses in a row, other than the previous series. So PA started off strong. Everyone's like, this hero's still hot. Then it started losing a huge amount. And if you look at those 2 losses, Tundra beat it twice. Well, what hero did they beat it twice with? Let's take a look at the next slide, please. It's Lifestealer win rates of the previous patches. Started off bad. Now it's been winning with Tundra 2 wins versus Spirit. That means that we have 2 teams potentially coming into this next series who both believe that their take on Tundra versus Lifestealer is in their favor. So if we look at the head-to-head matchup for Lifestealer versus Tundra, or Lifestealer versus PA. Sorry, so many words.
Lifestealer versus Tundra.
Whatever.
I like that one more. I want that stat.
It's hard to keep all of these words stuck in your head at the same time. On the next slide, it shows you the Lifestealer